questioning what is happening as Baro, Sachai, Ake, and their allies arrive on the scene. Sachai calls out to Daniel, asking what is going on and if he isn't aligned with Hoken. Daniel, his voice trembling, asks why they have come to this place. Hoken mocks their arrival, exclaiming that the three idiots have shown up, and questions whether they truly came for this traitor as Daniel collapses. Baro, also calling out to Daniel, expresses frustration, questioning the sudden show of friendship. He urges Daniel to abandon the game before it is too late, emphasizing that Daniel is nearly complete. Sachai declares that it does not matter. They will take Hoken down. Daniel glances at him as Hoken warns them not to approach any closer, threatening to sever Daniel's head if they do. He acknowledges that they are quite dangerous, admitting that he is still not complete and recalling his history of being defeated by them. He expresses his reluctance to confront them directly and proposes a deal. Hoken states that if all three of them willingly take their own lives, he will spare Daniel. Baro, confused, questions what Hoken means and dismisses it as a joke. Hoken responds by recalling how Roan sacrificed herself to save them, suggesting that it would be beautiful for them to do the same for Daniel. Sachai, however, insists he will do it. He will give up his life but asks to exclude the others, proposing to trade his life for Daniel's. Baro calls out to Sachai, affirming that he will indeed sacrifice himself for Daniel. Hoken, however, refuses the offer, demanding all of their lives, which prompts Baro to lash out at him. At that moment, Bomb leaps in front of Hoken, declaring an end to the jokes. Hoken recognizes him and acknowledges his presence, referring to him as Juvenile Grace. Meanwhile, in the pipes, Rachel and her allies surround Kun and his team. Kun realizes that these individuals are waiting for them and wonders why this confrontation is occurring just as they are nearing the exit, pondering the implications. Rachel attempts to rush toward Kun, but Hayura grips her shirt to restrain her. Rachel asserts that she has kept Kun waiting for too long, prompting Kun to observe her with a knowing gaze and acknowledge the situation. She then asks if they are ready to begin the sweet fish hunt. Kun questions Rachel, asking if she had been waiting until they reached the exit to surround them, remarking that she is far more determined than he initially believed. Rachel counters by stating that he is the only one who refuses to accept the truth. She has always been this way. She reminds him of the time she pretended to suffer from a broken leg for years just to trick him. At that moment, Donghua arrives and warns Yura to step away from them immediately, declaring that they are not normal. He asserts that Fug will only use her without offering any real help. Yura asks what he means by that, but Rachel interrupts, declaring that enough is enough and suggesting they should end the game here. Kun then glances at Kasano, reflecting that the devil of the left arm is probably similar to him, or perhaps slightly stronger than the normal Kun he ran into without any lightning pills. He realizes that he should not underestimate Yura either, noting that he is at a disadvantage because he must protect the fish as well. He thinks that someone should have caught up to them by now. Meanwhile, Rak and Foskel arrive, and Rak asks Kun if he is in trouble. Everyone looks at him in surprise as Rak transforms into his massive form, exclaiming that this looks like so much fun. Kasano, however, attacks him, instructing Rak to stay out of the way. Rak thinks Kasano is like a devil turtle, while Foskel believes he has identified Kasano's weak point and prepares to attack. Kasano continues to strike at Rak, who blocks the attack with his spear. In the midst of the chaos, Foskel encases one of their allies in a Shinsu bubble. Rak warns Kasano not to make any sudden moves, emphasizing that he knows Kasano cares for this kid. He points his spear at the bubble, threatening that if Kasano touches the fish, they will be killed. Rachel then asked how Rak and Foskel had arrived there and how he knew she was present. Kun explains that he had actually secured some insurance for them. On the way, they used $1 at every pipe door and locked them. He notes that while this strategy could work against them if the enemy discovers the doors, statistically speaking, there is a higher chance that their team will find them. He mentions that the system has notified them that the Sweetfish team has already lost $4 out of a total of 125. Kun explains that he figured whoever finds them would definitely follow them. He adds that it didn't really matter if the enemy did, because if they did, they could simply place $1 high up on the next door and then run. Rak, surprised, exclaims that he is the one who locked all the doors and that he would have killed anyone who did that if they were an enemy. Kun apologizes and reassures him that they are lucky. He has been worried that no one will notice with this current team. He admits he cannot guarantee they would win a fight with more tricks than strength. However, Kun believes they should have enough time to protect the fish and escape to the next pipe. He speculates that the others probably wouldn't want to lose the fish here, and that they wouldn't want to expend a higher dollar to escape either. Kun then proposes a one-on-one match between him and Rachel to determine who receives the remaining dollars from both teams. She looks at him, puzzled, and asks what he is suggesting. Rak questions why only the two of them should fight, accusing Kun of trying to hog all the fun. Kun silences him with a sharp retort, explaining that if Rachel accepts his proposal, he will allow her to win, meaning whoever wins will take all the dollars. He assures her that he will ensure it is fair and equal so neither of them is at a disadvantage. Rachel agrees, curious to hear the details, and they both ascend to their lighthouses, distancing themselves from the others. She inquires about the rules for this fair and equal match. Kun responds that the rules are very simple. They will toss $1, and he flicks his dollar to demonstrate. He explains that if it lands heads up, he wins. If it lands tails up, she wins. Rachel expresses her disbelief, questioning the fairness of such a method. Kun acknowledges that it is indeed pure luck, asserting that it would be nonsense for her to actually fight him, given his lineage from one of the 10 families. He concludes that for it to be a fair match that she can accept, it must be based on luck. He challenges her, suggesting they see whom the gods favor more. He asks Rachel why she is concerned about not being chosen, assuring her not to worry as he has never considered himself a lucky man. She laughs at his remark, admitting that it feels somewhat desperate. In truth, she is eager to prove him wrong as well. She urges him to hurry up and toss the dollar, expressing her curiosity about who will emerge victorious. Meanwhile, Vile and Hoken confront each other, and Danwa questions Vile about his presence. Vile states that he came to fight Hoken. Yua, noticing the unconscious Wangmin, calls out to him worriedly and rushes toward his side, but Hoken obstructs her path with his sword. He taunts her, suggesting that she should not pick up scraps from someone else's meal. Yua retorts, questioning how he can say such a thing. Hoken then turns to Vile, noting that he had planned to seek him out, but is surprised by his quick arrival, which saves him the trouble of searching. Hoken smirked, addressing him as White, noting that since he used the name from his Slayer days, it seemed he knew who he was as well. He wonders aloud if Vile's appearance before him is a sign of bravery or sheer foolishness, taunting him to consider what he thinks of Hoken now that he is approaching his complete form. Burrow interrupts, confused and demanding to know what Hoken means by white. Vile, undeterred, replies that even though Hoken may still be just a shell, he certainly appears more beautiful than before. He shifts the conversation, expressing curiosity about what went wrong for Hoken in the past that caused him to lose his position as a slayer. Hoken casually shrugs off Vile's inquiry, explaining that it was no big deal. He simply needed offerings to enhance his power. In doing so, he killed countless people, at least 1 billion, which leaves everyone in shock. Hoken boasts about his dedication to a mass spell, claiming it would have succeeded if not for the intervention of the Princess of Jahad. He concludes with a hint of regret, calling it a real shame. Yua becomes enraged upon hearing Hoken's words, thinking him a lunatic, and rushes forward to attack him. Vile calls out for her to stop, and Sachai also urges her to wait, cautioning her not to act recklessly. Ignoring their warnings, Yua, incensed, prepares to strike. However, just as she is about to unleash her flames, Hoken effortlessly extinguishes them. his demeanor calm as he draws closer to Vile. She is momentarily taken aback, realizing that he has neutralized her flames without effort. Hoken, now standing before Vile, explains that although his plan failed, leading to the loss of his powers and his current predicament, he feels no regret. To him, it is only natural for the masses to sacrifice themselves for a higher being. He asserts that his legend will begin anew, with the cutting of Vile's throat as its starting point. Hoken raises his sword and places it at Vile's neck, poised to deliver the decisive strike. Vile asks how he can be so arrogant even after killing all those people. He truly does not understand and pulls his sword away from Hoken's neck as Hoken ponders how Vile pushed the blade aside. Vile states that he has no interest in the position of Slayer candidate, nor does he desire immense power, but regardless of everything else, he can never allow a demon like Hoken to roam free again. Hoken senses that something has changed in Vile. Vile declares that he will stop him, no matter what it takes. Hoken mockingly asks if Vile can really stop him, remarking that every time he sees him, Vile spouts complete nonsense before flicking his tongue out. Sachai and Barreau grow concerned for Vile, and Sachai urges him to retreat, warning of the danger. Hoken launches an attack at Vile, who swiftly jumps back to evade. Vile observes that although it was just a light strike, Hoken has grown stronger since their last encounter. It seems that not only his appearance has changed. Hoken reflects on how Vile managed to dodge an attack at such close range just as Sachai joined the fight, wielding his magical staff, and warned Hoken not to forget about them. Sachai's magical strings shoot toward Hoken, who attempts to block them with his sword. Sachai, seeing his spell torn apart, is surprised, while Hoken taunts him, asking if he truly thought such a petty trick could defeat him, calling it absurd. Hoken reasserts his dominance, unleashing a powerful attack on Sachai, telling him to stop interfering. In the process, he also destroys the gun of the masked person with yellow hair. Vile charges toward Hoken again, flying with the help of his Shinsu shield, and attempts to land a punch, but Hoken counters his move. Hoken remarks that although he cannot quite pinpoint what it is, something about Vile has definitely changed. He notes that Vile has become much stronger in just 1 month, and the mere fact that Vile can face him as an opponent proves it. However, Hoken questions whether Vile truly believes that's enough to compete with him and challenges him to see how far his newfound strength can go. Hoken unleashes a powerful sword slash, and Vile urgently warns everyone to dodge, telling them to retreat and stand together quickly. They all run to escape the attack as Hoken executes the airy swordsmanship, Sect 2, 10th Stance, White-type Spirit Sword. Vile shouts for everyone to stand together and explains that the technique is the sword of the roaring lion spirit, attempting to shield his teammates from its devastating force. Meanwhile, Yuri and Evan watch the battle from a distance. Yuri comments that swordsmanship is unmistakable in the airy family. Evan, already suspicious, thinks to himself that he knows Hoken isn't just an ordinary contestant. Yuri remarks on the possibility of Hoken ruining Bomb's face, a face she feels they must protect, to which Evan sharply replies that Bomb's life is at risk, urging her to focus. At the same time, Hoken reflects that he still feels as though he lacks the immense power he should have had, realizing he never fully absorbed the power from both. As Vile prepares to counter, he rushes toward Hoken, grabbing the heavenly mirror dagger, and in a swift move, he stabs Wangnan and Vicent, teleporting them into the heavenly mirror before Hoken can react. Hoken demands to know what Vile thinks he is doing, questioning if he plans to take those two bodies with him. The scene shifts to a moment earlier when they were all trying to evade Hoken's powerful sword attack. Daniel was with them, and he turned to Vile, speaking urgently. Daniel tells Vile to listen carefully, and if they don't stop Hoken in this round, it will all be over. Confused, Vile asks what Daniel means. Daniel explains that Fug already has Hoken's final split figure, and it's only a matter of time before Hoken reaches his complete form in round 3. If he makes it to round 3 and completes his transformation, the spell he placed on the train will activate, killing every living creature inside. Vile, still in shock, asks for clarification, unsure of what Daniel means by the spell. Daniel goes on to reveal that Hoken chose this train as his hiding place. The train holds the spirits of countless lives that have perished over the ages. To someone like Hoken, who grows stronger by consuming souls, this train would appear as a massive feeding ground. Hoken boarded the train with the intent to absorb these souls and regain his former power as a slayer. Daniel further explains that Hoken has already placed a spell that will allow him to harness the tremendous power of all those trapped spirits. Once Hoken completes his form and activates the spell, every living creature and spirit aboard the train will become food for him, making him unstoppable. Daniel explains that Hoken, once he completes his form, will not only be able to kill the living but also raise the dead. They have to stop him before that happens, but it won't be simple. He admits he has an idea, though he's not entirely sure if it will work. The sword that the blonde-haired kid, Wanganen, carries might have the power to take Hoken down. Though the outcome is uncertain, Daniel believes it's worth trying. The scene shifts back to the present, where Vile stands in front of Hoken, teleporting Wanganen to safety, while Barreau helps Daniel to his feet. They all turn their attention to Vile. He knows that he can't rely on the powerful attack he used earlier. His strength is nearly at its limit. He realizes he must give everything he has. Hoken, sensing Vile's resolve, remarks that it seems like Vile is up to something. Meanwhile, Kun and Rachel prepare for their game. Kun calmly acknowledges that they've already agreed on the rules and suggests they begin. He explains that they will toss the dollar onto the platform for everyone to see, and they each have only one chance. No matter who loses, he warns against complaining about the outcome. Kun then tosses his coin, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Rak, puzzled, questions what Kun is up to, wondering if he's truly going to rely on luck. HWA Ryan, watching, contemplates the nature of a luck-based battle at such a critical moment. She wonders whether Kun is genuinely confident in his chances, or if something else is at play. Kun asks Rachel if she's ready and hints at whether he's truly leaving everything up to fate. Rachel impatiently urges him to hurry up, wanting to finish quickly. She adds that if she wins, she'll take all the dollars, leaving him with just one, making it difficult for him to give up easily. Kun responds that her proposition sounds good too, then tosses the dollar, asking fate, or God, to decide their outcome. As the dollar flips, both Kun and Rachel watch closely. The dollar lands on heads, making Kun the winner. Everyone sees the number 10, confirming it's heads. Rak becomes excited, exclaiming that Kun won. He laughs, saying he knew that Turtle would come in handy and can't believe Kun won so easily. Rachel shouts at Kun, insisting that the result doesn't count and that it wasn't a proper showdown. Kun, calm and composed, asks what she means by saying it doesn't count. He reminds her that they agreed not to complain about the outcome, and she can't change the terms now. Rachel argues that the agreement was based on it being a fair match. She points out that Kun was the one who tossed the coin, and since the dollar was his, he might have rigged the result. She declares that the match doesn't count and demands a rematch to ensure fairness. Kun, unimpressed, replies that she's only saying this because he won. He accuses her of making excuses and insists that he made the match as fair as possible. Rachel counters, claiming she already told him the game was too much in his favor. But Kun dismisses her argument, seeing it as nothing more than grasping at straws. She says if he lets them try again, and he still wins, she will tell him everything he wants to know about Bomb, about her past, and everything that happened before they arrived here. She emphasizes that this is what he truly desires. Rak, frustrated, asks why Kun is hesitating, reminding him that he has already won, and questions why he's just standing there. Kun reflects on the temptation to learn Bomb's past, where Bomb, an irregular, came from and what Bomb's true identity is. He admits to himself that it's hard to refuse and agrees, saying he will give her another chance. Rak shouts in disbelief, asking if Kun has gone insane and why he would even consider this. HWA Ryan, annoyed by Rak's loud voice, plugs her ears with her fingers. Kun sets the condition that if she loses this time, there will be no more chances. Someone nearby questions Kun's decision, wondering why he would risk it again. Rachel agrees and insists that this time, she will toss the dollar herself. As Kun contemplates the potential of winning again and finally discovering Baum's past, Rachel flips the dollar. It lands on tails. Rachel, triumphant, exclaims that it's tails, calling Kun an idiot. Kun, realizing the result, admits to himself that this outcome is far from ideal. Kun expresses disbelief that she actually won but notes that this proves the game was fair. He proposes another round, suggesting they play best 2 out of 3, with the final winner decided after someone wins twice. Rachel, confused, points out that they had agreed this round would be the last. Kun counters, reminding her that he allowed her to play again under the same conditions, implying it's only fair to extend the match. Rak, frustrated, tells Kun to drop dead, while Kun insists that one more round would make sense. He argues that no one would accept the results if they ended it like this and questions whether Rachel also wants a proper match. He suggests they settle things with one more round and change the rules to best 2 out of 3. This time, Kun promises not to complain if he loses. To ensure fairness, he proposes that Rak toss the coin. Rak objects, saying it wouldn't be fair if he tossed it since he's on Kun's side. Kun concedes but assures Rak that he won't be pulling any tricks. Reluctantly, Rak moves closer and takes hold of the coin. Kun urges him to hurry up and toss it, and Rachel insists that he throw the coin. Kun, growing impatient, asks what's taking so long. Rak asks how he's supposed to toss the coin to make it land on heads. Kun, frustrated, shouts that he has no idea, telling him to just do it. Rachel, annoyed, asks why someone as big as a mountain is being such a coward. HWA Ryan observes the scene, thinking that while they may not know who will win, the probability is already fixed. Kun, growing impatient, tells Rak to toss the coin again, and Rachel joins in, urging Rak to hurry. Finally, Rak tosses the coin. As the coin spins in the air, HWA Ryan reflects on Kun's strategy. She suspects that the first dollar Kun tossed was likely rigged to guarantee a win. She considers how dangerous it is to use a lighthouse twice in front of the same light bearers, which means Kun must have pulled off some impressive sleight of hand. She recognizes that Kun had anticipated resistance from Rachel as well. HWA Ryan realizes that Kun never intended to end the game with just one round. Rachel's win in the second round was pure luck. But because Kun reclaimed the first round, Rachel had no choice but to accept his proposal for a third round. The game now appears fair, with 3 chances, but in reality, Kun had rigged at least one round. She thinks that Rachel lost her only real chance at victory without even realizing it. Despite appearances, this is a game of chance, not probability, meaning that anyone could theoretically win, but Rachel's defeat was already sealed by Kun's manipulation. She thinks that Kun firmly believes God would never grant Rachel good luck twice. If God truly treats everyone fairly, probability dictates that Kun should be the winner this time. As the coin lands, it reveals a number, and Rachel exclaims where it's headed while Kun admits he can hardly breathe for a moment. Hayura, observing the outcome, questions whether they have lost. HWA Ryan reflects on the situation, considering it a risky move, a total gamble with no guarantee of victory. The number is so low that trusting in the probability of a third chance feels questionable. She wonders why Kun would play a game like this with Rachel. Was he trying to prove that God bestows equal good fortune upon everyone? Kun Agro Agnes then declares that they should get going. Meanwhile, Baum activates his thorn, catching Hoken's attention. Hoken looks at him and asks what Baum is planning to do with that sword. Daniel questions Baum's sudden action, explaining that the sword possesses the ability to store the souls of anyone who is stabbed in the heart. Currently, Hoken carries the souls of other clones within his body. Burrow asks Daniel what he means by that. Daniel explains that Hoken probably hasn't completely absorbed the souls yet. they are likely still trying to return to their bodies. He adds that if Bomb plants the sword in the body of one of those clones in its current state, there is a good chance that the souls of the clones in front of him will be drawn to it. Aka interjects, asking if that means the souls will emerge and be attracted to the body of the sword. Daniel confirms this, stating that while he is unsure about the others, the chances are high that Vicent will be drawn out. Sachai, recognizing the potential, suggests that it's worth a shot and asks Yuwa if she is still okay. She responds that she is fine, indicating that this is nothing to worry about. Sachai reassures her that they will offer their full support. At the same time, Vile tells Hoken to get ready. Hoken responds that he doesn't know what Vile is thinking, but he will soon regret this decision. As Yuwa attempts to distract Hoken with a wave of fire, she taunts him to stop acting so cocky and to eat this. Hoken blocks her fire wave with his sword, asserting that it is useless. Meanwhile, Vile approaches from behind, preparing to stab Hoken in the back. Hoken swiftly flanks him, but his movement is temporarily halted by Sachai's intervention. Hoken dismisses their efforts, remarking that such petty little tricks will not defeat him. As Aka charges toward him, he warns Hoken that if he continues to look down on them, he will end up getting screwed just like before and attempts to attack. Hoken blocks Aka's strike, retorting that it is nonsense to brag about having locked him once by sheer luck. No one here can match his speed. Aka insists that Hoken is incredibly fast. In response, Hoken charges at Ake, but Vile intervenes to stop him, launching a series of attacks. Hoken laughs, taunting Vile and implying that he thinks he can keep up with him, calling him quite the joker. Feeling fatigued, Vile realizes that his body is already reaching its limit. Hoken notices this and asks if that is all Vile has, concluding that they are simply too much for him to handle. Ake, concerned for Vile, advises him not to overexert himself. He reminds Vile that he has fought too much in the last month and cannot engage with his full power right now. Additionally, he stresses the importance of always keeping the next fight in mind whenever he battles. Aka reminds Vile that he knows how to use reverse flow control and emphasizes that if he can create an opportunity just once, he will seize it. He asserts that when the moment comes to stab Hoken, they only have a second, so they cannot afford to fail. Aka wishes him good luck, to which Vile responds affirmatively before launching himself at Hoken with full strength. Aka leaps onto Hoken from behind, urging him to stop and grab hold of him. Hoken realizes that Ake is behind him, contemplating the difficulty of stabbing him from this angle and doubting whether the timing will be right. As Hoken attempts to stab Aka, he finds himself unable to do so because Aka has firmly grasped him, shouting for Vile to stab Hoken. Seizing the moment, Vile plunges the white heavenly mirror into Hoken's chest. Hoken thinks to himself that he cannot dodge this attack. Meanwhile, Yuri watches in astonishment, remarking that she does not know what has happened but recognizes that Vile has successfully stabbed him. Evan also expresses surprise at the turn of events. Barreau exclaims that it is perfect. If they can just extract the clone's soul, Hoken realizes what they are attempting to do. They are trying to retrieve Vicent's soul with that sword, but he asserts that it will not work. His plan has failed. At the same time, Kun rushes forward with Rak, urging everyone to hurry because Hoken might be coming. He points out that they need to reach the exit leading to the core. On the other side, Hoken reflects on the attempt to use the sword to draw the spirit from within him. He acknowledges that while the idea is impressive, they have failed to understand that he has completely absorbed Vicent's soul. This means that Vicent cannot escape from within him. Shocked by this revelation, Barreau exclaims in frustration that they might be too late. He notes that the sweetfish has reached the core and insists that everyone still in the pipe must stop the game. Hoken smirked, stating that it was too bad for them. He expresses that it seems his friends have saved him and calls him very lucky, unlike himself, who has good companions. He concludes by suggesting that they should settle this in round 3. Ho announces that round 2 has concluded. Any remaining contestants in the pipe will now be moved to the entrance of the core, and fighting among contestants is forbidden until round 3 begins. Hoken taunts Vile, stating that he will be waiting for him in round 3, and advises him to be prepared for death, urging him to take some time to recover. Meanwhile, Eika falls to the ground, breathing heavily. His companions express their concern, and Eika laments their failure, cursing Roan in frustration. The scene then shifts to the past, where the narrator describes that shortly after Roan killed one of Hoken's men, several other henchmen were discovered dead. This was clearly orchestrated by Hoken to corner them, but the ticket holders, unaware that it was all part of Hoken's plan, began searching the train for the murderer. It did not take long for Roan to be named the culprit. Barreau shouts at Daniel, grabbing his collar and berating him for not informing them that Roan had killed anyone. He demands to know if Daniel understands the current situation, explaining that everyone on the train is trying to hunt them down and kill them. Barreau emphasizes that they want to execute them because they blame them for the deaths of others, expressing frustration that if Daniel had only shared this information sooner, it might have made a difference. Daniel counters, arguing that even if he had informed Barreau, it would not have changed anything. He questions whether Barreau would have confronted Hoken with the information that they had only killed one person, asserting that Hoken was already targeting all of them and had deliberately trapped Roan. Barreau, filled with anger, insists that there is no way to escape this hell. He argues that Roan did nothing wrong. In the midst of the chaos, Roan trembles and bites her nails, determined to find a way to resolve the situation somehow. Poe arrives and exclaims that he has found something important in Hoken's room. The scene shifts back to the present, where Eika reflects on the moment he opened the spell book and discovered that it would require life to seal off Hoken. He expresses deep regret for not stating that he would willingly offer his own life for the team. Eika screams in anguish, proclaiming that he is the team's defender, whose role is to sacrifice himself to protect his teammates. He questions why he failed to do so, crying out in pain as he gets injured. His teammates rush toward him, trying to hold him steady. Vile urges Haniel to heal him, asserting that Eika should not be foolish. Eika insists that none of them should have died that day. Meanwhile, in the cage, Prince gazes intently at something, prompting Akraptor to ask why he continues to stare at an empty space, suggesting that he has finally lost his grip on reality. Prince insists that he saw something, a strange, pure white figure moving. He wonders where it has gone and thinks that it was over there, convinced he witnessed something significant. The scene shifts to Hoken, who walks down a hallway, gazing at the lights. He contemplates whether the core lies ahead, sensing a very familiar presence emanating from that direction. He concludes that his last clone must be inside and muses aloud about who has survived their team. Just then, Rachel calls out to him, addressing him by name, while Hayura observes that he has grown stronger. Hoken laughs and remarks that if it is only the two of them, it is pathetic. He questions what has happened to the rest of their team. Rachel attempts to respond, but her words are interrupted. Meanwhile, Poe watches from a distance, tapping on the table in frustration, declaring that Hoken has clearly betrayed Daniel and asserting that Juvile must win this round. Barreau, looking around, asks if this means they have reached the core. Vile turns to Daniel, concerned, and asks if he is all right. Daniel reassures him, stating that he is fine, but that they should focus on putting the large opponent behind them to sleep. Another regular helps Akka walk, asking if he's okay and suggesting that it's time for him to step back and leave the rest of the game to them, as he's in no condition to continue. Akka, however, insists that they lost Muntari because of him, and he can't just rest now that they've come this far. He refuses to give up. Kun arrives and calls out to Baum, saying that they made it, with Rak also praising him. Vile looks at them, his face lighting up as he runs excitedly towards Kun, relieved to see that they've all made it there. He says that he's glad they're safe and expresses how relieved he is. Kun responds, acknowledging their luck, but sensing that something significant has happened to the group. Vile, with a more serious expression, admits that someone died and many people were injured. Worse, they weren't able to stop Hoken from becoming whole again. Buro notices Kun and exclaims his relief that Kun is still alive. Kun takes in the information and realizes that Hoken was unable to reach them because he was preoccupied with fighting the others. He thanks them, saying that because of their efforts, they survived. Vile then takes a deep breath, telling Kun that there's something even more important. He needs to know Hoken's true identity. Kun asks what he is saying and whether he is serious. Vile replies that, yes, under the name White, although Hoken has lost most of his power now. Rak, ever curious, asks if that is something he can eat. Vile admits he wouldn't have dragged them into this if he had known the true strength of their enemy, apologizing for putting them all at risk and mentioning the spell on the train. Kun responds calmly, saying that it doesn't matter. As long as Hoken isn't in his complete form, he is still just another regular, though he acknowledges that the spell remains a concern. He then asks again if the spell is food, continuing to humor Rak's confusion. Kun emphasizes that if Hoken ever manages to fully restore himself, they will need to stop him at all costs. Meanwhile, Hoken, frustrated, remarks that Rachel hasn't even managed to kill the sweetfish, and that now it is just the two of them left. He finds it unbelievable and mocks them for being useless. Rachel, lost in thought, recalls when Kun tossed the coin toward her, saying, $1. She had told him that if she won, he would be left with just $1, and she would ensure both she and Yura each had $1 as well. He tells her that whether she continues the game with that dollar or gives up is entirely her choice. However, if she accepts this and still loses to him in the next game, then she must tell him what she wagered before regarding bombs and his past. Now, she must decide. In the conductor's room, Pedro remarks that the winner will soon be decided and asks Yuri if she feels nervous. Sitting with Evan, feeling relaxed, she replies that she is not nervous at all, adding that he should just sit and wait until it's all over because she will kill him within 10 seconds. Poe announces that all the survivors who have reached the core have gathered here. He begins, stating that from this moment, the final round of the dollar show will commence, and both teams will put their lives and dollars on the line. He is about to announce the name of the game when White steps closer and interrupts him. White stops his words, saying that there is one more person to introduce, someone important. Poe, startled, asks who she is. She replies confidently, stating that she is White, or as he might say, she is the essence of White. Vile looks at her, thinking it could be the last clone. She claims to be the last remaining puzzle piece in this game. Poe, confused, asks what she means by that if she's truly Hoken's last clone. She dismisses the idea, saying none of her siblings resemble him, questioning who he thinks he is. Kun, also looking at her, asks what she truly is. She responds with a sly tone, implying that he must sense it, too, the immense power within her. Such strength would be impossible without her being Hoken's clone. She declares herself as the final piece. Meanwhile, Yuri looks at her with curiosity and asks Evan who that little girl is. Evan, shocked, replies that he can hardly believe it. The sheer power radiating from that child is astonishing. Evan remarks that with such power, she could rival a rancor. How could a regular possess such strength? Yuri calls her a wicked scoundrel, suspecting she has been hiding something all along. Hoken, intrigued, asks if she's another clone, and she confirms it, stating that she is his last clone, the final piece he needs to become whole. She steps closer to Vile, eyeing him curiously, and asks if he's the one fighting Hoken. He is a Slayer candidate, yet he seems far too kind to be wandering in the darkness. Kun, sensing danger, tells her to back off, while Rak grumbles, telling her to screw off. Unfazed, she approaches Poe and sarcastically asks about the rowdy bunch around her. She then declares that this looks like fun and decides she'll join the game, planning to observe first and then assist whoever she likes. Poe, bewildered, questions her motives, while Hoken, irritated, demands to know what she's babbling about. He thought she was one of his clones, and naturally, she should be on his side. White, without hesitation, flies towards him as tension builds between them. She silences him abruptly, telling him to shut up and deducting 5 points from him. When Hoken demands an explanation, she replies coldly, acknowledging that while she may be one of his clones, she never claimed to be on his side. She challenges him, saying that if he wants to wield such power, he must prove himself worthy of it. She's fully aware of all the terrible things he's done to reach this point. Approaching Poe again, she whispers in his ear, mentioning that she's already discussed matters with Fug and that when this is over, she'll uphold the promise made between him and Fug. Poe, after a moment of hesitation, agrees, granting her permission to intrude on the game and choose whichever team she wishes to support. Hoken, visibly frustrated, questions what Poe is saying. Poe, regaining his composure, declares the start of the final game of the dollar show, revealing its title, Go to Hell. Vile, puzzled, asks what kind of name that is, while Poe explains that before diving into the rules of the game, he will first reveal the hostages that will be used for this dangerous contest. Vile asks who the hostages are when Poe brings down the cages holding the regulars, revealing Prince, Miseng, and Akraptor inside. Prince also sees Vile and calls out to him, as Poe states that these are the hostages for Juvenile Grace, while the hostages from Hoken's team are on the other side. Hoken, looking at the cage containing some of his teammates, wonders who those hostages could be. He questions whether he should consider those useless sacks of skin as his hostages. Poe explains that Vile and Hoken will now use their dollars to compete, determining whether they will save or forsake the lives of their hostages. Prince calls out to Vile again while Kun contemplates what Poe means by saving or forsaking the lives of the hostages. Poe then directs their attention to the so-called submarine of death, which will be utilized for the game. He informs them that once the game starts, hostages from each side will board the submarine one at a time, adding to the stakes of the competition. Poe explains that with the hostage inside, the submarine will travel through a spirit pipe to the bottom, which is filled with a boiling substance. He states that if the hostage reaches the bottom and comes into contact with that substance, it will melt away and disappear in less than a second. Prince asks what Poe means by melting away and disappearing. Poe confirms that this means they will essentially die. Prince expresses his disbelief, questioning how Poe can be so flippant about people's lives, while Miseng urges him to control himself. Yet Prince continues to berate Poe. Poe adds that there is a way to save the hostages. When the game begins, he and Vile will stand on the upper part of the Shinsu tent. He explains that once the submarine carrying the hostage departs, the two chosen regulars may descend through the central pipe to rescue the hostage. During this descent, the two will fight each other to save the hostage until either the hostage is rescued or perishes. Any form of combat is permitted. Poe explains that both regulars require dollars for the descent, and the number of dollars needed depends on the position of the hostage's submarine. As the hostage gets closer to the bottom, the number of dollars required for the descent decreases. He introduces another variable in the game, a submarine of choice, which appears along with the hostage on board. Only 2 selected regulars from each team will board this submarine. Once on board, the 2 regulars may choose between 2 options. One option involves deciding the timing of freeing the hostage from the submarine, allowing both candidates to make the final decision regarding the release of the hostage from the descending submarine. The other option pertains to the height of the boiling substance in the central pipe, which costs $10 to free the hostage. Additionally, it costs $5 for every space that the height of the boiling substance is raised or lowered. Poe explains that even if they enter the pipe to save the hostage, if the height of the boiling substance does not align with the timing of the rescue, the hostage may fall into the boiling substance and die. He continues by stating that if they successfully save their team's hostage, they will be rewarded with $10, but if they fail, they will lose their dollars and endanger their own lives. Thus, this game becomes a battle of diving and timing, with their own lives on the line, and each team will have 3 chances. Kun thinks the situation is ridiculous, while Rachel contemplates the challenge of facing one death match at a time. Poe elaborates that the candidate who saves the most hostages after 3 rounds will be declared the winner, and any team that runs out of dollars before that will be automatically disqualified. Hoken reflects on the stakes, noting that a game involving hostages will certainly be interesting. Poe then announces the start of the game, declaring that the first hostage belongs to Vile's team, and he chooses Prince as the first hostage to rescue, subsequently tying him up. Akraptor and Miseng attempt to stop Prince, calling out to him in worry as he is tied up in the submarine. Prince cries out for help, asking what is happening and demanding to be let out. Vile watches him, contemplating the dire consequences if he fails this time. Prince's life hangs in the balance. Poe announces that each team must now select which members they wish to put into the submarine of survival. Rachel declares her intention to go, but Hoken expresses his distrust, questioning her reliability. She pleads for one more chance, swearing that she will help him if he just trusts her. Simultaneously, Kun volunteers face no opposition. Rak observes him and thinks that he seems oddly happy about going. He does not mind but wonders about Kun's motivations. Kun calls out to Rachel, stating that they will meet again, to which she responds by telling him to cut the crap and get in the submarine. Kun replies that he is willing to help her get in, noting that her leg must hurt, but she refuses his assistance. He enters the submarine, remarking that he cannot possibly believe she thinks she can defeat him under these circumstances. He did not expect her to challenge him again and is unsure whether she is being reckless or merely stubborn. He states that all he wants to know is Bomb's past. Furthermore, they have accumulated significantly more dollars since they won both the first and second rounds. He inquires whether she has some sort of plan to secure victory. She retorts that she is not foolish and tells him to stop acting innocent. He knows full well that this match and game are entirely unfavorable for Bomb. White announces that Juvenile Grace has a total of $112, while Hoken has only $22. Poe explains that this game is a bet with the lives of their companions as collateral. She warns that if they exhaust all their dollars, they will lose the game, urging them to think carefully about how they use their resources. Poe expresses his belief that Hoken will boldly abandon his companions when necessary, but he knows that Bomb cannot do the same. He grabs his dice and asserts that there is no way Bomb will win this game. Meanwhile, Prince shouts in frustration, demanding to be let out and pleading for help, insisting that he does not want to die. He challenges Hoken, questioning how he dares to trap him in here, reminding him that he even managed to frighten Yurek Mazino. Poe announces that he will now begin lowering the first hostage as the descent starts. Prince shouts desperately for help, urging Vile to save him. Hoken mockingly comments on the poor little guy, noting how desperately the child is calling out for assistance. Poe informs everyone that the submarine is descending below the $100 mark and that he will start the countdown, urging them to act quickly or suggesting that he could simply go down and end it himself. Kun reflects that she is correct. This game forces her to make cold-hearted decisions regarding the lives of her companions, and Bomb is at a complete disadvantage since he values their lives more than his own. He considers the limit on the number of dollars that can be used at one time to save them. If this situation goes awry, everyone could perish because he attempted to save just one person. He resolves not to rush into using her dollars, thinking they should wait until they reach the limit. Prince continues to call out for Vile's help, while Vile thinks that if he descends too quickly, their defeat will be inevitable. White comments on the situation, suggesting that they will see what the little Slayer candidate is capable of hiding. She indicates that Vile has finally realized something important, and Pedro agrees with her assessment. White reveals that she has been concealing information from Vile, stating that the 2 regulars accompanying her are not ordinary individuals. Yuri looks at them and recognizes that they are Slayer clones from Fug, which had disappeared long ago. He explains that the regular attempting to collect the soul fragments and become whole is named White, a cruel Slayer who treats human lives like toys. He warns that if that boy loses this match, the demon known as White will be revived. Yuri presses for clarification, asking if White refers to the notoriously murderous Slayer. He affirms this, stating that White is indeed the 10th Slayer, assuring Yuri that he is likely familiar with his name and his infamous reputation for committing all manner of cruel and heinous acts. He explains that after repeatedly mass murdering and cursing civilians in the tower, White was ultimately defeated by a princess from Jahad and subsequently disappeared somewhere within the tower. Many wondered if he had died, but in reality, he had been sealed within this realm and transformed into the regular they see over there. He continues, stating that if he wins this match and merges with the last clone, they will reclaim their lost power and revert to their Slayer forms. Yuri interjects, incredulous, asserting that it is ridiculous to think someone who has already claimed the tower could become a regular again, as that is impossible. He counters that strange and unusual things can occur in the tower, particularly in the world in which they live. Evan then shouts at him, questioning how he could believe he would get away with such actions, insisting that it is absurd for a regular to challenge a Slayer. He remarks that the bet with the princess was ludicrous from the outset. He assures her that it is all right, prompting her to question what he means and to express her frustration towards him. Pedro observes that, on the surface, this match appears to present no issues, as they are all regulars, and he is the examiner, thereby possessing the authority to conduct tests. He points out that only 2 individuals on this train are violating the tower's rules, the princess and the one who accepted the bet, making it their shared fault. Yuri retorts that he is truly escalating this situation beyond control, and she knows that the princess of Jahad can intervene to stop this abuse of power if a Slayer-level thug appears. Pedro acknowledges this, but adds that such action also requires approval from the Jahad family. He questions how she plans to obtain that approval when there is no means of communication with the outside world from their current location. He concludes by stating that the boy cannot win this match anyway and that she would ultimately face death for violating the tower's rules, vowing to ensure both of them remain dead. He asserts that under the pretext of completing White's form, eliminating that troublesome Slayer candidate, and even taking the life of the Princess of Jahad, it constitutes a perfect plan, prompting Pedro to laugh. She thinks of him as a complete jerk and feels an urge to smack him. She informs him that she hates to break the news, but the Jahad family has already approved of this situation. He knows that these 3D glasses actually have a recording and sending function. He responds dismissively, claiming that even if he could record this, there would be no way to send it. However, Evan interjects, stating that the one who sent them here is a major geek, making it more than possible. He reveals that he has recorded and sent most of what he just said as evidence and is not nervous about her noticing. She confidently asserts that he must be aware that the device connected to these glasses is the Infinite Eye, the most powerful entity in the tower, and the only means of communication that even a train closed off from the outside world cannot obstruct is the lighthouse. Opera Rapelista Jahad. She informs him that she has already received and processed a report on the entire situation, and the Jahad family has issued a punitive order, stating that even if he attempts to expel her from the train, it will be futile. She asserts that she can prevent him from abusing his power, and although the bet remains in effect, adjustments to the order are necessary given the current circumstances. She declares her intent to smash him to bits and then compel him to reveal Bomb's whereabouts, addressing him with contempt for his robotic eye. She questions when he plans to stop sitting there, acting tough, and insists that he should stand up. Pedro clenches his hand and responds that she is placing him in a very difficult situation. Princess. Prince continues to cry for help while Vile stands before Hoken, contemplating that Hoken possesses only $22, making it unlikely for him to go lower more than once with that amount. Vile realizes that there is almost no chance Hoken will choose to lower the amount this time. However, he grapples with the fear that if he hesitates and fails to save Prince, the consequences could be dire, and the predictions he made would be meaningless. Ultimately, he decides to wager $30 to save Prince. Poe announces that Vile has committed $30 to initiate his descent, emphasizing that he cannot gamble with a person's life over a mere probability. Vile leaps toward Prince to grab him, prompting Sachai to note that he has begun the descent, having opted to use $30 to save Prince. Kun thinks that amount is excessive, while Rachel acknowledges that at least Vile has made an effort to wait. White wonders if Hoken will also choose to descend. Hoken laughs, commenting that he didn't expect Vile to descend right at the $30 mark. Kun thinks to himself that $30 was likely the limit Vile had in mind. But if Hoken doesn't choose to descend, they may end up losing more dollars than anticipated. Vile instructs Kun to open the submarine's door, and he presses the button to do so. Poe announces that Vile's team has completed their payment and that the submarine door will now open. As the door opens, Prince falls out, and Vile swiftly grabs him, successfully saving him. Poe congratulates Vile's team on the success of rescuing their hostage. Akraptor and Miseng express their joy at seeing Prince safe, while Rachel congratulates Kun, noting that saving a companion for $30 seems like a good deal. Kun agrees, stating that they hold a significant advantage over Hoken's team, which has only $22. However, Rachel cautions that it probably still won't be enough. Vile asks what she means by that, and she responds that he knows very well what she means. Unfortunately, Baum isn't like him. He is a cold-hearted man. Vile creates a bubble to transport Prince, which floats in the air, drawing everyone's attention. Rack thinks he wants to get inside the bubble. Vile then lands on the floor, feeling tired. Hoken observes him and remarks on how impressive it is that, despite being physically weakened, he managed to save Prince for just $30. He calculates that $120 divided by 3 would be 40, suggesting that Vile is making a desperate attempt to save all 3 hostages, labeling him a merciful person. Prince reaches the floor as the bubble bursts. Yuwa rushes toward him, asking if he is all right. He replies that it is humiliating and questions why he is the only one in this situation. Meanwhile, Baro wonders if $30 is a good amount, while Fonseca notes that this sum makes sense since there are 3 of them, but still believes it will be tough to save all 3 hostages. Poe announces that they will now lower the hostage from Hoken's team and sends a regular from that team into the submarine. Sachai asks if that is when Baro identifies the fisherman from Hoken's team, noting that he seemed quite skillful and wondering if Hoken will go down to save him. Hoken chooses Bulsar Elliot, who pleads not to die, calling out for him not to go. Poe then states that they will begin lowering the hostage from Hoken's team and gives the command to start. Meanwhile, Hoken turns to Vile and asks if he knows what a monarch is. He reflects on his past as a slayer, mentioning that he once became the king of 2 lands in an area of the Outer Tower. He recounts how it all began simply enough. In one of the lands, there was a corrupt king, a lazy and rotten ruler whom everyone despised. Hoken describes how he slit the king's throat, earning the praise of the entire land. Naturally, he became their king, taking care of the poor and executing any greedy officials, truly embodying the role of a good king. He explains that the surrounding lands bowed before his might, and people everywhere sang of his greatness. After a long time, he made his most loyal follower king and then disappeared. Following his departure, the people recorded his name in their myths, worshipping and praying to him as if he were a god. As time passed, he continued to observe that land, which grew more powerful and expansive. However, with this growth emerged arrogant kings and rulers. He notes that the more these rulers indulged their own greed, the more the people suffered from hunger and starvation. They became like pigs, dividing society into classes and hoarding wealth for themselves, much like the corrupt king and his servants from long ago. He finds it quite amusing. In response to this corruption, he gathered the poor and established another country. Of course, they remained unaware of his true identity. He spoke of his former self as corrupt and in need of being overthrown. He explains that he gathered the poor and ragged people to stand up against the powers in command. This power continued to grow until it became so formidable that it threatened the very existence of the country. Ultimately, the two nations he created ended up resenting one another, endlessly waging war and knowing only hatred and pain, with no room for reconciliation or forgiveness. He acknowledges that there were moments when both countries attempted to halt the conflicts. However, each time they tried, he ensured that they continued to harbor animosity toward one another. The unfair death of a hero, the raping and slandering of innocent women, and, most effectively, the two countries' unwavering belief in him all fueled the hatred. The wars became less frequent, and whenever signs of peace emerged, he would appear before them, proclaiming that they should fight for their god, branding them as demons and monsters. Poe announces that the submarine has surpassed the $100 mark and that he will now initiate the countdown. Hoken reflects on the nearly billion lives lost, describing the taste of those spirits consumed with desperation, torment, and rage, emphasizing that it is difficult to articulate. It was the ultimate flavor. Vile inquires whether this was Hoken's plan from the very beginning. Hoken confirms that it was indeed his plan all along, explaining that he meticulously crafted the situation to absorb the souls of those who perished in the wars. He reveals that he placed a powerful spell on both countries, adding that if it were not for that damn princess of Jahad, he would have become the most powerful god in the world. He acknowledges that this may sound cruel, but he asserts that this is reality. A monarch's power derives from exploiting the rage and ignorance of the masses. Hoken proclaims that the birth of a great absolute ruler necessitates the sacrifice of many lives until he realizes that he will never become a slayer king. He expresses regret about the hostage in the submarine, but insists that he cannot intervene. For the sake of his own victory, he refuses to save him as the countdown progresses rapidly. He dismisses the hostage as nothing more than a disposable pawn, born solely to facilitate the triumph of an absolute ruler like himself. Suddenly, they all witness a fire explosion, prompting Barreau to ask Sachai what it is. Sachai thinks about the boy and wonders what is happening, feeling that the chaos continues even now, leading to the thought that the boy should take it back. Vile angrily demands that Hoken retract his statement about being dispensable for his victory, asserting that the boy at least fought for him and put his life on the line for someone he considers a piece of trash. The atmosphere thickens with extreme bloodlust that keeps intensifying. Hoken smirked, asking Vile what he meant by his accusations. Meanwhile, Poe announces that the submarine has now passed the $10 mark. Vile retorts that Hoken is nothing but total trash, questioning how he can justify the suffering and sacrifices of others so callously. As the countdown continues to drop, Vile declares that Hoken is merely rationalizing his actions with flimsy excuses, insisting that no one in the world deserves to be sacrificed for him. As the countdown approaches its end, Hoken laughs derisively and asks what Vile thinks he can do at this point. Ignoring him, Vile makes a decisive move, declaring he will save Mad Dog and rushing forward. Kun shouts out to stop him, and Rachel and Rack echo the warning, realizing they all knew this would happen. They scramble to prevent Vile from charging in, but Hoken observes that Vile has grown faster than a minute ago. Sachai questions whether Vile has indeed gone down, and Barreau chimes in, reminding everyone that he is their enemy. Kun thinks to himself that Vile is their enemy, too, but it's too late to change course now. The urgency intensifies as Vile accelerates, prompting everyone to exclaim how incredibly fast he is moving. Kun thinks that at this rate, he will die if Rachel even raises the height of the boiling acid when Vile tells him to open the submarine. He curses inwardly, realizing they can't afford to spend $10 on the enemy team. He silently pleads with Rachel not to adjust the height of the boiling acid, hoping his finger doesn't accidentally push the button when Vile pays the $10. Poe announces the $10 payment from Vile's team, and the door to the submarine opens as Barreau asks what he is doing. Mad Dog falls out, but Vile catches him just in time. Sachai, shocked, asks what they are doing, noticing that Vile has just saved someone from the other team. White is equally stunned and exclaims in disbelief, wondering what is going on, while Po congratulates Hoken's team for receiving $10 due to their hostage being saved. Rack, with a knowing tone, tells Vile he knew it. This is just so typical of him. Kun grows irritated and expresses disbelief that he actually did it, feeling this was exactly what he feared from the beginning. Rachel remarks that she told him Bomb is different from him. He can't just sit back and watch someone die, even if it's an enemy. She adds that she's surprised he opened the submarine, making her wonder if kindness is contagious as well. Kun, frustrated, admits he can't believe he did this, thinking that being too nice is bad for his heart. She points out that regretting it won't change what happened. He snaps back, telling her to shut up, and questions her actions, noting that she didn't pay the $10 to raise the height of the boiling acid. He asks why she didn't, implying she could have killed Bomb for just $10, and wonders if she's becoming sentimental. He then questions her intentions, saying she's been trying so hard to kill Bomb, but now seems uncertain if she truly hates him. He demands to know what Rachel is doing, telling her to make up her mind. With her ambiguous actions, he can't discern her intentions, but he warns her that if she plans to use Bomb, she should forget about it. Rachel responds that she doesn't want Bomb to chase after her either and insists she's serious. She reminds him that Bomb followed her of his own will. He sighs and says fine, clenching his fist, before declaring that whatever choices Bomb makes in the game, he will fully support them from now on. Sachai, puzzled, asks what he was thinking and why he saved an enemy. Kun admits he's not entirely sure, but thinks he may have simply forgotten about the game for a moment and didn't want to see anyone die. He adds that one thing is clear: Bomb is getting faster with each descent. Barreau, observing Bomb, comments that it's strange. He expected Bomb to be exhausted by now, but instead, it seems the bloodthirst he experienced for the first time in this extreme situation is drawing out hidden power from within him. Hoken remarks that it's very impressive how Vile shows such consideration, even going as far as saving an enemy, but questions whether he has realized that this will cost him some of his own companions. Vile firmly responds that he will save everyone. When Hoken asks what he means, Vile clarifies that he intends to save everyone here and return home, vowing that no one will be sacrificed for his victory because no one deserves to be sacrificed for his sake. Rachel turns to Kun and asks if he truly said he would follow Bomb's decisions. Kun confirms this, saying that if Bomb is determined to save everyone, then he will keep opening the submarine door. Rachel, incredulous, tells him not to be ridiculous. If he saves their hostages, the enemy team will gain $30, making it impossible for them to win. Kun acknowledges that she's right but points out that this is just who Bomb is. He explains that this is exactly what she rejected and tried to push away. He declares that he will continue to follow Bomb's choices, adding that this is no longer between her and him. It's between her and Bomb now. Kun concludes by saying that if she loses here, it means she is lost to Bomb. Rachel counters, saying that real sacrifice is nothing like what Vile is talking about. True sacrifice, she explains, is when someone puts their own life on the line to save the ones they love. It's far more meaningless yet noble than what he's describing, and there's absolutely no reason anyone here should be forced to sacrifice themselves for him. Vile, growing angry, insists that she's wrong. He declares that he's going to save everyone here and make her lose. Hoken, clearly irritated, remarks that they're all really starting to get on his nerves. Meanwhile, Yuri observes the scene and comments, impressed by Vile's confidence. Pedro, noticing the growing tension, says now is not the time to just sit back and watch. Evan, deep in thought, reflects on how little is known about Fug rankers, given their secretive nature. He observes that Vile stood up to Rachel without hesitation, suspecting that he might have something hidden up his sleeve. Pedro comments that the Jahad family has already issued an order, and he expects this place to soon be swarmed with Jahad rankers once she is dead. He thinks this goes against the rules, assuming she hasn't considered the consequences. She replies casually, telling him not to worry about it, it's personal, and she won't die here. To her, this is just between the two of them. Pedro reflects that she's so full of confidence. No wonder she's one of the most famous high rankers in the tower. On the other hand, Vile, a nameless ranker from Fug, must seem to her like a sardine facing a shark. But in his mind, Pedro disagrees. Vile isn't a sardine, strictly speaking. He's a blowfish armed with enough poison to slay even a great shark. Evan, growing concerned, warns Yuri to be careful, noting that Vile is clearly hiding something. Yuri reassures him, saying she's always mindful of such things. But Evan points out that she often rushes into situations recklessly. Yuri laughs, acknowledging his concern, but adds that rushing in makes things much more exciting. With that, she charges at Pedro, who sees her coming and is shocked by the sheer force of her attack. He notices that the Shinsu is being drawn in and wonders how it's possible that such a tremendous explosion of power could come from just her fists. In a desperate move, he tries to block her attack. Yuri attacks Pedro again with the same immense power, delivering a second and then a third devastating punch. However, Pedro emerges unscathed. Surprised, Yuri comments, impressed that he's still standing. Evan, equally bewildered, asks what the hell Pedro is. Pedro remarks that she truly is a princess from the Ha family, noting that if he had taken a direct hit, he might have been in serious danger. He then tells her to look behind him. When Yuri glances over, she sees a giant, hideous monster and exclaims in disgust, calling it ugly. Pedro, slightly offended, asks her to watch her language, explaining that the creature is the observer he received from Karaka for this match, the Purple Dementor. As the trained master, he was the only one authorized to use it. He warns her, asking if she really intends to test its power, as even high rankers fear it. Yuri, unfazed, responds that she knew he had something up his sleeve. With determination, she declares that she'll beat it and find out where Bomb is. Pedro, confident, replies that it won't be that easy. Pedro taunts Yuri, telling her that if she's so eager to find out where that irregular kid, Bomb, is, she'll have to defeat the observer. Evan warns her to be careful, reminding her that it's from Fug and, even more dangerous, that it's an ancient observer. He emphasizes that without the support of a light bearer, they should start by gathering information and suggesting reconnaissance. Yuri dismisses his caution, sarcastically asking what he's going on about, pointing out that if he could just read the trails properly, they wouldn't be in this mess. Evan urges her again, warning her that trying to break through with brute force is risky and a deadly approach. But Yuri, ignoring him, charges headlong into battle against the observer. Frustrated, Evan asks if she would please just listen to him. Pedro watches her closely, thinking that she's doing exactly what he anticipated, throwing everything she has at it. Yuri closes in and begins relentlessly punching the observer with all her might. Evan, watching from the sidelines, thinks the creature is incredibly resilient. He knows she isn't using her full strength yet, but even so, the observer hasn't taken a single blow. He can't believe Pedro is hiding such a powerful weapon provided by Slayer Karaka. He considers Pedro to be more dangerous than he initially thought. Pedro laughs and tells Yuri to attack all she wants, thinking that until she finishes swinging her sword, he will keep the Purple Dementor's secret weapon hidden. As she charges at him, the observer unleashes a Shinsu attack. Yuri quickly evades the attack and remarks that it seems the ancient observer knows how to play rough. She had thought observers were only for reconnaissance. Pedro explains that there was a time when the war was at its height, a time without the protection of families or guilds when scouts required all the fighting power they could muster. He emphasizes that this was before either of them was born. Yuri responds by stating that this means they are both insignificant compared to the ancient observer, questioning the relevance of its age. Evan, concerned, asks Yuri how she can allow him to provoke her in such a manner. Meanwhile, Pedro reflects that in the second finger of the Purple Dementor's right hand lies poison, a toxin so powerful that it could cause even a high ranker to temporarily lose consciousness. He thinks it has been known since antiquity that the poison is only ejected from the possessor's fingernail when it desires, allowing the Dementor to entice Yuri into attacking as much as she wants. This tactic is designed to make her let her guard down, leading to her being struck by the poison from what appears to be a normal attack. He anticipates that very soon, she will be hit with the poison and subsequently lose consciousness. Yuri attacks him again, and Pedro believes he has successfully evaded her strike. She questions whether he hasn't been a bit too obvious, pointing out that the second finger on his right hand is the only one that hasn't been attacking and seems overly fidgety. He acknowledges that it is indeed suspicious when she asks if it is hiding something like a secret weapon. She argues that even the greatest observer, when handled by an incompetent, is nothing but an observer. With that, she launches another assault, using one of her special techniques to destroy the observer. The poison spreads everywhere, and she remarks that it is indeed poison. While acknowledging that she may be something of a monster herself, she asserts that he shouldn't be trying to poison her, verbally berating him for his actions. Evan observes that since she cannot use Shinsu from the outside, if she manages to destroy the observer by directly injecting Shinsu into it, it will be a significant advantage. He breathes a sigh of relief, realizing that her head is more than just an accessory. Pedro reassures her, claiming that this is not the only trick up the purple Dementor's sleeve. As he attacks, Yuri rushes toward him, demanding that he surrender, declaring that this is the end of the line for his little toy. She attempts to punch him, but Pedro, now focused on his fingernail, prepares to unleash his maximum output, a high-density Shinsu blast. Evan warns that the blast will be deadly. In response, Yuri creates a Shinsu ball, exclaiming that she will use the half-family Shinsu Hadouken, her special skill, the red velvet sword, to counterattack. She taunts Pedro, stating that the ancient piece of trash really burns up nicely. Pedro acknowledges that this complicates matters, and he retaliates. However, Yuri swiftly evades his attack and closes in, landing a punch on him. Evan watches as she delivers blow after blow, thinking that Pedro has managed to dodge the princess fist, only for her to strike him again and again. Yuri comments that he is not too shabby, suggesting he could probably make it into Jahad's royal guard. Pedro, slightly impressed, thanks her for the compliment but clarifies that what he is after is his life. Yuri responds that if that is the case, she might as well give him a proper fight. She declares that he will have to pay for his sin of playing with another person's life, and with that, she strikes him with a powerful punch. She informs him that this is what she calls a nuclear punch, sending Pedro flying through the air. Laughing, she exclaims that it sure feels good to throw him around. Yuri addresses Pedro, stating that now that his head has cooled down, he should tell her where Bomb is. She clarifies that she plans to continue with the bet, meaning that if Bomb wins, she will go looking for him. However, she adds that the situation might change if White truly ends up being resurrected. Pedro laughs at her, suggesting that such an outcome may be a bit difficult, princess. Yuri inquires what he means by that. He explains that they are already caught in an inescapable trap. Even if Juvenile Grace wins, the game is programmed for the boiling acid to reach the core. It will all be over without exception. On the battlefield, Poe announces that they will restart the game after a short break. At that moment, he notes that Hoken has $32 remaining while Vile has $67. Poe reflects that he is giving Vile some time to rest, but he cannot help but notice how tired Vile looks. He wonders what on earth Vile is thinking, having saved his enemy. Meanwhile, White questions Pedro about his intentions, asking if he truly wants to be a hero or if he is merely trying not to lose his humanity. She recalls asking him whether he wanted her to participate in the final game. He confirms her participation, explaining that she is White's final clone. He adds that now that Hoken has been unleashed, he will come looking for her, and there is something she must do when she meets him. He will give her a chance. White dismisses his remarks as ridiculous, questioning whether he truly understands who she is. She warns him that if she becomes involved in the game, it could jeopardize his entire plan. Pedro agrees, stating that she is free to do as she pleases. He emphasizes that their ultimate goals are White's resurrection, the death of Vile, and chaos within the Endless Tower. He reassures her that she is free to choose whatever she likes. After all, they cannot stop her. However, he cautions her to remember that she will be held even more accountable if she chooses to assist Vile. He reminds everyone that, regardless of what happens now, they should not forget that Lord Karaka facilitated White's resurrection before walking away. The scene shifts back to the present, where Poe announces that the next hostage will now board the submarine. The next hostage is from Vile's team, selected by Akraptor for the next round. Miseng calls out to Akraptor worriedly. Hoken turns to Bomb, asking if he truly wants to save everyone and win the game, questioning whether he genuinely believes such a perfect victory can exist. He describes Bomb's thoughts as arrogant, stating that only the strong survive in this tower. The strong devour the weak, and those who are even stronger prey upon the strong. He emphasizes that beasts cannot exist without prey to hunt. Hoken expresses his disdain for Bomb's desire to become a hero who saves everyone in such a world, labeling it a truly terrifying and arrogant notion. Just then, Poe announces that they will begin the descent, signaling the start of the game. Hoken declares that it seems he will have to settle things once and for all with Bomb. If Bomb saves everyone, he will win without lifting a finger. But Hoken does not desire that kind of victory. As Poe begins the countdown from 100, Hoken states that this is a battle of beliefs. He decides to spend $20 to descend this time, daring Bomb to follow him. As the countdown reaches 20, both of them jump toward the submarine. Kun contemplates why Hoken would jump, noting that Hoken is becoming increasingly quick and faster. He wonders what could be driving such strength and asks if Hoken truly wants to save Bomb that badly. Hoken clarifies that his aim is to save everyone, even if it means putting others in danger to defend his beliefs. Kun questions why Hoken would choose to descend when he could easily win without any effort. It seems that the Psycho King on his side is not so rational after all. Rachel observes that it is acceptable. She anticipated this outcome. However, she acknowledges that Hoken is exceptionally strong, making it nearly impossible for Bomb to prevail against him. Hoken insists that he is different, asserting that there is no need for him to be hypocritical like Bomb. As Bomb swiftly approaches the submarine, Hoken unleashes a powerful attack, using his white-style spirit sword, the Wake of the Dead. He proclaims that this power is forged from the blood of brothers and their people, flinging Bomb away with tremendous force. Hoken notes that Bomb has come this far, which he finds very impressive. Undeterred, Bomb rises again and prepares to counterattack using Hansung Yu's Shinsu manipulation skill. He expresses his reluctance to use this skill and activates waves of peacock wings. Buro and Fuseko watch the attack in astonishment, with Buro exclaiming that there are 8 rooms, remarking on its coolness. Hoken attempts to block Bomb's attack, but Bomb asserts that beliefs are irrelevant. All he wants is to save the person before him and those he cares about. He employs Hansung Yu's Shinsu manipulation skill, the Maelstrom. Bomb states that he does not require the guard's purpose or calculation. At that moment, the submarine opens and Akraptor falls, but Bomb catches him just in time. Hoken observes Bomb and acknowledges that he underestimated him, impressed by how he managed to follow him down in such a short time. He admits to himself that Vile possesses remarkable abilities. Bomb calls out to Kun to open the submarine. Hoken contemplates the possibility that, in the future, Bomb may reach the top of the tower without the need for sacrifices or bloodshed, unlike himself. However, Hoken resolves to deny Bomb that chance. He shatters the rules of the tower as he knows them and swings his white sword. Rack witnesses the unfolding scene and calls out to Bomb as Black Turtle. Hoken dismisses him, claiming that Bomb is nothing but a mutant, and tells him to leave. Sachai and Buro notice White Sword, and Sachai urges everyone to look behind Bomb. Hoken lunges at Bomb with the Phantom Master's sword from behind, causing concern among the onlookers. Bomb realizes he cannot dodge the attack and calls for Akraptor to run, but Akraptor also attempts to intervene. Just then, White arrives and blocks Hoken's attack with her sword, declaring that it is enough. She remarks that, despite everything, Hoken cannot change his evil nature. Hoken questions what she means by his nature, challenging her understanding of him. White asserts that he has been watching her for far longer than he realizes. She accuses him of having countless victims whose vengeful spirits now haunt him. Hoken, confused, asks what she is implying. White steps closer to Bomb, addressing him as Juvenile Grace. She warns him that his hope of saving everyone will eventually reach its limits, but today is not that day. She declares that they have chosen him, and she will share their power with him. Without hesitation, she stabs him, prompting gasps of concern from everyone as they call his name anxiously. White explains that she is transferring the power of the billions of spirits gathered by her, acting on their behalf. She emphasizes that Bomb must withstand their resentment and bitterness to prove himself worthy of containing such power. As Akraptor also calls out to Bomb, White channels all the soul's powers into him, stating that he will gain tremendous strength if he can endure it. Meanwhile, Yuri questions Pedro about the plan to pour boiling acid, to which he affirms that it is indeed the plan. He clarifies, however, that it will only happen if Vile loses the game. Otherwise, the boiling acid will flow into the core, leaving the regulars trapped with no way to escape. In that case, they would ultimately melt away and vanish. Yuri finds his reasoning illogical, pointing out that she thought his primary goal was to resurrect White. Pedro responds that this detail is irrelevant, as they have Hayura on their side, who can use teleportation. He insists that the only individuals who would perish are Vile and his companions. Yuri firmly counters, asserting that Bomb will not die. She knows better than anyone that he will find a way to survive and come back to her. She believes this outcome has been destined for a long time, prompting her to demand that Pedro reveal Bomb's whereabouts immediately. Inside the battlefield, White withdraws her sword from Bomb's body as he absorbs the power of all the souls. He marvels at the newfound strength, clenching his hand and expressing disbelief at how light his body feels now. White remarks that he absorbed more than she anticipated. She had been certain that he would succumb to the shock. Akraptor, concerned, asks Bomb if he is okay after being stabbed. Bomb reassures him, stating that he is fine, and inquires whether she mentioned that this was the power Hoken had been accumulating. White confirms his suspicion, explaining that she embodies the accumulation of all the souls sacrificed by White. She reveals that White created her, his new clone, by merging himself with one of his brothers when Princess Ja had defeated him, which weakened his control. She elaborates that what she has transferred to him is part of the power gathered by White. Long ago, when Hoken boarded the train, he lost control of the souls and split himself into 5 parts. She emphasizes that she has bestowed upon him the power of those souls, essentially an accumulation of their fury and hatred directed toward Hoken. White observes that it is strange. He should have experienced a tremendous shock from absorbing such a vast amount of power at once. Meanwhile, Hoken senses the intensity in Bomb's eyes, prompting him to leap in front of Bomb as he reaches the ground. Akraptor also moves to his teammates when Yua inquires if he is alright. Akraptor responds, frustrated, stating that if he had died, the next person could have lived. From the sidelines, Daniel comments on Hoken's tendency to try saving even his enemies, finding him difficult to understand. AK agrees, noting that, unlike them, he is attempting to avoid sacrificing anyone. At that moment, Poe announces the lowering of the next hostage from Hoken's team, signaling the beginning of the next round. Angel teleports as the hostage from his team to the submarine. Hoken reflects on the power he had saved up, feeling a mix of disbelief and frustration as the countdown begins and reaches 5. He wonders how it is possible for Bomb to wield that power when he does not even know how to cast a spell. As Bomb flies toward the submarine again, Hoken notices that his movements have become lighter. He had felt exhausted just moments before, pushing himself to the limit in pursuit of greater strength. Poe announces that Hoken's team has successfully rescued their hostage, earning them $10. Vile thinks that with this newfound power, he can achieve victory and jumps back in front of Hoken, questioning whether he truly absorbed the power he had stored away. Bomb confirms that it seems that way, as the souls he sacrificed keep urging him to defeat Hoken. On the sidelines, Aka turns to Daniel, expressing hope that they might also succeed. He recalls that 600 years ago when they discovered Hoken's spellbook, there might have been a way to defeat Hoken without causing any deaths. The scene shifts to a flashback from the train, approximately 600 years earlier. Sachai states that he can no longer support this body and explains that they will split his body into 5 parts, using a sigil, leaving 4 of the clones on the train for resurrection in the future. He assures them that the spell will be complete upon his return, allowing him to regain his full power. However, he warns that if even one other spirit mingles with the sigil, the spell will fail, sealing their souls within the train forever. He states that they will trick the people on the train into killing each other. When Barreau asks what he means by sealed off forever, he admits that he is not entirely sure what the spellbook details, but he understands that if someone dares to lure him into the sigil, it means they can seal him off permanently. However, he questions who would be willing to die to achieve that. Roan arrives and declares that she will do it. Sachai calls her name in concern, but she insists that she should be the one to take this risk, as she is the one who put everyone in danger, so it is her responsibility to end this. AK interjects, reminding her that they all advised against it, but deep down, perhaps they felt relieved that Roan was willing to sacrifice herself, given their fear of death. She adds that there is only one person who feels differently, Daniel. The scene shifts to the night when Barreau's team sealed off Hoken. Daniel, injured, calls out for everyone to prepare, warning them that Hoken is coming, and they must corner him into that room at all costs. Hoken arrives and looks at them, expressing his disdain for their audacity in attempting to confront him after he had run away with his spellbook. He dismisses them as fools. Barreau laughs, asserting that they will see who is truly in charge. Hoken scoffs at Barreau's arrogance, claiming he cannot touch a single hair on him, and charges to attack. Barreau acknowledges Hoken as the most impressive swordsman he has ever encountered, but states that he has never lost a sword fight either. He urges Hoken to lose this time, launching his own attack and employing his magic spell to counter Hoken's advance. Hoken recognizes the spell as sigil magic and pauses, questioning whether Barreau truly used sigil magic. Roan then welcomes Hoken, revealing that she never anticipated Sachai's sorcery would be this helpful. She declares that it is time for him to sleep forever as she sacrifices herself and stands within the circle of magic. They are all shocked, calling out his name, while Aka reflects that Roan's place in the circle hadn't been decided until that very day. No one had dared speak of who would be sacrificed, but perhaps they all secretly expected Roan to take that position as if it were inevitable. He realizes that they are cowards, as if possessed by demons, avoiding the truth. Daniel runs to save Roan, begging her to stop. Aka, deep in thought, understands that they believed a sacrifice was necessary for their survival and feels guilt, silently apologizing. Daniel shouts that he doesn't hate Ake for Roan's sacrifice. He hates him for preventing him from dying alongside her. Poe announces that Hoken's team currently holds $22. While Vile's team has 32. Both teams have rescued 2 hostages each. He states that the next round will now begin, with the hostage being selected from Vile's team. In the next turn, Miseng is chosen as the hostage, and she teleports while Quitro calls out to her in concern. Akraptor and the others grow increasingly worried about her safety, and Poe announces that they will now begin lowering the hostage. Kun remarks that it costs $10 to open the submarine, and both teams are currently at $22. He predicts that if Hoken truly intends to settle this, he will likely go down this time. He wonders who will emerge victorious. Rachel, after a moment of thought, responds that it will be the sword she chose, of course. Poe begins the countdown, and when it reaches 20, both Hoken and Baum fly toward the submarine. Barreau observes that they descended simultaneously, realizing Hoken is determined to end the fight this time. Akraptor calls out to Miseng anxiously while Rak shouts for the black turtle. Hoken, preparing for battle, says he will see what Baum can do with the power he took and unleashes his white-style spirit sword with the rise of the dead to strike. Vile attempts to block the attack while Hoken believes that thousands of blades are flying toward him in abstract trajectories, as though they are alive. However, if he moves now, he thinks he can break through them. Vile counters with a full-force punch to Hoken's face. Barreau, witnessing this, feels a surge of joy, recognizing it as Vile's most direct hit ever. Hoken curses at him just as Baum leaps onto his Shinsu shield. Hoken wonders if it could be true if Baum has really taken his power. He dismisses the thought, insisting it's absurd, as he was the one who originally created that power. Demanding it back, he unleashes the white-style spirit sword with the flame of the dead. Baum refuses, asserting that the power doesn't belong to Hoken. Instead, it is born from the hatred of every person Hoken sacrificed. Baum's eyes burn with fury as he wields his Shinsu sword, challenging Hoken to take it. White gazes at Baum in disbelief, questioning if he is truly creating a Shinsu sword. Baum declares that the blades now point at Hoken and his arrogance. Hoken asks what kind of sword this is as everyone watches in astonishment. White wonders how Baum could have become so powerful, while Rachel questions whether he really created a sword using Shinsu. Baum strikes Hoken with the Shinsu sword, declaring that it embodies the power created by the people Hoken tormented and killed. Hoken, shocked by the sight, struggles to believe this could be Baum's own swordsmanship. As the countdown reaches 10, Hoken attempts to block the Shinsu sword and pushes Baum back. He accuses Baum of stealing his power and imitating his sword, demanding to know what he truly is, calling him a monster. Daniel, observing the battle, echoes the sentiment, wondering aloud who Baum really is. Baum responds that the word monster applies to someone like Hoken. Poe then announces he will begin counting down by 1 while Akraptor warns Baum that there is no time left. Baum launches another attack with his Shinsu sword against Hoken, who curses him, insisting that the power, the sword, belongs to him and that he is the great, one and only God. Desperately, Hoken tries to block Baum's attack but realizes he cannot stop it. The countdown continues to tick down slowly, reaching 3. Rak acknowledges Baum's efforts, commending him with good work, while Yura, observing the scene, expresses her disbelief, realizing that Vile has won. Daniel, reflecting on the moment, adds that Baum has truly saved everyone and secured victory. Baum, after rescuing Miseng, contemplates whether Roan is watching, thinking they have found someone truly remarkable in Baum, who achieved this without taking a single life. Poe announces that Vile's team has successfully saved the hostage and that Hoken can no longer continue the match, declaring Vile Grace's team the victor, having defeated Hoken. Poe compliments Vile, remarking that for a so-called bad guy, he has done a great job. Aka then speaks to Daniel, admitting that he couldn't bring himself to say it earlier. He reflects on the night Roan sacrificed herself, acknowledging that while they may have been cowards for surviving at the cost of her life, none of them regret their decision not to let Daniel die in the end. Roan's death was for him. The scene transitions into a flashback from about 600 years earlier, the night before Barreau's team sealed off Hoken. Roan is seen standing alone as Daniel approaches and asks why she isn't sleeping, pointing out that everyone else has already gone to bed, and they face their final showdown with Hoken the next day. She calmly tells him that she has made her decision tomorrow. She will sacrifice her own life to seal Hoken. Daniel, shocked, asks if she really wants to do this. She nods and admits there's someone she likes. The confession catches him off guard. She explained that she had wanted to tell him for a long time, but couldn't because everyone else was around. She repeats that she likes him. She cares for Baro, Aka, and Sachai, too, but she likes him the most. So, if she gives her life to seal off Hoken tomorrow, it's because she loves him. She confesses that although he's short, grumpy, and not exactly charming, he won her heart when he accepted her, even at her worst. She smiles, telling him she loves how he's always so soft with her despite everything. She urges him not to resent or hate anyone if she dies tomorrow because it's for him that she is making this choice. As Daniel, stricken, asks her to stop, she softly responds that she loves him and thanks him. This is the first time she's felt like this, and right now, her love for him is so deep that she no longer fears death. Baum, exhausted from the fight, sits down with his teammates gathered around him. Rack immediately asks if he is okay and if he is hurt anywhere. Baum assures him that he's fine and uninjured. Though he wonders where the power he had just a moment ago has gone, it seems to have disappeared. White soon arrives and compliments Baum, calling him remarkable. She admits she never expected him to wield such power in that way, and she had been concerned that his mind might collapse under the weight of the souls. Rack, bristling, calls her a floating turtle and demands to know how she could give something so dangerous to one of his subordinates. White, unfazed, asks what he means by a floating turtle and insists that it was thanks to him that they won. Nevertheless, she thanks Juvenile Grace, acknowledging that thanks to him, some of the soul's pent-up resentment has been released. She tells Baum that the spirits now residing within him will help him in the future. Baum, still confused by her words, listens as White continues, noting that although there may be no such thing as perfect revenge, it felt great when Baum sent Hoken flying. She thanks him once again, along with Daniel, for their roles in the battle. Daniel joins the conversation, asking White what she meant by saying she is an accumulation of the souls killed by Hoken. Before White can respond, Baro intervenes, telling Daniel that he should be lying down, reminding him he's still a patient. Daniel brushes off the concern, pressing the issue further, wondering if Roan is among the souls within White. If she is there too. White turns to Daniel, her expression softening. She tells him that Roan is likely gone. As White explains, she is now a complete whole, meaning the distinct personalities of the individual souls have essentially vanished. She knows what Daniel hopes for, but there's no way for Roan to come back. White admits she lied to Mick that she could be able to intervene in the game and apologizes for raising Daniel's hopes. Daniel, taking a deep breath, nods and says he understands. He asks White to tell Roan that he loves her, too. That was the first thing he wanted to say if she ever returned, but she left without hearing his reply. His voice trembles as he confesses how much he loves her. Gripping his shirt, he thanks her for letting him live, even though she sacrificed herself for him. He repeats his thanks, his voice breaking, while everyone watches in silence. Floating above the boiling acid, the defeated Hoken recalls the time he encountered his father, Eri Han, the lord of the Eri family. He calls out to his father repeatedly, hoping to be heard. Eri Han, impassive, asks who he is. Hoken introduces himself as Hoken, his son, though he doubts his father remembers him. He proudly declares that he is a son of the Eri family, one who has inherited Han's blood. He explains that he rushed to see him as soon as he heard that his father had arrived at the floating castle, sharing that his dream is to become an even greater swordsman than Han one day. Eri Han acknowledges this ambition and instructs Hoken to follow him, saying there is something he wants to show him. Hoken is in awe as they approach an incredible altar, a sight he had only glimpsed occasionally through the castle windows. Now, seeing it up close for the first time, he is struck by its magnificence. Eri Han laughs softly, asking if it's really Hoken's first time seeing it. Hoken nods and explains that, as he's not yet one of the regulars, he must remain inside the castle. However, he expresses his determination to return once he's chosen as a regular. Han casually replies that, of course, this is his floor and his clan's domain. They build monuments and sing songs for him. He notes that only the Ha and Kun families among the 10 great families can compare to the legendary swordsmanship of the Eri. Han tells Hoken that no matter how hard he tries, it is impossible for him to surpass his father in this place. He taps Hoken's head lightly and gestures toward the servants, wives, and countless sons of the Eri family. He explains that their flesh, bones, and blood have gathered to create the great and singular Eri blade, and above all this, he, as the father, towers as the ruler. Han continues, stating that if Hoken wishes to become part of this sword, he must grow and sacrifice himself in his father's arms. However, if he truly desires to surpass him, he must leave this place. Han commands him to leave and return as a demon. The scene shifts to the present, where suddenly boiling acid bursts through the roof and falls into the arena. Surprising everyone, Po leaps to escape from the acid. Meanwhile, Kun and Rachel remain in the submarine. Kun remarks that it appears the results are in and asks Rachel what happened in the past before she and Bomb entered the tower. Bomb sees the boiling acid and shouts a warning, while Kun hears a commotion outside and asks what is happening, noticing the acid as well. Rachel, with a grave expression, reveals that she had known it all along. Fug never had any intention of allowing them to escape alive. When Kun inquires about her statement, she explains that the place is about to be filled with boiling acid. From the very beginning, their goal has been to kill them all at any cost. She asserts that today is merely the beginning of a greater story. Regardless of the results Bomb may achieve, everything will flow in a predetermined direction. Hayura sees the boiling acid and expresses her surprise at the final outcome, noting that there is not much she can do about it. Regrettably, she decides to prepare for their next concert. She quickly runs toward Hoken and Rachel, urging them to run and get ready for teleportation. Rachel glances back at Kun and informs him that she will share one thing. They plan to stay on the train and head to the floor where the administrator died. The floor where Enryu killed the tower administrator and where Bomb's thorn was discovered. She admits that if they reach that place and uncover Bomb's true identity, she is genuinely curious about who he really is. She tells Kun that she will share this information with him later if he manages to survive this ordeal. With determination, she jumps out of the submarine just as Kun urges her to stop. Bomb also calls out to Rachel, telling her to brace herself, as if they meet again, they will be enemies. Elsewhere on the train, Yuri and Evan discuss the situation. Yuri expresses her frustration, calling the scoundrel a goddamned fool for leading them around in this manner, as he grates on her nerves to the end. The scene shifts to 10 minutes earlier in the chief engineer's office, where Yuri excitedly announces that they have won. Bomb has won, just as she expected. She knew Bomb would never lose. Pedro looks at them, incredulous that Hoken has lost. He reflects on the fixed rules in Hoken's favor and how everything was set up for him to obtain his clone, thinking what a fool he has been. However, he concludes that White's resurrection is not an urgent issue. He acknowledges that a bet is a bet and agrees to tell her where that boy is. Yuri responds with relief, stating that the path to where the boy is located lies within this orb, instructing him to take it and go. Pedro hesitates, saying that if he decides to follow the path, no matter how quickly he moves, it will take him 4 hours to reach the destination. Yuri asks him what he means by that. He replies that the boiling acid is scheduled to fill the core right now, and no matter how quickly he arrives, he will not be able to prevent the boy's death. He wishes her good luck, princess. Yuri responds, calling him a sly scoundrel even until his last breath, and asks Evan what they should do, wondering if there is any shortcut available as they begin running toward Bomb's location. Evan informs her that they have no chance of winning with this route. It is a very complicated path, and the other routes have been completely erased. At this rate, they cannot succeed. He then tells her to wait a moment. When she asks what it is, Evan replies that he has found a way for her to meet the boy. Yuri expresses her eagerness for him to lead the way immediately, but Evan cautions her that if she takes that route, it could put her life in danger. He asks if she is still willing to go and see him. Yuri inquires about what Evan means, and he explains that beneath them lies a waterway heading toward the core. filled with boiling acid flowing through a material known only to the workshop. He insists that this waterway must be the shortest path to the core. He mentions that they will ride the waterway filled with boiling acid, but the administrator will notice if she uses her power. Therefore, she will have to traverse the waterway without using much shinsu. Yuri expresses her disbelief, questioning the idea of passing through an acid-filled waterway with just her body, asserting that it is probably too dangerous. She worries about the potential harm to her body if something goes wrong. Despite this, she adds that it is not a big deal at all. She was expecting some significant problem based on his serious tone, but this seems relatively minor. Evan is perplexed by her nonchalance and clarifies that the boiling acid is a liquid so terrifying that only the workshop can control it. He acknowledges that there would not be a problem if she were to use her power, but emphasizes the importance of being cautious for the time being. Yuri asks Evan if he understands what the important thing is right now. She argues that even if there is a 0.5% chance that she could die because of the acid, they must consider what they can accomplish by taking this small risk. She emphasizes that they can save people who may die soon. They can save them. Hayura uses her bag to teleport Rachel to another location, drawing the attention of everyone around them. Kasano remarks that they should leave, too, and another masked person agrees. As Kasano thinks about Vile, he expresses his regret, acknowledging that the next time they meet, they will likely be enemies. He questions what they are trying to do. Meanwhile, Yura utilizes her special skills to teleport herself as well. Quitro notes that they are gone, including Kasano, and curses himself for not asking how to heal the demon. He acknowledges that the girl is remarkable, having vanished the moment he looked out of his prison. Quitro asks Chang what they should do next, stating that it seems the game is over and they should consider leaving. He recalls thinking he was interested in those two when Chang breaks the prison and agrees that it is time to pack up and get out. Quitro laughs but questions how they plan to escape from there. Chang suggests they take a jump first. Po observes them and thinks about the engineer, realizing that this is why he brought Yura in the first place. He concludes that it is all over now and that they are all going to die. Meanwhile, Rak approaches Vile and urges him to snap out of it, insisting that this is no time to stand around. He then jumps onto the Shinsu shield with Bomb, declaring that they need to go to Kun, who has fallen out of the submarine. Kun thinks to himself that Rachel has gotten away, leaving him wondering how he is supposed to escape. He recalls that she mentioned heading for the floor of death and realizes he needs to follow her somehow. Suddenly, the sweet fish makes its presence known. Kun looks at it and asks if it is indeed sweet fish, while Rak urges Bomb to hurry up, warning that they will all end up dying at this rate. The sweet fish then transforms into a giant form to block the acid attack, shocking Bomb, who asks if it is really sweet fish sacrificing itself to help save Kun. Bomb approaches Kun and grabs his hand while Kun stands at his lighthouse. Rak calls out to Sweetfish, lamenting that it has died due to the boiling acid. Bomb checks on Kun, asking if he is alright, and Kun replies that he is fine, emphasizing that this is not the time to get emotional. Rak demands to know how they are supposed to escape, calling Kun Turtle number 2 and urging him to think of something quickly. Kun retorts, questioning what Rak thinks he is as if he were AlphaGo, and asks why he is being labeled Turtle number 2. Kun thinks urgently about what they should do, realizing that the acid is pouring in from every direction, and there appears to be no way out. He believes there must be some solution and turns to look at the other regulars. He notices HWA Ryan and asks what she sees. Observing everything, she directs Bomb's attention to a specific spot, prompting Bomb to ask what she means. HWA Ryan insists they should go over there, but Bomb responds that it is the direction from which the acid is coming. Rak questions Kun's sanity at this suggestion. Kun urges everyone to do whatever it takes to reach the higher ground. Burrow asks for clarification on what he means by that, while Sachai points out that they are headed toward the source of the boiling acid, indicating they will have to trust Kun's judgment. Sachai then creates a magical rose vine with his magical stick, highlighting Barreau's tendency to be too negative. The group gazes at the rose vine, and Barreau questions whether it is indeed a rose vine. Sachai encourages everyone to get on and climb as they make their way toward a crack in the ceiling where the boiling acid is pouring in. Kun urges everyone to move, prompting Bomb to agree but question why they should go up there. Kun points to Hwa Ryan, indicating that she has spotted something important. Bomb asks for clarification while Kun contemplates his uncertainty about the situation. He wonders if Hwa Ryan has regained her abilities as a navigator since Rachel's disappearance. Kun feels confident that if they can reach that location, they will all be able to escape. At the same time, Barreau encourages Daniel to hang on a bit longer as he carries him on his back, moving toward the ceiling. Kun focuses on their survival, determined to make it out alive, when suddenly, a blast occurs and Yuri appears with Evan. Everyone looks at them in surprise. Bomb asks who they are, but then recognizes Yuri. She greets him warmly, noting that it has been a long time since they last saw each other. Bomb inquires if she is indeed Yuri, to which she responds that she was worried about how to get everyone out if he had been scattered. She commends them for figuring out that they should climb up. As she observes Bomb, she notes that he appears a bit taller and more built in person, although his face still resembles that of a child. She concludes that they have all grown up now. Yuri suggests saving the emotional reunion for after they escape, creating a Shinsu bubble. Evan tries to intervene, but she assures him it is fine. She will only use it for a moment while they make their escape. She believes the administrator will not mind her using it until they reach the top. She also forms a Shinsu bubble around all the regulars, stating that they are ready to go and teleporting everyone to safety in another location. As everyone wonders who Yuri is and if she is a ranker, noting her strength, Bomb asks her how she arrived there. Yuri quickly moves forward and hugs Bomb, surprising everyone. She congratulates him, telling him not to say anything right now and just to take a break, to which Bomb agrees. While everyone is resting, Barreau wonders if she is Princess Yuri, prompting Kun to ask who she is and Rak to inquire about her identity. Barreau also asks about the woman. Yiwa expresses her confusion while Akraptor ponders how he is supposed to know, observing that Yuri is still hugging Bomb and noting her impressive strength. She confirms her power, stating that she is indeed very strong. Rak checks on Bomb, asking if he is okay, while Kun approaches Bomb and also asks about Yuri's identity. Bomb explains that he has mentioned her before. She is Princess Yuri Jahad, the person who gave him the Black March. Kun is taken aback, realizing she is indeed Yuri Jahad. He reflects on the implications, questioning how a high ranker like her could be on a train meant for regulars. Yuri responds that she has her ways and is surprised to see that even the selected candidates know of her, implying she must be quite famous. Evan thinks to himself that it is more accurate to say she is infamous. Yuri asks if they are Bomb's companions, mentioning that she has been watching them fight from a distance. She expresses her happiness that Bomb seems to have found good companions. Rak interjects, asserting that he is not just a companion but the team leader. Kun, annoyed, slaps Rak and tells him to shut up. When Rak questions why Kun reacted that way, Kun warns him to watch his mouth and emphasizes that he should understand who that woman is. Yuri Jahad, the Princess of Jahad, known for possessing 2 of the 13 months. He explains that she is a genius who has strongly inherited the bloodline of Urin, one of the 10 lords, and that she quickly became a high ranker. He adds that she seems to have inherited the lord's personality, as she is known for being extremely hot-tempered. Kun explains that Yuri is known for doing whatever she wants, even going so far as to disobey King Jahad's orders if she doesn't agree with them. Barreau, shocked, asks if she is really Yuri Jahad, the super-famous princess. Sachai, equally amazed, says he can't believe it. Yuri, hearing them, turns to Evan and says it seems she really is famous. Evan, with a sigh, replies that her fame comes from several not-so-good reasons. adding that any press is good press. Bomb steps in, suggesting that they all sit down since she must be tired. Everyone looks at Yuri in disbelief, and Akraptor remarks that Vile is really something, managing to attract the attention of a high-ranker princess. Yuwa, still processing, asks if Yuri is truly the famous Hayuri. As they all take a break, they continue questioning her presence. Yuri then turns to Bomb and asks if he met Yurek. When Bomb confirms, she asks how it was, commenting that Yurek is quite strange, isn't he? Bomb responds that Yurek is an incredible man. Bomb, mimicking Yurek's style, opens his arms and says Yurek spoke about the world outside the tower and even about babies. Yuri, amused, asks if Yurek really discussed those things, commenting that it seems Yurek must have liked him a lot. Then, her tone shifts, and she asks why Bomb joined Fug and what happened after he disappeared from the floor of the test. She mentions that she had only heard rumors of his death. Bomb explains that his death on the floor of the test was staged so that Fug could take him away. Meanwhile, Evan approaches HWA Ryan and suggests they have a chat. She stands up, dismissing him, saying she has nothing to discuss with a silver dwarf. Evan, unfazed, asks if she's the navigator he saw before. He recalls the day Bomb disappeared, noting that when he went to meet Hansung, he distinctly remembered seeing her leave Hansung's room. He asks if she has been by Bomb's side since then, acting as his navigator. HWA Ryan responds that Evan is sharper than she expected. He presses further, saying he must be right then. She's with Fug. She was the one who brought Bomb to Fug, turned him into a Slayer candidate, and led him here. Evan questions for whose sake she has orchestrated all of this. She answers calmly that the path Bomb now walks is not one created for anyone, but rather a path Bomb himself has chosen. She emphasizes that it's a path no navigator could have shaped, one that is entirely new and unprecedented. Barreau, overhearing, asks what she means by a completely new path. Evan, unconvinced, questions what lies at the end of such a path, perhaps destruction or revenge. He expresses his concerns, saying he doesn't know what HWA Ryan and the others plan to achieve with the non-selected candidates, but warns that if Princess Yuri learns the truth, they will all face ruin. He insists that Yuri's chosen path would lead to the downfall of Fug, a pursuit of destruction and revenge. HWA Ryan, still composed, replies that she isn't sure of the outcome. She acknowledges that it's sometimes easier to grant others the right to make their own choices. Evan walks away, remarking that, as he mentioned before, this is a completely new path, and they do not possess the right to make the decision. Only the boy will make all of the choices. The scene shifts to a deeper part of the train, where Hayura successfully teleports their team. Yura announces that the teleportation has been completed safely. The traveler expresses his constant amazement at her ability, marveling at how she can teleport anywhere simply by inputting coordinates. Kasano comments that it would have been far more difficult without Emily's assistance. Yura then inquires if it is time to bring out the other two individuals, and she proceeds to teleport both Rachel and Hoken. Hoken, disoriented, asks where they are and what has happened to him. Yura explains that they are still inside the train, but she has transported him to a location further away from the testing grounds. Rachel clarifies that after Hoken lost the game, Yura used her teleportation to save him. Hoken, absorbing this information, questions what Rachel means by being saved, wondering if Yura truly rescued him. He acknowledges to himself that if that is indeed the case, then he has been saved. He thinks to himself that losing was already humiliating enough, but now, having his life spared feels like the ultimate disgrace. Rachel then tells him that since they saved him, she wants him to become her subordinate, asking him what he thinks of that. Hoken, incredulous, demands to know what she means by that. She calmly explains that they saved his life, and in return, she wants him to serve her, becoming a loyal sword that follows her commands and slays enemies for her. Outraged, Hoken shouts, questioning how she dares to suggest such a thing, asking if she has any idea who he is. In response, she shows him her mobile device and asks if he knows what it is. She explains that it's an app that tracks the locations of his clones. In fact, she reveals, they were the ones who had been going around releasing his clones after his initial release. Rachel continues, explaining that through the use of Shinsu, Emily can track the movements of any human she comes into contact with, and the same applies to his clones. She adds that they can even continue to trace where his final clone is, implying that if he wishes to become whole again, it would be in his best interest to cooperate with them. Rachel tells Hoken that if he works with her, they can obtain everything he desires. Hoken, puzzled, wonders what she means by everything. She clarifies, saying that now that he is her sword, there is only one thing she wants from him to start with: to go to the floor of death with them, and bring her a thorn that she can use. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yuri reflects on what she has learned, realizing that Fug has forced Bomb through all this. She thinks of Yu Hansung, acknowledging that while she suspected he had something hidden, she hadn't expected him to be involved with Fug. This raises the possibility that Evankel could also be part of it. Yuri rises to her feet as Evan calls out to her, asking where she is headed. She responds that she is going to the floor of the test, determined to make Hansung pay for overstepping his bounds and not knowing his place. Bomb grabs Yuri's shirt, attempting to stop her, and says she cannot leave now. Kun and Rak, taken aback by this, look on in surprise. Rak asks Bomb what he is doing, but Bomb firmly repeats that she cannot go. He explains that this problem cannot be resolved through force alone. He tells her there are many people in Fug who have lost things they held dear because of Jahad and the 10 families, and if she attacks now, the situation will spiral out of control. Yuri, still intent on avenging what Fug has done, argues that she cannot simply overlook what they did to him. Bomb, however, insists that he will resolve his personal grievances on his own, explaining that the most important thing is to prevent this cycle of resentment and hatred from continuing. Yuri, pausing, reflects on his words and acknowledges that Bomb has truly grown since the last time she saw him. Aside from that girl, she notices that he seems to have found a new purpose for climbing the tower. Yuri asks them where Bomb's next destination is, and Bomb responds by asking if she plans to stay on the train like this. Kun steps in, saying that since Rachel mentioned heading to the floor of death, it seems they have no choice but to remain on the train until they reach it. At this, Yuri shouts in alarm, grabs Bomb by both shoulders and insists that he absolutely cannot go there, no way, never. Bomb, confused, asks what she means. Yuri, clearly worried, explains that the floor of death is not a place for regulars like them. When Bomb asks what kind of place it is, Kun answers. He explains that the floor of death is the 43rd floor, wherein Ryu killed the administrator. It's also where Bomb's thorn is believed to have been found. He adds that since the administrator's death, no one has managed the floor, making it nearly uninhabitable. However, according to his sources, a large number of fugitives live there, essentially turning it into a lawless zone. He explains that it is definitely a very dangerous place for D-rank regulars like them to enter. There is also no way of knowing whether they can use Shinsu since they cannot establish a contract with an administrator. Yuri agrees, stating that the place is entirely off limits, and she cannot send them to a location that even rankers avoid entering. Kun interjects, noting that Rachel clearly said she was going there, and since they have also heard about another fragment of the thorn, the situation is such that they may not be able to advance further if they do not go there. Bomb expresses his determination to go as well, stating that he wants to find out more about the thorn and that he must meet Rachel again. Yuri acknowledges that this complicates matters but offers to accompany him to the floor of death. She assures him that there will not be any issues if a ranker and regulars wander around together, and that it may actually be beneficial for her to support him. Bomb is taken aback and asks if she is truly going with them. She states that is correct. Since it would be difficult for them to go there on their own, she will accompany him. However, she specifies that there is one condition. When they reach the 43rd floor, She will only allow him to enter the floor of death if she feels that he is capable of challenging the place. This is her condition. She explained that selected candidates whose abilities were still insufficient, according to her estimation, would be left on the train. She warns him that she will be judging him particularly strictly. He confirms his understanding. Meanwhile, Wang arrives and observes all the regulars. He reflects that Hoken has absorbed Vicent and runs off without even catching Kasano. He wonders how Hoken could sleep so soundly in this situation while Baum is fighting to save his companions. Just then, Heavenly Mirror informs them that Regal's team is currently sealed inside. He thinks to himself that he is utterly pathetic and does not even deserve to be alive. He feels that he should just die, sitting there calmly with both hands covering his face. HWA Ryan approaches him and asks what he is blaming himself for now, noting that he is like this every time she sees him. He looks at her, recognizes her, and tells her to go ahead and mock him as much as she wants. He is just an idiot who couldn't even save his own companions properly. He expresses his frustration about what he is supposed to say to Goseng, apologizing for not being able to catch Kasano. He wonders if Horyeon will ever wake up again. She responds that it is better not to despair too much. As long as he is on the train, he will have another chance. However, she adds that this also means there will be another crisis. As she told him before their departure, as long as he remains on this train, one of his teammates is guaranteed to die. She advises him to choose carefully whether to continue or not. He calls her name as she tells him that he may have gotten lucky this time, but should brace himself. He reflects that next time, while there may be another chance, it also means that one of his teammates will die as long as he is on this train. After a while, everyone gathers, and Barreau asks if everyone is present. Sachai remarks that it seems break time is over now. He mentions that it will soon be daytime on the train, and they must hurry to complete the test to advance to the next floor. He explains that the results of the last match do not appear to have been counted because the trainmaster in charge has died, so they have no choice but to use the transport device to take the test. Sachai suggests parting ways with AK and Daniel, as they are injured and have decided to get off the train anyway. He informs them that Hanuel has agreed to stay behind to take care of them and asks Daniel if he will be all right. Daniel responds affirmatively, acknowledging that he cannot continue to slow them down with his injuries. He apologizes to Baum, stating that it is his fault for getting caught up in this situation. Baum reassures him that it is all right, mentioning that Daniel has his own reasons, which are not completely unrelated to him. Daniel expresses his belief that Fug seems intent on dragging him further into this mess, as he was also ordered to bring Baum onto the train. He insists, however, that they have seriously underestimated him, asserting that he is much stronger than they think and urging Baum not to lose. Baum affirms that he will not, and Yuri declares that it is time to move. They all prepare to leave, and Yuri suggests they go with Evan, expressing her desire to check out their skills as well. Evan agrees, and she laughs, excited about the opportunity. Meanwhile, he contemplates the situation as they approach the floor of death, wondering how things have unfolded this way. He considers whether Princess Repelista has been planning this all along and feels that this marks the beginning of something significant. Meanwhile, on the 38th floor of the Hell train, their test opponent, the Grey Guardian, arrives. Rack comments that the Grey Guardian resembles him, which suggests that the turtles cannot attack him. Kun expresses a desire to punch the Grey Guardian's face, noting that he reminds him of someone, causing Baum to laugh. Rack clenches his fist and questions Kun's implication. The Grey Guardian attacks them, prompting Sachai to use his Rose Vine to capture the opponent. Barreau urges Sachai to secure him. Sachai confirms that he knows how to completely restrain the Grey Guardian. Yuri remarks on the usefulness of Sachai's spell and inquires about his name. Evan replies that Sachai Faker is one of the 3 strongest D-rank regulars. Yuri praises Sachai's abilities, stating that she will keep an eye on him. Evan agrees, noting that a D-rank regular with such restraining power will be beneficial for the team. Buro then leaps to attack the Guardian, landing a powerful punch. Yuri observes that the girl may appear merely strong and lacks any special qualities, yet she possesses an ignition weapon. Yuri observes that the team's skills may be average, but their strong teamwork is an asset that significantly contributes to their performance. Yuwa unleashes her fire attack, while Quitro follows suit with his own fire-based ability. Yuri considers the Yon family to be a potential ace, noting that the black-haired individual appears to be concealing his true abilities and wonders why he would do so. She notes that the three of them definitely work well together, with their individual skills being impressive but even more effective when combined. This becomes evident as she watches Rak, Bomb, and Kun coordinate their attacks on the Grey Guardian. Sachai encourages Bomb, urging him to finish off the Guardian now that he has an opportunity. Bomb responds affirmatively and channels his Shinsu to launch an attack. Yuri recognizes Bomb's power, stating that it may be challenging to find anyone at this level who could contend with him. Evan agrees, noting that while Bomb is strong on his own, his abilities are enhanced even further when he collaborates with the other three. Yuri then inquires about what action she should take next, to which Evan reveals that he has discovered a station on the next floor where someone may be present who could adequately test Bomb's abilities. Yuri inquires if Evan is serious about the next station, asking who exactly it is that he mentioned. Evan explains that the individual is a kind of leader at the next station, noting that he appears to be quite powerful. However, he adds that the downside is significant. Curious, she presses him for clarification, and Evan warns that the next station is exceedingly dangerous. The boys could potentially be injured if circumstances take a turn for the worse. Meanwhile, on the 39th floor, Team Navik reaches one of the Hell train stations, specifically the Name Hunt station. An announcement informs everyone that the newly arrived regulars have successfully cleared the 6th veil, prompting a call for regulars at the station to pay attention to the newcomers' names. Ran catches sight of them and asks who they are. Someone responds, identifying the newcomers as Xiaxia, Navik, Eden, and Ran from the Kun family, noting that they bear some impressive names. Dorsey remarks that those names are quite familiar, suggesting that their arrival is sure to create a commotion. Laura interjects, expressing his disdain for noise, indicating that he is not looking forward to the disruption. Ran kicks a guard's head and calls him Teddy, asserting that he knows the guard is not dead and that he only zapped him. He demands that the guard gets up and explains the situation immediately, questioning what this big welcome at the train station is about. Xiaxia quickly runs toward him and tells him to stop, suggesting that he should feel sorry for the bear as he will not be able to talk anyway. Ran expresses his frustration, noting that they skipped the last station and came directly to this one, questioning why people are shouting their names and remarking that the station seems likely to cause them some significant annoyance. Xiaxia explains that it is the Kun family and exclaims that those are the new arrivals. Ran insists that they should go back, deeming the situation a nuisance. However, Xiaxia shouts that they have to join the train here, reminding him that they need to find Rachel. Novik interjects, stating that there is no retreat now, so Ran cannot give up even if he wants to. He urges Ran to stop chatting and get to the station. Dan adds that a big shot around here has closed off their only escape route since the regulars they arrived with have been making so much noise. She chastises them, asking if they plan to go to the station without her. Ran explains that they took a floating ship to get there and arrived at the same time as the others. However, he did not expect their only escape route to be closed off due to their noise. Xiaxia comments that they are foolish kids when Ran asks if he should kill them. Novik urges Ran to control himself, while Dan observes that the next enemies appear to be approaching. He suggests that they should first send those guys flying and then move toward the station. The guards roar to intimidate them, but Ran expresses his reluctance, stating that he does not feel like it. Still, he acknowledges that he does not have much choice until they reach the station, preparing for a counterattack and taking charge. Xiaxia thinks the situation is confining and wishes to leave. Inside the station, Shibisu approaches Endorsi, marveling at the sight of him effortlessly defeating their opponents. She warns him that he will soon regret it if he arrives here after exhausting all his power, to which he agrees, stating that this place is not just a simple station. Pats, who is also present, mentions that with the train approaching, they should start moving as well. He asserts that it is time for them to hunt the Kaiser while Laura continues to snooze. Anok expresses his intention to reveal his true self when the train arrives, urging everyone to prepare. Endorsi interjects, suggesting they wait for now, as the only person she wants to hunt is on that train. Meanwhile, a minion rushes up to a large regular, addressing him as Lord Hess and informing him of some breaking news. Lord Hess inquires about the commotion, and the minion explains that one of the newcomers at the station is from the Kun family. Lord Hess reacts, stating that he is going to hunt that name. On board the train, Baum and his allies defeat the Grey Guardian, prompting an announcement that the Grey Guardian has been defeated and that the regulars have achieved victory, successfully passing the tests on the 38th floor. Rack reflects that he does not feel great about seeing someone who resembles him being knocked down, noting that those turtles are ruthless. Someone instructs the group to take the gate and move on to the left in his hands when he tries to stab Ran again. Xiaxia quickly activates her lighthouse, throwing Inieta away and creating a shield between Ran and Inieta to protect him. Inieta is injured and reflects on his encounter with Kaiser, feeling frustrated and declaring that this is impossible. He accuses her of being a cheater, questioning how she can win like this. He had been eagerly anticipating this fight, deeming it unfair. Kaiser replies that she is sorry she could not meet his expectations. She informs him that he is going to be sold in the upcoming auction and expresses her confusion about why someone from the Eri family ended up there. However, she assures him that they will spend a significant amount of money to get him back since they are the most powerful family. Inieta responds that she should not be so certain of that, prompting Kaiser to ask what he means. He explains that he is not a direct descendant, as the Eri family does not acknowledge mongrels like him, laughing as he speaks. He suggests that she forget about selling him and making a fortune, as he is not worth that much. Kaiser responds that she will offer him a spot as one of the 10 bosses since there is an empty position due to him. From now on, he will be known as a genius swordsman. She encourages him to remain there as one of the 10 bosses and wait until his family buys him back. Inieta, confused, asks what she means by that. Kaiser explains that if she were from his family, she would spend a considerable amount of money to retrieve him, as his talents are certainly worth it. He emerges from his thoughts, realizing that he has finally met someone who truly sees him for who he is. Meanwhile, Xiaxia asks Ran if he is okay, while Inieta silently pleads for Kaiser not to die. Vile advances toward Kaiser to strike, realizing that if this continues, he will face a disadvantage as his wounds worsen. He notes that the only open path seems intentionally left by Kaiser, clearly a trap. Yet he has no alternative but to take the risk. Even if it requires significant danger, he must attempt it when Kaiser's attack resumes against him. Kun urges him to quickly uncover the other ability Kaiser is concealing. Red Grayman responds that he cannot recall precisely. It has been too long, but he remembers that Kaiser can teleport. Kun presses for clarity, and Red Grayman replies that his companion who fought Kaiser confirmed it. Kaiser possesses the power of teleportation. Kun questions this, doubting that Kaiser, who is not a light bearer, could teleport. Red Grayman clarifies, explaining that it is not typical teleportation. Rather, Kaiser can instantly swap positions with her pet wolf. Kun, startled by this, warns Vile to be careful. She believes she has cornered him, snapping her fingers as she commands the switch just as Vile lunges to attack. Instantly, she vanishes with her wolf, reappearing behind Vile and landing a strike on his back. He glances back at her in surprise, wondering how she managed to get there. Kun explains that Kaiser switched places with her wolf, confirming her ability to do so. The announcer then declares that Kaiser has made contact with the regular Vile, and name stealing will now commence. Confident, Kaiser declares it too late. His name belongs to her now, and she binds him. Vile, however, resolves to use his hidden power, swiftly turning to kick her and breaking free from the bindings. Kaiser wonders if he really managed to break free just as her wolf charges forward, biting Vile's leg. Vile quickly realizes she has switched positions again and uses his shinsu to evade the wolf's attack, thinking to himself that this marks his second wound. Kun calls out to Vile, while Red Grayman protests, warning that Vile will die if he becomes involved and noting the way Kun calls Vile differently in his agitation. Kaiser remarks, "Very impressive." She was certain she had him completely trapped and asks if he still has some strength left. Vile questions whether teleportation is one of the wolf's abilities. She explained that it was her own ability. She could instantly switch places with any animal under her command. Endorsija had also lost her name because she let her guard down and fell victim to this skill. Vile realizes that this is the skill that defeated Endorsi, and Kaiser intentionally left one route open to lure him into using it. He observes that Endorsi could have escaped by using her Bong Bong ability. Kaiser responds that, at the time, Endorsi didn't realize her name could be stolen simply by Kaiser keeping her hand on her waist. Endorsi's own carelessness led to her downfall. Vile considers that this may be the reason Kaiser feels confident in a rematch with Endorsi. She then remarks that, while it is unfortunate he managed to break free, nothing will change in this fight simply because he knows about her skill. Kaiser taunts him, offering a choice: either die a slow death or charge at her and have his name stolen. It's one or the other. Vile is taken aback by her words. She attacks again with her bladed strings, and although Vile tries to evade, he suffers a cut on his foot. Red Grayman wonders aloud what Vile will do next, noting that at this rate, Vile appears to have little chance of winning, and his wound continues to worsen. Vile considers Kaiser undeniably a formidable opponent, strong, and always ensuring she fights in environments that favor her victory. And yet, he can't quite understand why there is something different about her presence. Kun, observing the battle, thinks that even with Kaiser pressuring Vile to this extent, he does not sense that Baum is truly at risk of losing. He recalls the intense pressure he felt when facing Hoken, yet, inexplicably, Kaiser seems to lack that same presence in comparison to Baum or Hoken. Vile notes his leg throbbing painfully as his body gradually loses blood. He can feel his energy slipping away and his vision becoming increasingly blurred as time progresses. He notes the invisible wave of weapons, his concentration waning as blood loss continues, realizing that there is only so much he can rely on intuition alone. Yet, strangely, he doesn't feel as though he will be struck. As Kaiser's bladed strings lash out toward him, he attempts to evade, leaping onto his Shinsu shield and using it to block her attack. Kaiser, taken aback, wonders how he suddenly managed a Shinsu counterattack. She thought he was preoccupied merely dodging her strikes. Vile feels a shift. He can see them. Although they are invisible weapons, he perceives them as the incoming waves of weapons within her inventory and the flow of Shinsu encircling them. He notes each droplet of Shinsu scattering as it collides with the needle, even seeing his own reflection in them. He wonders if this is merely his imagination, but as he extends his hand, it feels as though he could easily grasp them. Without hesitation, he attempts to seize her bladed strings within a Shinsu bubble. Kaiser watches in disbelief, wondering if Vile is indeed a Shinsu controller. Kun, equally stunned, remarks that he can't believe what he's seeing. Vile has managed to grab one of her needles from her invisible inventory with his bare hands. Kaiser realizes that something in him has changed. Ever since his encounter with that monstrous being after battling Hoken and enduring that strange steam cooker experience, he seems different. She marvels at his ability not only to evade the needle from her invisible inventory, but also to catch it, as she underestimated him. Kaiser acknowledges her mistake, realizing he is genuinely talented. unlike others she has faced. Vile, in turn, feels a surge of confidence, thinking he can handle this. She reflects that Fogg didn't choose this boy as a slayer candidate merely for any ordinary potential. They are truly grooming a monster. She admits to herself that even among her main family, she has never encountered someone like him, someone capable of sensing and evading invisible threats. Vile believes he can succeed. If he disrupts her attack routes like this, Kaiser will no longer be able to funnel him into a single path. Kaiser observes him moving toward her, noting that it's as if this boy has been blessed by the power of Shinsu. Vile advances, thinking the moment has come to launch his counterattack. Meanwhile, Shiliel strikes at Hats, who retaliates with a surge of power from his ignition weapon. She exclaims in surprise, recognizing the power, and asks if he indeed possesses an ignition weapon. He confirms, explaining that the sword he wields is called Donghei. It is a weapon rarely used, as it is challenging to handle effectively, and he adds that it has not yet been ignited. Shiliel, incredulous, questions Hats, asking if this power truly hasn't even been ignited yet. She admits she didn't take him for a liar, yet his words now seem more like bluffs than she anticipated. She insists that a weapon wielded by a D-rank regular shouldn't produce such strength without being ignited. Hats responds calmly, suggesting she'll soon find out if he's bluffing, though he'd rather she back down now. He warns her that once he ignites this weapon, he may not be able to control it either. At that moment, Shibisu arrives and urges them to stop, commenting with a smirk that he didn't expect Shiliel herself to come all the way here. It seems he teases that the Jahad princesses have far too much free time these days. Shiliel narrows her eyes, asking if he's Shibisu. Shibisu, with a hint of amusement, apologizes for interrupting, but informs her that while they've been busy fighting, Vile has already made his way to the gallery. He adds, as she registers the implication, that Vile will not be making an appearance at the festival after all because today, Kaiser is going to lose to Vile. Hats interrupts, asking Shibisu to clarify what he means by saying Vile has gone to the gallery. He demands to know why Shibisu did not stop him, especially knowing Vile was headed there. Shibisu replies that it wouldn't have been feasible for him to intervene, suggesting Hats just accept the situation. He warns them that at this rate, rumors might spread that the two of them actually aided Vile in his victory. Shiliel narrows her eyes, questioning Shibisu about whether he is threatening them. He counters, stating that she is the expert in intimidation, and adds that he doubts her sisters would appreciate it if they discovered she had ruined everything due to her fixation on Vile. Confused, she asks what he means by sisters. Shibisu responds, admonishing her not to play dumb, noting that the two regular princesses are already infamous for their battles between factions occurring above them. He asserts that she has clearly aligned herself with one of them, and implies that her pursuit of Endorsi must be connected to her relationships with her sisters. Shibisu accuses her of fabricating a story about acting for the family to manipulate Kaiser, suggesting that her true motive is to bring back a tribute for her sisters. He asserts that her plan is either to sway Endorsi to her side or eliminate her if she becomes a hindrance, although he admits he is unsure whether she has aligned with Eri Rose or Hendrock Gladmary Jahad. Shiliel laughs, acknowledging his detective skills. However, she informs him that while his reasoning is correct, they have not sided with either of those princesses. Shibisu asks her what she means by that, and she cryptically replies that the girl they have chosen is someone completely different. Shibisu prompts her to reveal the name of the girl they have decided to support. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to Vile and Kaiser. As Vile charges toward her, Kaiser realizes it would be dangerous to lose any more weapons at this point. This time, she intends to increase the tempo of the fight. He advances, throwing her strings with blades to sever her other strings, all while he continues to bleed. Kaiser wonders if Vile intends to use speed to exploit the gap created by the disappearance of one of her weapons. However, Vile realizes that no matter how quickly she moves, he can see her. As another blade lunges toward him, it cuts his hand. He retaliates, pushing the blade back, which becomes embedded in her shield. She thinks that if this strategy is ineffective, she must resort to a powerful strike. Executing Kaiser's signature reel skill, he ties 20 threads together, causing all the strings to wrap around his body swiftly. Vile struggles to grasp the strings, managing to cut through them and break the needles. Kaiser taunts her, questioning whether she believes her family will take notice of her if she continues such reckless behavior. He channels his Shinsu and charges forward to punch him. Vile responds that he is merely making excuses. If she genuinely cared about her family, she would change her mindset and break her shield. Kaiser asserts that he aims to prevent her family from becoming embroiled in something so disgraceful, while she draws her sword and labels him foolish. He escapes from her attack while she asserts that he is merely being idealistic. Her role is to comply with whatever the family instructs her to do. She is willing to perform even the most disgraceful acts if they desire it. She expresses her happiness that the family wants her. Meanwhile, Vile notes her incredible speed and accuracy. She reflects on her past foolishness, acknowledging that she betrayed those closest to her in pursuit of an illusion called love. However, she insists that she is different now. The current version of herself has shed the old one. She confesses that the former despised being a puppet dancing beneath a glass ceiling. But now she understands that this was her role, to possess the power to protect those who matter most to her. She declares that she will return to that place, and until the moment they acknowledge her again, she will sacrifice herself here for their sake, no matter how long it takes. As she speaks, her wolf suddenly appears behind him and bites his hand again. He quickly attempts to kick the wolf, but she activates her switch teleportation. She teleports to the other side, seizing his hand as she declares that this is the only reason she continues to live. Pointing her sword at his eye, she is interrupted by Kun and Red Grayman, who call out to Vile in concern as Kaiser's wolf vanishes once again. Vile responds by stating that he will have to break that glass ceiling, grab her arm, and use his thorn power to attack her. She feels pain in her arm and realizes that she cannot switch because he is holding her. He expresses his determination to ensure she will not dance for anyone again, questioning what on earth makes her happy about dancing for someone. As he channels Jin Sung Ha's extreme technique, he asks when she lost her true face and name. He unleashes a flare wave explosion, pushing her out of the building and causing fire to spread everywhere. Red Grayman and Kun leap onto their lighthouse to escape his fiery onslaught, calling out for Vile with growing worry. As Vile approaches Kaiser, she sees that he is injured and has fallen to the ground. She thinks that she cannot move at all. Although she believed she did not get hit directly, if this attack is truly this powerful, she guesses this is the end. Kun and Red Grayman jump to her side, and Kun asks if Vile is okay. He points out that she has fought so hard to protect her family and questions whether she even remembers their names. She responds that it is an obvious thing to ask. Although she may have spent 1,000 years here, she has never forgotten the names of anyone in her family, not for even a moment. She expresses that she always misses them and feels remorse toward them. Then she challenges him, asking if he remembers his own name. He tells her that the name she should have preserved is not Kaiser but her real name, asking if she recalls it now. In her mind, she reflects on her name before becoming Kaiser, a proud gray wolf and a girl beloved by everyone. She remembers the name of that poor girl who was prepared to abandon everything after hiding her face behind a mask since that day. Finally, she admits that she cannot remember her name. Meanwhile, Anok sits on the back of Vespa as they fly toward the gallery, and she asks what is happening. On the other side, Lilial and Endorsi continue their fierce battle. Endorsi questions the source of the vibrations, while Lilial wonders if they are coming from the gallery. Alphine also looks up toward the gallery, contemplating Lord Kaiser. The scene shifts to Kaiser, who is injured and reflects on the absurdity of not even remembering her own name, while attempting to make her family happy by stealing others' names. She considers this situation ridiculous. Kaiser confronts Vile, asking what he intends to do now if he plans to steal her name and allow Fug to take over this place. She warns him that if he does so, Indorsi Jahad will be unable to maintain her position as a princess. Vile responds firmly, stating that he is not going to steal her name. Instead, he intends to buy it. Kaiser, confused, asks him what he means by that. Vile asserts that he is going to buy her name. He explains that if she enters the festival as she promised, she will pay enough money to settle all of her and her family's debts in one go. Kun adds that the money will be provided anonymously by Fug, ensuring that her family cannot access it if it is repaid all at once. This arrangement will grant her freedom, but in return, she must return Indorsi's name and acknowledge publicly that it was Indorsi who won the fight. He emphasizes that this will allow Indorsi to restore her honor, even though it will require a substantial amount of money. Kaiser questions why he would go to such lengths, to which Vile replies that he anticipated she would not allow Indorsi to leave without this arrangement. Furthermore, he expresses his desire to give her a chance to live as her true self. As he reaches out to her, he implores her to return to being herself, not merely someone defined by her family, but rather Elaine. Meanwhile, Shiliel senses something and looks up at the gallery, wondering about the earlier vibrations. She receives a message from Kaiser indicating that she has lost the battle. Another message follows, stating that she will need to stop her actions now, as her debts will be repaid, and she should take care of them. Shiliel is bewildered by what is happening, struggling to comprehend how Kaiser could betray them and what had transpired with Vile. In frustration, she decides to leave, declaring that nothing seems to be going right, even after coming all the way to this filthy place. Shibisu attempts to stop her, asking if what she mentioned earlier about the princess she was working with is true. She questions why he doubts her, responding that it should be obvious. How could he possibly believe otherwise? Shiliel asserts that while she may be a bit of a prankster, she does not typically lie. Shibisu questions why a high ranker like her would collaborate with regulars like them as she walks away. She responds that if he does not believe her, he can think whatever he likes. She is leaving. As she passes her pocket to Liliel, she mentions that she thinks Kaiser has lost. Liliel agrees, stating that they should head back, while Shiliel adds that they need to meet Maria now as well. Shibisu overhears their conversation and contemplates Shiliel's mention of Maria just as she prepares to leave. Shiliel points out Hats, the black-haired swordsman, and warns that he should not think for even a second that she is backing down today because of him. She declares that the next time they meet, if he dares to speak back to her as he did today simply because of some weapon, he will die. With a final farewell, she runs away, followed closely by Liliel. Indorsi observes the situation and thinks about the chaos unfolding, questioning what on earth just happened. She receives a call and hurriedly runs off, recalling Liliel's conversation with Shiliel. Despite their rivalry, she notes that Liliel still looks out for others. Considering the events, she realizes that while she was preoccupied, Baum had arrived at the gallery and defeated Kaiser. She wonders what will happen to her now and expresses her frustration with Vile, feeling driven to the brink. Meanwhile, Kun lies Vile down on his lighthouse, commenting on the exhausting day they have had. The announcer's voice resonates, stating that Team Bomb Kun has returned to the festival hall. Vile calls out to Kun, who queries what is going on. Vile replies that he believes he can get up and walk now, teasingly suggesting that his current state makes him look a bit too much like he is sick. Vile informs Kun that Kaiser has completely healed the wolf's bite, assuring him that he is fine now. Kun, however, insists that Vile should just lie there and rest, noting that he has been pushing himself too hard lately. Vile agrees with a simple acknowledgement. Kun reflects on the situation, feeling a sense of disbelief that all he could offer Vile was a movable bed, which he considers pathetic. He turns to Red Grayman and questions whether he is truly all right with leaving things as they are. When Red Grayman asks for clarification, Kun reminds him that he has wanted to avenge his companion. Red Grayman responds thoughtfully, expressing that after learning about Kaiser's past, He can somewhat understand the emotions she experienced when she sent her friend back to her family. While he does not forgive her for her actions, he acknowledges his own tenderness and expresses his agreement to respect Vile's decision. He hopes that Kaiser can return to her old self. Indorsi arrives and leaps onto Vile, delivering a kick to his belly while demanding to know why he is not taking their promise seriously. She grips his shirt and accuses him of being dead meat, referring to him as 25th Bomb and expressing outrage that he took Kaiser's name without her knowledge. Kun attempts to intervene, but Indorsi pays him no mind. Vile asks her to hold on and inquires about what has gotten into her. She snaps back, insisting that he shut up and hurry up to hand over Kaiser's name. Kun thinks to himself that this is certainly not dignified behavior for a princess. Vile reassures her that she does not need to worry as she will not lose her position as a princess. Indorsi asks him what he means by that and presses for clarification on what he is talking about. Vile explains that he made a promise to Kaiser, and they both agreed that she would be credited with defeating Kaiser, allowing him to reclaim her name. Indorsi reacts with disbelief, demanding to know what he is talking about. She sits on him, gripping his hands in frustration, insisting that it is ridiculous for her to keep such a promise. She orders him to shut up and hand it over. Vile insists that it is true and that they will see each other at the festival the next day. He tells her to give him her name while struggling to escape her grasp. Other regulars arrive alongside Indorsi as Kun glances at Shibisu, who remarks that things have resolved as he had predicted. Indorsi continues to demand her name, while Vile asserts that he will return it to her, even as she declares that she does not need it. Kun, addressing Shibisu, admits that he was not entirely enthusiastic about the situation, especially since they received help from Fug and the amount of money involved is substantial. He expresses concern about the uncertainty of Fug's next moves. Meanwhile, Hua Ryan answered a call, confirming that the situation had unfolded as expected and instructing that the lump sum payment would be made at the auction tomorrow. Kun notes that Hua Ryan speaks of it lightly, suggesting it is merely a trivial amount for a Slayer candidate. Yet the fact that they are relying on them in this manner weighs heavily on him. Shibisu, reflecting on Kun's words, admits that the outcome has made him feel more guilty, especially since their princess is in such a precarious state, while Indorsi continues to demand that Vile hand over Kaiser's name. Kun reassures Shibisu that they had also aimed to extricate Kaiser from her family, emphasizing that the situation should not solely be blamed on them. Shibisu then mentions that there seems to be an issue concerning the princesses. When Kun inquires further about what he means, Shibisu explains that he had not planned to bring it up since it is their matter, but there are indeed two princesses present, Shiliel and Liliel. Kun expresses disbelief, questioning whether Shibisu is referring to Shiliel and Liliel, the ones from Lo Pobia who orchestrated the entire situation. Shibisu confirms this, mentioning that the twin princesses somehow managed to send themselves off. However, he reveals that he heard something quite hard to believe that they are colluding with Kun Mashani Jahad. Kun, perplexed, asks what Shibisu means by Mashani Jahad, noting that she is a high ranker and questioning why she would collaborate with regulars. Shibisu admits that this has troubled him as well, explaining that he did not get the chance to hear it directly from them. He elaborates that the factional tensions among the regular princesses are escalating. Shibisu mentions he has heard that two of the princesses above are at odds with one another, leading him to speculate that Shiliel and Liliel might align with one of them. However, the revelation that they are in cahoots with an entirely unexpected heavyweight suggests that Mashani Jahad may be attempting to interfere directly in this factional conflict. Shibisu mentions that he is not entirely certain about this, but there seems to be one more princess involved with them, and her name appears to be Maria. Kun questions what he is saying, clearly taken aback by the revelation. The next day, participants in the auction begin to arrive at the festival hall. The announcer declares an important announcement for everyone participating in the auction, informing them that the festival will commence 5 hours earlier than scheduled. He urges anyone wishing to participate to take their seats, reiterating that the auction is set to begin momentarily. A regular in the crowd demands that others step aside, announcing that a ranker from the Ha clan has arrived and that the Ha clan will dominate the auction. As Jin-sung makes his entrance, he reflects on how noisy the atmosphere is. Meanwhile, Kaiser sits in a room and inquires if everyone has gathered. She recalls a flashback where she asks Vile how he discovered her name. He responds that he heard it from Alphine, although he had actually instructed her to disclose it. Kaiser then grabs his hand to help him up, commenting that he is a fortunate person. He replies that at least one person in the tower is truly seeing her, encouraging her to show her true self at the festival tomorrow. He predicts that everyone will likely be stunned when she reveals herself, to which she responds by noting what a strange boy he is. She emerges from her thoughts and walks out of her room, declaring that it is time to repay her debt. As the announcer declares the beginning of the festival, everyone notices her arrival. Kun asks who she is, and Rak echoes the question. Vile recognizes her immediately, exclaiming that it is her. The group is surprised to see her, and Shibisu questions if that is indeed Kaiser, especially as she appears without her mask. They all express their awe, remarking on her stunning beauty. The crowd gazes at Kaiser, who is revealed to be the true Lo Po Bia Elaine. Confusion spreads as they question her presence, speculating about the girl who just appeared. They wonder where the Slayer candidate is, whether he has yet to arrive, and if the mysterious girl could be Endorsi Jahad. Jin-sung remarked that this might be the girl Hua Ryan had mentioned, an individual of extraordinary beauty and talent, yet abandoned by her family. Elaine removes her heels and steps into the center of the hall as the announcer declares her name, Lo Po Bia Elaine. Whispers ripple through the audience, questioning if she truly belongs to the prestigious Lo Po Bia family. Another voice clarifies that while she hails from one of the 10 great families, she is not a princess of Jahad. Elaine begins to demonstrate her mastery of strings with needles, captivating everyone present. As she performs, she silently addresses her parents, affirming her resolve to let them go. The crowd watches in awe. Someone marvels at the remarkable control she wields over the threads, especially for a D-rank regular, while another comments on the impressive precision with which she manipulates the needles. Several express their desire to take her under their wing. Ruda Ha, a ranker from the Ha family, sits in contemplation, thinking how frustrating it is. He wonders who this mysterious girl could be, as the princess had clearly mentioned that Vile would be the one up for auction. He worries that all their efforts might have been in vain. Meanwhile, Shibisu expresses his amazement, remarking that he can't believe such a face had been hidden behind that mask. It seems evident that not just anyone is chosen to become a princess of Jahad. Kun counters, questioning whether Shibisu would overlook anything simply because someone is pretty. Shibisu, with a laugh, admits that he supposes so. Baum observes their reactions, wondering if they are truly pleased to see their leader back. Hats comments that this girl definitely exudes more of a princess-like aura than Endorsi ever did. Endorsi declares that she knew it and promises that he is as good as dead. However, she concedes that it is indeed a waste. Elaine, still showcasing her graceful skills, is lost in her thoughts. She reflects on her childhood, recalling how she once believed her parents would always be her pillars of support. Back then, she could dance freely in her own world without a care. But she eventually realized the truth. It wasn't that they supported her, but rather that she had been their support. This realization becomes the reason she finds it impossible to let them go. She feels as though everything will collapse the moment she lets go of them. But now it seems the time has come for her to release those ties. Activating her fire skills, she bids farewell to her old feelings, leaving them behind. A regular observes her performance and remarks on her extraordinary talent, expressing disbelief that such a skilled D-rank regular exists. He declares his intention to bid on her. Another regular notes her promising future, speculating that her asking price will undoubtedly rise and urging others to act swiftly. At that moment, a ranker from the Lopobia family, Lopobia Porp, arrives and intervenes. He asserts that the girl belongs to their family, explaining that she is present because of a significant debt she owes them. He announces their intention to take her back, expressing his hope that no one else will participate in the bidding. Rudaha confronts him, questioning whether he truly believes he can forbid others from bidding merely because she is from his family. He calls the notion absurd and points out that no such rule exists at this station. Resolving to act, he decides he has no choice but to bid on all of them, as instructed by the princess, who has ordered him to bring them all to her. Prop states that they will bid on the girl and advises against creating unnecessary conflict over a regular like her. Ruda counters, asserting that he doesn't care about the reasons. He declares his intention to bid on the girl in accordance with the rules of this place, challenging Porp to outbid him if he can. Porp, however, expresses no interest in engaging in excessive bidding. Their exchange is interrupted when Jinsung steps into the conversation. He asks, out of curiosity, how much they had anticipated paying. Porp questions Jinsung's identity and which family he represents. Jinsung responds that his family isn't particularly remarkable. He then adds that he, too, has taken a liking to the girl and suggests they all bid simultaneously to determine how high the price will go, proposing this as a way to save time. He sets the terms, declaring that they will place their bids together on the count of 3. When Porp attempts to respond, Jinsung interrupts, challenging him with a sharp remark. He questions whether the so-called members of the 10 great families lack the courage to handle something so trivial. He urges them not to back down if they truly possess any strength or pride. Porp agrees, saying they should proceed, and internally considers that the bidding amount likely won't be substantial. He even thinks it would be advantageous to sell her off if the final price exceeds his expectations. Ruda responds with enthusiasm, declaring his readiness to participate. Internally, he reflects on their ignorance, feeling assured because he has the princess's support. Jinsung takes charge, signaling the start of the bidding. He counts down, declaring 1, 2, 3, and initiates the process. Prop begins with a bid of 60 million points, followed by Ruda, who confidently raises it to 2 billion points. However, Jinsung astounds them both by bidding 10 billion points. Both Porp and Ruda are left in shock, struggling to comprehend such a massive bid. Ruda questions aloud whether Jinsung has lost his mind, pointing out that 10 billion points could purchase an entire fleet of floating islands. Prop asks if Jinsung truly bid 10 billion points for a mere regular. Jinsung responds casually, stating that it isn't an unreasonably high price to pay for earning favor from a prized student. He walks away confidently, adding that he will deposit the funds immediately. With this, he announces that the girl's debt is cancelled and bids them farewell, leaving the others speechless in his wake. Ruda calls out, asking Jinsung to wait. He demands to know who Jinsung really is, how a single person can possess so much money, and what he plans to do with the girl. Jinsung, scratching his head, replies with a casual tone. He describes himself as just an old man who disappeared from the history books long ago and assures them there is no need for such concern. He clarifies that he isn't the one buying the girl. Turning back to look at them, he explains that his god is saving her, emphasizing that the reasons don't matter because that's the nature of a god's actions. As he speaks, Vile glances at them while Endorsi, feeling weary, walks away, stating that she's tired and ready to leave. Later, Ruda informs Yuri through his pocket that Kaiser has been purchased by someone else. Yuri, visibly irritated, demands clarification, asking if he missed the auction item entirely. She reminds him that she specifically instructed him to buy whatever was put up for auction. Ruda apologizes, explaining that the other bidder, another princess, had offered an overwhelming amount of money. Yuri, frustrated, questions what he means by too much, reiterating that she had clearly told him to spend whatever was necessary. Ruda, somewhat hesitantly, reveals that the other bidder's offer was 10 billion points. He states that they would have bid more if the auction had involved a Slayer candidate. but 10 billion points seemed excessive for a random girl being sold. She reflects on his words, incredulous, and asks if he is certain that someone bid 10 billion points for a regular. He confirms, adding that the entire amount was deposited at once. She questions who on earth would spend such an exorbitant sum on a regular. He admits he isn't sure, but it doesn't seem to be someone from one of the 10 families. He further reports that, for now, it has been confirmed there were no Slayer candidates in this auction. He explained that he had checked with the Lopobia family and discovered that the item up for sale was actually Kaiser herself. She shouts in disbelief, asking if he is saying that Kaiser lost. He confirms, stating that Kaiser was defeated by Endorsi Jahad. He adds that the earlier news about a Slayer candidate appearing at the auction seems to have been a false report. She thinks to herself, trying to process the situation. Endorsi Jahad defeated Kaiser. Could this be the same amateur she saw on the floor of the test? She feels confused, wondering what is happening here, and decides that for now, all she needs to know is that Kaiser has lost. He acknowledges her words, apologizing and addressing her as princess just as Evan approaches, asking what happened. She replies that she doesn't know, but things have taken an unexpected turn. At this moment, it appears that Kaiser lost. Evan, confused, asks for clarification. She scratches her head, admitting that something complicated must have occurred. She had planned to get Baum out of the situation if he lost to Kaiser, but the plan failed. Evan calls out to her, asking what she means. She explains that things didn't unfold as they had expected. She suspects Baum will return, bearing Kaiser's name, and wonders if she'll be forced to follow him all the way to the floor of death. The thought frustrates her to no end. At that moment, she receives a message from Kun Mashini, who urges her to contact her. Both she and Evan are shocked to see the message. Yuri, slightly amused, asks why Mashini is calling her silly little her and where she is. Evan attempts to explain, but Yuri interrupts, saying there is no real need for her to know that. She questions why Mashini is suddenly acting so casually and laughs. Mashini, with a playful tone, responds that she has been feeling a bit bored lately and finds it cute to see Yuri flustered. She then proposes a bet, suggesting that Yuri could wager her yellow May for Mashini's green April. Yuri is taken aback and confused by this unexpected offer. Meanwhile, on the Hell train, in the chief engineer's room, Karaka stands over Pedro's lifeless body. He calmly acknowledges that Pedro is dead and proceeds to connect to his memories after death, using his abilities as a scout. Karaka confirms that the space within the train Pedro mentioned is indeed undetectable from the outside. He credits Pedro for that, stating there is no need for anyone to feel sorry, as it was only a matter of time before White would be revived. He then inquires if Yuri Jahad is indeed on the train. Meanwhile, Yuri asks Mashini what she means by a bet. Mashini responds, confirming that she wants to wager her yellow May against Yuri's green April, with the winner keeping both of them. Yuri asks why Mashini would make such a bet with her. Mashini explains that the bet is for the sake of the change she desperately desires. She goes on to say that Yuri, too, must have always wanted to see the tower change. If they make a bet and Mashini wins, it will be the first time a princess holds 3 months, which would allow her to bring real change to the tower. She emphasizes that more than anything else she can do right now, she won't reveal the exact reason she wants Green April. However, she offers the bet because she genuinely needs it. She urges Yuri to think it over, as everything has already been prepared on her side. Mashini concludes by saying she will summarize the details of the bet and send them to Yuri's pocket at an appropriate time. If Yuri refuses, Mashini warns that she will ensure Yuri can no longer stay on the Hell train. Yuri pauses, reflecting on Mashini's words, and asks Evan if she really just received a call from Princess Mashini. Evan, still visibly flustered, replies that he believes so. Meanwhile, Yuri is lost in thought, questioning what Mashini could possibly mean by a bet involving 13 months. She realizes that if the bet goes forward, whoever loses will be in grave danger. She wonders why Masheni would propose such a bet despite knowing the risks, and she questions why it has to involve Green April. Why choose Green April over Black March? It seems as though Masheni has already decided on the details of the bet, which leaves Yuri puzzled. Adding to her suspicions, Yuri wonders how Masheni could possibly know that she is on the Hell train. The entire situation feels increasingly suspicious, and Yuri senses she is being swept along by a large, predetermined force. Just then, Karaka suddenly appears and remarks that it is a relief to find her somewhere easy to locate. Noting her black hair and red eyes, he confidently declares that it must be her. Yuri, turning to look behind her, wonders who this person is, sensing a powerful energy surrounding him. Karaka asks if she is Yuri Jahad, to which she confirms, stating that she is indeed Yuri Jahad. She then asks who he is, and Evan warns her to be cautious. Karaka introduces himself as Karaka, the god of Fug, causing Yuri to think, is he Karaka, the Slayer? Karaka continues, explaining that while he was hiding on the train, she killed one of his most devoted disciples. Yuri asks if he is here to get revenge. Karaka affirms, stating that he cannot simply stand by after losing something so precious to him. Yuri dismisses him as a nut job, remarking that she's heard he's insane. She then adds that if he was going to hide on the train, he should have kept doing so. However, she notes that this situation actually works out well for her, as she has some business with him, too. Karaka expresses agreement, stating that it seems they both have similar matters to address. The scene shifts to the no-named residence after the festival. Everyone is resting, and Shibisu complains of exhaustion, remarking that after being so tense all night, his body feels completely drained of energy. He reflects that it seems Kaiser has now safely left, adding that he never imagined things would end this way. Laura lies down in his blanket, sighing that he is so tired. Shibisu asks what he did to become so tired, aside from riding on Hatz's back, questioning why his handsome face looks so worn out. Kan inquires about Endorsi and the others, and Shibisu responds that the others are still washing up while Hatz is training. He adds that the others are the ones who should really be worried. He suggests that they can rest for a bit before leaving, but the others need to get on the train tonight. Kun acknowledges that he is tired but assures them that it's okay, as there are places to rest on the train. However, he expresses concern about the guys who were injured in the fight and have yet to recover. Shibisu notices this and asks if their plan has encountered a problem. Kun replied that they still had to board the train, as it would be leaving after today. Shibisu then asks what will happen to the station, wondering if Fug will manage it. Kun responds that it seems Alphine will likely stay behind to look after it. He adds that the station was originally a place for regulars, so it makes sense that she would manage it. Shibisu asks if they can trust her, to which Kun responds that it doesn't seem like she's doing this because she wants to. For now, she has decided to act as though she is loyal to the family while dealing with the internal issues here. He adds that, of course, it will be difficult for her to break down the barrier between the named and the no-named on her own. Still, he points out that this is a problem the people here must solve themselves, not something they can help with. He then asks if that will really be okay, and Vile responds that he doesn't think they have much of a choice but to trust her. Since they have to leave now, all they can do is hope the people here move forward as well. Kun jumps onto Rak, who is sleeping, and mentions that they will have to head to the train soon. He adds that they've got Kaiser's name now, asking if going to the floor of death is all that's left. Rak shouts at him, demanding that he move over, as he's injured. Kun sarcastically comments that he didn't see him there, calling him a loser, not injured, and laughs as Rak responds with insults. Vile calls Kun and asks if this station will really be able to change. Kun replies that it will probably be tough. If the named can rid themselves of their greed, it could certainly become a decent station, but it won't be that easy. He explains that since there are unequal floors, no matter where one goes on the tower, perhaps this station simply reflects human nature, and maybe it's best not to try to change that. He adds that they are not gods, and he knows this. Vile smiles and agrees, confirming that he is right. As Vile reflects on what Kun said for a moment, he quietly wishes that they could be gods if only to bring about change. Vile then tells Kun that he has something to ask him. Noticing a shift in Kun's demeanor, he adds that something seems a bit off with him, especially with everything that happened yesterday and today. Suddenly, Endorsi bumps into the door and enters their room, calling out to Vile. Shibisu tries to stop her, but Vile asks her what she's doing. Endorsi, frustrated, asks why he didn't tell her he was going to the floor of death. Kun says she can never show up anywhere quietly and tells her to keep it down, especially since he's injured. Vile asks if he hadn't told her before, to which she dismisses, saying she never heard anything about it. She then asks, confirming if he is really going to the floor of death. Vile nods in response. Endorsi says she wants to go with him. Vile asks what she means by that, questioning why she would go with him, suggesting it would be better for her to stay off the train. Endorsi explains that she had heard a rumor about a princess of Jahad living on the floor of death, a princess she had actually been wanting to meet for a long time. She adds that while it would be difficult for her to go alone, with Hua Ryan by her side, she believes she could manage. Vile tells her that she needs a ticket to board the train, but Endorsi reassures him, saying that she has one. One of the 10 bosses she defeated before was a ticket holder, so she's got it covered. Vile asks Kun what he thinks, and Kun, unsure, laughs and says it's a tricky situation. Endorsi says, "Wait, don't tell her." They don't want her to go with him and asks if he shouldn't be thanking her for offering to go with him herself. Vile thinks that it doesn't seem right for Yuri and Endorsi to be together. Suddenly, they hear a loud noise from outside, and Kun asks what is going on Earth. Vile says he heard a massive sound outside, and they both looked out of the window, where they saw Karaka fighting with Yuri. Kun asks who Yuri is fighting. At the same time, Yuri asks Karaka where he thinks he's attacking, warning that if the path is destroyed, Vile won't be able to get on the train. Karaka replies that he doesn't care. He plans to stop Vile from boarding the train anyway. He adds that Yuri should be more concerned about her own life. Yuri Jahad. Yuri curses at Karaka as he launches a massive attack. She quickly calls out to Evan, telling him that Karaka is over by the path again this time and asking him to handle that end. Evan responds, acknowledging her instruction. He activates his special item, Frog Fisher, and unleashes its third desire, Hunger, opening its mouth to absorb Karaka's fire attack. Karaka watches in disbelief, realizing that his attack has been absorbed. Evan comments that Karaka is being reckless. He points out that there are 2 overanchors present, and though Karaka must have gotten off the train, he likely thought it would work to his advantage if he could stop the boy from boarding. Evan adds that they are more than capable of handling an unexpected situation like this. Karaka may be a slayer, but he's still just a rookie who's held power for a short time. Evan then asserts that Karaka has already made a decision he can't take back. Karaka asks if the item on Evan's finger is one that absorbs attacks. Evan confirms, explaining that it's indeed a Frog Fisher, an item with 5 desires, and the one Karaka saw earlier was Hunger. Evan activates another desire on the Frog Fisher and states that this one is Restoration. As the item begins to reconstruct the path, Karaka watches in awe, wondering how the broken path was restored without any trace of destruction. He quickly realizes that this isn't just a restoration power. It's an item capable of returning objects to their original state. He acknowledges that it's a remarkable item. Meanwhile, Endorsi asks what's going on. Kun remarks that the road to the train was completely destroyed and wonders who this goddamn tin head is. Vile, deep in thought, recalls seeing Karaka somewhere before but can't place where. Kun, considering the logistics, realizes that to cover the distance to the train, they will have to use Endorsi's bong bong. He suggests they need to go together. Endorsi, growing frustrated, asks why Kun talks about her as if she's just baggage. She acknowledges that even with her bong bong, It would be impossible to reach the train directly, and moving such a large group of people consecutively would be difficult, especially with the injured. She points out that the distance must be reduced in some way for it to be feasible. Vile points out that the path to the train is being repaired, drawing attention to the restoration. Dorsey asks if the dwarf is repairing the path. Vile confirms that the path is indeed being rebuilt. Kun, seeing an opportunity, declares that now is their chance. They need to reach the train before the path is destroyed again. Vile agrees, urging everyone to hurry, and they all begin running quickly toward the train. Dorsey asks what they are doing, but before anyone can respond, Sachai arrives, announcing that there's a battle by the train. Kun acknowledges the news, saying they saw it too, and insists they must hurry to the train. Shibisu expresses concern, questioning whether it's too dangerous, noting that the enemy appears to be at least a rancor. Kun, however, insists that they have no choice. If the path is destroyed again during the fight, they won't be able to board the train. Kun urges everyone to hurry, instructing those who are ready to get to the floating island first, emphasizing that they don't have time to waste. Some of the regulars agree and quickly run ahead, responding with a quick right. Vile calls out to Kun, and Xiaxia, not far behind, calls out to Navik, asking about Ran. Vile then asks Kun about the injured people. Kun, without hesitation, replies that he wasn't considering them in the immediate plan. He says that for those who can't even walk to the train in this situation, it would be far too dangerous for them to try to get to the floating island right now, as the area outside is essentially a war zone between rankers. He stresses that it's crucial for those who can board the train safely to go first. Meanwhile, Yua, observing the situation from her window, notices the path to the train being rebuilt. She quickly exits her room and calls out, asking to join them. In the meantime, Karaka believes that the ability must be limited to certain inanimate objects. But for it to actually reverse time, the dwarf possesses a remarkable item. Yuri remarks that it seems Karaka has taken a hit, suggesting that he must have thought his plan would succeed as long as he could prevent Vile from boarding the train. She asks if that is not correct since he cannot harm Vile on the train, as it is a zone for regulars. The reason he risked leaving the train, despite the time constraints, was to stop Bomb from boarding. She adds that avenging his subordinate is merely a convenient excuse. Karaka responds that he will simply have to eliminate him and destroy the path, to which Yuri acknowledges the value of confidence. However, she warns him that if he becomes too arrogant and attacks her, he will die because he cannot defeat her. Karaka blocks her attack, but she strikes again with a nuclear punch. Karaka, impressed by the immense power, thinks she must truly be from the half family when she declares that the next attack is coming and strikes once more. He thinks that it would be dangerous even for him to continue being struck by such attacks when Karaka uses his Karaka-type Shinsu control skill, World of Darkness, Black Twilight, to counterattack. Yuri cannot believe that he managed to stop her, finding it amazing. Though it was just a brief attack, she felt its impact clearly. Karaka thinks that if this is not enough to inflict even a small amount of damage, then he will need to reassess his strategy. Yuri contemplates whether to spare the man in front of her, acknowledging that it has been ages since they last crossed paths. She decides to use her full power this time and prepares to attack him. She reflects that he will return someday as her greatest enemy. Meanwhile, Vile and his team race across the bridge. Kun urges them to hurry, but Shibisu, looking down at the fight between Yuri and Dorsey, exclaims that it is crazy. He wonders aloud if this is a battle between true rankers, questioning whether they should really proceed. He compares the situation to walking outside during an earth-shaking storm. Kun, also feeling the tension, agrees, remarking that it is insane. He wonders why the administrator isn't intervening, especially with such a battle unfolding. He wonders whether the tower's administrator sees this as a necessary battle, even with the fight taking place in an area where regulars are nearby. He thinks about what could possibly be the reason for this, questioning the administrator's intentions. Evan watches them all and wonders what they are thinking, seeing that they are seriously trying to reach the train despite the danger. He understands their urgency, knowing that the path has been broken. However, he thinks that they could die if they proceed now. Kun, meanwhile, decides to head to the train. He realizes that, as long as they reach it, the fight will not be able to affect them once they are on board. He explains that they must get to the train before the path is broken again, but warns that once they step onto the path, they will no longer be protected by the station. While this is a zone for regulars, their safety here is only temporary. As soon as they walk onto the path, they could be dragged into the ongoing battle. He warns that they will be vaporized if even one of the attacks touches them, so they must run toward the train as quickly as possible. He adds that Endorsi will use her bong bong to carry them across the parts of the path that aren't fully restored. He emphasizes that reaching the train depends on each person's abilities. If they get caught in the fight, they're done for it. He tells them not to even think about trying to save one another, as it's impossible, especially for those who are injured. Despite this, Ran ultimately decides to stay behind with the team, though Beta remains present. Yiwa insists that she can make it, but Kun tells her to reconsider. She can barely walk, and choosing to head to the train now would be recklessly dangerous. Yiwa responds that she came to fight here with the goal of reaching the floor of death. She even left the sweet and sour team behind, and she cannot bear to face them again if she gives up now. She firmly declares that she will definitely board the train, even if it means risking her life. Vile asks Kun what their next move is, and Kun replies that they have no choice. If Vile is ready for anything, then he will not stop him. They will go together. Yiwa asks if he really means that, and Kun responds that everyone is responsible for their own lives. He explains that, in this situation, no one gathered here will be able to help anyone else. Yiwa nods in agreement, saying okay. Shibisu advises everyone to be careful. He admits that, to be honest, he would like to stop them, especially since Kun mentioned that they absolutely have to reach the floor of death. He hopes they get what they want. He tells Kun to keep an eye on Endorsi as well and expresses his hope of seeing them on a higher floor next time. Vile agrees, saying he will definitely see them higher up. Meanwhile, Evan thinks that they have ended up outside, and now he has no choice but to let them proceed. He cannot stop them, so his only option is to ensure that Karaka does not notice them at all costs. Evan activates Adam's glove to conceal the presence of the regulars as they reach the broken part of the bridge. Kun senses something and thinks that the sound of their footsteps has stopped. He wonders what it is, perhaps an item that eliminates the sound they make. Evan, using Adam's glove, creates an invisible barrier that blocks all sound within it, making it undetectable to the outside. Kun is impressed, thinking that it's amazing to have such a high ranker as a guide. Still, he reminds everyone that they should minimize their use of shinsu or items, as their enemy is no ordinary one. Vile agrees just as they reach the edge of the broken bridge. Endorsi looks in the other direction, relieved that they should be able to cross without being noticed. She urges them to hurry, warning that if they waste time, they will get themselves killed. Kun remarks that she is moving too fast, while Vile thinks that it is really difficult to keep up with Endorsi without using Shinsu. Endorsi uses her bong bong to teleport the group and comments that it seems the injured ones have fallen behind. For now, she decides to move the people who are present and urges them to hurry. Meanwhile, below, Yuri and Karaka are locked in a fierce duel, with Karaka neutralizing Yuri's attacks using his Shinsu technique. Yuri observes the black orbs and thinks that they are absorbing all of her attacks. Karaka explains that his world of darkness neutralizes all enemy attacks, even those from a high ranker like herself. He is no exception. Karaka reflects, however, that most enemies usually get sucked into the world of darkness and are trapped within it just by touching it. It seems this isn't happening with Yuri, likely because of her incredibly powerful body. He acknowledges that her physical abilities are truly astonishing, but he adds that the world of darkness holds another secret. He thanks Yuri, revealing that this technique returns as much damage as it absorbs from enemies. Yuri wonders what is happening as Kuraka activates his world of darkness, using the damage counter with a rain of darkness to launch an attack on her. She realizes that with an attack like this, she will definitely take damage. However, she manages to evade the attack and reflects that although it made her jump, it didn't damage her at all. This is impossible, she thinks, and then adds that Evan is trying so hard to fix the path, but it has been broken again. She looks at the other regulars climbing to the other side and wonders if they are seriously trying to run to the train in a situation like this. Rak, noticing Yewa pulling Danhwa up, asks what she is doing. Yewa urges him to hurry, and Danhwa thanks her. Kun, watching Endorsi teleport to the other side, urges everyone to keep running toward the train. Yuri, noticing their movement, asks if they are trying to board the train while fighting. It certainly seems like an unexpected plan, but she wonders what will happen if Kuraka notices them. Something doesn't feel right up there. Meanwhile, Danhwa apologizes to Vile, and Rak tells everyone to move. Endorsi, looking ahead, warns that they are running out of time. At this rate, they will end up dying, so she suggests they just use Bong Bong to get to the train. Kun pauses and holds up his pocket, saying, "Hold on, not right now. Something feels strange." Endorsi asks what he means by that. Meanwhile, Evan looks at Kuraka, wondering if he has noticed them, while Kuraka himself wonders if he imagined it. Yuri, feeling a sense of relief, thinks that it seems Kuraka isn't sure yet. Perhaps the boldness of these kids will actually work. She decides to draw his attention and unsheathes her sword. Kuraka eyes the sword and wonders what kind of weapon it is. Yuri smirked and responded, saying that it seemed he recognized it too. She reveals that the needle is Kronos, one of the most powerful weapons. She explains that it once belonged to Quadrado, the high ranker who traveled with the 10 great family leaders long ago. His life story is inscribed on the sealing stone surrounding the needle. She adds that although Quadrado lost it while charging Urek, it remains an almost unfairly powerful weapon, allowing its wielder to use ultimate ignition just once, regardless of what floor they are on. Yuri explains that she brought Kronos here because, for some reason, she thought she might have the opportunity to use it on the lower floors. It looks like that moment has finally arrived. Kuraka, realizing how careless he has been, thinks that he never expected her to possess such a weapon. He has no items that can counter such a powerful force on this floor. It may only be one shot, but he knows it could be devastating. Yuri, growing tired of the prolonged battle, declares that it's time to end this. Kuraka acknowledges that Kronos is an item that could certainly disrupt the balance of a battle, depending on how she uses it. As Yuri looks behind her, Kun urgently tells Endorsi to get the Bong Bong ready. They need to take the injured and get as far away from this place as possible. Endorsi, confused, asks what he means since he told her to wait earlier. Kun presses her to hurry and then realizes they might have a chance. It's a dangerous move, but if they miss it, they will have no hope left. Endorsi asks what he means by chance, and Kun explains that it will likely be the moment that weapon is ignited. Meanwhile, Rak carries Danhwa on his back and runs with Yewa. She tells him that when that weapon is ignited, they need to get in the Bong Bong with the others and move as far away as possible. She adds that Yuri definitely won't give Kuraka a chance to look away, which is likely why she pulled out that weapon in the first place. Kuraka thinks it's strange. Even so, he wonders why she would pull out a weapon she can only use once in front of him, almost as if boasting. Is it confidence? Bluffing? He commands Yuri to wait. Yuri, undeterred, attempts to strike, declaring that her sword, Kronos, obeys Yuri Jahad's command with a single flash, to destroy everything in front of her. She orders it to ignite. As Yuri sees Endorsi with the Bong Bong, she wonders why she isn't getting out of the way. Kun, realizing the urgency of the situation, tells Endorsi to move faster. Endorsi responds with a quick got it, and immediately teleports the rest of the regulars across, ensuring their safety. A bright flash explodes in front of Kuraka, blinding him momentarily. He tries to counterattack, but Yuri sees it coming and wonders if he is insane, charging head-on into an attack that even high rankers cannot withstand. Karaka initially attempts to block the attack using his armor inventory, Steel Tree, but the power of the ignition overwhelms it. He realizes it isn't enough and decides to sacrifice one of his arms to survive. Yuri watches in disbelief, thinking that Karaka just self-destructed. Meanwhile, Endorsi reaches Yuwa, Donghua, and Rak, urging them to move quickly. Yedla responds, "Okay, thanks." Suddenly, a bleeding Karaka unexpectedly appears behind them. He asks, "Isn't that Vile?" Everyone is stunned and horrified, realizing he is still alive. Preparing an attack on his other hand, Karaka demands to know who among them he needs to kill first to make Vile appear before him. Vile grows increasingly worried for Rak and Yuwa, feeling compelled to assist them, but Kun intervenes and stops him. Yuri reflects on her surprise, realizing she had not expected him to risk his own life to attack those kids. Evan observes that the invisible mode was temporarily disabled when Kramos was ignited. He admits to himself that he never anticipated someone risking their life just to seize that moment, confirming that the individual truly is as resilient as the rumors suggest. However, he concludes that rushing into action now is impossible, especially if hostages are involved. Karaka announces that Vile should reveal himself, declaring that he knows Vile is hiding. He threatens to kill every single person present if Vile does not step forward immediately. Vile gazes at Karaka and concludes that he must have been the target all along. Kun remarks that it indeed appears that way and contemplates the implications. He surmises that Karaka must be from Fug and deduces he is likely a slayer, given his capability to confront someone as formidable as Yuri Jahad. Kun questions in his mind where such a significant figure could have suddenly emerged. Yuri considers the situation, realizing that if she had been caught off guard, she never expected a Fug slayer to risk his life merely to pursue a few regulars. She feels relieved that Evan appears to have hidden the other kids effectively. However, she contemplates that, in the worst-case scenario, they might even have to abandon those left behind. Endorsi, paralyzed by the unfolding events, finds herself unable to move as Karaka commands Vile to come out immediately. He demands to know if Vile truly wishes to see his companions perish, warning that every single one of them will die if he fails to reveal himself. Vile makes an attempt to rush forward, but Kun seizes his hand, stopping him. Vile insists that he must intervene, explaining that if Karaka is there because of him, he cannot allow his companions to die because of his presence. He urges Kun to lead the others to the train, stating that reducing the number of potential hostages is crucial. Kun counters, asserting that this situation cannot be resolved so easily. Vile argues that if Karaka is indeed from Fug, he will be unable to kill him, a Slayer candidate. He urges Kun to escape to the train with the others and promises to follow shortly thereafter. Hua Ryan assures Kun that he can leave without worry, while Vile calls out to her. She calmly states that there is no need for concern since Vile will not die here. Kun questions her cryptic remark, but she responds that this is the path Vile must take and urges him to focus on reaching the train instead of fretting. Evan also attempts to stop Vile, but Vile moves steadily toward Karaka. Karaka notices him and remarks that he has finally revealed himself. Yuri catches sight of Vile and briefly wonders why he is wearing a wig, while Yiwa also calls out to him in concern. Karaka, now fully focused on Vile, identifies him as Ju-Vile Grace and watches as he approaches through the Shinsu shield. Vile demands that the others be released, declaring that he is there as Karaka's target. However, Karaka refuses, explaining that releasing the hostages would leave him vulnerable to the high rankers positioned above. He warns Vile against any rash actions, emphasizing that with a simple snap of his fingers, he can kill Vile's companions instantly. Vile asks for his name, to which Karaka responds, acknowledging that this is their first meeting in person. Karaka remarks that, for a moment, he almost forgot, having heard so much about Vile. introducing himself. He states that his name is Karaka, a slayer from Fug, and this is his first time encountering a candidate. Vile considers the situation and realizes that this is the infamous Karaka. He wonders why someone of Karaka's stature would come here personally, suspecting it might be because he doubted his subordinate's abilities. Vile asks if Karaka's goal is to take the thorn away from him. Karaka denies this, explaining that the thorn is useless unless it is melted together with Vile himself. He reveals that his purpose is to prevent Vile from boarding the train. Vile firmly states that such a decision is not Karaka's to make. Karaka counters, insisting that it is very much his decision, as the matter concerns the resurrection of a great slayer, a process Vile is obstructing. Vile responds by recalling his master's words, who once told him that Karaka is using Fug for his own revenge. Karaka, unbothered, agrees that it is possible Fug is also using him. However, he notes that his master worried about the day Karaka's madness would pose a threat to everyone. Meanwhile, Jinsung sits aboard his floating ship, contemplating whether it has already reached another floor. Elsewhere, Vile confronts Karaka, stating that he does not understand why Karaka seeks to create chaos for everyone around him. He accuses Karaka of troubling those close to him and is now attempting to manipulate someone precious to him. Vile admits that it infuriates him to see Karaka harassing the people he cares about. Karaka questions Vile's defiance, but Vile demands the immediate release of his companions. He declares that, regardless of what Karaka intends to do moving forward, he should refrain from interfering in matters that do not concern him. Vile warns that if Karaka continues, he will no longer stand by and tolerate his actions. Karaka mocks Vile, dismissing his words and questioning how a mere candidate dares to threaten a slayer. Yuri interjects, addressing Karaka directly, and warns him that if he so much as lays a finger on Vile, she will not stand by idly either. On the other side, Yiwa calls out to Endorsi, suggesting that if they can manage to distract Karaka for even a moment, she might be able to use the bong bong to reach the train along with Vile. Endorsi questions what Yiwa is talking about when Yiwa explains that while it might not be difficult for the two of them to reach the train, the real challenge lies in creating an opportunity to escape from that monster. Yiwa declares that she will carve a path with the swordsman's blade, using that moment to have Endorsi take Vile to the train with the bong bong. Endorsi asks what Yiwa means by that and questions what will happen to the others. Danhwa interjects, assuring them that it is fine. He reasons that it is better for them to escape rather than risk being taken hostage and becoming a burden in this situation. He adds that if this is what Yiwa has decided, then they will do everything they can to survive. Yiwa reminds them that they made a promise from the very beginning, to which Endorsi hesitates, glancing at the others. Yiwa then speaks to Vile through the pocket, instructing him to distract the big idiot for just a moment. Confused, Vile asks why she is saying this, but Yiwa repeats her demand firmly. She tells him to distract that monster at all costs, even if only for a second. Vile wonders what she is thinking as she shouts for everyone to hurry up, do something, and simply dance. She mentions to Karaka that the ring he is wearing reminds her of one she saw before, worn by someone she met, who had the exact same ring. Karaka, confused, asks what she is talking about and questions where the ring is. Meanwhile, Yuri wonders what has come over him, noting that there is a brief opportunity now. Yiwa intervenes and attacks Karaka with an ignition weapon. Vile, shocked, asks why she is doing this. Karaka quickly counters, and everyone is sent tumbling off the bridge. Yuri watches in concern and instructs Evan to protect the others for her. He responds affirmatively, determined to save them. Vile repeats her question, asking why Yiwa is doing this, to which Yiwa calmly replies that it's fine, reassuring her that everything is definitely okay. At the same moment, Yuri activates her special attack, using her Shinsu control skill, releasing murderous energy. Danhya wonders about the massive rose that appears as Yuri uses her rose shower to distract Karaka from attacking Vile, who is heading toward the Hell train. Endorsi, seizing the moment, grabs him and swiftly ascends the stairs. Endorsi urges them to get out of the way as a shockwave approaches when Vile inquires about Yewa and Rak. During the attack, Yewa, Rak, and Danhwa are trapped in the full-scale assault, and Vile becomes deeply concerned for their safety. Karaka also manages to escape from the area. After some time, Vile and Endorsi reach the Hell train, where Kun asks Vile if he is alright and inquires about what happened. Barreau questions why only they have returned, asking about the others, while Kun also calls out to Vile, who is still shocked by the incident. On the other side, Yuri asks Yewa, Danhwa, and Rak if they are alive, while Evan thinks that it is too late. If they were caught in the explosion, they must be dead. Suddenly, a hidden car appears on the Hell train, from which Karaka emerges. He activates his Shinsu control skill, World of Darkness, Infinite Past Lives, and reflects on the situation. He concludes that Yuri Jahad must have been suppressing her power, fearing that those lesser regulars would become entangled in this. He reflects that she is truly extraordinarily powerful and wonders how much stronger she will have become by the next encounter. He acknowledges that he lost much on this last trip. He was unable to kill Yuri Jahad and ended up allowing those individuals to board the train. However, he also discovered something unexpected yet monumental. His brother is alive. He considers the possibility that someone else possesses the ring. Meanwhile, Wanganen arrives and asks where he went, stating that if he finds him, he will kill him as well, while smoke clouds his vision. Wanganen looks at Kasano and thinks that if he can just capture him, he will be able to awaken Horyang. He reassures himself to wait a little longer, Goseng. In the other room, Hoken shouts angrily, demanding to know how they dare lock him in here and run away. Miseng and Prince, irritated by Hoken's loud voice, cover their ears. Hoken threatens to kill them all unless they tell him the password to the door immediately, declaring that it should be enough. They both nod in response. A flashback unfolds, showing the day before, in the room where Rachel's team was staying on the train. Miseng and Prince bow before Hoken and plead for him to accept them as his servants. Hoken, confused, asks what they mean by this, recalling how they barged in unexpectedly earlier. Now, they are speaking of such things. Hayura observes that this is clearly a trap. They are attempting to break into their inner lair and set a snare for them. She questions if he truly believes they will fall for such a scheme. She thinks these useless idiots have shown up since she entered the location on Emily to lure hostages. Prince denies this, insisting that they are here because they genuinely want to be Hoken's servants. In fact, they no longer wish to be part of that team. Miseng pleads for him to believe them, while Prince adds that these fools have always looked down on him and even tried to force them to go to the dangerous floor of death. He further explains that they have nothing to do with any of that, and they do not even want to go. They promise to help him find his clone in exchange for allowing them to leave the train at the next station. They continuously make their request. Yura, unimpressed, asks Prince if he truly believes they will fall for this, calling it pathetic. Hoken, though suspicious, thinks that it certainly seems like a trap. However, upon reflection, he realizes that if he complies with the demands of these idiots, he will lose his upper hand. At this rate, he will be impeached. He thinks that, in addition, these kids are after that Kasano guy anyway. If he were to accept these two and get Kasano, he could always devour them if they showed hostility. He decides it is fine and agrees to their request, declaring that he will accept them as his servants. Yura, confused, asks what he is talking about. Hoken responds, asking what's wrong with being cautious. If they are serious, then he will be able to find his clone, which seems like a good thing. He assures them that he will take responsibility, telling them not to worry about it. He invites them to come with him and asks them to hug him. They both stand and run toward him to embrace him, thanking him. Yura walks over to Rachel and asks if she isn't going to say something while Hoken, now seemingly satisfied, remarks that they are all on the same side. He suggests that, since they are getting along, they should have a conversation in a comfortable atmosphere before heading out with Prince and Miseng. Prince agrees, saying it's fine. Meanwhile, Yura turns to Rachel and asks if she is really going to just let him do this. The scene shifts to the present, where Prince expresses his relief, remarking that he didn't expect them to think so similarly. Hoken laughs and responds, saying that there is a saying, "Yesterday's enemy is today's companion." Prince, however, reflects that he only agreed to this because he believed he had to infiltrate Hoken's team somehow. He never imagined it would go so smoothly. He considers that he didn't anticipate internal conflicts among the group and hadn't expected Hoken to offer his own help in capturing Kasano. Prince realizes that he used Rachel's absence as an opportunity to isolate Kasano, although Wang Nin had expressed his anxiety about the situation. Hoken says that there is no need to thank him too much. It's beneficial for him as well if that girl loses a few more henchmen. He explains that by weakening their forces, both sides can achieve their goals. He gets to reduce their power while they can accomplish their objective and leave the train. It's a two-in-one deal, though he adds that, in the end, it all depends on how well the yellow kid performs. Elsewhere, Wang Nin challenges Kasano, declaring that the two of them finally meet. Kasano notices him as well. Wang Nin introduces himself as Horyang's companion, stating that today, he is going to reclaim the demon that Kasano stole from Horyang. He adds that while Kasano may have been lucky enough to escape in Train City, that luck won't save him this time. He suggests they settle this quickly before anyone else arrives. Kasano questions what Wang Nin means by lucky enough to escape and asks if Wang Nin truly believes he can defeat him, calling him seriously mistaken. He explains that while Wang Nin may be an ordinary regular, he is a living ignition weapon created in the workshop, and there is no way Wang Nin can defeat him. Wang Nin retorts, calling Kasano ridiculous, and throws an antimatter bomb at him. He says that it's not over until it's over and charges toward him, declaring bring it on. Kasano, observing the charge, thinks that Wang Nin is attacking head-on. However, Wang Nin manages to stab him with a syringe filled with a drug. As Kasano's body begins to transform, Wang Nin asks if this is some kind of joke. Kasano demands to know what the syringe is and what Wang Nin did to him, urging him to answer before kicking Wang Nin away. Wang Nin laughs and explains that the syringe he just injected him with contains a drug that will put the demon within him to sleep for a brief moment. He adds that Sophia gave it to him, and the antimatter bomb he used earlier was also filled with this drug. In 5 minutes, Kasano will completely pass out. Kasano scoffs, asking if Wang Nin really believes he can last that long. He charges toward Wang Nin, declaring that he will be dead long before then, and punches him, sending Wang Nin crashing into a wall. Kasano acknowledges Wang Nin's bravery in rushing at him to stab him with the syringe, but points out that he hasn't thought far enough ahead. He asks how, exactly, Wang Nin plans on taking him to Horyang. Wang Nin, undeterred, pulls out another ball and explains that this one can contain Kasano for a few days while he is unconscious. He reveals that Sophia made this for him as well. Wang Nin vows that he will trap Kasano in the ball and send him to Horyang, no matter what it takes. Kasano steps closer to Wang Nin and places his foot on his chest, pressing down as Wang Nin cries out in pain. Kasano asks what bringing a single friend back to life will change, claiming that he can change the world by climbing the tower. He asserts that he is the only regular human on the tower who has become one with Shinsu. He explains that he offers hope to all the abandoned scoundrels on the tower. If he uses Emily and gathers all the poor kids on the tower, giving them the same power he possesses, there will be no more scapegoats like him or Ilmer. Kasano continues, stating that he plans to gather their power and use it as the foundation to reform and change the tower. He will continue the task that Sophia abandoned. He then declares that Wang Nin is trying to capture the only person on the tower who can rescue all the abandoned children just to save one friend. Kasano tells Wang Nin that if he still wishes to take him away and save Ilmer, he has no right to have come all the way here. Kasano declares that Wang Nin is just an unworthy vessel, someone who has managed to get this far purely by luck. Wang Nin retorts that he has never seen a decent person among those who claim they are going to save the world. He explains that these individuals often forsake those around them, and become so intoxicated by their hollow dreams that they trivialize everything in front of them. Wang Nin further challenges Kasano, asking if he truly thinks himself an unworthy vessel. Why doesn't he look around and see if anyone actually believes in what he's saying? He adds that Kasano is nothing more than a chess piece, a tool they like to use. He reminds Kasano that Horyang tried to stop him because he knew the truth. He knew that Fug would eventually abandon him, just as he knows it, too, if he doesn't see it now. Anger rises in Kasano, and he presses his foot against Wang Nin's hand, smashing it with the ball. Wang Nin cries out in pain, but before things escalate further, Traveler calls out to Kasano, telling him to stop. He points out that the ball is completely destroyed and insists that it's enough. Wang Nin, badly injured and bleeding profusely, lies helplessly on the ground. Kasano grumbles, telling Traveler to screw off. He dismisses Wang Nin as a little punk without clear ideals or abilities, calling him a big-mouthed fool who likes to tell others how to live. Kasano concludes that Wang Nin must have deluded himself into thinking he has some remarkable ability just because he's been around a Slayer candidate. As he walks away with Traveler, he reflects that he feels dizzy, but the 5 minutes have passed, and Wang Nin is no longer a threat. Traveler, noticing Kasano's stumbling, expresses concern and remarks that 5 minutes must have been brutal to wait. Kasano, now beginning to succumb to the effects of the drug, collapses to the ground. At that moment, Akapater arrives and states that he would have intervened sooner if he hadn't promised Wang Nin not to get involved. He admits that he had wanted to jump in many times, but had held back again and again. As Kasano lies there, his mind races with anger and bitterness, thinking of these scoundrels who had left their own companion to die just to avoid getting caught, all while waiting for him to fall asleep. Kasano struggles to move, his body refusing to respond as he tries to get up. He hears Traveler telling him to wake up. Akapater, observing him, comments that it seems like Kasano truly enjoyed beating him, falling for Wang Nin's provocation without even realizing that he had walked right into a trap. Akapater then shows him a ball, explaining that it is the real pocket ball Sophia gave them. The one that broke earlier was a fake, prepared for just this moment. He warns Kasano to get away unless he wants to die. As Traveler attempts to run toward the ball, Akapater points his sword at him, stopping him in his tracks. With a swift motion, Akapater teleports Kasano into the ball, declaring that he is now coming with them. He glances at Wang Nin before running toward him. Meanwhile, Traveler reflects on Kasano's fate. Akapater lifts him into his hands, calling him a silly kid and commenting that he'll truly end up dying at this rate. Wang Nin, despite his injuries, asks about Kasano, and Akapater reassures him that he has sealed him in the pocket ball. Wang Nin sighed in relief and smiled, expressing that they could now return. Akapater, confused, asks what he is smiling about, to which Wang Nin replies that they can finally go back. Wang Nin asks what Goseng will say when she sees that they've caught Kasano, wondering if she will compliment them. Akapater muses that they might have kept her waiting for too long, and they'll be lucky if she doesn't slap them. Wang Nin laughs, agreeing, and says she has certainly been through a lot. He adds that he doesn't mind if she hits them. He just wants to see her. Akapater shakes his head, calling Wang Nin crazy. He warns that Wang Nin will be dead if he gets hit one more time and proceeds to carry him on his back as they walk out. Wang Nin laughs again, praising Akapater as an extremely remarkable person. Though he can't tell him right now, he promises that he will someday. Akapater asks what kind of person Wang Nin thinks he is. Wang Nin responds that he's a lunatic. Akapater, unimpressed, quips that Wang Nin could still use a few smacks. Wang Nin playfully asks if he should smack him again, laughing as they continue on their way. Wang Nin comments that it sure feels heavy carrying two people, noting that Kasano seems as heavy as Horyang. Akapater then sets Wangnan down on the floor, telling him to wait there for a minute while he goes to retrieve Prince and Miseng. Wangnan warns him to be careful, mentioning that Hoken may be up to something since he knows he's been helping them so far. Akapater acknowledges Wangnan's concern but reassures him, saying that the door can only be opened with the password he set, so Hoken won't be able to betray them anytime soon. Wangnan nods, understanding. As Akapater walks away, Rachel arrives and asks if Akapater is the only one who knows the password to that door. Akapater, surprised, asks her what she's doing there, as he thought she was off doing reconnaissance. Rachel reveals that her earlier statement about being on a recon mission was a lie. She explains that Hoken isn't stupid and wouldn't betray them by joining forces with him. Akapater asks what she means by that. Rachel clarifies that Hoken had only lied to them in order to get rid of them all at once. Rachel explains that Hoken may have started the whole plan after confirming that they were gone, but they had only pretended to go scouting. They used Yura's carrier to return, intending to turn the trap around on them. As Yura suddenly jumps into the scene, she runs toward Wangnan, and Akapater tries to stop her. However, Yura quickly grabs Wangnan and points her dagger at his neck, demanding that he put down his weapon. She threatens to kill him if he doesn't reveal the password to the door. Meanwhile, inside the room, Miseng asks Prince if Wangnan will be okay. Prince reassures her, saying that Wangnan has the vitality of a cockroach and will never die. He adds that Wangnan will probably open the door for them once he catches Kasano. Miseng nods, confirming that Wangnan sure is taking a long time to catch someone like Kasano. Elsewhere, Hoken continues to focus on his phone, chatting with Emily. He asks where Rachel is, and Emily responds, telling him that she has gotten them the password. She reveals that the password is a 0277 and 29. Hoken states that he is contemplating which of the two he should consume, leaving Prince and Miseng visibly shocked. In response, Prince unsheathes his sword while Miseng activates her lighthouse, demanding an explanation for Hoken's unsettling words. Prince urges Miseng to step back, his gaze narrowing on Hoken as he demands clarification on his sudden and cryptic statement. Hoken calmly replies that he has finished deceiving them and is now deciding which of them he will eat. Prince questions what Hoken means by deceiving them, pointing out that betrayal would render him unable to escape. He reminds Hoken that the door ahead is locked by a password, and without their cooperation, escape is impossible. Hoken, unbothered by the accusation, gestures toward the door and states that it does not matter. He reveals that the individuals outside have already deciphered the password. Prince, his grip tightening on his weapon, demands clarification on this claim. Hoken explains with a faint smirk that even if the outsiders had not solved it, he could have unlocked the door himself within a few days, relying on his own abilities. Prince presses further, seeking answers about the mysterious guys on the outside Hoken has mentioned. He exclaims in frustration, realizing that Rachel has been conspiring with Hoken to deceive them all along. Both had been orchestrating events to lure them into a carefully laid trap. Hoken steps closer and questions the notion of acting. He dismisses the idea, pointing out that someone like him isn't worth such effort. Hoken clarifies that he was merely indulging in a fleeting pleasure, savoring the anticipation of dragging him into deeper despair to make him more appetizing prey. Prince struggles to move, his body unresponsive, while Hoken casually remarks that he has some good news to share. He explains that he plans to take one of them with him, implying that only one will be consumed. Turning his gaze toward Prince and the young girl, Hoken muses aloud, asking which of them should be his choice. Meanwhile, outside, Akraptor's weapon falls to the ground. Rachel seizes it, pointing it toward him as he glares at her in fury. Akraptor demands to know if she is satisfied now, stating that he has fulfilled his end of the bargain by revealing the password and insisting that Wangnan be released. Yura tosses Wangnan aside and mockingly confirms his release. Akraptor deduces that they had been planning this trap from the beginning, exploiting the group's pursuit of Kasano to manipulate them. He questions if she truly plans to take them hostage again, to which Yura remarks that while hostages are useful, their primary concern is Hoken's hunger and the need for a single life to activate the floor of death. Akraptor, his expression hardening, demands clarification. Yura elaborates that since only one person is required, they might as well dispose of the useless individual who nearly stabbed Wangnan. Akraptor urgently pleads with her to wait, reminding her that he has already revealed the password. Rachel interjects with a cold tone, pointing out that she never promised to spare him by giving her the password. She had only threatened to kill him if he refused. Yura smirked, turning her dagger toward Wangnan once more, and declared that it was time to eliminate the useless one. Desperate, Akraptor shouts for her to stop and instead offers himself in Wangnan's place. Rachel questions his sudden declaration. He repeats with unwavering determination that they should kill him. Yura asks him to explain. Akraptor responds firmly, reminding her that only one of them needs to survive. He insists that they kill him instead, sparing him. He states that if they choose to kill him, he has no intention of allowing himself to be taken hostage easily. He vows to do whatever it takes to bring them down with him. However, he acknowledges that he cannot resist them in his current state and urges them to take him instead. He adds that Rachel will eventually realize it was the right decision to save Wangnan. Despite appearances, Wangnan is, in truth, an extraordinarily remarkable individual. Wangnan, his voice trembling with desperation, attempts to stop him, pleading for him to reconsider. Even Rachel, surprised by his words, demands an explanation. Akraptor turns to Wangnan and speaks with conviction, admitting that while he may not know what Wangnan is hiding, Wangnan is already more than remarkable enough in his eyes. Wangnan asks what Akraptor is thinking. Akraptor, resolute in his decision, declares that he is willing to sacrifice his life for Wangnan's sake. He entrusts Wangnan with the responsibility of taking care of Miseng and Prince, his voice steady despite the gravity of his words. As Wangnan continues to plead, begging him to stop, Rachel suddenly lunges at Akraptor. Without hesitation, she stabs him with her sword. Akraptor collapses to the ground, and Wangnan cries out in anguish. Crawling toward Akraptor, tears streaming down his face, Wangnan cradles his fallen form. His voice asks why Akraptor would make such a sacrifice and desperately begs him to wake up. He presses his hand firmly against the wound, desperately trying to stop the bleeding, and urges Akraptor to get up, reminding him that he still needs to find his lost daughter. His mind drifts into a memory of sitting with Akraptor, sharing a drink, and asking if he had truly given up on searching for the daughter he had mentioned before. Akraptor explains that it is not that he has entirely given up, but the task is daunting. He recounts his past, describing how, before entering the tower, his life as a member of the 10 great families took a turn. Descending from the floating ship, he fell in love with someone his family would never approve of. To escape the oppressive scrutiny of her family, they eloped and eventually married. Despite opposition from everyone, they had a daughter. However, her family ultimately discovered their secret and took away both his wife and child. He continues, revealing that the only clue he has to find his daughter is a pair of engagement rings that he and his wife shared. He speculates that if his daughter possesses the ring, it might lead him to her, though even that is uncertain. Akraptor admits that even if he were to find her, there is little he could do for her. She belongs to the elite 10 great families, while he is merely an unremarkable regular. Yet, he expresses his contentment, saying it is enough for him to have his companions by his side. Wangnan observes the others, Horyang, Miseng, and Vile, sleeping peacefully in such a harsh environment. He reflects that they feel more like a family than a team at this moment. Akraptor, sitting nearby, comments that he truly likes this group. He acknowledges that their progress up the tower is largely thanks to Wangnan and expresses his deep gratitude toward him. Wangnan questions what Akraptor means. He insists that he is the one climbing the tower thanks to them, not the other way around. Akraptor shakes his head and disagrees. He explains that Wang Nin is the reason the team exists as it does. He is the one who keeps them united. Akraptor emphasizes that Wang Nin is the center of their team, the glue that binds them all together, without whom there would be no them. Snapping out of his thoughts, Wang Nin looks down at Akraptor and pleads with him to get up. His voice is raw and emotional as he begs Akraptor not to leave them. He cries that they need him too, far more than they need someone like himself. Rachel silently watches the scene unfold, her expression unreadable. Hoken opens the door and steps out, catching Rachel's attention. She looks at him and asks what is happening. Hoken inquires if the yellow kid has survived on this side, mentioning that he had a feeling he would still be alive. Wang Nin notices him and sees that Hoken has also grabbed Misung. He asks her why she is alone and where Prince is. Hoken casually refers to the purple-haired kid, revealing that he ate him. He explains that he surprised him by offering him the chance to live, yet the prince chose to offer himself instead of betraying his companion. Hoken expresses his disbelief, stating that he had expected Prince to abandon his teammate in exchange for survival. However, he never imagined that the prince would sacrifice himself in front of him. He concludes that Prince turned out to be less interesting than he initially thought, which leads Wang Nin to think about Prince and realize that it is all his fault. Meanwhile, Kun knocks on the door and asks Vile how he is feeling, mentioning that he has not eaten anything since yesterday. He tells Vile that he has brought him something to eat but receives no response. Kun sets the food tray down by the door, saying that he will leave the food for him. He adds that it will be difficult to find this kind of food again soon, urging Vile to make sure he eats it, and then walks away. As Kun leaves, he encounters Endorsi and Yuri in the hallway. Yuri comments that it seems Vile still doesn't want to come out. Inside the room, Vile sits on the floor, removing his wig, and his expression is filled with fear. Vile sits in his room and reflects on how, in the end, he failed to save anyone. All he did was get protected, and his arrogance led him to believe he could do more. He realizes that he couldn't even save 1 or 2 lives and doubts whether he will ever find his true self in this state. He thinks that if he had been stronger, he could have protected everyone. He yearns for greater power, a strength that cannot be defeated by anything, and he clenches his fist in determination. Meanwhile, Wang Nin finds himself enveloped in darkness. He is unable to see anything around him. Suddenly, he spots Akraptor and Prince standing at a distance. He calls out to them and runs toward them, asking what they are doing over there. As he approaches, they begin to walk away, prompting him to ask where they are going. At that moment, Nia appears behind him and informs him that they have gone to a faraway place, one from which they cannot return, much like him. Wang Nin is taken aback by Nia's sudden appearance, and she tells him that he still hasn't saved anyone, addressing him by name. Wang Nin calls out his name, but Nia responds by stating that he has always drawn people close to him, only to lead them to their deaths, and that this has been a constant pattern. Nia continues, urging him to remember the countless companions he has encountered on his journey up the tower. She points out that they have all disappeared, leaving only him alive. She accuses him of being a liar, claiming that his companions left him either because they grew tired of his recklessness or were sacrificed. She calls him a cowardly liar, asserting that he used his apparent courage and ideals to attract others. Yet it was always him who survived. Nia declares that the reason he is always alone is entirely due to his own actions and that it is time for him to wake up from his dream, addressing him as the Prince of the Red Light District. Suddenly, Wang Nin's eyes snap open. He finds himself tightly bound, severely injured, and trapped in a prison. His mind races as he wonders if it was all just a dream. Confused and disoriented, he questions where he is and if he has been captured. His thoughts turn to Prince and Akraptor, and he wonders if their deaths, too, were part of a dream. Suddenly, Wang Nin hears a voice calling out to him, crying for help. The voice says that he was told he needed him, that he was asked to trust him and take responsibility for him. Wang Nin attempts to run, but he is unable to. as he is tightly bound with chains. Miseng, lying nearby, gets up and asks if he is alright. Outside, Hoken peers into their prison and tells them to quiet down, finding their noise bothersome. He mentions that he allowed them both to live because Rachel had asked him to, but warns that if they continue to make noise, he will devour one of them. Wangnan, badly injured and breathing heavily, struggles to rise. Hoken comments on how someone who has climbed 40 floors of the tower can still whine over a few dead companions, calling him pathetic. Wangnan thinks to himself that it is his fault Prince and Akraptor are dead because of him. He questions why he is so incompetent. Hoken walks away, wondering why Wangnan keeps surrounding himself with losers. He briefly considers whether the yellow-haired kid is immortal, noting that it seems like he has seen him avoid death multiple times. Hoken wonders if maybe, after all, he isn't as insignificant as he first appeared. After a while, Kasano arrives and calls out to Hoken, who looks at him and asks if he has finally been released from the pocket ball. Kasano questions why Hoken didn't inform him that a trap had been set, explaining that he fought seriously without even knowing about it. Hoken responds by saying that the deception had to be perfect. They would have noticed if he had slipped up in his acting, so he should stop complaining about everything. He continues, admitting that he didn't expect the yellow-haired kid to capture him either. He expresses his disappointment, remarking that the kid doesn't seem to work very well, especially since he is a fake ignition weapon. Kasano asks who labeled him as fake, to which Hoken replies, his head. He had initially thought the kid would be a decent weapon since he lacked the emotional depth of a human, but it seems he cannot control himself as well as Hoken had hoped. Hoken raises his fingers toward Kasano and asks if he would like to know why swords are better weapons than hands, claiming that swords lack emotions. He states that weapons with emotions are simply cumbersome accessories, and all weapons need to be sharp. Hands, however, are different. They carry emotions like rage, pleasure, and hesitation, which mark the natural limits of hands. He continues by saying that if one wishes to become a true weapon, they must rid themselves of emotions, for they will soon be abandoned if they remain in that ambiguous state, neither human nor weapon. He walks away, remarking that the organization known as FUG is not tolerant enough to keep a dull weapon. Meanwhile, Yuri and Rachel sit in a room where Yuri asks what Rachel is doing, questioning whether she intends to take both of them with her. He points out that taking just one as a hostage would be sufficient, wondering if it wouldn't be inconvenient to wander around with both of them. He mentions that he has a test coming up soon. Rachel responds that it will be fine, and that the test will not be a problem as long as Hoken is with her. She adds that taking only one of them would be risky, as they might escape or die. It's unclear whether they will even be able to find anyone at the next stations. She explains that, based on the information acquired from Emily, in order to enter the floor of death, they absolutely need one person as a living sacrifice. Yura asks what they will do if their captive tries to hurt her out of revenge. Rachel reassures her, saying that there is no need to worry too much. The greater concern, she adds, is what to do about their companion whom they are taking to the floor of death. Yura dismisses the worry, stating that the greatest D-rank scout will be getting on the train at the next station, so she can count on him, and laughs. She mentions that although it bothers her, they are still unsure whether he will actually join their team. Rachel wonders if she makes herself look so radiant, while Yura asks, by the way, if Rachel managed to get through the body cavity search without incident, wondering if she might have hidden a knife or something similar to last time. Rachel assures her that there is no need to worry, as she even did a thorough check of their inventory with her lighthouse. She reveals that, as a result of the inspection, nothing was found except a bomb, so they won't be able to escape like last time. Yura nods, saying that she understands and that Rachel really is thorough. She admits she was worried for nothing. Yura walks away, saying that she will be going now, as there is a test tomorrow to get to the next floor, so she advises Rachel to get to bed early. Rachel responds with a simple sure, take care while trying to calm her trembling down. She thinks to herself that she has to get used to this, as it's just killing people, after all. But then, she reflects on the man who said his name was Wangmin. Who exactly is he? She had assumed he was just a regular traveler with bomb, but he didn't seem to be. She wonders why he would have a ring like this as she looks at the blood-covered ring in her hand. At the same time, Miseng asks Wangmin if he is alright. Meanwhile, Kun brings food to Bom's room, only to find that Bomb is not there. Elsewhere on the train, Bomb returns to the rice pot and calls out to the god of Guardian, who asks if Bomb has arrived. Bomb replies, asking to be taught how to become a god. The god of Guardian asks what Bomb means by that, inquiring if he truly wants to know how to become a god. Bomb confirms this, and the god of Guardian responds, saying that asking about how to become a god is a sudden and unusual request. He adds that Bomb must have come to him because people call him the god of guardians. Bomb agrees, stating that he simply thought the god of Guardian would know. The god of Guardian apologizes, explaining that he does not know how to become a god. He clarifies that the title of God of Guardians is just a nickname given to him by regulars, and he is not some remarkable being. Bomb, hearing this, nods and says, "Okay then," preparing to walk away. The god of Guardian, noticing Bomb's departure, asks if he is leaving just like that. He remarks that it is too cold and wonders if something must have happened outside. He then asks if something is wrong. Bomb says that he lost his companions to a powerful enemy. There was nothing he could do to save them. He adds that it is all because he said he was going to the floor of death, and because of that, Kuraka showed up there. He admits that everyone was put in danger because of his actions. Bomb clenches his fist, expressing that he couldn't do anything, and that all he ever did was receive help from his companions. The god of Guardian asks if that is why Bomb wants to become an absolute being, like a god. Bomb confirms this desire, and the god of Guardian comments that Bomb is very greedy. He notes that even now, Bomb is already much stronger than other regulars. Bomb responds, explaining that the enemies are far stronger than him. He says that this situation wouldn't have occurred if he had been stronger than them. The god of Guardian asks if Bomb believes that he could have saved his companions or that they wouldn't have been attacked in the first place if he had been more powerful. He adds that great power cannot guarantee happiness for everyone. The god of Guardian then shares a memory, telling Bomb that long ago, a child asked him something similar, how to become the king of the tower. When the god of Guardian asked the child why he needed such power, the child replied that he wanted to turn the tower into a place where everyone could live happily. The god of Guardian says he helped the child grow stronger, and indeed, the child became much stronger. Ultimately, the child did become the king of the tower, but in the end, that child failed to make everyone happy. The god of Guardian says he doesn't know exactly what happened, but a lot of things changed after he left this place. While he may not know everything in the world, he is sure of one thing. He believes that having tremendous power won't necessarily bring happiness to those around him. Rather than focusing on how powerful one is, it is more important to consider how that power is used. He states that he can clearly see the consequences of obtaining power that he is not yet capable of handling. He continues, acknowledging that the suffering he is experiencing now is a direct result of the power he possesses. He questions whether gaining power comparable to that of a god would truly make everyone happy. The god of Guardian reflects on the fleeting nature of emotions, stating that he is on the verge of losing something important because of one. He suggests that Bomb come back to see him after completing the next test and sorting out his thoughts. While he may not know how to become a god, he offers to teach Bomb how to become stronger than he is now. After a while, Bomb returns to his room and finds Kun already sitting there. Upon seeing him, Kun asks if Bomb is in the rice pot, to which Bomb confirms. Kun remarks on how sad it is that Bomb is trying to become more powerful all by himself. Bomb denies this, but Kun expresses his concern, saying that sometimes he worries Bomb will just wander off and leave them behind. He adds that Bomb should at least let them know when he is going somewhere so that he can chase after him if necessary. Before Bomb can respond, Endorsi bursts into the room and demands to know where he went off to without saying a word. She points out that he hasn't even eaten and expresses her worry. She asks if he has any idea what she is going through right now, mentioning that the lady from the Half family keeps watching her with some strange toy. Meanwhile, Yuri, speaking through Endorsi's eyes, notices that Bomb has returned and questions why she is so clingy to him, warning her to stay away from Bomb, as she had previously. Endorsi asks how Yuri found her again, to which Yuri replies that she should come to her room immediately, or she will come and get her. Bomb asks if that is Yuri's voice. Endorsi snaps at him, telling him to shut up, insisting that she will never listen to Yuri. Yuri responds by saying that she will come to Endorsi if necessary. Endorsi warns her not to come while Kun calls Bomb's attention, mentioning that the alligator and the swordsman kid are probably alive and safe, so they don't need to worry too much. He further explains that what they need to do now is focus on surviving until those two return. He emphasizes that they are not the type to die so easily, particularly the alligator punk, which Bomb confirms. Endorsi suddenly appears again, shining with a bright light. Bomb calls her name, and Kun questions why she keeps showing up. She approaches and says that she's going to say one more thing before she leaves, as she's frustrated. She tells Bomb to stop acting like it's the end of the world just because a few of his companions are gone for a moment. She points out that while some of them may have left his side temporarily, there are people like her who have returned to his side. She reminds him that he is someone whom some people want to protect, so she pleads with him to stay safe, for God's sake. She says that she is not going to claim that she is the one who wants to protect him, but just take care of himself, as it's an order. She tells him to get some rest and then flies away. Yuri asks where Endorsi keeps running off to which Endorsi replies, asking why Yuri keeps following her. The next day, at the train entrance testing ground, Bomb's team successfully passes the entrance test. Barreau presses the buzzer and announces that the buzzer touch is complete and they have passed the test. He comments that it's difficult to do this with a missing position and wonders if they should have at least one more scout. At this rate, they might end up dying before they even reach the floor of death. Kun agrees, saying it definitely seems that way, while Bomb thanks everyone and says good work. Barreau adds that the trap just now would have killed them if Sachai hadn't created that vine for a second. It's tough for a light bearer to respond to unexpected situations like that alone. He also notes that Princess Endorsi doesn't seem like she'll be helping them anytime soon, and their fisherman position is basically empty, too. Endorsi, overhearing, asks what Barreau is staring at and calls them all fools. Kun replies, saying he'd like to send her back to Isu. He then thinks to himself that, regarding the fisherman position, Beta may appear when they reach the floor of death, which would resolve that issue. He tells Barreau to get him out of there because he can't breathe. Barreau asks about Wangnan's team and wonders if there's still no news from them. Kun replied that the train didn't really have a way for them to contact each other. Bomb then asks if they should look for them. Hugh Orion arrives and asks if it wouldn't be better not to look for them. Kun looks at her and calls her name, to which she responds by asking if, when he sent them away, he agreed to respect each other's choices. She adds that the man has already started walking his own path, so it's better for them to go their separate ways now. Hugh Orion jumps onto another block and continues, saying that they don't have the luxury of worrying about other people right now. Kun asks what she means by that, and she explains that the floor of death is just up ahead. Even rankers avoid entering the floor of death. She warns that if they end up going in there, even with Yuri's jihad, it will be hard for even a single one of them to survive. Bomb responds, saying, well, see them later. Endorsi comments that he doesn't seem to get tired and heads out again, while Yuri asks Bomb if he absolutely has to go back to that rice pot. She offers to help him with training, asking what the name rice pot means if it's where he goes to fatten up. Bom agrees, saying that since he's made a promise, he'll need her help next time. Bom wishes them good luck, urging them to make sure they return before they reach the floor of death. He then adds that he will see them at the train's exit on that day. Dorsey tells Bom to see him later, and as Bom walks away, he thinks that, for some reason, it feels like the atmosphere is growing colder. Kun comments that they should also get going just as Yuri and Evan arrive. Evan agrees and tells them to follow him as he will teach them how to handle the lighthouse. Yuri approaches Dorsey, grabbing her neck from behind. Dorsey calmly responds that she will go take a nap and wishes everyone good luck. Yuri asks where she is going, insisting she come with her. Meanwhile, Evan walks away with Kun, informing him that he trains very hard, to which Kun replies indifferently. Meanwhile, Bom arrives back at the God of Guardian, who acknowledges his arrival with a jump down beside him. He asks if Bom has sorted out the chaos in his mind, noting that it had been consumed by hatred. Bom admits that he is still unsure, and it continues to bother him to think that his companions were hurt because of his weakness. However, he believes he now understands for certain that increasing his own power will not necessarily bring happiness to those around him. In fact, immense power, if beyond his control, could actually pull him apart from everyone. Despite this, Bom states that he still does not want to stop growing stronger. It would sadden him if he were to hurt anyone else, but he still wishes to become godlike for someone. He adds that if the result turns out to be the wrong one, he will take responsibility for it. Bom is determined to get stronger, fight more, and protect those he loves, staying by their side. The God of Guardian reflects that Bom seems similar but different. This boy, unlike Jahad, does not desire the power to stand above others and change them. Jahad sought power for dominion, while Bom simply believed that he needed power to stay with those he cared about. The God of Guardian realizes that this is a subtle but significant difference, one he had previously overlooked, but it is a difference worth taking a chance on. He acknowledges that Bom will not be able to acquire more power until he finds his true self, but he seems qualified to become strong enough. He announces that the training will begin and transforms into a normal human body, stating that this is his medium version. He can adjust his body size freely depending on the size of his opponent. He tells Bom to brace himself and follow him, explaining that he will now teach him how to control Shinsu, a skill used not by regulars but by the 10 great families. Several weeks later, in a room on the 40th floor where Wangnan and Miseng are locked up, Wangnan thinks to himself that the weather has suddenly grown cold. He wonders if the weather on the train changed when they switched floors. Rachel walks in and comments on how cold the weather has gotten. She hands Wangnan a hoodie and tells him to put it on, adding that hostages are no good once they are dead. Wangnan grows angry at the sight of her, and she casually mentions that Hoken has been pestering her to let him eat Wangnan since he tried to escape during the test. Wangnan angrily tells her to screw off, stating that he would rather die than become a hostage. Rachel responds calmly, asking if that is really how he feels. She suggests that, even so, shouldn't he at least try to keep the girl alive? Wangnan reluctantly puts the hoodie on Miseng, who shivers from the cold, while Rachel notes that a team leader should be capable of deciding what needs to be done. She says that she will leave it to him now and walks away. Wangnan, his voice full of resignation, replies that he is not a leader anymore. Rachel steps closer, her voice laced with curiosity, and asks if that is truly the case. She then points out that he seems pretty depressed for someone who carries the blood of Jahad, showing him a ring. Wangnan, shocked, asks what she is doing as he notices the ring. He demands to know why she has it. Rachel assures him not to worry, saying that no one else knows about it, especially not Hoken. She explains that she knows a little about the ring's significance, revealing that she is familiar with another person who possesses one just like it. She says that these people bearing the rings are the fatal weak points that Jahad tried to hide, but who ultimately survived. Rachel explains that Wangnan has gained power, but he wasn't supposed to have the power of the Prince of the Red Light District. Wangmin, visibly confused, asks who she is and how she knows about him. Rachel replies that he must have heard from Bomb, as she is also an irregular and works with Fug. That's why she knows a thing or two about him. She adds that she had been wondering why he was climbing the tower with Bomb. Rachel questions if he had planned to use Bomb to get revenge on Jahad, but warns him that he won't be able to use him this way. She suggests that instead, he should work with her. Wangmin, still skeptical, asks what she means by that. Rachel reveals that a piece of Enryu's thorn is hidden on the floor of death. The thorn that Bomb has is only part of it. She explains that if he manages to acquire the complete thorn, he might discover how to defeat Jahad and his immortality. Wangmin, still unsure, asks if she knows what that means. Rachel confirms, stating that while the thorn alone wouldn't be enough to completely bring down Jahad's world, it could create a critical rupture, starting the collapse of his entire system. Rachel continues, explaining that Wangmin must be familiar with the key that opens the door in this tower. She recalls the day when Jahad announced that he would stop climbing the tower and become a king. On that day, Jahad hid the key that could open the door to higher floors, which is why no one in the tower can ascend beyond the 134th floor. She elaborates that Jahad left half of his key with a great blacksmith named Ashul Edwaru, who melted it down and forged 13 weapons from it. The weapons were created to fuel competition among the princesses, forcing them to fight for dominance. The other half of the key, however, vanished, leaving everyone wondering where it could be. Rachel reveals that the missing half of the key is embedded in these rings. She hints that once they all manage to climb the tower, the door will open again. She urges Wangmin to join forces with her, the prince of the Red Light District, and they can change the tower together. Outside, a mysterious figure watches, noting that the train has arrived. At the train station, Sachai stands with Barreau, complaining about the freezing cold. He remarks that the weather seemed to change suddenly, and that the train itself is incredibly fickle, with both the interior and the weather shifting in an instant. Sachai then asks if the 40th floor is the one with the crystal shards, to which Barreau confirms that it seems to be, adding that they must be extra cautious. Sachai comments that Kun has been locked away with the little dwarf all day, likely being taught something impressive. Barreau nods and says it doesn't seem like they'll see Bomb anytime soon, either. He notes that they are almost at the next station and wonders if everything will be alright. Sachai reassures him, saying that if Barreau is worried about Hoken, there's no need to rush. Hoken likely won't show up before they reach the floor of death. However, Barreau warns them not to let their guard down, asking about the reinforcements he had mentioned earlier. He wonders if they will actually arrive. Sachai comments that he doesn't believe anyone would want to accompany them to the floor of death, especially on the 40th floor. While he knows a highly skilled scout, that individual has no involvement with the train. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure watches the train's arrival at the 40th floor station, the Mushroom Farm, and remarks that the Hell train has arrived. Elsewhere, the God of Guardian attacks Bomb, who uses his Shinsu shield to narrowly escape. The God of Guardian expresses frustration, telling Bomb that he still doesn't understand. He explains that the technique Bomb is using is simply a Shinsu control skill used by ordinary regulars, and if Bomb continues in this way, he won't be able to master the skill the God of Guardian is trying to teach him. The God of Guardian advises Bomb to focus more deeply on the Shinsu and the space around him. He emphasizes that while regulars are granted the authority to control Shinsu by the administrators, Bomb has already possessed that authority from the beginning. The God of Guardian insists that Bomb needs to make the space his own, as that is the privilege of those who have opened the door. He explains that Bomb must realize this in order to master the Shinsu black hole sphere. Meanwhile, Barreau and Sachai disembark from the train. Barreau remarks that it's unusually quiet, then remembers something about the mushroom farm on the 40th floor. He predicts that he'll end up coughing incessantly as they descend due to the mushroom spores in the air. Sachai, sitting on the stairs, mentions that he didn't see the ticket collector board the train during their last few trips. Buro asks if no one is getting on again this time, and Sachai replies that he's always curious about who lives on this floor. He points to a castle-like structure and asks who might be living there. Sachai responds that he has been to this station several times in the past, usually while gathering tickets. Buro presses further, asking if anyone actually lives here. Sachai confirms, though not many, there are a few regulars who have settled on the floor. Buro then mentions a boy with mysterious eyes who lives in that castle-like place. He recalls meeting the boy briefly, describing him as an intriguing individual who calls himself a painter. The boy explained that he settled here because he liked the scenery and wanted to paint it. He explains that he hates noise, so whenever someone suspicious visits, he detects them early and fights them off with the regulars. Sachai remarks that it seems a bit of a waste for someone with such remarkable abilities to be here, especially when, during their recent meeting, the boy appeared to be waiting for someone. Sachai wonders if he has met them by now. Buro comments on the romantic notion of a painter living on the Hell train station, noting that the tower is full of unusual people. As they observe, something floats in the air, and Buro asks if someone is approaching. Sachai dismisses it as impossible, but upon closer inspection, he recognizes the figure as Hockney. Buro asks if it's truly Hockney, and Sachai confirms, explaining that the painter he mentioned earlier is indeed the one who is coming their way. Just as they realize this, a group of people jumps toward Hockney. Jordan confronts Hockney, questioning why he suddenly changed his mind. He points out that Hockney has never once said he would board the train before, and if he leaves now, they will all die. He emphasizes that they cannot defend themselves against outside intruders without Hockney's eyes. Deed adds his agreement, stating that the station has remained peaceful all this time because of Hockney, and if he leaves, everything will change. Hockney tells them to step aside, explaining that he isn't protecting them, but simply doesn't want his peaceful life disrupted. He warns that if they insist on stopping him, he will be forced to get past them using force. With a swift motion, he unleashes his lightning strikes, capturing both of them before walking away as they call out, pleading for him not to go. Buro and Sachai witness the entire exchange. Buro asks if Hockney is heading up to the train, wondering if he intends to board. Sachai believes so and confirms it as Hockney nears them. Meanwhile, Jordan and Deed continue to call for Hockney's help, but he merely responds, "How surprising." Sachai asks Hockney directly if he is indeed getting on the train. Hockney greets him, noting the long time since they last spoke, and asks if Sachai is still searching for the woman on the train he had been looking for. Sachai replies that he is no longer searching for her, explaining that Roan is already on the train. Now, his purpose has changed, and in a way, he has already found her. Hockney listens carefully and then acknowledges Sachai's words. He smiles and offers congratulations, adding that it's nice to have a new purpose. Sachai asks why he is getting on the train, especially if he has already met the person he was waiting for when Hockney responds and turns to look back at them. Buro arrives with her companions and asks if this is a new ticketer, questioning whether he is on their side while eating a lollipop. Laura explains that he is a scout they know, emphasizing that he is not an enemy, at least not for now, as Hockney watches them and asks if there is a strange woman. Sachai asks Hockney what he is doing on the train, to which Hockney shows Sachai a picture on his phone, asking if he has seen it before on the train. Sachai looks at the image and inquires what it is, stating that he has never seen it before and questioning what kind of picture it is. Buro then asks what it is, and Hockney replies that it is the red light he was waiting for, further clarifying that the thing he was waiting for was not a person. He explains that he never said it was a person, revealing that the image is a painting he created. Sachai adds that he painted it before becoming a regular and climbing the tower, but it had been stolen. Hockney explains that the reason he entered the tower was entirely to find this painting, as all kinds of artwork are traded in secret at the auction, which is only open to regulars. He states that he was only able to locate it long after becoming a regular, But by then, the painting had been ripped into 6 pieces, so he had to buy back 1 piece at a time. He continues by saying that he finally bought the last piece, and that the final piece was supposed to be sent to him on the Hell train. However, at some point, he loses contact with the delivery person and, more recently, discovers from Emily that the painting is hidden on the train. He plans to stay on the train until he finds the painting, explaining that the red light represents his own soul and that the scout they are looking for seems to have boarded the train. Meanwhile, Hoken asks Emily if Hockney did indeed board the train, and she confirms that he did. Hoken then asks Yura if they are not going to go and negotiate right now. Yura responds that it would be risky and admits that she is scared, as there is no telling what might happen to them if they go at this moment. She says that for now, they should let him move around with those people, as they may be able to use him as a spy later on. He asks why she chose him of all people, noting that she doesn't seem to have made the decision without careful consideration. She explains that after speaking with Emily, she discovered that he is from the floor of death. Meanwhile, Buro asks Hockney if he would make a good model, to which he responds that she looks like Venus. She questions whether he truly said that, and Hockney affirms, calling her voluptuous, just like Willendorf. Meanwhile, Hoken asks Yura if she really said that, and Yura confirms, adding that she doesn't know how he managed to escape from the floor of death and become a regular, but he would certainly be able to tell them how to travel safely from the floor of death to their destination. Hoken then asks what they will do if he refuses to help, and Yura reassures him, saying not to worry. She adds that he can't refuse her as she holds his soul, showing him her bag. After a while, in the prison where Miseng and Wangnan are held, Miseng asks if he isn't cold, offering him a blanket while she herself is fine. Wangnan replies that he is okay, explaining that he was born in a cold place and that this type of cold is nothing to him. He recalls when Rachel had asked him to join forces with her and change the tower together. Rachel had told him that if he allied with her, she would ask Kasano to spare Horyong since she had killed one of his companions. She had described it as a kind of apology and urged him to think about it, insisting that being stubborn wouldn't bring the dead back to life. She had told him to make his decision by the next day, warning that if he hesitated any longer, his other companions could lose their lives as well. Rachel arrives again, and Wangnan is pulled from his thoughts when she asks if he slept well the previous night. She inquires if he has come to a decision regarding her offer from the day before. Rachel suggests that he might not be comfortable discussing things here and offers to take him somewhere else. She hands him the keys, saying she brought them with her. Wangnan asks what she is doing, and Rachel responds by asking what he means. Wangnan clarifies that he never said he would work with her, questioning why she is setting him free, especially since she is the enemy who killed his companion. Rachel responds by saying that she needs at least this much faith if they are going to work together, adding that he is not actually attacking her right now. Wangnan retorts, telling her not to kid herself, as he will never be her companion, and that he would snap her neck right now if he could. Rachel then asks what his answer is, mentioning that she is used to being hated. She reminds him that she had previously climbed the tower with a man who wanted to kill her. Wangnan asks what she means by that, and Rachel replies that it's always like that sometimes. Even if people are not close companions or friends, they end up working together. She suggests that he can use their mutual goals and apparent friendship as an excuse to climb together. Wangnan asks if that isn't true. Rachel explains that what she wants is neither for him to become her friend nor her companion. She simply wants to climb the tower together like others do. She tells him that, in doing so, he can save his companion's life and his ideals. Wangnan agrees, saying that if that is the case, he will climb the tower with her, but in return, she must let Miseng go. He hopes she will send her to Horyong's side once Kasano fixes Horyong. Rachel agrees, saying she will do that. Wangnan then tells her not to forget one thing as they climb the tower together. Someday, without a doubt, he will make her pay for the crime of killing Arkraptor. Rachel responds that she will keep that in mind and says that's all for today. Meanwhile, Kun, feeling tired, lies down and complains that they haven't even had 10 minutes to rest. He finds the situation excessive, calling it brutal, especially coming from the demonic little dwarf. Evan looks at him and replies that he had clearly warned him. He reminds Kun that he is the one who asked for this and that he knows dwarves are a higher and more ancient species than him. Kun acknowledges that he knows but insists that it must have improved a lot by now, referring to Evan's skill. Evan looks at some nearby lighthouses and says that, while it has gotten a bit better, it's still not nearly good enough by his standards. He mentions that the guys are hard to figure out and are following Baum to the dangerous floor of death. He adds that they must not realize that it is the most perilous place, even in the tower, and while Baum may be going there for his own purpose, he wonders why they are willing to risk their lives alongside him. Kun responds that he doesn't know about the others, but he becomes certain the moment he first sees Baum with the Black March. Kun recalls Baum and reflects that if he follows him, something very interesting will happen. Evan asks if Kun is risking his life just for the sake of fun, to which Kun admits that's how it started. However, he continues, saying that now it's beyond just fun. He says that he absolutely needs to follow Baum, feeling that if he lets Baum go, it will all come to an end. Kun reflects that life itself may not have real meaning if he only focuses on breathing and blood flowing through his body. To truly find meaning in being born and alive, he believes he must find something more important than mere existence. He goes on to say that if something comes up where he must put his life on the line to pursue it, he questions what meaning the rest of his life would have if he missed it. Kun concludes that right now, he feels as though the end of the world would come if Baum isn't here. Kun reflects that he can somewhat understand how Baum might have felt waiting for Rachel every day, believing the world would collapse if she disappeared. He admits he never thought he would grasp the depth of their bond, finding the situation utterly insane. Evan observes that climbing the tower alongside an irregular is undoubtedly a unique experience for an ordinary regular, and he can comprehend its significance. Kun remarks that if Evan perceives it that way, so be it. However, Evan questions what lies ahead, pointing out that Baum is growing at an extraordinary rate each year. He wonders when, if ever, they will manage to keep up with him, comparing it to a shark being unable to swim among minnows forever. Kun responds with determination, stating he will go as far as he possibly can. Meanwhile, the God of Guardians instructs Baum to continue his training. It seems Baum is finally regaining focus as the God of Guardians launches an attack using Shinsu. Baum observes in amazement as the Shinsu is drawn into a single point, absorbing all the surrounding energy and releasing it in a powerful burst. As he gazes at the bright light, the God of Guardians explains the technique, asking if Baum noticed it. This, he clarifies, is the foundation of the Shinsu black hole sphere, drawing Shinsu from space into a concentrated point, which Baum perceives as a spatial explosion. He explains that this level of Shinsu control is unattainable for ordinary regulars and acknowledges that even he can only perform it within the confines of the train. If Baum manages to master this skill, he will achieve a level of control far beyond that of other regulars. With even a minimal application of Shinsu, he would gain the power to annihilate an immense world. Baum expresses uncertainty, noting that this technique feels fundamentally different from anything he has previously learned. He acknowledges this and reminds Baum that while he was able to grasp the new enhancement skill to some extent, this particular technique eludes his fundamental understanding. Baum then requests that the God of Guardians attack him with the skill. The God of Guardians firmly rejects the idea, reiterating that he has explained multiple times why it is too dangerous for Baum to endure such an attack directly. He questions whether Baum is deliberately seeking his own demise. Despite this, Baum insists that he will find a way to withstand it, believing it to be the quickest path to mastery. However, the God of Guardians warns that this attack exceeds the limits of what Baum can endure. Even if it is controlled, there is no guarantee it would not inflict irreparable damage on both his body and mind. He emphasizes that while becoming stronger is crucial, it holds no value if Bomb destroys himself in the process. He stresses that self-preservation is the most important thing. However, Bomb insists that he is fine and pleads for him to proceed with the attack, asserting that there are far more significant matters around him than his own life. The God of Guardians silently reflects, deeming Bomb utterly reckless. Meanwhile, Wanganan arrives at the prison where Miseng remains confined. She looks at him, calls his name, and anxiously asks what has happened and why that girl took him. He explained that he had agreed to climb the tower with them. Miseng, confused, demands to know what he means by that, questioning why he would choose to climb the tower with the very people responsible for the deaths of Prince and Arkraptor. She accuses him of betraying their fight against those individuals. Wanganan clarifies that he has made this decision to save Horyang. They have promised to release Horyang and ensure his safety if Wanganan joins their climb. He speculates that their intention might be to use him as a hostage because of his resilience and his ability to endure. He then urges Miseng to leave the train with Kasano at the next station. He implores her to save Horyang, let go of everything that has transpired, and move forward with her life as though she has no ties to him or the events that have unfolded. 3 days later, aboard the Hell train departing for the next floor, a crowd gathers, pleading with Hockney not to leave. Nearby, Yuri launches an attack on Endorsi, who attempts to evade her strikes. Elsewhere, Kun rises to move forward alongside Evan, determined to press on. Meanwhile, Hockney sends his stone fish to attack Sachai and Barreau, who prepare to defend themselves. At the same time, the God of Guardians unleashes a powerful Shinsu attack on Bomb, but Bomb struggles to maintain control over it. 2 months later, on the 42nd floor station at the Black Mountain, Sachai stands alongside Barreau and Sachai notes that they have finally arrived at the station after a grueling 2-month journey. He remarks that the next destination is the notorious Floor of Death. Barreau reflects on the difficulty of reaching this place, pointing out that the train's boarding point is located at such a high altitude that many ticket holders simply give up. Despite this, Sachai observes that there will still be individuals waiting to board the train, as it significantly shortens the time needed to reach the Floor of Death. Barreau, however, expresses regret, acknowledging that they will have no choice but to disqualify everyone present in order to proceed. Miseng arrives at the station with Kasano and immediately calls out to Sachai and Barreau, who turn to see her and recognize them both. Barreau, however, quickly draws his sword and points it at Kasano, demanding an explanation from Miseng. He questions why she is with the enemy and what has transpired. Miseng calmly urges him to step aside, explaining that Kasano has agreed to help fix Horyang. Barreau presses her further, asking what she means and why Kasano would do such a thing. Miseng hesitates but ultimately tells him that she cannot provide all the details. Apologizing sincerely, she implores them to trust her just this once, emphasizing that it is for the sake of their companion's life. She then watches as Kasano descends the stairs. Barreau asks what could have happened to make Kasano change his mind so drastically. Miseng admits that the explanation is complicated but adds that they succeeded in saving Horyang, and she hopes that they can simply accept that fact. The narrative shifts to a flashback set 2 months earlier. Miseng sits beside Wanganan, visibly distressed, as she declares that she refuses to comply. Wanganan, confused, asks what she means. Miseng firmly reiterates her stance, refusing to part ways with him. She insists that if he is going, then she is coming with him. Wanganan reacts with disbelief, questioning her sanity and warning her of the dangers of joining him. Miseng counters with determination, stating that even if it means death, she is willing to take that risk. From the moment she first entered the tower, she had accepted the possibility of dying. She reminds him that Prince and Arkraptor likely felt the same as they all climbed the tower, fully aware of the risks. She urges Wanganan to stop treating her like a child in need of constant protection. Finally, she asserts that while she may not fully understand his reasons for climbing the tower with them, she has made up her mind to continue climbing by his side. Miseng declares that she is unafraid of death. In fact, she believes it would be better to die than to live with the guilt of running away after witnessing the deaths of Arkraptor and Prince. Wangnan, shocked, asks if she truly means it. She confirms her resolve, but he admits his uncertainty about being able to protect her if danger arises. Miseng reassures him, stating that it is fine and that she can take care of herself. She adds that she has never truly trusted him to begin with. Wangnan demands clarification. He asks if she would grant him one favor. He proposes that she accompany Kasano on the condition that he is allowed to leave the train and insists she convey a message. He tells her to inform their companions only what he has instructed and nothing more. He adds that if she feels lost or empty without him, she should look for the Yellow Prince on Emily. The scene shifts back to the present, where Miseng conveys Wangnan's message to Vile before abruptly running off. She waves back dismissively, promising to see them later. Sachai calls after her, but she doesn't respond or turn back. Barreau, puzzled, questions the identity of the Yellow Prince and speculates on what it could mean. Sachai confirms the nickname and reflects that something significant must have occurred. He advises against bringing up Yiwa for the moment, noting how Miseng seems to have matured suddenly in the short time since he last saw her. Meanwhile, a group of people notices Kasano preparing to disembark from the train and speculates whether he is a ticketer. One suggests that they could steal his ticket and proposes that, for now, they work together. Kasano recalls Hoken's words about weapons, that those with emotions are merely cumbersome tools, and a weapon's only purpose is to be sharp. Hoken had urged him to abandon his emotions if he truly wished to become a weapon. Kasano contemplates whether he should follow this advice, even if it feels difficult to comprehend fully. Resolving himself, he charges forward to attack the regulars on the train. As he moves, Kasano recalls a conversation with Miseng, where she questions his intentions. She asked if he truly had no plans to save Horyang and whether he was merely pretending to fulfill Rachel's request. Miseng accused him of planning to betray them once they got off the train. She then relayed Wangnan's message, warning him that aligning with Fug would bring him no real gain. She added that if he saved Horyang now and returned, Wangnan had promised to grant his wish. Later, Hoken confronts Rachel, demanding to know what she was thinking. He criticizes her for agreeing to the request and allowing them to join their team, accusing her of losing her mind. He dismisses the newcomers as nothing more than hostages and derides them as useless losers. Rachel asks what he means by useless, finding his description harsh after all the effort she has put into keeping them appeased. Hoken, confused, demands clarification. Rachel counters Hoken's accusations, pointing out that he was the one who wanted to bring them to his side in the first place. Hoken retorts that his intention was to deceive them, calling her a fool for misunderstanding. Rachel defends her actions, admitting she lacks confidence in surviving the floor of death while also managing hostages. She reasons that if they willingly offer to cooperate, there is no reason to reject them. At that moment, Wangnan arrives and tells Hoken to stop complaining, explaining that they agreed to join his team out of pity for the group who had been working so hard. He questions why Hoken sees this as a problem. Hoken, irritated, asks how Wangnan managed to get there, referring to him as the Yellow Kid. Wangnan reassures him, stating that there is no need to worry about betrayal. He even offers their assistance in finding the thorn fragment on the floor of death, emphasizing that they will repay the debt owed for Horyang's salvation. Wangnan urges Hoken to drop his suspicions, asserting that none of them are in a position to act foolishly now that the floor of death is just ahead. Hoken begrudgingly agrees to move forward, shifting the conversation to their plans for the future. Wangnan, feigning compliance, asks about his role moving forward, but internally resolves to cooperate only temporarily. In his thoughts, he swears to put an end to Rachel on the floor of death, his determination burning fiercely. Rachel, sensing his animosity, glances back at him briefly. Meanwhile, Bomb stands elsewhere, gazing at his bloodied hand after sustaining numerous injuries. Despite the pain, he lifts his eyes to the sky, where a brilliant circular flash illuminates the horizon. He breathes heavily, muttering that he finally did it. The god of Guardian observes Bomb, who collapses in front of him after his intense attack. He comments that Bomb has finally learned to control one bang, but it was far too dangerous. He tells him that he should consider himself lucky to still be alive. Bomb acknowledges the difficulty of controlling his newfound strength, admitting that he has successfully mastered the use of the Shinsu black hole sphere. The god of Guardian, however, shifts his focus, stating that the real challenge lies ahead, the test to advance to the next floor. He questions whether Bomb, in his current state, will be able to pass. Despite the lingering exhaustion, Bomb gets to his feet and responds confidently. Though he finds it hard to put into words, he explains that it feels like something that was previously blocked inside him has finally opened. He describes his body as feeling lighter and expresses his belief that he is ready for whatever the test may hold. At the testing grounds on the train, Poe announces that the test for advancing to floor 42 will begin. He calls for the regulars to approach the starting line and explains that the objective is to destroy the large crystal shards scattered throughout the area. The regulars are given 1 hour to destroy all of the shards in order to pass the test. As Bomb prepares for the challenge, he reflects that this is the first test he has faced on his own since his battle with Hoken. He knows that his body is near its breaking point, yet he is determined to push through. He believes he must find a way to end this as quickly as possible and begin practicing with Shinsu. As these thoughts occupy his mind, Poe announces that the test is about to begin. Summoning as much strength as he can muster, he focuses intently and notices several stone fish moving toward him. He commands fire and directs his powerful Shinsu to attack the creatures, shattering them with precision. The announcer congratulates him, declaring that he has successfully passed the floor advancement test. Simultaneously, Kun also launches an attack on the stone fish, breaking them apart with calculated efficiency. Poe acknowledges Kun Agro Agnes, announcing his success in passing the floor advancement test. Kun reflects briefly, thinking that he hasn't thrown a spear in ages. Nearby, Barreau observes Kun's technique and remarks that with such skill, Kun could easily transition to the role of a spear bearer. He adds that Kun's heritage is unmistakable. Meanwhile, the announcer congratulates Endorsi Jahad, acknowledging her as another regular who has passed the test. Yuri, watching the proceedings, asks if the test is finally over, but her pocket responds that it is far from finished. Poe then confirms that Yuri has also passed the floor advancement test. The scene shifts to Barreau and Sachai's team after they successfully pass the test for advancing to the 42nd floor. Barreau expresses relief, noting that having Hockney on their team made the process much easier, especially with such a dependable observer supporting them. He adds that he never expected a massive crystal shard like that to appear, given they are only a party of 5. Hockney modestly responds that he was just doing his job, admitting that the tests were tough for him when he was on his own as well. Barreau acknowledges his efforts, commending Hockney for his tremendous skills. Meanwhile, Sachai turns to Hockney and asks if he could reconsider the proposal he made earlier. Hockney, understanding the reference, clarifies that if Sachai is talking about going to the floor of death together, his answer remains firm. He will never go to the floor of death. Sachai counters, stating that he cannot understand why Hockney would even want to go there, as that place is unfit for anyone. Hockney asks what Sachai means by such a statement, explaining that the floor of death is where all life ultimately goes to die. He elaborates, describing how, when the living enters, they are surrounded by the dead and monsters, and the experience feels as though their souls are being devoured, even while simply standing there. He emphasizes that it truly is the floor of death, and insists it is no place for living people like them. Sachai remarks that Hockney seems to know a lot about it and questions if he has been there before. He clarifies that it is not merely a case of having visited the floor of death. Rather, to be precise, he used to live there. Burrow asks if he truly lived there, wondering aloud if people can even survive in such a place. Hockney confirms this, revealing that he is a native of that forsaken land. He emphasizes that he strongly advises against attempting to go there. Even if someone tries, they will likely die before even setting foot on its grounds. He explains that countless paths lead to the floor of death, and at the end of those paths dwell enormous creatures known as gatekeepers. Hockney elaborates, stating that visitors from the outside who attempt to enter the floor of death inevitably become food for these monstrous beings. Burrow asks what exactly he means by gatekeepers. Hockney affirms their existence, describing them as terrifying monsters that consume anyone who dares to approach the floor of death. He adds that their true nature remains unknown to all. He concludes firmly, explaining that it is impossible to evade these creatures and enter the floor of death unscathed. Even if one were to confront them in battle, the only outcome would be death. With a final note of warning, he urges them to abandon any thoughts of venturing to the floor of death. After some time, they all retire to their respective rooms. Burrow and Sachai share a room, and as they settle in, Burrow comments on the gatekeepers of the floor of death. He admits that he hadn't considered their existence and notes that he didn't realize Hockney was from the floor of death either. Sachai nods, agreeing that he only learned about it earlier that day. He adds that Hockney mentioned boarding the train based on information he received from Emily. Sachai speculates that Rachel might have tricked Hockney, someone from the floor of death, into boarding the train, though he acknowledges that it's only conjecture at this point. Burrow considers this and suggests that Rachel may indeed be trying to use Hockney for her own purposes. Sachai agrees, remarking that while Hockney doesn't seem like a bad person, they still need to remain cautious around him. At that moment, Kun enters their room, asking if they have all finished preparing for their journey to the floor of death. His relaxed demeanor catches their attention. Both Burrow and Sachai turn to him, calling his name, and Burrow remarks on his return, asking if he has completed his training with the high ranker. Kun replies that, for the most part, he has, though it still doesn't feel sufficient. Sachai observes that Kun must be exhausted, recalling the commotion they heard coming from the training area. Kun shrugs, mentioning that Endorsi seems to be having an even tougher time. She has to deal with Princess Yuri on a daily basis, which has become a challenge in itself. Meanwhile, in another room, Yuri's pocket chimes in, urging Endorsi to continue training. Endorsi groans in frustration, telling it to get lost and pleading for the relentless cycle to stop. She declares that all she wants is some sleep. Kun turns toward the others and asks if Baum still hasn't arrived. At that moment, Baum walks into the room, greeting them with a casual remark that it has been a long time. Kun immediately notices his appearance and asks why his face is such a mess. Baum replies honestly, admitting that he had a rough time recently, but adds that Kun doesn't look much better. He seems to have lost some weight. Kun, clearly amused and excited, asks if Baum is seriously commenting on his weight. Baum shrugs, noting that their group has thinned out more than he expected, but it seems everyone planning to go to the floor of death is now present. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, Yuri and Evan sit quietly. Yuri remarks that they are finally heading to the floor of death. Evan nods, confirming it, and wonders aloud about the strange twist of fate that has brought them to this moment. Yuri points out that it's clearly forbidden for princesses of Jahad to approach the floor of death. Evan, however, dismisses her concerns, saying it doesn't matter. After all, she's even been to Hedon's floor, and with the punitive order currently in effect, staying on the train isn't an option. He admits that he's given up on adhering to such restrictions. Yuri asks if he's ever been to the floor of death before. Evan confirms that he has but clarifies that he only went once on a pilgrimage. This will be his first time venturing into the center of the floor of death, a place shrouded in mystery where no one truly knows what to expect. Yuri admits she is worried about the regulars, but she also reminds Evan that they will face danger themselves if they venture into the floor of death. At the same time, Barreau notices the fading light in the tower and asks if they are finally entering the floor of death. Meanwhile, Wang Nin observes the same phenomenon, remarking that all the light is vanishing, even though there is still some time left until nightfall. Baum, feeling an unusual sensation, thinks it is strange. His heart races as if he is being drawn to a place he absolutely must reach. After some time, Kun reflects on the unnerving phenomenon of a sudden nightfall that lasted almost a month. Finally, they have a brief moment to rest their weary bodies. Lying on his bed, Kun notes the eerie silence surrounding them. He thinks back to the countless hours spent riding the train in this unsettling calm, which has now brought them to their destination. Meanwhile, Poe's voice resonates throughout the train, announcing to all regulars that they have arrived at the floor of death. As they peer out of the windows, they are greeted by a chilling sight. A landscape filled with jagged, menacing rocks and a crimson river flowing ominously below. Kun, observing the view, feels a familiar dread. He thinks to himself that this sight never fails to send shivers down his spine. Out loud, he comments that the floor of death looks just as terrifying as the rumors describe. At that moment, Hua Ryan appears, her presence commanding attention as she announces their arrival. Everyone turns to look at her. Hua Ryan informs them that they will be getting off soon and advises them to prepare, adding that there is no proper station here, so they will have to jump off the train. Kun questions what she means by jumping off and pointing out that there is seemingly nothing out there. She clarifies that it's not that there is nothing. They simply haven't seen the true floor of death yet. Kun, still skeptical, asks what she means by haven't seen and whether it's some kind of hallucination. Hua Ryan dismisses the idea and explains that it's more like a facade. The red liquid they see is actually the corpse and blood of the administrator who was slain by Enryu, an irregular. The true floor of death lies concealed beneath that massive body. She continues, explaining that once they step inside the corpse, they will witness the real floor of death. However, she advises him to rely on more than just his eyes moving forward, as this place is inherently hostile to the living. Elsewhere, Rachel remarks that they have arrived at the floor of death. Hoken, standing nearby, asks if he can truly leave the train. She confirms, explaining that this place neutralizes all contracts with the administrators and spells. Since Hoken is bound to the train by a spell, he will indeed be able to leave. However, she adds that while he can step onto the floor of death, he won't be able to travel to any other floors. He wonders how long it has been since he last wandered outside. Wang Nin approaches him and asks why he is getting sentimental, suggesting it's like taking a vacation while being in jail, and jokingly asks if he wants to go get some beers. Hoken asks if Wang Nin has become a gutless scoundrel, pointing out that they have never been on such close terms, especially since Wang Nin had been threatening to kill him not long ago. Wang Nin casually responds that it doesn't matter now because they are companions, and they should stop stepping on each other's toes. Meanwhile, Rachel asks Yura about Hockney. Yura replies that she has thrown out some bait for now, telling him that the picture he seeks can be found on the floor of death. She adds that they will delay revealing their full identities a bit longer, but once they do, they should be able to manipulate Hockney into acting with them. She asks Rachel if she finds that amusing. Rachel instructs everyone to check their gear. Wang Nin wonders who Hockney is. Rachel then declares that it's time to head to the floor of death. Elsewhere, Karaka stands before a door, touching it thoughtfully. He murmurs that he isn't sure about this one, wondering if there might be another door hidden within the room. Despite his efforts, this door refuses to open, making him think that it might require a special condition to unlock. He wonders if this is one of the hidden cards of the Hell Train. As the announcement rings out, Poe informs all regulars on the train that they have arrived at the floor of death. Karaka, having explored the train enough for now, decides it's time to head outside. Meanwhile, Kun, Baum, Indorsi, and Huarian all agree to move forward. Just then, Yuri steps in front of them and declares that it's time to go. Hua Ryan all agree to move forward. Just then, Yuri steps in front of them and declares that it's time to go. Kun asks if Emily still has no information about Wang Nin's team. Sachai responds by asking if Kun means the Yellow Prince. He explains that he searched, but nothing has appeared yet, and he wonders what happened to Wang Nin's group. Kun then asks where Hokun's clone is, and Sachai replies that she agrees to hide somewhere difficult to find, where even Emily will never be able to locate her. Kun remarks that even if Hokun does find her, it will be difficult for him to absorb her in his current state. Sachai agrees, mentioning that he has heard the final clone possesses skills that surpass those of a rancor. Barreau then asks if they are all ready to leave. Noticing there is no station in sight, he questions how they plan to get out. Kun looks toward Hua Ryan, who returns his gaze and asks what he wants to say, wondering if they will have to jump out. Barreau reacts with disbelief, saying they will surely die if they jump out. However, Hua Ryan firmly disagrees and tells him to stay quiet. She explains that the administrator's blood is Shinsu itself, meaning they won't die even if they fall into it. She insists that they must jump into the blood to reach the real floor of death. She explains that the place is formed from the body of the administrator killed by Enryu, which is why it is known as the floor of death. Evan and Yuri join them, and Evan confirms her statement, telling the regulars that the sea they are looking at is merely the outer shell of the floor of death. He adds that while he has never taken this route to the floor of death before, it is true that they must enter the outer shell in order to reach the actual floor. However, he cautions that no one can predict what lies within. He emphasizes that they won't see the truth unless they jump down from there, and as he looks down, he is taken aback in shock. Kun approaches him and asks if they are really supposed to jump from there. Barreau, equally stunned, remarks that this is insane. Kun suggests they keep it simple. If they see him jump and survive, the rest can follow. Barreau expresses disbelief, saying Kun speaks of the scariest things as if they are nothing, and he doubts he can do it. Kun calls him a baby. At that moment, Hockney arrives and assures them it is safe to jump. He announces that he will go first, addressing Barreau. Hockney states that he won't die even if he jumps down, as it is something he needs to do to enter the floor of death. Baum asks him who he is, while Barreau responds, confirming that Hockney is the scout who boarded the train at the station on floor 40. He explains that Hockney wandered around on his own in search of a picture after completing the test. Kun then asks if he is the one from the floor of death. Barreau adds that Hockney had previously stated he wouldn't go to the floor of death, so he wonders what brings him here now. Hockney admits that he changed his mind. He explained that he had spoken with Emily the previous day, and she had told him he would be able to find his picture on the floor of death in 2 days. Hockney concludes that it seems like he will have to go to the floor of death as well. Barreau questions if Emily really said that about finding the picture in 2 days, and Hockney confirms it. Meanwhile, Kun reflects on David Hockney, the mysterious scout who boarded the train on floor 40 and is from the floor of death. He thinks there must be some basis for the idea that Rachel is using him through Emily. Although Hockney doesn't seem to realize it yet, Kun thinks that if they play their cards right, they might be able to use this situation to their advantage. Kun then asks Hockney why he doesn't join them. Since he is from the floor of death, it wouldn't hurt to have him with them. Hockney thanked Kun and asked if they were leaving right now. Kun replies that they should wait a bit longer as there are still enemies left on the train. Suddenly, Yura appears, teleporting with Wang Nin, and they all turn to look at her. Yura asks why they are just standing there instead of leaving. Kun responds that she has finally shown up. Yura tells them to hurry up and leave, as they won't be able to get out with them standing around like that. Kun asks what she means, explaining that they are waiting for her so they can get her. He adds that they would rather avoid being backstabbed on the floor of death. Baum looks at Wang Nin and asks if Rachel must be inside the suitcase. Yura confirms that Rachel is indeed in the suitcase. Kun looks at Wang Nin, who wears a hoodie, thinking about who he is. He tells Yura to have Rachel come out, insisting that there is no need to go all the way to the floor of death just to settle things. They can resolve this here. Yura comments on his confidence, noting his demeanor despite knowing that they have Hoken on their side. He replies that Yura must be putting all her faith in the big shot behind her. Yuri then says not to worry about her, as they are not allowed to attack regulars on the train anyway. Yura adds that she likes the sound of big shots, but warns that as long as he doesn't attack first, they are fine. Yura says she has no intention of getting involved, so they should resolve the situation among themselves. She wonders if Kun is from the Ha family. She then confirms that she was worried for nothing, thanks them, and says that now they can start making a deal. Kun asks what she means by a deal, and Yura responds that she will provide him with information about the thorn fragment, as well as the whereabouts of his companions, who he must be wondering about. In return, she asks that they let her and her group leave this place. Kun asks if she means Wangmin's team when she refers to his companions, and Yura confirms that's right. She presents this as a very reasonable offer and tells him to choose. Either let them go to the floor of death in exchange for the information about the thorn fragment and his companions, or fight them here. She adds that if he chooses to fight, he may never get his hands on the thorn fragment. Baum speaks up, suggesting they accept Yura's offer. Yura says they have no choice but to jump onto her lighthouse, while Rachel and Kun also jump onto their own lighthouses. Meanwhile, Yuri and the other regulars stand at the door, silently watching them. Kun warns Yura to remember that if she even tries to escape, his lighthouse will attack her, and Princess Yuri can attack her from here as well. Yura acknowledges this and, in return, insists that once she provides the information, they must allow her to leave immediately. Kun agrees, saying it's fine. Baum then asks what Yura knows about Wangmin, and she asks if they are starting with that. She explains that Wangmin and his team are probably hiding somewhere on the train. Yura continues, revealing that they had set a trap using Emily to lure them out of the train, but the team fell for it. They were close to catching them, but at that moment, Kasano betrayed them and decided to save Horyang, causing them to miss the group entirely. Baum asks if she really means this, and Yura confirms, saying that they were stunned by the turn of events. She adds that Baum should be able to meet them again if he keeps going up the tower, as they had said they would leave once they passed the floor of death. Baum breathes a sigh of relief, saying that he had heard about Kasano leaving, but didn't know it was to save Horyang. He explains that he had told them to use Emily as a way of revealing their position. Kun pauses, thinking that something doesn't add up. If Wangmin really did escape, why haven't they seen him? Furthermore, why would Yura go so far as to make a deal and reveal such information? He senses that something must have happened to Wangmin's team. Yura shifts the conversation back to the main subject, mentioning the thorn fragment. She instructs them to find the house where the princess of the deep-colored sea resides and asks her for it. She says that the place where 3 waterfalls flow holds the key, and if they follow the red light, they will reach the location of the thorn fragment. Wangmin wonders who the princess of the deep-colored sea is, while Yura emphasizes that this is the only clue they have. She insists they must use this information to locate the thorn fragment. Kun asks what that means, pointing out that it's too abstract. Yura responds, saying that it's all they know. She urges them to let her go, stating that she isn't planning to backstab them now that she's given them everything they wanted. Baum expresses doubt and asks what they should do. Kun advises him to think carefully, emphasizing that there are too many strange aspects to the clues she provides. The fact that she even made a deal and disclosed this information is highly suspicious. He's certain that something has happened to Wangmin's team. Kun realizes they can't let them go so easily and questions why they are all gathered here. Just then, Karaka arrives, and everyone looks at him as Yuri reacts with hostility. Karaka says he was going to leave quietly, but he didn't expect to find them all here. It feels as though they are praying for him to kill them. With that, he launches an attack, declaring that if death is their wish, he will gladly make it come true. Yuri charges at him to counterattack while the other regulars scramble to avoid his assault. Yura attempts to block Karaka's attack. Yuri, stunned, asks how he's still alive, as she is sure she has killed him. Karaka responds that he doesn't know. Perhaps he's an immortal god. Yuri attacks him once more as Yura moves alongside Wanganin to strike. Karaka, noticing them, calls out, addressing them as regulars, and asks if Hoken is inside. He also wonders if Wanganin is the person in there. Yura demands to know who he is, and Karaka introduces himself as Karaka, the god of Fug. Wanganin, hearing the name, realizes that this is the person Hua Ryan had mentioned. Karaka launches another strike, knocking Wanganin back with overwhelming force. Yura manages to catch him and keep him from falling further. Karaka states that she is coming with him to the floor of death and orders her to follow him. In response, Bomb attacks Karaka, his voice filled with anger as he demands to know how Karaka dares to act in such a way. Bomb struggles to control his Shinsu, realizing it is difficult to manage in the unstable environment of the floor of death. Karaka counters and taunts, recognizing Bomb as Juvenile Grace, mocking him for thinking he could fool him by simply changing his hairstyle. Kun, determined, says he's coming along too, but Bomb, unable to avoid Karaka's attack, braces for impact. However, just in time, Evan intervenes, saving Bomb from Karaka's grasp. Yuri, concerned, calls out to Bomb, asking if he's alright and praising Evan for his timely intervention. Karaka thinks to himself that he'll have to abandon his plan to take Bomb with him for now and return to his original objective. He shifts his focus and launches another attack on them. Yuri, ready to counter, charges at him, feeling a surge of determination as she thinks to herself that she has missed this fight. Bomb expresses his gratitude to Evan, and Evan, clearly frustrated, scolds him for his lack of caution. He questions why Bomb, a ranker, was simply standing there when an attack was imminent. Meanwhile, a flash of light appears at a distance, and black smoke begins to billow from it. Evan, noticing the strange phenomenon, thinks to himself in confusion, wondering what's happening. He observes that Karaka's Shinsu is slowly dissipating and wonders what on earth Karaka could have learned on the train. Bomb mutters that he's nowhere near strong enough to handle Karaka at this level. Evan observes Bomb and reflects on how much he has changed. When he first met Bomb, he was just an ordinary boy with no power at all. It hasn't been that long since then, yet now, Bomb has grown into someone extraordinary. Bomb declares that he needs to become stronger. Evan thinks to himself that Bomb is growing so rapidly that it's almost unbelievable, even as he witnesses it firsthand. He muses that he had always considered Bomb to be entirely different from someone like Yurek Mizuno, but now he isn't so sure. If this is the power of irregulars, he wonders whether they have inadvertently nurtured a being who might become the greatest threat to them all. As Evan is lost in thought, Karaka vanishes from the scene. Bomb asks Evan if he could loosen his grip, as it is so tight that it hurts. Evan quickly apologizes and releases his grip. Yuri approaches Evan, her expression stern, and asks how that Karaka scoundrel is still alive. Evan admits that he doesn't know, even after Karaka was hit with such powerful attacks. Endorsi moves closer to Bomb and asks if he is alright. In response, Bomb steps onto his Shinsu shield, silently preparing himself. Evan remarks that he never imagined Karaka could survive after taking multiple hits from Kronos and a direct lethal strike. Yuri, still frustrated, exclaims that not only is Karaka alive, but he also appears completely unharmed. She adds that it seems he was even on the train with them, questioning whether he might truly be some kind of immortal god. Evan states that it is impossible. Only Jahad and the 10 great family leaders made a deal for immortality with the administrator. Yuri remarks that regardless, they now have one more thing to watch out for since Karaka has gone to the floor of death. Evan confirms her concern, adding that Karaka will undoubtedly keep pursuing the boy. Yuri responds decisively, suggesting they head inside, and they leap into the blood river of the floor of death. Hockney jumps first, urging everyone to hurry. Burrow hesitates and nervously asks if it is truly safe, while Sachai assures him that despite its appearance, it seems safe enough. He points out how casually Hockney is encouraging them to jump. Hockney reiterates that they need to hurry and join him, emphasizing that they must all enter simultaneously to stay on the same path. He explains that entering separately would result in being pulled apart by different currents, making it impossible to stay together. He warns that splitting up on the floor of death is essentially inviting death. Sachai, growing impatient, places a hand on Burrow's shoulder and tells him to stop hesitating and just jump in. With a smirk, he jokes that if Burrow dies, he will cry for him, but as a side character, his death wouldn't matter much anyway. Burrow comments that it may be so as Sachai kicks him into the river of blood while Kun and Bomb watch. Kun suggests that they should proceed as well, and Bomb agrees. Together, they jump into the floor of death and begin to float along the river of blood. Bomb reflects on how warm and quiet it feels, as though he has returned to a place where he once lived for a long time. As they drift, a bright light catches their attention, and Bomb wonders about its source and why he seems to be heading in that direction. Hockney illuminates the way with his light and notices Bomb's trajectory. He thinks that Bomb will end up on a different path if he continues in that direction. Kun also notices this and calls him out. Hockney urges Bomb to snap out of it, warning him not to go that way and to return. At that moment, a cyclone emerges, trapping everyone within it. Bomb is caught in the swirling current, and the others become alarmed, calling out to him. Yuri remarks that she can never take her eyes off Bomb and attempts to save him. However, her efforts are thwarted as she realizes her Shinsu is not working. Kun rushes forward to assist Bomb, but Sachai grabs his leg to restrain him. Sachai insists that there is no way for them to reach Bomb and emphasizes the importance of staying together for now. He warns that the situation will worsen if they become separated. Meanwhile, Bomb, drifting further away, feels himself slipping into unconsciousness. He reflects that if left like this, he will continue to drift alone, unsure of what lies ahead. He believes he has to at least attempt to reach him as Hockney uses his light-based Shinsu to search for Bomb. Kun asks Endorsi if Bong Bong can be used to bring them back, but she refuses, explaining that it does not work either. Yuri wonders aloud about the nature of this place, prompting Evan to glance at her. As they continue floating forward, they sense something approaching from behind. The cyclone appears again, pulling them into its force. They struggle to escape, and Burrow exclaims in frustration, questioning what is happening. Suddenly, the water disappears, and they begin to fall. Yuri quickly creates a protective bubble, shielding them from harm. Kun exhales deeply and remarks that they have survived. Burrow asks if this is one of the paths Hockney mentioned, noting that it feels as if they are inside someone's body. Yuri reflects on why her Shinsu had failed earlier. Kun speculates that it might be because this place is formed from the remnants of dead administrators. After a moment, they approach the ground and jump to safety. Burrow scans their surroundings and asks about Bomb and Hockney, wondering what could have happened. Kun observes that it seems they have been separated. Based on Hockney's earlier comments, he concludes that there must be several paths, suggesting that if Bomb and Hockney are unharmed, they have likely ended up on a different route. He admits uncertainty about whether it is fortunate or not that Bomb and Hockney are together. Sachai observes that there remains a significant chance Rachel may attempt to control Bomb by using Emily, though Kun responds that this remains uncertain. Endorsi interjects, pointing out that they have not even realized another person is missing. Kun questions what she means by that, and she replies that they should pay attention. Hua Ryan, the girl, is gone as well. Kun asks for clarification, and Burrow confirms that it is true. Hua Ryan is missing. Endorsi speculates that she may have orchestrated everything, knowing Bomb was heading in a different direction. Kun agrees that it is possible, given that Hua Ryan is a guide. Yuri then turns to Evan, asking if he had foreseen any of this. He denies it, explaining that the prescience of guides is almost useless in this place. He adds that the likelihood of her predicting the future and intentionally choosing a separate path is very low. Yuri clenches her fist and reflects on how she had struggled to control Shinsu earlier. She strongly senses that this floor is extremely dangerous and silently hopes that Bomb is safe. Their attention shifts to the cave ahead as they hear a noise. Burrow wonders aloud if it is the howling of a beast and warns that something is approaching. As they watch, two glowing eyes emerge from the darkness. Elsewhere, Bomb also falls and lands near Hockney, who stands nearby and observes him. Hockney comments that they have ended up separated from the others, adding that the powerful current was overwhelming. He admits he is struggling to adjust, having not been here in ages. Creating a Shinsu circle, he contemplates what might happen if they encounter a gatekeeper in this state. At that moment, a giant monster appears, startling Hockney. The monster remarks that it has been ages since an outsider arrived, prompting him to come and investigate. He expresses surprise upon recognizing Hockney, questioning what he is doing back here. The scene shifts to a flashback from 3 months earlier, near the Name Hunt station. Yurik Mazino asks if Yuhua has still not woken up as they see her lying unconscious. Yuge responds that she has not, explaining that she endured an immense shock. He recalls getting her out quickly but credits her abilities for their survival. He remarks that the shock she suffered is likely far greater than they can comprehend. Mazino agrees but notes that it is still troubling for her to have been unconscious for so long. Yuge concurs, emphasizing that it is indeed problematic, as they need to catch up to the train quickly. He adds that the train seems to have reached the floor of death and reminds Mazino of their unfinished business there. At that moment, Danyue gains consciousness and calls out to Mazino. He turns to look at her and responds. Danyue thanked Yuge, acknowledging that they had saved their lives. Yuge brushes it off, saying it is nothing, and expresses relief that at least Danyue gained consciousness first. Danyue then asks why Yuge chose to help them, especially if they are rankers from the Yon family. Yuge responds vaguely, stating that it is better to leave it at that. He explains that he cannot provide details as he was observing them under orders from his superior. However, he adds that the person Danyue should truly thank is the woman behind them, as it was her flame that ensured their survival. Danyue glances back at Yuhua and asks if it is really because of her flame. Yuge confirms this, recounting how, during Yuri Jahad's attack on the station, it was the dormant flame of the Yon family within Yua's body that saved them all from near certain death in an instant. He explains that the Yon family's flame is an extraordinarily powerful ability passed down exclusively to direct female descendants of the family. Yuge speculates that the flame likely activated momentarily to protect its master's life, as well as the lives of those around her. However, he clarifies that even with its immense power, the flame could only shield them from fragments of Yuri's attack for a brief moment. That fleeting moment of protection, he emphasizes, was enough for him to act and save them all. Danyue nods, acknowledging the explanation, while Yuge affirms that Yuhua remains asleep because she used power beyond her natural abilities. He assures Danyue she will awaken soon once the flame's energy restores itself. Danyue then asks about Rak, who had fallen with them. Noting that he is nowhere to be seen, Mazino interrupts, asking who Rak is, and asserts that no such person was present. Danhua, confused, presses him, questioning what he means. Mazino reiterates that he saw no one named Rak and confirms that Yuge saved only Danyue and Yuhua. Danyue insists that it cannot be true, explaining that there was definitely another individual with them, a small alligator wearing red clothes. Mazino turns to Yuge and asks if this alligator was present. Yuge denies it, stating that he did not see anyone like that. However, he adds that, according to the data he received, there was indeed someone matching that description on their team. Danyue begins to wonder what could have happened. He is certain that Rak fell with them and questions whether he could have died. Mazino asks if Danyue is positive they are heading to the floor of death. Danyue confirms this without hesitation. Mazino muses aloud, contemplating the unpredictability of the kid, referring to Bomb. He remarks that this is becoming interesting as he casually bites into an apple. Mazino comments that he might as well head to the floor of death, as he will finally be able to let loose after such a long time. Meanwhile, the gatekeeper asks Hockney what he is doing back here. Hockney tries to recognize the voice and asks if it belongs to Mata, who responds that his back is hurting and remarks that it has been a while. He comments on Hockney's height, noting that he is still as short as ever. Hockney calls out to him, and Mata asks what Hockney is doing back in this hellhole. He jokes, asking if Hockney came back because he missed him. Hockney denies it, but Mata laughs and remarks that it seems Hockney still cannot lie. Hockney comments on how Mata is still living in this gloomy place. Mata shrugs and explains that this is the way all parasites like him live. They survive by invading the body of a larger creature and controlling it. He adds that the host has no choice but to obey him as long as it is connected to that blue orb. Mata asks Hockney what he thinks, teasing him about how he called the creature Manileg and asking if he doesn't think it's really cute. Hockney remarks that he can never figure out Mata's tastes, but he hopes Mata doesn't mind him staying here for a while as he grabs Bomb, preparing to take him away. Mata looks at Hockney and asks who the man is, wondering if he is someone Hockney met on the outside. Hockney explains that he just happened to come in with him. Mata responds with a smirk, saying it's fortunate that Hockney risked his life to help him escape. Now, he has even made a friend and become a respectable person, moving closer to Hockney. Hockney denies that the man is his friend, stating that he is just someone who happened to come with him because they share the same purpose. He adds that the man is not a friend based on the way Mata thinks. How could a monster like him ever make friends? He says that the man's real friends must be looking for him right now, and as Hockney prepares to leave, he asks Mata to guide the man to them if he finds them. Mata asks where Hockney is going. Hockney replies that he is going to South City. Mata expresses concern, asking why he is heading there, warning that Hell Joe will try to kill him if he finds out that Hockney is back. Hockney acknowledges this, but says that he still must go, as a piece of his lost picture is there. He adds that he will be able to find what he's lost on the south side of the floor of death in 2 days, explaining that Emily told him so. He insists that there is nothing that the device can't tell him. Hockney explains that he came here to search for the red light, noting that the painting is his soul itself, something he is deeply aware of and must absolutely find. Just as he speaks, the gatekeeper arrives and attacks Hockney. Mata warns him, saying the gatekeeper is here. Meanwhile, the other regulars observe the scene and ask what kind of monster it is. Barreau recognizes it, saying it must be one of the gatekeepers Hockney mentioned. Yuri remarks that it looks like they have another interesting creature to deal with and asks Evan what they should do. Evan suggests that it might be better to leave it to the regulars first since they need to gauge how much they can handle on this floor. He points out that they can't protect them forever. Yuri agrees, stating that the regulars should go ahead and fight the monster themselves. She adds that if they get overwhelmed, they will head back. Barreau voices his concerns, asking if they really have to face the monster alone, wondering if it's too dangerous. Kun replies that they've only just entered the floor of death and suggests they should at least try. Barreau, however, recalls Hockney's warning that the gatekeeper is very strong and asks what they are waiting for, urging everyone to finish this quickly. Endorsi declares that they must go in and find Bomb and Huarian, stressing that there is no time to waste. She then attacks the gatekeeper, prompting Kun to call out to her, questioning why she is going ahead and attacking on her own. Endorsi uses her special skill, launching a powerful strike at the gatekeeper. Evan, watching in shock, asks Yuri if that's really Endorsi's skill. Endorsi swiftly uses her chiffon sword, knocking out the gatekeeper, and they all rush inside. Barreau asks if the gatekeeper is dead, remarking that it wasn't as bad as he had imagined. Evan turns to Yuri, asking if she is sure that Endorsi isn't stronger than they thought. Yuri responds with a thoughtful "she guessed so." Endorsi then notices a ball-like creature approaching her and wonders what it is. As she observes it, she realizes it might be the gatekeeper's main body. Displeased by its unsettling smile, she watches as the ball begins to burn. Kun, observing from a distance, thinks that this small fastball could prove to be more difficult to deal with, especially since it had been hidden inside the larger monster. Yuri asks what the main body is, finding the situation more interesting. Evan interrupts, stating that they are not here to play. Suddenly, the eye bug attacks Endorsi, who quickly evades the assault and reappears behind Kun. She tells him it's his turn now as she handles the main monster. Surprised, Kun listens as Endorsi asserts that she did most of the work, leaving the remaining task to him. Kun responds that Endorsi is being ridiculous, as he thought she had said that the eye bug was the main body. His only concern, he adds, is that his clothes might get ruined. He reflects briefly on what to do next, realizing that it's a bit earlier than he had expected. He considers testing a new skill of his and decides to proceed. He summons the Anakor, pulling out several lighthouses in preparation. Meanwhile, the eye bug, observing their movements, assesses that there are 7 intruders and that the enemies have taken the bait. It classifies 2 of them as threats and declares that they will eliminate all of them. The eye bug then orders, "Call Richie Falawan." Kun activates his Anakor skill, and Barreau, noticing the lighthouses, asks in confusion what's happening as the lighthouse splits into pieces. Yuri, watching closely, turns to Evan and asks what on earth he has taught Kun. Evan chuckles, replying to wait and see. He adds that he taught Kun a sneaky and vicious skill that perfectly suits him, and he can already feel the dark aura emanating from him as Kun laughs in response. Kun reflects with relief, thinking that everything seems fine with the lighthouse, even here on the floor of death. He then turns to Barreau and requests a favor, asking him to stand exactly where the lighthouse's light is shining and stick out his needle. Barreau asks if Kun means to point his sword in that manner. Kun reassures him, saying that it's perfect and that no matter what happens, Barreau must remain standing exactly there. Barreau, uncertain, wonders what Kun plans to do. Meanwhile, Kun thinks to himself that the ball-like creature is capable of flying quickly through the air and performing long-range attacks, and that not many people on their team could deal with an enemy like that. Kun thinks to himself that with his skill, he can handle the situation as he watches the eye bug launch an attack on Barreau. The eye bug laughs menacingly. Sachai warns that it's coming. Barreau, clearly nervous, calls out to Kun, asking what he should do as the attack heads straight for him. Kun calmly tells him to wait. Barreau is shocked by this response, asking how long he has to stay in position, and calls out to Sachai for help. Sachai quickly draws his spear to block the attack. Barreau, still uncertain, calls Kun, suggesting that whatever he's testing, it's time to hurry. Kun reassures them, saying that he has finished setting up the lighthouse. He activates his Anakor skill and uses the mystery sphere to trap the eye bug. Barreau asks what the sphere is, while Sachai, recognizing it, asks if it's a honeycomb sphere. Kun confidently responds that he has successfully trapped the creature. Eye bug grows irritated and leaps out of the sphere, declaring that it's escaping. Barreau watches in shock as the creature seems to break free. However, Kun quickly captures it again, using his shinsu to secure it within the sphere once more. Yuri asks what that skill is exactly. Evan explains that it's an Anakor, a highly advanced technique that allows the user to perform the calculations of 9 lighthouses with just one. He elaborates that the technique splits the lighthouse into numerous sides, with each side handling different calculations. On a purely theoretical level, it's a simple skill. However, Evan adds, it's actually very difficult to master, as dividing even one side can cause a massive overload. He continues to describe how, with this technique, the lighthouse possesses immense calculating power. The sphere, which contains numerous teleportation surfaces, enables the user to trap opponents. This sphere is what he calls the mystery sphere. Yuri asks if Evan is suggesting that a regular kid is capable of using such a high-level skill. Evan confirms, saying that it was difficult, which is why he upgraded the lighthouse. He used a class a kit secretly made in the factory to enhance it, the NA Core Upgrade Kit. He emphasizes that it's an incredible kit that transforms an ordinary lighthouse into one that uses an NA Core. He adds, just for context, that the kit is extremely expensive and illegal. Yuri is taken aback and comments that it's unlike Evan to give such an upgrade to a regular, questioning his decision. Evan explains that he had no choice. It was the most fail-safe and effective method. Besides, if anyone questions the illegal aspect, he can always claim that he made Kun do it. He tells Yuri that, on the floor of death, there's a good chance they could all be in danger. He urges her to think about which regular could help them the most in this situation. The answer, he says, is the light bearer. Yuri asks if Evan intends to trust Kun to support them. Evan confirms, saying he plans on trusting him, even though she might consider it a ridiculous idea. Despite that, Evan believes that Kun will definitely be helpful. Kun, meanwhile, finds the situation fun as he uses more Shinsu to strengthen the sphere. He activates the changing mystery sphere mode and wonders if they are about to finish this. He then uses a red crystal, and iBug reacts, saying that the sphere has turned red and is now even angrier, moving faster and preparing to counterattack. Kun instructs Burrow to hold on tightly to the needle no matter what happens. Burrow asks what Kun means by that, but Kun reassures him that it will be out soon. As iBug attacks, Burrow asks in disbelief what's going on and tries to block the creature, only to break through it. He looks around and demands to know why the iBug is suddenly right in front of him. Kun explains that when his opponent charges with tremendous power to break through the sphere, he can use that power against it and teleport the enemy wherever he likes. The sphere turns red because it's activated in red mode. Evan clarifies that the technique involves sealing off the enemy and teleporting it to the desired location using the opponent's own force. While it's not a particularly powerful offensive attack, it is an incredibly faithful skill for the light bearer's role as assistants. Evan adds that even the strongest opponents would find it difficult to break through the sphere. Dorsey, impatient, tells Kun to stop acting so cool and says they should head inside to find Bomb. Kun teases her, asking if she's jealous. Meanwhile, the creature directs them to go in. Elsewhere, Manileg arrives and swiftly cuts off the head of the gatekeeper. Mata watches this with approval, saying, "Yes, well done, Manileg," and adds, "Here it comes." Hockney, keeping a close watch, predicts that Manileg will move upwards to the right in a zigzag pattern and that it will strike dead on if it swings in the next 10 seconds. Mata confirms Hockney's assessment. Outside, iBug charges towards the interior, evading all of the gatekeeper's attacks and unleashing a blast as it escapes. Mata excitedly raises his hand when a voice from his armpit exclaims, "Wow, one shot," while Hockney looks at him, thinking that his armpit is talking. Mata remarks that he had forgotten how remarkable his eyes were, wondering if he is using them again. He responds that they will all be in danger unless they get rid of that thing quickly, as a Richie-level gatekeeper will soon appear. Mata agrees, saying, "All right, let's keep going with this energy. Let's at least head to the hall together." Meanwhile, Hockney wonders if those guys are okay, thinking that if they act carelessly, they will be hit by Richie. He tells Mata that he is fine and asks him to help the other guys' companions. Mata questions whether he is fine going to the hall alone, reminding Hockney that he is no longer just another bug crawling around here. He continues, explaining that in order for him to enter the floor of death, the final gatekeeper at the hall's entrance will likely ask for his soul. He will try his best to hide and get him into the hall. Mata insists that until then, Hockney should stay with him. Hockney thanks him, and Mata acknowledges that this place is dark. When Mata spots a light, he asks, "Where could that light be coming from?" They finally arrive, and Mata comments on how fast this giant bug is, to which Hockney replies, "Of course, it doesn't have all those legs for nothing." Mata asks how having lots of legs is related to being fast, and Hockney responds that if the two aren't related, he doesn't know. Bomb opens his eyes and looks around. and they all see a person at some distance. Bomb wonders where they are, while Mata comments on how he is going to trick the final gatekeeper. The final gatekeeper asks if Bomb is on that giant bug, trying to get into the floor of death, and introduces himself as the final gatekeeper. He states that the living may not enter this place. The dead must tell him the name of their assigned soul and where they belong. Mata identifies himself as Yulia Mata, a parasite who keeps an eye on intruders. He explains that he plans to return home after completing this task and requests to be let in. Bomb calls Hockney, who looks back at him and asks if he is awake before walking toward him. Bomb asks where they are and where the others are. Hockney places a finger on his lips and tells Bomb to be quiet for a moment. He acknowledges that Bomb must have many questions, but urges him to remain silent for now. Hockney explains that if the final gatekeeper discovers they are inside the giant bug, things will only be complicated. He is known as the High Richie Monk, the final gatekeeper. If he learns that they are riding in the bug, he will attempt to take their souls. Bomb asks what Hockney means by taking their souls. Kun asks how he can achieve the effect of 9 lighthouses with just one, while Endorsi questions if that isn't cheating, wondering how he could have learned such sneaky skills. Kun retorts, asking if she is simply jealous because she wants his skills so badly. Endorsi denies it, saying she doesn't envy that kind of skill at all, as he can't do anything without a fisherman anyway. Evan reflects that while Endorsi's statement isn't entirely incorrect, there is one more secret about the NA core that he hasn't shared with the princess: the existence of an ignition weapon named Beta, currently within Kun's lighthouse. He realizes that Beta has been part of the lighthouse for ages, simply to gain access to the Hell Train, as being seen as a weapon would allow him entry. Evan thinks that his presence in the lighthouse ultimately turned out to be the solution that enabled Kun to use the NA core. Thanks to Beta's support as an ignition weapon, Kun was able to perform the calculations for the NA core, something that would have been impossible for any regulars to handle. He acknowledges that being in the lighthouse was extremely fortunate, as the calculations for the NA core were made possible with his help. Strictly speaking, the current NA core is practically a collaboration between Kun and Beta. He thinks it feels so stuffy in here, but because of that, Beta's lighthouse is the only one that can use the true NA core, and even that would become unusable if it were overloaded. He realizes that the NA core would be rendered useless if that lighthouse were ever attacked, which is a critical weakness. Still, he considers it an unexpected stroke of luck that the boy is able to use the NA core. As long as this weakness remains concealed, he should be able to make good use of it. Yuri mentions that she thought she saw something approaching at a distance, and sure enough, they soon spotted it. Evan identifies it as a giant stag beetle and tells the group to prepare for an attack. Yuri comments that the creatures look tough. The scene shifts to the entrance hall of the Floor of Death, where Bomb and Hockney's group find themselves. Manilig demands they hurry up and let him pass, but the final gatekeeper instructs them to wait. Bomb asks if the gatekeeper intends to take their souls, wondering what he means. Hockney explains that the final gatekeeper guards the entrance to the hall and steals the souls of anyone who attempts to enter. He further explains that the gatekeepers are part of a systematic group divided into watchmen, eye-bugs, and giant leeches. When a watchman is defeated, an orb emerges from them, allowing for some time to buy an advantage. The eye-bugs determine the enemy's location and summon the leeches. The final gatekeeper explains that the leech gatekeepers are giant bugs without souls or egos, which is why they don't die no matter how much they are attacked. He adds that the people on the Floor of Death have also had their souls stolen, just like the leeches. They are trapped here, unable to die because their souls have been taken. He continues, stating that in order to enter, they, too, must hand over their souls. Once their souls are stolen, they cannot be reclaimed, meaning they can never leave the Floor of Death. Bomb responds that he has already left the Floor of Death. He explains that he, Parasite Mata, was not allowed to enter. The gatekeeper asks why not, saying that Bomb is one of the dead who has clearly offered his soul. The final gatekeeper insists that he knows exactly why Bomb cannot enter, acknowledging that there are two living people inside that giant bug. As one who sees souls, he cannot be deceived. Mata realizes that they are busted, while the final gatekeeper states that the living cannot enter the floor of death. Therefore, the two living people inside the bug must also hand over their souls and become dead. He then tells Bomb that if he wants to enter with those two, they must give their souls to the divine sea fish. Hockney admits that he knew it, guessing they had failed to trick the final gatekeeper. Bomb asks what he means by that. Hockney explains that the divine sea fish is a soul devourer, a creature known for taking away souls. He tells Bomb to ride the giant bug back to his companions, suggesting that if he leaves now, he may be able to escape without having his soul stolen, as this place is too dangerous for them to handle. Bomb asks what about Hockney. Hockney replies that he is going inside, even if it means losing his soul. There is something he needs to find in there. Mata asks if Hockney is truly going, and he answers confidently that he didn't come all this way just to turn around and leave. Bomb declares that he will go with him. Hockney questions what Bomb is saying, but Bomb insists that there is something he needs to find there, too. Even if it costs him his life, he cannot turn back now. He explains that when he entered this place, he felt a light calling to him, and he must find that light. Hockney asks what kind of light it is and internally reflects that he didn't see anything. He wonders if Bomb might have seen something on the way here and questions why he is putting his life on the line to enter the floor of death in the first place. He thinks that whatever the reason, he doesn't believe he will be able to stop them. He sighs and tells them to follow him, and they both walk toward the final gatekeeper. The final gatekeeper looks at them and remarks that it is the two intruders trying to enter the floor of death. He demands that they tell him their names. Hockney introduces himself as David Hockney, while Bomb states that he is the 25th Bomb. The final gatekeeper responds that it is very good, but they must hand over their souls, and he sends out his sea fish. Hockney warns Bomb to stay still, as the sea fish are trying to take their souls, but insists that he will keep on living. The sea fish begin to absorb their souls, but then something strange happens. The sea fish sense something unusual and feel that something is missing. Bubbles emerge from Bomb's body and push the sea fish away. Hockney asks what is going on and why Bomb has so many souls. The sea fish absorbs the souls and exclaims in awe. The final gatekeeper looks at Bomb, thinking that several souls have emerged from a single person. Hockney asks who Bomb truly is, realizing that those are the souls Bomb must have gotten from Hoken's clone. Bomb asks if he could just leave his soul behind, as he needs to protect the souls of these people. The final gatekeeper asks who Bomb is, a monster. Bomb thinks that the gatekeeper probably won't believe him if he mentions Hoken, and he also cannot reveal that he is an irregular. He decides to say that he is just an ordinary regular, and that he will leave his soul with him, pleading to be let in. The final gatekeeper responded with a firm request that was denied. Mata suddenly exclaims that it's the bamboo spears, the final gatekeeper's Shinsu bamboo spears, just as Bomb draws out his thorn. The final gatekeeper notices the red light and thinks that he will need to test Bomb. Mata, panicking, warns that the bamboo spear is coming. Hockney asks Bomb what his position is, and Bomb replies that he is a wave controller. Hockney immediately suggests that Bomb must be able to use Shinsu and instructs him to send as much Shinsu as he can into the center of the bamboo spear, as there is no way to avoid it. He explains that the only way to destroy it is to aim for the empty center. Bomb asks what Hockney means, wondering if he wants him to attack the empty center. Hockney assures him that it's the core of the bamboo spears and urges him to trust him. Bomb uses his Shinsu black hole sphere to smash the center of the bamboo spear with as much Shinsu as he can muster. The final gatekeeper watches, thinking that Bomb managed to defeat his Shinsu bamboo spear with a single shot. Bomb asks if it worked, while Hockney reflects that Bomb didn't look that strong after just one shot of Shinsu. The final gatekeeper senses something unusual. wondering about the shining Shinsu in Bomb's attack. It feels unique, and he can sense its mysterious power even from that single shot. He eyes Bomb and his thorn, realizing that this boy, with the souls of several people within his body, and wielding a mysterious item along with Shinsu, is an extremely suspicious intruder. He decides that he cannot allow him any further inside. At that moment, an iBug arrives and announces that enough is enough. It tells the final gatekeeper that it has been ordered to let them inside alive. The final gatekeeper asks what that means and who gave the order. The iBug responds that it was the hermit in the North City, Garam. The final gatekeeper, confused, asks why she would suddenly take an interest in outsiders. Just then, Yuri and Evan arrive at the scene. The iBug can't believe that they broke through Leech Falawan's strong armor so easily. He realizes that these intruders are much more powerful than he originally thought. But in the end, it doesn't matter. He believes that Leech Falawan is immortal, and no matter how much they attack, they will never defeat it. Yuri asks if these monsters are coming back to life, while Evan wonders internally if the resurrection has become a trend lately. In her room, Garam observes Bomb, noting that the boy is certainly persistent, but she believes he will end up regretting it if he continues to show off his power so recklessly. Another person inquires what she would like to do, and Garam responds that they should just leave him be. There's no need to save him, as he is choosing to run in here of his own accord. She notes that he seems very confident, but at this rate, he will end up dying. She says she is going to meet the boy herself and wants to see for herself whether he is real or not. She thinks about Enryu and reflects that a long time has passed since he killed the administrator here, an event that has become a tale passed down like a legend. Now, a boy appears with power just like his. She wonders if this could be the beginning of another tale, and if this boy might really change everything. The final gatekeeper expresses his surprise at Garam's interest in outsiders, especially after recognizing her involvement. Bomb, looking at him, thinks this is the first time since Yurik Mazino that someone has shown this level of attention. The final gatekeeper sends more bamboo spears to attack. He admits that he doesn't have a choice and declares that he will let them pass. He especially allows both of them to enter with their souls intact. Hockney asks what he means by that. The gatekeeper replies that they will find out once they enter, and he will return the souls he took from them. However, he warns them to remember this. They may only stay inside with their souls for 1 week. If they remain any longer, they will become prey for the dead. He suggests that if they wish to live, they should leave before then. Just as Manilig arrives, Baum remarks that the passage is insanely complicated. He wonders what that red water they passed through earlier was. The gatekeeper explains that it is the blood spilled from the administrator when they entered. Baum reflects that the blood is high concentration Shinsu, essential for those living on the floor of death. However, the Shinsu in the inner part of the floor, which they are about to enter, has very low density. He explains that the blood is sent in like this to adjust the concentration, with the tiny blood vessels in the administrator's corpse connecting to the outside, making the blood flow inward. He mentions that this hole is made up of countless blood vessels, some thick strands among them, though they don't know exactly who created it. He adds that this hole is both the largest gateway leading into the inner city and its lifeline. The problem, however, is that a certain warlord inside is attempting to take control of it. Hockney acknowledges that they can also enter through the tiny blood vessels, but it's complicated and dangerous, and no outsider has ever made it inside through this route. Mata suddenly jumps onto Hockney and demands a word, expressing his concerns. He wonders what Hockney has brought along, calling Baum a total weirdo. He is baffled by how someone could have so many souls inside them and use such strange Shinsu. He finds it hard to believe that the final gatekeeper would just let someone like that pass and fears Baum might be extremely dangerous. Hockney asks if this situation is not good. He points out that thanks to Baum, they are able to enter the floor of death alive. Mata attempts to argue, but Hockney quickly interjects. He says it's not good to assume someone is dangerous just because they have a certain power. He doesn't think Baum seems like a bad person, at least not yet. He says not to be suspicious of people without a valid reason, while Mata asks if he actually feels like he can relate to that guy. Hockney asks what he means by relating, and if he means feeling similar to him, then perhaps. He adds that Baum seems like an unusual person. Mata remarks that this is the first step toward becoming friends, a sense of kinship. Hockney questions what he means by that, while Mata replies with congratulations, saying he has finally found a potential friend. He quickly clarified that it was not like he had many friends before. Hockney, irritated, tells him to shut up. Baum observes them and wonders what has gotten into the two. Mata, ignoring the tension, says this is great. Since he has also been separated from his companions, he suggests asking Baum to help them look for his picture. Hockney responds hesitantly, saying he is not sure about that. At that moment, Garam arrives. Mata glances behind and, startled, asks if it is Manileg's. Then, realizing it is someone else, he exclaims in confusion, asking who she is. Garam studies Baum closely and comments that he looks quite charming up close. She adds that it is no surprise that Jahad's two princesses are following him around. Mata, still sitting on Manileg's, demands to know if she realizes where he is sitting and tells her to get off immediately. Hockney quickly intervenes, warning Mata to stop. He says that the woman seems incredibly strong and might be the most powerful person he has ever seen. Garam turns her gaze to Hockney and, intrigued, notes his unusual eyes. She observes that he appears slightly different from what she had imagined, though she had assumed he wouldn't be as rough as Yurek. Baum inquires about her reference to Yurek, asking if she knows him. She confirms this and adds that she would prefer not to know a fool like him. She then suggests they move elsewhere to continue their conversation. Mata interjects, questioning what she means, while she states their destination is North City. Another person responded that it was a good plan. She corrects herself when she says many toes, as Mata clarifies it is many legs, but she dismisses its importance, emphasizing that it is not relevant at the moment. Outside, Yuri and Evan rush in with other regulars. Yuri notes the increasing number of enemies, asking why it seems like there are even more than before. Evan explains that it is because they cannot die. Yuri asks if there is anything they can do about it, and Evan questions what they could possibly do against immortal beings. He advises her to run. Yuri, frustrated, curses and turns to Evan, declaring that the open space is finally wide enough for action. She instructs him to take the others and proceed ahead. Evan, surprised, asks what she means by this. Yuri resolutely states that running away does not suit her, assuring him that she will ensure the creatures cannot follow them for a while. She then activates her skill, Rose Shower, to hold back the enemies. Evan wonders what that insane girl is planning as he continues running to escape. He thinks their situation is hopeless when suddenly, a red witch appears before him and asks if he is one of Juvenile Grace's companions. Confused, Evan questions what she means by that, who she is, and whether she might be Yuri Jahad. Kun observes her and notes her red hair, which reminds him of Huarian. The red witch explains that Huarian sent her to assist them and assures them that she will guide their path. Inside, Manileg advances toward them. Mata questions what she is doing with Manileg, but Hockney warns him to stay calm, as recklessness could get him killed, even though he technically cannot die because he lacks a soul. Baum reflects on the fact that she knows Yurek and wonders who she might be, noting that she does not seem to have harmful intentions. Mata drops to his knees, lamenting over Manileg and expressing his dislike for the girl, while Hockney urges him to calm down. Baum ponders whether she might know something about him, just as Garam remarks that they have arrived. Noting how fast many toes are, Mata quickly corrects her, saying it is Manileg. The scene shifts to the northern area of the Floor of Death, specifically North City, where she announces their arrival and informs them that from this point onward, they will ride another beast. She gestures for them to come down. Mata protests, pointing out that they were brought here without any explanation, and now they are being told to simply descend without any further clarification. He asks who would possibly listen to him, while she replies that the two of them don't need to come down if they don't want to. She explains that she only needs to speak with the boy in the coat about something important. The two of them can head back, but the boy must come with her as there is something she absolutely must give to him. Baum states that the others can head back because he intends to follow her. Mata, alarmed, questions Baum's decision, pointing out how suspicious the woman appears. Baum responds that, while she is suspicious, she might know something about what he is searching for, and unfortunately, they must part ways here. Mata protests, saying they have come all this way together and cannot just leave him behind. If Baum is going, then they will go with him. Hockney calls out to Mata, who admits feeling bad about letting Baum go off alone, even though he himself has to search for his painting. Mata reasons that it will only take about a day, and he might discover something truly significant. Hockney asks if it is really something significant, to which Mata confirms it is. At that moment, Garam summons the giant winged beast, Yadu, leaving everyone in shock. Mata, astonished, remarks that it's a winged beast, and that he has never seen anyone capable of controlling one. He wonders aloud who this woman could be on Earth, and if such creatures can even be tamed. Garam calmly invites them aboard, and as they step inside, Mata remarks in awe that this is the interior of a winged beast. She instructs the others to stay behind for a moment, calling Baum to follow her as she moves deeper into Yadu. Baum complies and follows her inside. Mata asks what is going on, but Hockney advises him not to meddle in others' affairs. Inside, she addresses Baum, acknowledging that he must have many questions. With just the two of them now, she invites him to ask whatever he wishes. Baum begins by asking who she is. She introduces herself as Garam Jahad, a princess of Jahad who vanished long ago along with two of the 13-month series. Baum is startled to hear she is also a princess of Jahad and recalls Yura's words, urging him to find the house where the princess of the deep-colored sea resides and to seek her guidance. Yura had mentioned a place where 3 waterfalls flow, and if he followed the red light, he would reach a location with a thorn fragment. Baum wonders if Yura's clue could actually be true, and then asks why a princess of Jahad would be in a place like this. Garam responds, reiterating that she disappeared with 2 of the 13-month series after betraying the Jahad family. She explains that she has been hiding here ever since. She reveals that she uncovered too much of the truth to remain within the Jahad family, including the reasons why they were selected as princesses and forced into endless conflicts. She questions why they, as princesses, are unable to rise to higher positions, delving into the kind of person King Jahad truly is and the nature of his existence. Baum asks if she knows about him, and she confirms that she has known about him for a long time. However, she admits she doesn't hold any absolute beliefs about his existence. She asserts that Baum has the right to know who he truly is and asks if he genuinely wishes to learn about himself. Baum responds affirmatively and is willing to learn anything. She agrees to tell him what she knows, but cautions him that he must take responsibility for whatever he hears. Meanwhile, the other regulars continue to follow the Red Witch. Indorsi asks if Huarian instructed her to guide them, to which the Red Witch confirms, adding that Huarian is already inside. Indorsi comments to Kun that Huarian clearly chose the easiest path for herself, likely knowing about some alternate route. Kun replies that he understands. Yuri, walking nearby, questions Evan about their guide, expressing frustration and suggesting it might be time to change guides, especially since even guides seem to lose their sense of direction here. Evan notes that the situation is strange. The Red Witch interjects, stating that Princess Huarian asked her to request a favor from Yuri in return for showing them the way. Yuri asks what kind of favor, and the Red Witch explains that Huarian assured her Yuri would repay the favor if she led the group. Evan remarks that nothing comes without a price and asks what the favor entails. The Red Witch reveals that there is a dangerous individual she wishes for Yuri to eliminate. She explains that the man is the ruler of South City and mentions that several intruders who entered today have mysteriously vanished. The Red Witch describes him as someone who defies fate and seeks to manipulate Shinsu, which has lost its rightful owner, treating it as if it were his own. His name, she says, is King Helljo. Meanwhile, in South City's Red Fortress, masked figures and eye-bugs gather. An eye-bug inquires about Karaka's impending arrival and asks what their next course of action should be. Helljo, the ruler of South City, dismisses their concerns, telling them not to disturb him as he is engaged in something important. When they press him for clarification, Helljo nonchalantly reveals that he is reading a comic book. Garam informs Baum that what she can share with him now is only a small part of his story. She tells him that he will learn the rest of it when he becomes strong enough to handle the truth and take responsibility for it. Baum tries to say something, but she preempts him, acknowledging his curiosity about himself. However, she warns him that she cannot tell him more than he is capable of understanding at this moment. She explains that if she did, it could ruin him, but she reassures him not to be too disappointed. As long as he stays on the right path, he will eventually discover everything on his own. Baum agrees, and Garam asks if they are ready to begin. She then inquires how much he knows about King Jahad, the ruler of the tower. The scene shifts to somewhere on the floor of death, where Karaka meets with Yura and Wangnan. Yura looks around and asks where they are, to which Karaka replies that they are on the floor of death. He warns her that this place is inhabited by the souls of the dead and is dangerous, even for rankers. Yura acknowledges his warning and asks if she should take White out now. Karaka advises against it, saying that it's better this way for the time being. If a gatekeeper were to appear, he would have to protect White, and at the moment, it's better to have 2 of them than 3. She comments that, according to the rumors they've heard, in order to enter the floor of death, one must offer the soul of a person. Karaka corrects her, saying that she was mistaken. It's not just one soul that needs to be offered, but the souls of everyone entering. She becomes worried, but Karaka reassures her, telling her not to worry. They will be using a hidden route to enter, and even if an enemy appears, she just needs to stay still and not panic. She nods, acknowledging his words, though she thinks to herself that she hadn't expected to come to the floor of death with a slayer. She wonders how that guy managed to get on the train. As she walks, she senses an overwhelming wave of Shinsu radiating from him. If he's after the thorn as well, she realizes there's no way they could defeat him and thinks they may need to change their plan. Meanwhile, Wanganen reflects on how unbelievable it is that Karaka from Fug is now joining them. Karaka is a legendary figure, and at this rate, it will be difficult to backstab him as they had initially planned. Wangnan thinks she'll have to wait for an opportunity when Karaka isn't around, her gaze drifting to the ring on his finger, which shines ominously. Elsewhere, Yuri, curious, asks Helljo about the unusual name. The Red Witch explains that Helljo is the warlord currently ruling the South City. She adds that the floor of death is divided into 2 territories, the South City and the North City. She explains that the North City is ruled by Grand Ali, while Helljo governs the South City. She describes Helljo as a tyrant, feared by everyone in the South City. She adds that he's a maverick, never trusting anyone, and if he dislikes someone, he traps them in an eternal prison. According to her, Helljo is known as an evil and lawless man. She further reveals that Helljo used to be a hole repairman in the South City. On the floor of death, there are special organs called holes, which draw in Shinsu from the outside world. Helljo is said to have mastered everything there is to know about these holes after working on them for so long. She continues, explaining that the former ruler of the South City, Grand Dasa, eventually began to trust Helljo. He invited him to his castle and appointed him the top hole master. However, Helljo's ambitions were greater than simply being a top hole master. After gaining that position, he began altering the holes to suit his own desires. She explains that controlling the holes is equivalent to controlling the Shinsu, and the very life force of the South City. Helljo, seizing his opportunity, informed Grand Desa's servants that he had taken control of the holes and was now working for himself. She continues, explaining that, in the end, most of Grand Desa's servants ended up serving Helljo. With their support, Helljo led an attack on the castle, defeated Grand Desa, and ultimately took control of the South City. Yuri, processing the information, asks why they are trying to get rid of Helljo. She points out that if it were just a rebellion, there would be no reason for a guide from Fug to get involved. The Red Witch responds that, in reality, Helljo is working with Fug and has been sending fragments of the thorn to the outside world. Yuri asks what she means by fragments of the thorn, wondering if she's referring to the thing Bomb is using. The Red Witch confirms, saying that the fragment Bomb is using is indeed one of those. Kun, now understanding, asks if it was Helljo who discovered these fragments and smuggled them to the outside. The Red Witch explains that while some monster with strange eyes was the first to discover the fragments, it was Helljo who learned about the existence of people pursuing them and began aiding in their smuggling. She explains that one of the fragments ended up in the hands of Fug, which was later delivered to Bomb, but they still don't know where the other two fragments went. She adds that the final fragment, the one they haven't found yet, is believed to be here on the floor of death. Apparently, even Helljo is still searching for it. Yuri, piecing it together, asks if the request is to destroy Helljo before he finds the final fragment. The Red Witch confirms, saying that's the only way to prevent Juvenile Grace from becoming a target for Helljo. She adds that Bomb isn't yet strong enough to face him on his own. Yuri, still skeptical, thinks that the Red Witch has more than a few suspicious points, but figures she has no choice if she wants to be shown the way right now. She agrees to help, saying that they'll assist her. The Red Witch, excited, urges them to hurry. Evan, growing more cautious, asks Yuri how she could suddenly accept such a suspicious request. Yuri, unbothered, responds that they don't have much of a choice. She asks what else they're supposed to do and sarcastically wonders if he expects her to be covered in stag beetles to get him to come to his senses. Evan, growing irritated, counters that in return, she has to show them the way and take them to Bomb as well. Red Witch responds with a simple acknowledgement, saying she understands. Inside the South City Red Fortress, Maskman calls out to Master Joe, who is still absorbed in his comic and does not pay attention to them. Maskman asks if he is still reading that comic. Helljo responds, telling him not to disturb him. Maskman then mentions that Karaka, a slayer from Fug, is on his way there. He suggests that Karaka might be coming to claim the thorn fragment that was promised to him long ago. Helljo dismissively asks what that means. He points out that they still haven't found the fragment, and just because Karaka is coming, it doesn't mean they can give him anything. Maskman insists on discussing the promise, to which Helljo inquires about the details of the promise. Maskman explains that the promise was for them to be taken out of this repulsive place. Helljo confirms that it is that promise, and Maskman then asks what has changed since they gave him the first thorn fragment. He notes that all they have received are new books every month and a TV connected to the outside world. He adds that Helljo even had a secret hole opened for him, leading into the floor of death. Helljo firmly instructs Maskman to make sure that if Karaka comes here, he will no longer cooperate with him. He tells Maskman that if Karaka wants to find the thorn fragment, he can find it on his own. Helljo tells Maskman to leave, as he needs to read his comic. Maskman calls out to him once more, mentioning that while Helljo is resting, perhaps he should reconsider working with Fug. Helljo asks if Maskman has a bullet stuck in his ears, telling him to screw off. Song, irritated by Helljo's reckless personality, clenches his fist and storms out, punching the table in frustration. He thinks to himself that they could have found the thorn fragment if only that scoundrel with the strange eyes hadn't run away. He wonders how they can manage to find it before Karaka arrives. Charlotte Man appears behind him and asks what he is huffing and puffing about by himself, wondering if he failed to give Heljo another one of his strange ideas. Isong turns to face her, telling her to shut up. He explains that he's simply thinking about their future. She questions the meaning of a future for people without souls like them. Isong retorts that she can stay there forever if she wishes, but he is leaving. He intends to reclaim his lost soul and continue climbing the tower. He declares that Heljo and he will seize the tower's wealth and power. She laughs, commenting that his ambition remains as strong as ever. At that moment, an iBug informs them that Karaka has arrived at the castle. Another iBug contacts Heljo, confirming that Karaka has indeed arrived. Outside, Maskman asks Karaka to listen for a moment, mentioning that he has come such a long way and suggesting they have a little tea time. Karaka responds that he doesn't recall ever eating food given to him by someone from another territory. He orders the door to be opened, and they all enter the Red Fortress, approaching Heljo. Karaka looks at him and remarks that it's been a long time, asking if the gifts he has been sending are to his liking. Heljo glares at him, calling his name as he leaps down in front of them. He tells Karaka that he has some nerves showing on his face here. Karaka calmly asks what the problem is, pointing out that they delivered all of the promised goods, so why hasn't Heljo given them the thorn fragment? Heljo cuts him off, insisting that the deal he made with Fug was to leave this place. But Karaka responds that it's not so easy. Not just anyone can reclaim their soul. Heljo grows irritated, dismissing Karaka's words. He questions how much longer he will have to keep trusting what Karaka says, noting that it has been ages since he gave him the thorn fragment. Frustrated, Heljo adds that the TV only has a news channel, activating his fire skill to attack them. He exclaims that the news keeps playing, and he wants more exciting shows. Watching the TV has made him naturally expressionless. His attack hits Yura's bag, causing pain to Wangnan as well, who wonders what this lunatic is babbling about. Heljo asks if they have any idea what it's like to watch the news all day. He complains that Endorsi Jahad is not on TV anymore and wonders if they think he asked for a TV just to stare at old men in suits. Karaka responds that he only watches the news, implying that it is the most interesting thing to watch. Heljo snaps at him, telling him to shut up and not force his taste on him. He declares that there is no deal unless Karaka gets him out of there right now. Karaka sighed and said he had no choice but to tell Heljo to bring him the intruders who had disappeared and that everything would be resolved. He asks if Heljo has a bullet stuck in his ears, pointing out that he seems to be the one who doesn't understand. Karaka adds that one of the intruders is capable of getting them out of there and questions how much Heljo knows about King Jahad, implying that if he asks, he will learn more. Meanwhile, Baum reflects that he has never met King Jahad but has heard of him. He knows that King Jahad is an irregular who entered the tower as an irregular. He climbed the tower alongside the 10 great family leaders and made a deal with the administrator to become the king of the tower. He says that King Jahad possesses an immortal body, commands powerful Shinsu, and is an enemy of Fug. That is what he knows about him. Garam confirms this, explaining that King Jahad is a great king who attacked the tower and made a deal with the administrator, becoming an invincible warrior praised by everyone on all 134 floors of the tower. She continues, saying that after endlessly climbing the tower, he took pity on the people living there and decided to become the king of the tower. Since then, he delegated the task of attacking the tower to his descendants. Garam adds that perhaps because his bloodline is so strong, King Jahad could not create a child with any woman. As a result, Pobidau Gustam, one of the 10 great leaders, proposed a solution. The idea was to select outstanding female children, gradually inject them with Jahad's blood, and have them compete with each other to climb the tower. The most talented of the surviving princesses would then become Jahad's wife. She explains that this is how the princesses of Jahad came to be. The 13-month series weapons they wield are tokens that prove they are acknowledged as princesses. Garam concludes by saying that whichever princess manages to gather all 13 months will become Jahad's wife, although no princess has succeeded in doing so yet. She says that the story of Jahad and his princesses has been passed down for ages, but the reality is far different. The first Jahad princesses were consumed by the evil magic of the 13 months and ended up hating and killing one another. As the competition grew more intense, the relationships between the family leaders also became distorted. By the time she was chosen, even the original purpose of the competition had disappeared. What remained was pure rivalry and murder. She continues, explaining that the princesses of Jahad ultimately became entangled in a never-ending fight among the families, a conflict that would never be resolved. Their daily lives were consumed by the need to slit the throats of their fellow sisters. It became too much for her to endure such chaos. As the seemingly endless war raged on, a genius emerged who appeared to have the power to end the tragedy. Her name was An Jahad, the ultimate descendant, with the blood of two leaders flowing within her. With her colorless December, she was truly extraordinary. She displayed talents so remarkable that even the feuding leaders had no choice but to acknowledge her. Just as it seemed she might end the cruel competition, she went insane. Baum asks what she means by that, and Garam explains that An Jahad went mad, killing everyone from the Jahad family who crossed her path. Eventually, she was trapped in a mysterious labyrinth. He says he couldn't believe that a girl he had once admired so much would end up like that, so he risked his life to break into the labyrinth and meet her. That's where An revealed Jahad's secret to him. She said that from the very beginning, King Jahad never actually intended to marry. Garam then says that the reason Jahad created the princesses was to eliminate people's immediate complaints. The incident in which all of Jahad's first princesses died was also a tragedy manipulated by Jahad behind the scenes. She explains that An Jahad, knowing this, confronted him about it, but all she learned were cruel secrets. She says that, in fact, even Jahad had a first love whom he could never forget. Baum asks what she means by a first love. Garam responds that Jahad's first love was a woman named Arlene Grace, and she was the one who caused this whole tragedy and, ultimately, the one who brought him into the world. Baum asks who Arlene Grace is and reflects that he has heard that name somewhere before. He recalls that it is connected to the place from which Fug took him and notes that Grace is the name Fug assigned to him. He wonders what she means when she claims to have brought him into this world and asks her to explain if she is implying that she is his mother. Garam pauses and considers how to respond, admitting that she is uncertain whether he could truly call her a mother. Baum presses her further, asking what she means by that. Garam explains that while she has been here longer than him, she does not know all the exact details. However, she is confident that she played a pivotal role in bringing him to this place. She reveals that she was one of the irregulars who entered the tower alongside the leaders of the 10 great families. Baum points out that there are only 10 family leaders at present. Garam confirms this, but explains that there were originally 13 of them, though now only 11 remain. Baum questions why Jahad would have split the 13-month series into 13 pieces, to which Garam responds that some legends suggest a year in Jahad's homeland consists of 13 months. He asks if there must be a separate reason for splitting the key into 13 pieces and remarks that it seems natural to name it the 13-month series. She explained that the 13 months were divided so that Jahad and his 12 companions could share the key, one of whom was Arlene Grace. She adds that there were originally meant to be 12 leaders, not 10. She mentions a hidden irregular whose existence she doubted even when Anne spoke of her. At the time, she assumed it was merely a delusion created by Anne's unstable mind. She recalls that Anne claimed everything would be revealed if the pocket she had hidden were found. Determined, she overcame the Jahad family's obstacles and eventually managed to locate that pocket. She says it was only upon seeing the contents of the pocket that she realized Anne's words were neither a delusion nor a lie, as the pocket turned out to be the very one used by Arlene Grace. Inside the pocket, a diary written by Arlene herself was preserved. Though she does not know from whom Anne received it, she affirms that Arlene Grace was indeed a real person. She recounts that the diary reveals Arlene Grace entered the tower alongside the 10 leaders on an extraordinary journey, possessing the ability to use mysterious spells. From the very beginning, Jahad was infatuated with her, but her heart belonged to someone else. The man she loved was another hidden companion whom Arlene affectionately called V. She notes that the name Vile likely originates from this man's name. He was a warlord once served by Luslak, the current head of Thug. She explains that as Arlene and V climbed the tower together, they deepened their love for one another and began a relationship. At the conclusion of their great journey, Jahad declared his intention to stop climbing the tower and become its king. However, V and Arlene, who wished to continue their ascent, criticized his decision. Arlene described Jahad in her records as being blinded by falsehoods, yet Jahad persisted. He struck a deal with the administrator to solidify his position as the tower's king. Following this, Jahad sought out Arlene and proposed marriage to her, but Arlene was already engaged to V. She refused Jahad's proposal and fled with V. She explains that V and Arlene formed an organization to oppose Jahad and waged a war to steal the key he possessed. Jahad, enraged by their rebellion, fought against them. She recounts that during the conflict, divisions emerged even among the 10 leaders, though Arlene's pocket contains few details about these internal disputes. What is clear, however, is that the 10 leaders ultimately sided with Jahad for reasons unknown, leading to V and Arlene's defeat and their becoming fugitives. She reveals that as Arlene fled, she carried within her body another life waiting to be born. Baum, startled, asks if she means to say who the child is. She responds that the child was murdered by Jahad. When Baum asks what she means by that, she explains that after hearing rumors of Arlene having a child, Jahad tracked down the infant and killed it in front of Arlene shortly after its birth. She describes how Arlene's pocket details this incident with overwhelming loathing and resentment. Afterward, parts of her records become increasingly erratic, reflecting a mind unable to endure the trauma. She says that the loss of her child and her consuming wrath toward Jahad ultimately drove Arlene to insanity. She recounts that, overwhelmed by her circumstances, Arlene attempted to commit suicide multiple times. However, being immortal like the 10 leaders, she was incapable of dying. V, on the other hand, was different. For some reason, he did not appear to have made a deal for immortality. Unable to bear witnessing Arlene's descent into madness, he ended his own life. He left behind a suicide note asking Arlene to forget everything, return to their companions, and live a happy life. Yet, Arlene did not return to the 10 leaders or Jahad. Instead, she sought a way to escape the tower, wandering aimlessly for a long time. She roamed various places within the tower, carrying the body of her deceased child preserved by magic to prevent decay, along with keepsakes from V. Arlene clung to the belief that if she could leave the tower, she might find a way to revive her child. At the end of her diary, she wrote that she had finally discovered a means of escape, a place free from Jahad and the administrator. She described her dream of reaching a world where she could see the vast sky and shining stars, reminiscent of her home. To her, it did not matter where that place might be as long as it offered her the freedom she sought. She explains that even as Arlene prepared to leave the tower, she could not release her longing for V's love or her sorrow for their lost child. Resolving to defy fate, she decided to offer the body of her deceased child to the god beyond the tower. She believed that one day, the god's power would enter the lifeless body, awakening the child. That child, she believed, would return to the tower, open its doors, and achieve vengeance for her love. He would finish the war they had started, destroy the corrupt forces within the tower, and bring forth the truth. According to Arlene's prophecy, God's messenger would place the red thorn in the child's hands, and with it, he would sever the throat of the greedy king. He would recover the hidden key, open the door, and lead the tower's inhabitants to greater heights. She declares that the child of this prophecy is him. Jihad and the 10 leaders, she says, have done everything possible to erase all traces of Arlene and her child. Any structures or records associated with Arlene were destroyed, and even the records and memories stored in the workshop were fabricated. Yet, she notes, it seems that none of their efforts have been enough to alter destiny. She says Arlene's records have endured even now, and he has arrived before her, just as destiny foretold. Meanwhile, on the other side, Rachel and Hoken emerge from Yura's bag. Rachel stretches and comments on how uncomfortable it was being confined in the suitcase for so long. Yura apologizes, explaining that they were passing through a dangerous area, which is why she let her out later than planned. Rachel reassures her that it is fine. Karaka, noticing Hoken, addresses him as White and remarks that this is their first meeting in person. He introduces himself as Karaka, the new Slayer. Hoken turns to face him, hurling insults and accusing him of meddling while pretending to help. He demands to know if Karaka is looking down on him because he lost his Slayer title. Karaka calmly responds that there is a way to restore Hoken's power here on the floor of death. He suggests discussing the details in private to avoid any leaks. Hoken agrees, remarking that Karaka seems like a decent guy after all. Karaka invites him to follow, and the two step aside to talk. As they leave, Yura and Rachel exchange glances. Yura muses silently that Hoken can never resist temptation, while Rachel wonders if Karaka is someone they can truly trust. After some time, they both head to their room, where Yura comments that she hadn't expected to encounter a Slayer on the train. She admits she was genuinely surprised. Rachel agrees, saying she feels the same and wonders aloud how such a situation could have occurred. Turning to Wangnan, she asks if something is wrong. He responds that nothing is wrong, only that she is better at tidying than she appears. Rachel smiles and thanks him for the compliment, adding that she has been accustomed to cleaning and organizing since childhood. Wangmin quickly clarified, telling her not to get the wrong idea. He was insulting her and not praising her. Rachel, unfazed, replies with a polite thank him for showing interest in her. Wangmin retorts that he is not interested in her. He only wants to understand why someone as kind as Baum would be following her. Rachel muses over the word kind and agrees, acknowledging that Baum is indeed a kind boy while she is not. Wangnan cuts in, calling her twisted. Rachel nods and asks if it isn't true. She admits that she is a bad person and says she had hoped to at least hide that part of herself from Baum. Wangnan scoffs, telling her that pretending to be a good person after causing so much harm is absurd. Rachel laughs, conceding that he's right. It's a stretch, and perhaps her efforts are futile. Wangnan shakes his head, calling her a complete psycho. He remarks that she doesn't seem mentally stable and questions what on earth she's going to such great lengths to achieve. Wangnan questions Rachel, asking if what she desires is money and power, or if she aspires to become some kind of Dark Lord. Rachel denies this, explaining that all she truly wants is to experience a blue sky, countless stars, a cool breeze, and that impossibly beautiful view, the one someone had longed for their entire life. She says that if she could witness that sight herself, she would be completely satisfied. Wangnan asks who she is referring to when she mentions that person. Rachel laughs dismissively, saying it's not something he needs to know. Internally, she thinks of Arlene, resolute in her belief that she doesn't care what Baum might be to her. Rachel is determined to be the one from the legend who obtains the thorn and fulfills his wish. It has to be her. Meanwhile, Hoken demands that Karaka hurry up and explain how he can regain his power here. Karaka complies, confirming that Hoken's source of power is undoubtedly souls. He points out that even without his clones, as long as he possesses the strength of countless souls, he can break free from his current restraints. Hoken agrees, confidently stating that at the peak of his power, he can easily overcome any imitation spell cast by insignificant regulars. Karaka explains that on the floor of death, there is a place known as the Spirit Room, where the souls of all those who have ever lived on the floor of death are stored. He reveals that there are at least tens of thousands of souls there, including those of rankers. If Hoken were to obtain those souls, his power could be fully restored. Hoken's interest is piqued, and he demands that Karaka provide more details about this spirit room and its location. Meanwhile, at the Red Fortress, Helljo watches television while Sanchez recalls Karaka's claim that one of their group could help him escape this place. Sanchez dismisses the idea, calling Karaka a fool. Helljo asks for their opinions on Karaka's proposition. Sanchez asserts that it is nonsense, merely an attempt to manipulate them, and advises ignoring it. Charlotte agrees, stating that it seems like a lie. Wilcott, however, disagrees. He argues that dismissing the possibility outright is unwise and suggests they consider giving Karaka a chance. Fabregas supports this idea, reasoning that if Karaka is lying, they can deal with the consequences later. Isong adds that he also sees value in at least entertaining the possibility. He points out that if Karaka's claims are true, this might be a rare opportunity they cannot afford to ignore. Helljo thinks that if Karaka is telling the truth, then this is indeed an opportunity that shouldn't be missed. However, he also considers that it wouldn't be wise to fall for the temptation of Karaka's promise and chase after them himself. He reasons that his priorities lie above Fug's, and given their disappearance, it's likely they've headed toward the North City. Helljo wonders if there's a way to catch them without making himself look foolish. As he's reading a comic, an idea strikes him. He stands up and declares that he has a brilliant plan, to use the holes and send a message across the entire hell floor right away. He instructs them to tell the others that if they want the Thorn Fragment, they should come and attack Helljo's castle. His subordinates look at him, confused, and ask what he means. Helljo explains that he will claim to have the Thorn Fragment and challenge anyone who wants it to come and defeat him in battle. Whoever defeats him will be given the Thorn Fragment. Isong, still uncertain, asks how this would work when they don't actually have the Thorn Fragment. Helljo dismisses the concern, saying it doesn't matter. The Thorn Fragment is simply bait to lure them in. They don't need to possess it for the plan to succeed. Helljo instructs them to also call on Fug to participate in the battle if they want the Thorn Fragment. He sees this as an opportunity to truly teach them a lesson. If they lose, not even Fug will be able to demand the Thorn Fragment from him ever again. He urges his subordinates to join in and wipe out all outsiders who come looking for the Thorn. Helljo declares that they will leave this place and take control of the tower. The scene then shifts to Yuri and Evan's team. Yuri asks how much further they have to go, to which Evan responds that he isn't sure. It feels like they've been walking forever. The Red Witch suddenly announces that they have arrived. She reveals that they've reached the Red Witch Guide's secret location, the Galstone Village. Kun remarks on how large the place is, while Endorsi, curious, wonders aloud what Galstone is. The Red Witch says they should follow her as she leads them to Huarian. Upon arriving, Huarian asserts there's no need for anyone else to lead them from there and that she will take over from this point. The group watches as she speaks, and Kun questions her about why she disappeared by herself earlier. Endorsi, feeling left out, complains that it wasn't fair. The Red Witch agrees with Endorsi, urging them to go ahead, while Huarian insists they follow her. She says she has important information to share regarding Helljo. Meanwhile, Garam asks Baum how he feels after hearing about himself. Baum, lost in thought, replies that he isn't sure. Everything sounds so surreal to him. She asks if Baum felt it, too, a sense of longing when he entered this place as if it were his home. Baum responds, agreeing that when he entered, it felt as though he had come home. She explained that this was because it was where Arlene gave birth to him and raised him. Baum, still processing, repeats that this is the place where she gave birth to him and raised him. She confirms, saying yes, and suggests that perhaps this connection is why Jahad built his own altar here after she disappeared. She continues, explaining that Jahad was unusually obsessed with Arlene, even going so far as to build a shrine for himself in this land that Arlene had cherished, drawing his followers to worship him there. She adds that it seemed as if the land could not forgive him for defiling it in such a way. Then, she tells him that Enryu, the messenger from God, appeared suddenly and turned the tower's Shinsu red. He came to deliver the thorn to Jahad, symbolizing a powerful moment in history. Garam states that when he appeared here, the first thing he conveyed was that only those who believed in the false king would remain and face death. She explains that upon hearing Enryu's declaration, everyone was flustered but quickly sensed that he was no ordinary individual. She recounts how many people fled the area, yet Jahad's fanatical followers launched an attack against Enryu. In response, countless spears composed of red Shinsu descended upon the battlefield. She describes how none of those who attempted to attack Enryu could withstand his assault, falling to the ground like flies. She reveals that after Enryu had eradicated the fanatics, the enraged administrator of the floor finally appeared before him. However, not even the administrator could easily defeat him. She recounts that during the battle, the massive administrator changed his appearance, yet his blood and flesh, once thought to be indestructible, immortal, and invincible, were viciously ripped and torn apart by Enryu's attacks. She concludes by stating that even the administrator's mysterious ability to freely control the Shinsu of this floor proved utterly useless against Enryu. She states that during their battle, all the mountains, seas, and buildings on this floor are destroyed, and the ground is turned red. Ultimately, the administrator is defeated and put to sleep. She explains that the Shinsu on this floor loses its master, and for a long time afterward, a rain of Shinsu is said to have fallen here, transforming the world. This place becomes known as the Floor of Death. She recounts that rumors begin circulating throughout the tower about a divine thorn capable of killing King Jahad, with claims that Enryu hid it in this place before disappearing. She adds that, upon hearing these rumors, Fug begins searching for the thorn, waiting for someone to acquire it and strike down King Jahad. By someone, she refers to Baum. Baum reflects that this is why Fug gave him the thorn, that their intention to make him a slayer is not solely driven by their hatred for Jahad. He considers that it might also be because one of them believes he is Arlene's son. He wonders if he is destined to become a slayer from the very beginning, fated to obtain the thorn and slay King Jahad. Outside, Yuri asks Huerian if what she said earlier about Heljo included everything, or if there is more to the story. Huerian replies that it is only after arriving here that she learns about Heljo in full detail for the first time. She explains that she entered this place on a different path than the others because the route she used was one known only to red witches. She states that her original plan was to guide them after entering separately, but the situation has changed. She then asks Yuri if she has heard about Heljo. Yuri responds affirmatively, saying it seems like they want her to fight Heljo so Baum can obtain a fragment of a thorn or something similar. Huerian clarifies that it is not entirely because of Baum that they want her to deal with Heljo. As a Red Witch guide, she admits to harboring a personal grudge against him. Kun reflects on her mention of a personal grudge. Yuri expresses surprise, questioning whether there are truly people capable of inciting such resentment in guides. Huerian elaborates that since this floor lacks an administrator, guides without the ability to predict the future are no different from ordinary humans here. She adds that guides are compelled to travel through the Floor of Death as part of their pilgrimage, and this place serves as one of the sacred destinations for Red Witch guides. She continues, explaining that they rely on memories passed down through generations to locate this place. She then asks if silver dwarves undertake pilgrimages to entirely different locations. Evan confirms, stating that the place he visited was in complete ruins, though they are aware of the existence of a similar site on the Floor of Death. Huerian explains that the Floor of Death underwent a complete transformation after Enryu's appearance, resulting in the deaths of most of its inhabitants. She adds that even the strongest rankers found it nearly impossible to survive in the Shinsu without the presence of an administrator. She states that this particular place was fortunate, as it was shielded by the administrator's body and isolated from the outside world. However, the survivors here faced immense suffering due to aging and a scarcity of food. She continues, explaining that despite their hardships, the survivors could not leave the area because Jahad's army was systematically killing anyone who remained on the floor of death to suppress the rumors about Enryu. Eventually, Dasa and Dija, the high rankers leading this place, devised a solution. They used their magic to create a space called the Spirit Room, where they stored the souls of all citizens, allowing people to live forever without aging. However, she notes that those under the spell cannot ever leave this place. They made the choice to remain here eternally, sacrificing their freedom for eternal life. Over the ages, these people have diligently guarded the secret of the Spirit Room, ensuring it would never leak to the outside world. Huarian explains that everything changed when Joe appeared. Unlike others, he seeks to break the spell and leave this place. In his pursuit, he ultimately drove out Dasa and conquered the South City. Huarian explains that Hell Joe broke the rules of this place by allying himself with an external power. Fug promised to help him escape if he collaborated with their agents and handed over the thorn fragments. Driven by this agreement, he began searching for the final fragment of the thorn. She opens the lid of a coffin and reveals that, in the end, he even harmed a guide who was on a pilgrimage for him. She states that this guide was the predecessor of the girl who brought them here. While on her pilgrimage, Hell Joe captured her and pressured her to locate the thorn fragment. When she refused, he stole her vitality, subjecting her to a cruel and agonizing death. When asked if the guide was a red witch, Huarian explained that it seemed Hell Joe did not understand that the guide's abilities do not function on this floor. This misunderstanding likely led him to believe that the guide could help him find the thorn fragment. She elaborates that because guides can foresee their own destiny, they neither fear nor seek to avoid their deaths. Instead, they accept their fates as inevitable. However, this guide attempted to defy her destiny. After being captured and dragged to Hell Joe's castle, she is said to have died pleading for her life, begging Hell Joe to spare her because she was not destined to meet her end in this place. Huarian remarks that Hell Joe is defying destiny itself. Meanwhile, Hell Joe makes an announcement to the intruders, declaring himself as the ruler of South City. Yuri wonders aloud about Hell Joe's identity as he continues, stating that although he doesn't know who allowed them into this place, he is aware that they are here seeking something. Mata and Hockney hear the announcement as well. Mata asks who the intruders are, wondering if Hell Joe is referring to that man. Hell Joe proclaims that whatever they are looking for is inside his castle. He challenges them to stop playing hide and seek and confront him directly. He declares that if they enter his castle and manage to defeat both his servants and him, he will give them what they desire. Baum and Garam hear this announcement too, as Hell Joe adds that if they choose not to come, he will hand the item over to Fug instead. He taunts them further, urging them to come and retrieve that special something and expressing his hope that they are strong enough to make things entertaining for him. Rachel, standing in her room, also hears the announcement and questions whether the thorn fragment is truly inside Hell Joe's castle. Yuri asks Hell Joe what he means by claiming the object they are searching for is in his castle. Evan, standing beside her, remarks that he has a feeling Hell Joe is going to be more troublesome than they initially anticipated. Huarian states that it sounds like Hell Joe is claiming to have the thorn fragment, prompting Evan to question if the thorn fragment is truly in Hell Joe's castle. Huarian responds that it is likely a trap, but reiterates her request for them to eliminate Hell Joe as a favor. If the thorn fragment is indeed in his castle, it provides an even stronger incentive to confront him. She adds that Baum will probably head there as well. Turning to Yuri, Huarian asks what her decision will be. Meanwhile, Garam informs Baum that Hell Joe is beginning to cause trouble. Baum asks who Hell Joe is, and Garam explains that he is the current ruler of South City, having imprisoned Grand Dija, the former warlord, and taken leadership for himself. She adds that Hell Joe has been collaborating with Fug to obtain the thorn fragments. Baum asks if Hell Joe is giving the thorn fragments to Fug. Garam confirms this, explaining that Heljo has been working with Fug and providing them with the thorn fragments in exchange for assistance in escaping to the outside world. However, she notes that he is struggling because he has been unable to locate the final fragment. She assures Baum that there is no way the final gatekeeper informed Heljo about his arrival, which means the others who entered this place with him must still be alive. Garam expresses her admiration that they have managed to survive and suggests they allow the group to focus on dealing with Heljo for now. She reveals that what Heljo claimed earlier is a lie. The final thorn fragment is not in his castle, but hidden in the North City, deep within the Spirit Room. She explains that the Spirit Room is a sacred place containing the souls of everyone on the floor of death. She continues, stating that Grand Dija, the former leader of the North City, is guarding the Spirit Room. Although he relinquished his position to Grand Dili and retired, he remains one of the few people who witnessed Enryu in person and knows the location of the thorn fragment. She adds that he will likely test Baum's abilities, and if Baum can pass the test, he will learn the fragment's location. Meanwhile, Mata points out the path leading to Dija's castle and questions why it is there, especially with so many tangled bushes blocking the way. Hockney observes something unusual, wondering if it might be a memory resurfacing. Garam remarks that ordinary D-rank regulars could never pass his test. However, if Baum is truly exceptional, she believes Dija will recognize his potential and reveal the thorn fragment's location. She acknowledges that what she has told Baum might leave him feeling confused, but she emphasizes that, regardless of the destiny that brought him here, the choice of which path to take ultimately rests with him. Garam reassures Baum that even if he chooses to avoid his destiny and follow a different path, she will not judge him for it. She acknowledges that it is an immense and arduous burden to carry. Baum, however, responds resolutely, stating that he will do it, not because of destiny, but by his own will. With that, he steps outside. Mata notices him and remarks that he has finally come back, asking what took him so long. Hockney interjects, telling Mata to stop prying into other people's affairs. Baum apologizes and explains that from this point onward, he believes he should continue alone. He shares that he feels drawn to the castle to search for something but suspects it is an extremely dangerous place, which is why he doesn't want to put them at risk by accompanying him. Mata asks what exactly is inside Dija's castle. Hockney chimes in, expressing his own desire to accompany Baum. Baum, surprised, questions what Hockney means. Hockney admits that while he is fully aware of the dangers, he feels compelled to go as well. Mata, incredulous, questions Hockney's sanity, pointing out that Dija resides there and raising concerns about the picture. Hockney acknowledges this but asserts his determination to retrieve the picture and suggests that he may discover something even more valuable inside the castle. Mata, contemplating the situation, wonders if this, too, could be a form of destiny. Finally, placing a hand on Hockney's shoulder, he concedes, saying that if Hockney is going, then he will go too. He adds that since he has been there before, he will take the lead. Mata says they have already come this far together, so he wouldn't feel right letting Baum go alone. He adds that it would be lonely for Baum to continue by himself, wouldn't it? With a reassuring smile, he declares that they should do this together. Hockney agrees, saying okay. The scene shifts to the entrance of Heljo's castle. Song, standing guard, wonders why he has to guard the entrance personally. He thinks those idiots must believe he is the weakest among them. But then he smirks, reminding himself that while he may have been the weakest before, with Heljo's power, no one can defeat him now. Reflecting further, Song considers that perhaps his assignment to guard the entrance is a testament to his strength. Maybe Lord Heljo recognized his unparalleled power, which is why he entrusted him with this task. Chuckling, he admires the grandeur of Heljo's castle, thinking about how impressive it is. Meanwhile, Yuri approaches the castle alongside Evan. She comments on Heljo, noting that he must be hiding inside, as Song spots them from a distance. Song immediately notes their arrival and wonders if they are insane to enter alone. Yuri moves forward confidently and remarks that they should finish this quickly and find Bomb. Seeing their nonchalant demeanor, Song becomes irritated and prepares to attack. He mutters that they had better wipe the smug smile off their faces. Yuri, noticing his readiness to fight, grins and comments sarcastically that it's an impressive start. Song attacks Yuri and Evan, shouting for them to die. Sanchez, watching from a distance, thinks to himself that it has begun. He wishes that he had been assigned to guard the entrance instead. Another commander, speaking through a lighthouse, mentions that he is a spearman and that spearmen are meant to fight from a distance. He reminds Sanchez that there is no guarantee that the intruders will only approach through the entrance, so they should not let their guard down. Sanchez dismisses the concern, saying it doesn't matter. After all, it's not like they will die. He senses something approaching and warns the others. One of the guards asks what that is, noticing a rose vine rapidly advancing toward them. Sanchez realizes that it's climbing up toward the castle. At the same time, Sachai arrives, unleashing an attack on the commanders. He remarks that this is the full extent of the vine's reach, asking if that will be sufficient. The Red Witch replies affirmatively, stating that it's more than enough. Huarian watches the scene unfold and observes that Sachai has begun his assault. Once he ignites, they will make their move and enter the castle using Bong Bong. The scene shifts to Galstone Village an hour earlier, where Yuri states that they are about to enter Heljo's castle. They had already made this promise, and now they need to hurry and find Bomb. Evan calls out to Yuri as she prepares to leave, but she pauses, turning to Huarian. She says there is something she needs to know before they head out. Huarian asks what it is. Yuri replies, based on what they were told, that the people they are about to face must be immortal. She wonders how they are supposed to get rid of them. Huarian acknowledges this concern, stating that Yuri is correct in her assumption, but adds that no matter how strong she is, she won't be able to fight those individuals directly. She explains that she is asking Yuri for help instead of relying on other rankers from Fug, because, unlike the leaders of the 10 families, the immortality of those creatures is incomplete. Huarian continues, saying that, unlike the 10 family leaders who made a deal with the administrator, the souls of these creatures are used as a medium for their immortality. Their immortality is simply the result of a spell, and as such, a weapon capable of breaking that spell could kill them. For instance, the 13-month series that Yuri possesses could be the key. Yuri listens carefully, and Huarian confirms that the 13-month series is a weapon designed to break their immortality. Yuri acknowledges this, noting that while people from Jahad's family don't know much about spells, as they are considered taboo, spells themselves are a mysterious power that has existed since the very beginning. Huarian explains that there are several laws governing spells. The first law is that once the rules of a spell are set, they cannot be violated. The second law is that help must be received from a powerful medium or divine being to perform the spell. The third law is that the rank of a spell is determined by the power of the being or medium that assisted in the spell's creation. She continues, saying that some spells can be destroyed or neutralized by higher-ranking spells. In this context, the 13-month series can be seen as the ultimate spell item. The enchantment on the 13-month series is a spell so powerful that not even the administrator can break it. If Yuri ignites the 13-month series, she will be able to break their spell and kill them. Huarian adds that the creatures guarding the castle believed they were immortal, but now someone has appeared who is capable of killing them. When that happens, the guards will be thrown into chaos. She says they will use that chaos as an opportunity to break through Heljo's protective barrier and help Grand Dasa escape from the castle. Meanwhile, Sachai says, "Let's go," as the Red Witch follows him. He informs Sanchez that the intruders are coming, and they ascend the rose vine to launch their attack. Yuri, observing the scene, thinks that when she shows up in front of the castle and activates the 13-month series to kill an enemy, the enemies will be completely bewildered. This confusion will weaken the castle's security, giving the other members an opportunity to free Grand Asa, the previous leader, and attack Helljo with his help. Yuri watches S-Song and reflects that, even though she has never successfully ignited the 13-month series, she still needs to proceed with her plan. Evan calls to her, reminding her that the regulars have arrived and urging her to hurry up and ignite the 13-month series to draw their attention. Yuri responds, agreeing to act, but she thinks to herself that Evan likely believes she has already ignited the weapon. She recalls a moment when she was practicing in her room, and Evan had arrived to see her struggling. He had teased her, calling her a little baby who had never even ignited her weapon before. Annoyed, she had retorted that she had recently managed to ignite it, dismissing his comment. Evan asks what she means by that. Yuri thinks about how they would tease her for being just a kid who couldn't even ignite the 13-month series, leading her to lie about it. She remembers how, having overheard her claim, Evan had gone around telling everyone in the castle that she had successfully ignited the 13-month series. Evan, happily unaware of her dilemma, had excitedly announced that the princess had finally succeeded with the ignition and eagerly asked for a bonus. Others in the castle, shocked, expressed disbelief. Yuri, mortified, thinks to herself that she is completely screwed. She realizes that one lie had spiraled into many, and now she could never admit the truth without looking like a fool. How could she tell them that she was actually just an idiot who couldn't even ignite her weapon? Now, everyone believes she is a super powerful, high-ranking princess, and she's trapped in this web of deception. The scene shifts back to the present, where Sanchez transforms into a monstrous figure, his body swelling with power. He taunts Yuri, saying she burst in with such flair, but now she's trying to run away. He declares that there's no time to waste and that he'll finish her off with his full power. With a massive, clawed hand, he lunges to grab her. Evan, concerned, calls out to Yuri, but she, her mind racing, thinks to herself that it's better to act than do nothing at all. She quickly draws Green April and Black March, preparing to face the monster before her. He thinks about the weapon while Yuri says ignite and hopes that just one of the two will awaken. She attacks him. Sanchez wonders about the smoke, while Green April senses that they are nearby. Black March tells her to wait, wondering if Yuri is with her when she calls them both. Green April asks if that is really her, commenting that the princess seems a bit foolish. Black March tells her to stop shaking, waving, and thinking there are two others beside them when Yuri greets her, saying it's nice to see her again after such a long time, and asks if they could help her. Green April acknowledges this as Black March comments that she thought Garam would have those two, but then hesitates. Yuri explains that she needs their help now. Black March asks if that day isn't approaching soon, but insists that they must continue playing along. Yuri agrees, stating that their job is to make them fight and hate each other. Black March adds that it is the curse placed by that man, while Green April says it will continue until that day when their true master will appear and unite them. Black March then says they will assist her, especially just for today, out of respect for someone who has gathered two of the 13-month series. However, there is a condition, and Yuri asks what she means by that. She says that she can only borrow power from one of them, as the curse will drive her insane if more than two of the 13-month series are activated at once. Therefore, she can only choose one. Black March and Green April both ask whose power she would like to borrow. Yuri responds that, obviously, she wants both of them. Green April questions if she is listening, reiterating that she cannot handle both at once. If someone who was not chosen attempts to do so, they will go insane. Yuri insists that it would be much cooler to command both of them and laughs. Black March tells her to stop, stating that it is pointless and that the girl truly is an idiot. Green April confirms that she cannot do it. Yuri asks if they can't just give it a try, expressing confidence that she can manage both. If she handles both at once, she believes it would make her far more impressive than her sisters. Black March asks if it would really be so bad, suggesting this could be her chance to experience going crazy, though she needs to come to her senses. Green April then questions whether she wants to witness a repeat of Urim Jahad, implying that Yuri is just trying to push her over the edge. Sanchez asks if she is mocking him by just standing there with her weapon out and attempting to attack, but Evan blocks the strike. Evan uses Frog Fisher, Destructive Urge, for a counterattack, thinking about what the princess is doing. Yuri insults him, and he comments that they really don't die. Evan then asks what she is doing, urging her to hurry up and ignite it, but she doesn't respond. She thinks that if she can't hear him, something must have definitely happened. Green April says they will give her one more chance, choose just one of them, and they will help her. Yuri refuses, insisting that she wants both of them. Green April responds by abusing her. Black March tells her to forget it, noting that Yuri is too stubborn to argue with and that she has been like this since they first met. Green April then asks what they will do, and Black March suggests they go ahead and do it. She says this is their chance to teach her a lesson. If she dies because of her stubbornness, they will be stuck there. Green April adds that Yuri must let them go immediately if she senses any danger, as she doesn't want to see her go insane. Yuri agrees, telling her to stop shaking her. Black March asks if they will get started, to which Green April responds, saying let's begin. Yuri urges them on, thinking to herself that they are the 13-month series, weapons created by a pledge. Until the day their true master appears, and they become one, they are bound by the promise to continue the destiny of blood and the curse. She reflects on the cursed power they wield, waiting for that day as Green April, green as grass, and the dazzlingly dark Black March dance magnificently. She senses the enormous power pouring out, feeling that it's dangerous, and then declares ignition, attacking Sanchez with both weapons. Kun and the other regulars witness this, and Kun remarks that it's the 13-month ignition. Meanwhile, Garam appears in front of Baum, Hockney, and Mata. She asks what this is and who the hell that person is. She adds that they will reach Dejah's castle if they keep heading this way. Garam expresses hope that Baum will pass Dejah's test, believing he will be able to do it. Baum agrees, saying right. Garam then offers him a pocket, explaining that she doesn't need it, but that it is too precious for him. Baum insists it's fine, saying it was meant to belong to him from the start, and thanks her. She responds that it's not at all true, as she would not have known anything if it weren't for him. Wishing him good luck, she watches as Baum, Mata, and Hockney walk away. The snow begins to fall, and Mata complains that it's freezing, so Hockney tells him to put on some clothes. Garam thinks to herself that, in the end, she couldn't tell him that story. The boy may resent her later on. The problem, however, is the test that is coming up soon. She considers that Dejah hasn't been in his right mind since he was imprisoned. But if that boy really is the one Arlene prophesied, he will definitely show them a miracle. Garam sits on her crab, moving away, and says she met him. She confirms that she allowed him to take the test, although she is unsure about the outcome. It will be challenging, of course, but she decides she must trust him. Someone asks what she is talking about, and Garam looks behind her, exclaiming in shock that Yuri has activated two 13-month series of weapons simultaneously. Meanwhile, Evan attacks Sanchez. Kun witnesses this and thinks it must be the 13-month ignition. Heel Joe observes the scene and asks what is happening, wondering who that is and if it is the person Karaka mentioned. A song intervenes, asking what is going on Earth, as Yuri wields both 13-month series weapons with her eyes closed. Evan calls out to her, and when she opens her eyes, she wonders if something is amiss. Evan reminds her that he is still present, but she attacks Sanchez again. Evan also uses Frog Fisher and Appetite to counterattack, glancing at Yuri and thinking she appears completely out of her mind. He wonders what has happened to her on Earth. Kun remarks that it is incredible, but Dorsey points out that something seems off, as Yuri is attacking her own ally. Sanchez, meanwhile, struggles to understand what is happening. He realizes his body isn't recovering as it should. He notes that if that dwarf hadn't stopped the attack, it would have completely obliterated him. He concludes that the situation is extremely dangerous and decides he must escape. Sanchez unleashes his true form and demands to know what is happening, questioning how Walcott's body cannot recover and what Yuri has done. Yuri attacks him again, thinking how easily she blocked his attack. She warns him to watch out. Sanchez realizes too late that the attack is coming back at him, and Yuri strikes, cutting off his arm. He screams in pain, shouting in disbelief. Yuri continues her assault, severing his other hand. Sanchez, stunned, asks if this is Walcott. Yuri looks at him and remarks that she thought they were supposed to be immortal. She notes how easily he seems to die, far more quickly than she had anticipated. She expresses how refreshing it feels, commenting that she hasn't felt the outside air in ages. Heljo, watching on TV, sees that Sir Walcott has been killed. Shocked, he questions how this could have happened. The guards in the castle are visibly shaken as well. Heljo, recognizing the opportunity, declares that there is no doubt this is his chance. If he can capture Yuri, he can escape from here. He orders his men to move out, saying, "Let's go." Meanwhile, in a quiet passage within Grand Deja's castle, Baum comments on how silent it is, questioning whether Deja truly lives there. Hockney assures him that if they proceed just a bit further, they will reach the place where Deja resides. Mata comments that there are giant lizards living here. They are usually docile but become vicious toward intruders. He takes it upon himself to deal with them, creating a magical light circle to attack a group of lizards. The creatures flee from the attack. Mata laughs, saying that they are frightened of light. While they may not be immortal like leeches, they will swarm him if he attacks them, so it would be best to drive them away. Hockney tells them to move on, and Baum thanks him, saying that they would have been in big trouble if he hadn't been with them. Hockney laughs, dismissing the gratitude and saying it was nothing. Baum then asks if Mata has been here before, suggesting that his presence indicates he came with them. Hockney replies that he isn't sure. He has almost no memories of his past, having lost them somewhere along the way. He adds that he came back to life when Mata found him. Mata, curious, asks what Hockney means by that. Hockney explains that while he has heard bits of his past from Mata, he doesn't remember exactly what caused him to lose his memories. He clarifies that what he knows for sure is that someone named Heljo is hunting him, and that, for some reason, part of his soul was absorbed by his picture, the red light, which allowed him to escape from this place. Baum asks Hockney what he means by his soul being in his picture. Hockney explains that he doesn't fully understand how his soul ended up in his picture, but because of that connection, his soul was able to escape from the spirit room. He recounts how Heljo discovered this and assumed Hockney could trap people's souls in pictures. As a result, Heljo captured him and ordered him to paint his portrait, but Hockney refused. Hockney continues, saying that Heljo, angered by his defiance, sold the red light to the outside world. Baum asks why he didn't comply and draw the portrait, to which Hockney responds that he doesn't like being forced to draw. It's an artist thing. He adds that he has never seen the completed version of the picture with his own eyes. The painting disappeared after he lost his memories and woke up again. However, part of him feels an emptiness from losing that picture. Hockney explains that if he can find all the pieces of that picture and complete it, he believes the empty spot in his heart will be filled, and the memories of his past will return. He speculates that perhaps even his monstrous eyes will return to normal. Baum looks at Hockney's eyes, noticing how they shine as Hockney continues to speak. Hockney reveals that his eyes allow him to see both the present and a few seconds into the future simultaneously within the same field of vision. He describes it as a strange ability that has shaped his perception of the world. Mata asks what Hockney means by that. Hockney explains with an example, saying that he might see someone jumping, and then, a few seconds later, falling. While he can almost completely block out this foresight if he tries not to focus on it, he is forced to see it during significant moments. He continues, mentioning that people envy his ability and seek to use it, but to him, as an artist, it is a burden. Drawing, he explains, is about capturing a single moment on a fixed canvas. However, no matter what he draws, it becomes a distorted version of space and time. When he focuses on creating something, his eyes show him both the present and the future simultaneously, making his art feel like a twisted reflection of reality. Hockney laments that these eyes are a curse to him. He recalls an experience from long ago when he was climbing the tower. A girl on his team, someone kind and warm-hearted, asked him to draw her. She had a round face and an ever-present smile, and he needed a model, so he agreed. He remembers picking up his pencil to capture that radiant smile. But as he focused, her face changed. Instead of her current expression, he saw her future, a vision of her writhing in pain, impaled in the neck by a needle. Hockney says that the moment he shouted to her in surprise, a needle came flying and pierced her neck, killing her instantly. He explains that he later discovered she and the other teammates had planned to use the picture he was drawing as bait to kill him and steal the items he was carrying. However, when he foresaw the future and shouted in alarm, one of the teammates missed their aim, and the needle accidentally struck her instead. He reflects, saying that some might claim he survived because of his ability to see the future, but he doesn't see it that way. Baum asks what he means by that, and Hockney replies that he only wants to see the present as it is. Even if it meant being killed by a flying needle, he would prefer to fully appreciate her smile in its untainted, genuine beauty. He continues, saying that even if the moment he draws is fleeting or illusory, he would still choose to capture that sense of pure beauty. Whether it's the past, the present, or the future, he believes a moment is most valuable when experienced fully in its time. He adds that living life as his current self, without being burdened by the future or the past, is what matters most to him now. Hockney then smiles and says they should go look for it together, inviting Baum to join him in their shared journey. Baum states that since he is helping Hockney, once he finishes his business here, he will assist him in finding his picture. Hockney responds that such help is unnecessary. Baum assures him that it is fine, as he finds himself in a similar position and wishes to support him. He expresses confidence that his friends will also want to help, though Kun might grumble a bit. Hockney reflects on his friends and expresses gratitude, to which Baum replies that there is no need to mention it, as Hockney is also helping him. At that moment, Mata calls out to Hockney, and they all arrive at the edge of a mountain. Mata indicates the location, explaining that Dija resides right over there. Baum considers the sound of the waterfall and senses that the thorn fragment is undoubtedly within it. Meanwhile, someone observes them from a distance and questions whether they are intruders. Mata asks if they can stay behind now, while Baum inquires about what he is saying. Mata responds that he is actually a little scared. Grand Dija is terrifying to lowly creatures like them, and besides, they have already shown him the way, if that is not correct. Hockney calls out to Mata, pointing out that they have come all this way. Mata agrees but expresses a desire to stop there. Baum mentions that the area ahead is definitely going to be dangerous, so there is no reason for them to continue. Mata agrees while Hockney questions what has gotten into them all of a sudden. Mata urges Baum to give up, and then asks who that is when Rachel arrives, stating that soon White and Karak will be there, and that they should forget about obtaining the second thorn fragment. Baum looks at her and recognizes her as Rachel. The scene shifts to 30 minutes before the arrival of Yuri Jahad at Heljo's castle, where all the regulars arrive at the gate. A commander blocks their way, saying that this is the place, and that if they head inside, they will find a path leading to the spirit room. He instructs them to follow him. They all follow the commander and enter, while Rachel thinks to herself, frustrated, wondering how things ended up like this. At approximately 1 hour before the arrival of Yuri Jahad, inside Heljo's castle, Hoken asks if the thing the intruders are after is inside, and what that announcement was just now. Karako replies that it was Heljo, the ruler of this place, and that he seems to be up to something. He thinks about Heljo and wonders why he would make such an announcement. Judging from his reaction earlier, it does not seem like Heljo possesses the thorn fragment. Karaka suspects that if Helljo is planning to deceive them, he may be trying to lure them in and then eliminate them. He advises not to worry about that for now, as his revival must come first, and urges the group to come with him. Hoken agrees, impatiently stating that they should hurry and lead the way to the spirit room or whatever, as he is already looking forward to seeing Karaka back in his ultimate form. Karaka responds affirmatively, thinking that it does not matter whether or not Helljo has the thorn fragment. While they fight, he plans to take over Helljo's soul. Yura asks if the thorn fragment is located here, when Rachel comments that she wonders if it feels like a trap is being set. Her phone rings, and she thinks to herself, wondering what it could be. She reads the message from Emily, which informs her that Hockney is heading to the spirit room with Bomb. Rachel asks what the spirit room is and says that they must go there. She realizes that since Hockney is going to the spirit room and Bomb must be with him, the thorn fragment must also be there. Yura mentions that they do not know where the spirit room is located, but Rachel insists that they must find out at all costs, as Bomb must be in the spirit room. Hoken arrives and asks what was said, questioning whether Juvenile Grace is in the spirit room. He expresses excitement at the news. Karaka also arrives and calls out to White, who reveals that there is good news. Juvenile Grace appears to be in the spirit room they are heading to. He explains that this means that as soon as he recovers his power, he will be able to eliminate the little scoundrel once and for all. Hoken asks how they know where Bomb is headed, and Karaka proposes a deal. Rachel inquires about the nature of the deal, and Karaka explains that he is in contact with one of the executives of this place, who knows the location of the spirit room. He tells her that if they wish to reach the spirit room, they must take him with them. In return, he asks her to tell him where Bomb is. He extends his hand toward her, thinking to himself that this is a very peaceful proposal. Rachel agrees to the deal. The scene shifts to 10 minutes before the arrival of Yuri Jahad at the passage to the North City, where Esazong guides all the regulars. He thinks to himself that he feels bad leaving the castle at a time like this. But since these people promise to show him the way out, he believes that by showing them the way, he is not betraying Helljo. He is doing this for his own sake. Rachel thinks that if Karaka ends up capturing Bomb after finding the thorn, he will be in serious trouble. She realizes she must reach Bomb before these others do and make him escape, especially if Emily receives Hockney's signal. She considers that Vile must have gone in search of the thorn fragment, and this presents an entirely unexpected opportunity. This could be his chance to capture both Bomb and the thorn at once. Asong announces that it is this way, warning them that the path will become complicated from here, so they must follow him carefully. As Rachel receives a signal, she thinks that Emily has received Hockney's signal. Yura nods in acknowledgement, and Rachel also sits down. Karaka looks behind and asks what is going on, while Yura explains that she must have twisted her ankle and suggests putting her in her suitcase so he can continue on ahead. Karaka agrees, stating that they have already wasted enough time. Rachel discreetly runs backward when Emily urges her to hurry. Rachel thinks that she can make it if she cuts across, as she must reach the place where Bomb is before the others do. The scene shifts to the present, where Rachel reflects that right now, Yura may be able to buy some time by deceiving them about Bomb's position, but Karaka will arrive soon. She says that if Karaka catches him, he will lose the thorn fragment. If he retreats from here, they will not be able to obtain the thorn fragment, so he must run away. Mata asks what the thorn fragment is, while Hockney wonders if the thorn fragment is what Helljo was searching for. Mata then asks who this girl is and whether Bomb knows her, to which Bomb confirms that he does. Rachel calls Bomb, who thinks that the reason she is telling him to run away is not because she is concerned for him. He realizes that Rachel is worried Karaka will steal the thorn, and that is why she wants him to escape. He wonders if he follows Rachel's advice and gives up on the entire mission, whether he will be able to return to the way things were before. He would be so happy if that were possible, But Rachel, he knows he can no longer go back now. Bomb tells her that he is going, while Rachel asks what he means. She urges him to give up, warning that he will die. Bomb refuses and leaps onto his Shinsu shield to move forward. He explains that there is a reason he must go, prompting Rachel to ask what that reason is. Bomb tells Mata and Hockney to follow him. He apologizes for dragging them into this, but he emphasizes that they will not be allowed to leave if they are found. Mata asks, but Dija is inside, to which Hockney responds by urging him to come here. They both leap onto their Shinsu shields and move forward, while Rachel watches them and tries to stop them. She jumps onto her lighthouse to follow them and demands that Bomb tell her the reason for his actions. She asks him what the reason is and what he learned when he met the water-colored princess. Rachel jumps onto Bomb's Shinsu shield, kicking Mata away, and insists that Bomb tell her what the princess said to him. She presses him, asking if she told him about Arlene Grace. Bomb replies that he heard about someone who might be his mother. She told him that she had run away from the tower, believing the place where they were to be paradise. Bomb continues, saying that the place where they were wasn't truly paradise. Rachel asks what he knows about that place. Bomb admits that she is right. He doesn't know as much as she does. However, he knows very well that she absolutely despises that place. He reflects that, to him, it had felt like paradise because she was there. But whether it was hell or paradise, he knows he can't go back. He declares that he is going to find it a real paradise, one that will make everyone in this place happy. He declares that along the way, anyone who stands in his way, whether it's Jahad, Fug, or the 10 great families, will be nothing but an enemy, and he is not going back anymore. He states that he is going to gather all the thorn fragments, climb the tower, obtain the key, and then open the door leading to the final floor of the tower. Bomb believes there must be something on the other side and presses forward. Rachel protests, telling him not to be ridiculous. She asks why he would do such a thing, questioning if he thinks of himself as some kind of hero. She tells him to stop trying to show off and reminds him that he is talking about a world that has nothing to do with him. She urges him to give up, to stay in that place, and wait for her, as he always has. She gazes at him, bidding him goodbye, her thoughts filled with a sense of doomed fate. Meanwhile, Bomb, Mata, and Hockney reach another location. Mata asks if Bomb is alright, mentioning that the girl had said some extreme things before and asking if he is just going to leave her. Bomb smiles, confirming that he is fine. Mata, however, notices that he is crying, but before he can say anything more, a flash suddenly appears in front of them. Someone steps out from the flash, introducing himself as Grand Dija. Mata acknowledges his presence, and Dija asks what purpose has brought them here, referring to them as intruders. Mata responds, but Bomb cuts him off, declaring that they came here to find the thorn fragment left behind by Enryu. Dija asks what the thorn fragment is and questions whether Bomb works for Helljo, but they all shake their heads in response. Dija then wonders about the strange feeling he senses and remarks that Bomb's eyes, his eyes, are back. Hockney, confused, asks what Dija means while Dija speaks to Grand Li. He mentions that Li had told him they were coming, and that his eyes would deliver a message and bring them a savior. He asks how he could have failed to recognize the significance of his eyes. Li apologizes, and Dija, now understanding, declares that the stranger who has come here with those eyes is worthy. He will allow Bomb to take the test. Bomb asks if Dija really said this, to which Dija confirms, saying that Bomb must be worthy if he has arrived with his eyes, so he will grant him the opportunity to take the test. Hockney asks what Dija means by his eyes, but before an answer can be given, Rachel arrives, demanding that she be allowed to take the test as well. Bomb asks how she managed to get there, and Rachel insists that she is also worthy. She has dreamed of walking this path for ages, and she is the one who brought Bomb here. She claims that Bomb is nothing but a thief trying to steal what belongs to her, and she believes she is far more deserving of the thorn fragment. Dija regards Rachel thoughtfully, sensing an evil energy emanating from her. He realizes that he may not have fully sensed the chaos in her soul before, but now he acknowledges it. He asks, "Who is this girl?" Baum asserts that Rachel deserves a chance, too, stating that she has the right to take the test as well. He insists that both of them should be allowed to take it. He reminds Dija that Rachel risked her life to bring him this far. Without her, he wouldn't have even made it to this point. He pleads with Dija to allow Rachel the opportunity to take the test, too. Rachel, surprised by his words, asks what Baum is trying to do. Dija steps forward and, after a moment, agrees. He adds, however, that Rachel won't be able to pass the test if she is not the true owner of the thorn. He allows both of them to take the test, stating that the winner will learn the location of the thorn fragment. The test he is about to give will involve punishing his enemy, Heljo, and rescuing his imprisoned brother, Grand Disa. Baum, confused, asks what Dija means by that. Meanwhile, Karaka, furious, shouts at Yura, demanding to know what she just said. He accuses her of attempting to trick him with such a scheme and calls it ridiculous. Yura falls to the ground under the pressure, but Karaka remains relentless. He threatens her, saying that unless she tells him the whereabouts of Juvenile Grace, her life will be in danger next time. Yura remains silent, refusing to respond. Baum apologizes, but he is confused by what was just said when Dija mentions that this kid's name is Heljo, who betrayed and trapped his brother, Disa, and became the ruler of South City. Dija explains that Heljo is a shameless, ruthless scoundrel who conquered the holes and abuses his power, questioning whether the group truly deserves the thorn fragment. He claims that if they defeat Heljo and free his brother, he will reveal the location of the thorn fragment. Baum thinks it seems as if Dija is using the test as an excuse to make them solve his own problem. Rachel considers the situation ridiculous. From what she has heard on the way there, Heljo is so powerful that even Karaka does not take him lightly. She believes he commands an army of immortal warriors and that he himself may be immortal. She wonders how they are supposed to defeat Heljo. Dija then adds that before they arrived, a suspicious person appeared at Joe's castle, and he is certain she is somehow connected to the Savior. When Baum asks what he means by that, Dija does not elaborate further. Baum sees Yuri fighting with the commander and wonders if that is really her, Yuri, and what she is doing there. Dija confirms that he knows her. He explains that she is killing Joe's immortal servants and driving Joe's castle into a state of terror. But it is too much for her to handle on her own. Dija reveals that he had predicted a savior would appear before him. He suggests that they now use her energy to charge into the castle, defeat Joe, and release Disa. He urges them to go and kill Heljo. Baum thinks that Dija is definitely using them to deal with his own problem. But with Yuri being there, he wonders if they will even be able to help. Rachel, meanwhile, is frustrated. If Yuri Jahad is helping out, then they are at a total disadvantage in this mission. She clenches her fist in irritation, questioning why this always seems to happen. Dija directs them to come this way for now, offering to give Baum more details about their room, and Baum agrees. Dija expresses admiration for Yuri, calling her so cool and urging Baum to please recover his dignity as they move toward the battlefield. Baum, however, feels that Yuri looks a bit strange. Meanwhile, Yuri attacks the commander and kills him, declaring that the enemy is dead. Sachai calls Kun through the lighthouse and asks if he can hear him, while Kun inquires if Sachai managed to get inside safely. Sachai reports that he made it inside while she distracted the enemy, noting that the place is in a state of extreme chaos. The Red Witch observes a group of lizards secretly and comments that the guards are completely panicking, probably flustered by the fear that they could die, too. She watches them play with each other, calling them cute, while Sachai remarks on the sight, saying to look at them. Meanwhile, Huarian instructs Princess Endorsi to prepare the bong bong, who replies got it and encourages, let's go, bong bong. They begin running, and Sachai notes that some crazy scoundrels have broken into the castle. He tells the Red Witch to run and says let's go, to which she agrees with a simple okay. Sachai then asks if they are heading in the right direction, toward the place with the switch that opens the door leading to where Dasa is trapped. The Red Witch confirms that they are on the correct path. Referring to the map passed down to them, she is absolutely certain. If they push the switch, a secret passage will open that leads to the prison, which is likely where Joe locked up Dasa. Inside Joe's castle, Sachai and the Red Witch stealthily approach the switch. Sachai observes that the guards seem to be positioned around the switch, likely there to protect it, as they notice the eye bugs guarding the area. Elsewhere, in the Dasa rescue team, Dorsey comments that it's quite hot in their current location. Kun advises caution, warning that the enemies here do not die easily. All the guards rush forward to attack them, prompting Dorsey to ask if they appeared as soon as he mentioned them. She wonders what they should do, as these scoundrels don't die. Kun responds, telling her to leave it to him, and pulls out his core lighthouse to capture them all in a net. He assures her that they can just pass by without killing them, and they continue running forward. Dorsey remarks on how convenient that is. Inside Daja's castle, in Daja's chamber, Daja watches the battlefield through a portal and orders his forces to defeat them and kill them. Dili bows in front of Baum, apologizing and expressing regret for asking him for a favor so soon. He acknowledges that it is an insult to the saviors, and Daja is clearly desperate. Baum reassures him, saying it is fine and that it's not a problem. He adds that his mind has changed since Dasa was defeated by Heljo, and he is no longer the person he once was. Meanwhile, Daja orders his regulars to kill them, wishing them good luck. On the other side, Dili continues to apologize, prompting Baum to tell him seriously that he doesn't have to apologize so much. Baum then asks if they are still regulars. He confirms that he knew they were, as he could tell from his own experience as a former ranker. Baum feels that this test is far too great for them as regulars. He continues, acknowledging that while Daja may believe he possesses some special power, he would also like to know the location of the thorn fragment. Dili bows in front of Baum and apologizes once again, explaining that since Daja never told him the location of the thorn fragment, he is truly sorry. Baum asks if bowing is a habit, to which Rachel responds that there are people like that in the world. Baum then asks what Rachel plans to do, questioning if she intends to go and defeat Heljo. Rachel replies that there is no choice. Baum won't be able to find out where the thorn fragment is unless he defeats Heljo, and it seems he won't give up, no matter how tough the enemy is. Baum agrees, stating that's true, but he is bothered by Yuri's presence. She looks strange, and he questions why they are leaving it up to them to deal with Heljo, especially since they both look so powerful. As far as Baum knows, Heljo is immortal. Dili then shares some information. A long time ago, in the hall, Heljo found a monster, a hideous creature that devours immortals to grow stronger. The scene shifts to near the entrance of Heljo's castle, where some warriors arrive. Fabregas looks at them, his thoughts filled with frustration. He curses, realizing the situation has escalated, and reflects that he never expected Wilcott to die. He knows this is not what he had anticipated. In hell, Joe had brought a monster into the castle. He thinks to himself that strength and power no longer matter. His only goal is to escape to somewhere safe. However, Heljo suddenly appears behind him and asks what he is doing. He reminds Fabregas that he had left him in charge of guarding the secret passage and questions why he is there. Fabregas stammers, stating that he sees. Heljo accuses him of trying to run away, to which Fabregas quickly denies, insisting that he would never do such a thing. Heljo challenges him further, saying if that's the case, he should go and fight right now to prove it. Fabregas protests, explaining that the enemy can kill them. Heljo responds coldly, asking if he isn't supposed to put his life on the line in battle. Fabregas counters that he's used to fighting opponents he knows he can beat. Heljo, growing impatient, commands him to go and fight immediately. At that moment, Fabregas transforms into a giant monster and declares that he doesn't want to die. Helljoe smirks, noting that Fabregas is finally showing his true colors. Fabregas retorts that it's all Helljoe's fault, and if he wants to fight, he should do it himself. He then insults Helljoe and launches an attack on him. Helljoe, enraged, counters fiercely, asking how dare Fabregas shake that filthy tail at him. He vows that Fabregas will pay for his sin. Meanwhile, Dali explains to Bomb that Helljoe once found a monster in the holes, a red thrissa. Known as one of the top predators in the tower, the creature's name is as formidable as a divine sea fish. Fabregas begs for forgiveness, but Helljoe coldly explains that the red thrissa possesses an incredible predatory ability so powerful, it can even negate their immortality spell. He describes how the monster's teeth can chew through their bodies, paralyzing them the moment they are bitten and absorbing their power. Once the creature catches them, they become completely helpless prey, making it their greatest natural enemy. While Helljoe acknowledges that he can't kill them in that manner, he adds that it's nearly impossible for them to recover their power. Fabregas pleads for mercy, but Helljoe continues, stating that this ability exists equally in both Joe's forces and in his own right hand. Joe took advantage of that ability to strip away the power of the South City residents and distribute it to his men. Helljoe then questions if they've all forgotten the reason they swore loyalty to him in the first place, calling them fools. He notices that a few more little rats have entered the castle, and decides he will go outside to greet them. He tells Fabregas that if he brings them to him, he will return his power. With a dismissive gesture, Helljoe throws Fabregas away, who reluctantly agrees, saying yes. On the other side, Dali adds that Joe can manipulate the hole to neutralize his opponent's Shinsu attacks, making him practically invincible. Rachel asks what he means by that, questioning how they are supposed to fight such a monster. Dali admits that it seems impossible, but Deja believes that if Bomb truly is the owner of the Thorn Fragment, he must possess remarkable power that could easily defeat someone like Joe. Meanwhile, in the passage to the spirit room, Karaka demands to know where Juvenile Grace is. He adds that if Yura doesn't tell him directly, he can simply use his abilities as a scout to search her mind. Wang Nin, observing the tension, wonders what's going on. He doesn't know the full situation, but he feels like he must keep Karaka from discovering Vile's location. Yura, frozen and powerless, curses her situation, unable to move a muscle. Wang Nin decides to act. He pulls out a Shinsu bomb and declares that it's enough, telling Karaka to stop. At that moment, Yurek Mizuno's voice interrupts the scene. He comments that it's not right to touch a girl's hair like that. Everyone looks toward the source of the voice, and Wang Nin mutters that Mizuno is rude. Mizuno jumps between Karaka and Yura, explaining that he just followed a perfume scent and ended up here, where he found a damsel in distress. Karaka asks who he is. Mizuno grins and confidently says that he knew it. He is destined to be every girl's hero if he's not already. Wang Nin asks if this person is really Yurek Mizuno. Wang Nin thinks to himself that Yurek Mizuno, the beast, is here, wondering what he is doing in this place. Mizuno walks toward him and asks if he isn't the companion of Vile, whom he saw earlier, greeting him with a casual nice to see him. Wang Nin, feeling scared, thinks that Mizuno shouldn't act like they know each other, as they are not friends. Karaka wonders if Mizuno knows Bomb and questions who the man really is. Hoken feels as though he has seen Mizuno somewhere before, but it seems strange, especially since he came here alone. He deduces that Mizuno must be even more powerful than a rancor, yet he senses no power coming from him. Mizuno thinks to himself that the anklet seems to be working as intended. 30 minutes earlier, at the Sky of Floor of Death, Yuge meets with Mizuno, instructing him to put on an anklet before entering. Mizuno asks what it is, and Yuge explains that it is an anklet designed to prevent others from recognizing his power. He mentioned that it was specially transported here by air so Garam wouldn't recognize him. With the anklet on, Mizuno will appear as a regular person with less power than a rancor. Yuge clarifies that although his power won't actually decrease, Mazino's strength is so immense that the anklet would break even if he used just 5% of his power, so he should be careful. Mazino asks jokingly if it has to be silver, as the design makes him look like a stalker. Yuge explains that the associate leader insisted on this design, and if it didn't suit him perfectly, the boss had one more message to deliver. Yuge emphasizes that the anklet is very valuable and warns him not to break it, as Garam will dump him if she ever finds out. The scene shifts back to the present, where Mazino thinks to himself that those scoundrels are cursing his love life. Still, he considers it a decent handicap, deciding that if he has to fight these opponents, 5% of his power will be more than enough. Hoken suddenly realizes just how strong Mazino's power is. Karaka, sensing the danger, uses his world of darkness and attacks with the Black Goral's horn whip. Mazino acknowledges his overestimation of them, but as the attack strikes, he remains unharmed. Hoken is shocked, thinking that Mazino isn't even hurt. Mazino states that at his level, he won't need 5% of his power. 1% will be more than enough. He casually raises his finger, asking how Karaka would like to fight with just that. Karaka, furious, questions how Mazino dares to act so arrogantly. He charges toward him, preparing to attack. Mazino smirks, saying that Karaka isn't such an easy target. He adds that if Karaka can withstand his finger, he will give him around 6 wings. Meanwhile, Wangmin and Misang jump onto the Shinsu shield and start running to escape the attack. Meanwhile, in Deja's castle, Dali informs Bomb that if they wish to enter Heljo's castle, he will lead the way. By going through the entrance behind him, they can access a hidden path leading to Heljo's castle, a secret known only to Deja and Dasa. Dali explains that this Shinsu path is a covert route created by the two, connecting not just to Heljo's castle, but also to several locations within the South City. He adds that this is currently their best option for infiltrating the castle. Bomb agrees, suggesting they leave immediately, while Rachel questions the lack of a backup plan. Bomb expresses concern for his other companions, especially with Yuri inside, though he isn't entirely sure why he feels so urgent. He insists that they must act quickly. Rachel remarks, skeptical, that he has managed to stay alive this long through nothing but reckless bravery. Rachel then asks if Heljo has any known weaknesses, stressing that they cannot charge into the castle without some form of strategy. Dali bows apologetically, acknowledging their fear of Heljo and admitting that they have no knowledge of his weaknesses. However, he offers a potential solution if they can free Dasa from his imprisonment, gain his allegiance, and borrow the power of Deja's eyes. There might be a way to defeat Joe. She asks what he means by Deja's eyes, to which he replies that from the moment Deja and Dasa saw Enryu with their own eyes, they possessed mysterious abilities. He explains that Deja's far-seeing eyes, especially, allow him to see the future. Once, when Joe invaded the South City, thanks to the power of Deja's eyes and the help of a mysterious woman, Joe was unable to advance any further and was forced to retreat back to the South City. He recalls Heljo asking why there were traps everywhere he went. Dali says that if they possess the power of Deja's eyes, which brought them here, he is sure it will help in defeating Joe. Bomb asks if he means Hockney, who brought him here. On the other side, Deja looks at the portal and excitedly says, "Go, sister, she can do it. Kill Heljo." Hockney looks behind him and asks, "What's this?" He then asks why Deja refers to him as his eyes. Deja replies that what he is saying is obvious. Those 2 eyes of his are him. Hockney asks again what he means, and Deja explains that he lost his eyes and came to this place. His friend came to see him and begged him to return his eyes, but since he was already immortal, he couldn't restore them. He agreed to give his friend his eyes in exchange for doing him a favor. Deja asks if he truly does not remember anything. Hockney thinks about whether Mata knows this and says that he doesn't remember. Deja finds this strange, remarking that he managed to bring the savior here in his current state. He wonders if Hockney has also forgotten the message to bring him the princess of the deep-colored sea. Hockney reflects that he definitely once remembered that message, which is why he relayed it to Emily. But he cannot recall anything like that ever happening to him. Hockney asks if Deja knows who stole his eyes, while Deja inquires what he means by his eyes, expressing disbelief that Hockney doesn't remember. He adds that he heard Heljo take his eyes. Deja explains that when he refused to cooperate in helping Joe find the thorn fragment, Joe became enraged and supposedly plucked out his eyes. He continues, saying that Joe tried to use those eyes to find the thorn fragment but failed. His friend rescued him and brought him to Deja. He asks how Hockney cannot remember any of that, finding it truly strange. Meanwhile, Hockney walks toward Mata, calls to him, and says that he heard from Lord Deja that Mata has also been here before. Mata acknowledges that he was with Hockney before and confirms the truth of the matter. He explains that after Joe stole Hockney's eyes, he brought him here, believing that the spirit room might be able to restore them. That was what he had hoped. Mata recalls that when they first met, they were both subordinates of Joe, prompting Hockney to ask what he meant by that. Mata elaborates that after conquering the South City, Joe began searching for something called a thorn fragment. At that time, he was just a regular parasite tasked with guarding the outer entrance. He received orders from higher-ups to accompany Hockney and search for the thorn fragment. Apparently, Hockney had become one of Joe's subordinates after accidentally discovering a thorn fragment earlier. Mata continues, saying his mission was to carry Hockney in his giant leech while searching for the thorn fragment. He remembers Hockney as an unusual individual who enjoyed drawing and often talked about wanting to leave the floor of death. Hockney's wish was to travel the outside world with friends and create art. Heljo had promised to grant him that freedom if he found the thorn fragment, though Mata believes it was likely a blatant lie. Despite this, they became a team and searched for the thorn fragment, eventually succeeding in finding it. Mata continues, explaining that after seeing the thorn fragment, Hockney began acting strangely. He claimed that the picture he had drawn there contained his soul. Mata recalls that Hockney went to confront Joe, declaring that he would no longer assist him. Joe, enraged, plucked out Hockney's eyes and stole the picture. After his eyes were taken, Hockney never regained them. Mata says he carried Hockney to this place after Joe had stolen his eyes and abandoned him. When Deja saw Hockney, he was shocked. Deja proposed a way for Hockney to leave the floor of death. He offered to give Hockney his own 2 eyes in exchange for performing a single favor. Mata explains that Deja insisted the favor remain a secret, so Mata never learned what it was. However, it seems that Hockney accepted the proposal. Mata recounts that a problem arose the following day when Hockney left the castle. Perhaps due to receiving Deja's eyes, he collapsed and fell unconscious. When he awoke several days later, he could barely remember his past, including the promise he had made with Deja. Mata concludes by saying that he believed it was better that way, so Hockney never returned to Deja. Mata explains that he helped Hockney leave the floor of death, even though he almost got caught and killed by Heljo in the process. He reflects on why he did it, saying it was because he wanted Hockney to live a normal life, to forget everything and leave this cursed place behind. He says he wished for Hockney to travel around the tower with friends, fulfilling the dream he had always spoken about. Mata believed it was best for Hockney to live that dream life and forget all his memories of the floor of death. Hockney thanks Mata sincerely, expressing his gratitude for thinking of him. However, he reveals that after leaving this place, he realized something profound. As long as there is this hole in his heart, no life will ever bring him true happiness. He acknowledges that he feels as though he is being punished for forgetting something vital. When Mata tries to respond, Hockney interrupts, declaring that they must go and see Heljo. He quickly adds that he heard his picture is also in the South City, and if he goes there, he will surely be able to resolve everything. Hockney asserts his determination to return and find the final piece of his picture, which is the reason he came back to this place. Meanwhile, Dali explains what had happened, and Baum acknowledges it, remarking that he now understands the secret behind Hockney's eyes. However, Baum expresses concern, saying that Hockney shouldn't get involved in something so dangerous. Rachel interjects, questioning what Baum means by that. She insists that they need every bit of luck they can muster. She reveals that the picture Hockney is searching for is in her lighthouse and asserts that he will undoubtedly be useful if they bring him along. Baum asks for clarification, but before Rachel can respond, Hockney arrives and addresses them, asking if they are going to see Heljo. He announces that he is coming with them. Baum looks at him and immediately recognizes him. Hockney reiterates his desire to join them, confident that he can be of help. Shortly after, Mata also arrives, declaring that he will come along as well. He reminds them that he is immortal and offers to handle anything dangerous. Dili then asks Hockney if he has heard the story about his eyes from Lord Deja. Hockney affirms that he has and declares his intent to get his eyes back. He adds that he must also find the picture that contains his soul. With firm resolve, he states that he has a reason to meet Heljo, even if it costs him his life. Dali agrees and announces that he will lead the way, but he has a favor to ask of their two saviors. He acknowledges that they appear to be competitors, but warns them that Heljo is not someone they can defeat while working against each other. He asks if they could cooperate, at least during the fight. Addressing Baum, he notes that he seems to be on the same team as the lady who appeared in the castle, so he suggests Baum join her to draw Joe's attention toward himself. He continues, explaining that while Baum does so, he and Rachel will enter the castle to rescue Desa. Once they rescue him, they will immediately regroup with Baum to defeat Heljo together. Baum considers this and asks if Rachel will accept the plan. Rachel responds that she has no complaints since she cannot handle it alone. She reflects internally, thinking that with Karaka chasing them here, it is best to leave as soon as possible. Dali confirms the plan and asks if there are any further objections, but Baum and Rachel agree without issue. Dali speculates that Deja might also want to join them if he is informed, so they should leave before he notices. However, Deja overhears them and declares with fervor his intent to kill Heljo, chanting death to his enemies. Dili urges them onward and points toward Heljo's castle. At that moment, near the entrance to the castle, Fabregas shouts for everyone to run, warning them that there is no chance of loading their defenses. Heljo, standing nearby, sneers and remarks that he had expected this. He accuses her of completely messing around with Sanchez and declares that she will make an excellent challenger for him. Baum and his team follow Dali when Rachel speaks up, warning them not to think for a moment that they are allies. She clarifies that they have only formed this team to find the Thorn fragment. She adds that as soon as she discovers its location, they will part ways. Baum glances back at her and responds calmly, acknowledging her words. He says he knows Rachel. They are enemies. The scene shifts to the entrance of Heljo's castle, where Heljo observes Yuri. He wonders briefly if she noticed him. Fabregas suddenly launches an attack on Yuri, demanding how she dares to look away. Yuri effortlessly blocks his strike and counters with a swift attack of her own. Meanwhile, Heljo turns his attention to Baum and his team, asking loudly if they can hear him. Evan also notices them and thinks to himself, wondering who that figure might be. Heljo introduces himself, proclaiming his name and title as the Lord of the South City. He explains that he has come to ask Baum for a favor. Through a lighthouse connection, Evan questions Heljo's intentions, asking what he is doing outside his castle. He identifies the figure as Heljo and speculates that the announcement was merely a trap to lure them out. Yuri, unfazed, asks Heljo directly what favor he is referring to. Heljo confirms her question and explains that their souls are currently bound by a curse, preventing them from leaving the floor of death. He believes that with Baum's power, the curse might be broken. He then asks if Baum has any intention of helping them, his voice carrying a mixture of desperation and resolve. Yuri expresses uncertainty about what she stands to gain by helping them, while Helljo promises her anything she desires, such as TVs, DVDs, PlayStation, Xbox, or anything else she might want. He declares his intention to leave this place and become the king of the tower. Yuri questions whether he truly means to become king, to which Helljo confidently responds that he possesses ultimate power. He claims that once he escapes the floor of death, it would be a trivial task to overthrow everyone and claim kingship. Helljo then demands to know her decision, asking whether she intends to help him. Yuri muses about refusing his request, but he counters by threatening to defeat her and steal her abilities. She questions whether he truly believes himself to be the king he has been waiting for, prompting Helljo to affirm his statement. At that moment, Garam appears behind Yuri and intervenes, declaring an end to this nonsense and launching an attack on her. Garam demands to know what a spirit like Yuri is doing here when she is supposed to be gone. Evan observes the situation and asks what is happening just as Garam strikes at Yuri, who narrowly evades the attack. Garam greets Yuri with a sardonic, "Long time, no see ghost of the 13 months," while her assault shatters the ground. Some of the commanders nearby lose their footing, with one falling and coughing as he struggles to rise. He mutters that he thought he was going to die and questions the identity of the monster responsible. Meanwhile, Wangmin, Hoken, and Miseng float inside a bubble, with Yura floating in another bubble nearby. Hoken expresses relief, stating that he thought he was a goner, feeling terrified, but he managed to survive. Wangmin asks what he is doing here and wonders what happened to his pride as a slayer. Mazino observes them while Karaka dissolves his body into the air. Mazino looks at him and asks if he is still alive. Karaka reappears, prompting Mazino to ask if his body has regenerated. If that is a spell, Mazino says he cannot allow Karaka to keep his wings if he intends to cheat in that way. Karaka responds that he does not need them, noting it is a shame since Mazino seems like someone who could be useful. As Karaka reflects, he concludes that Mazino's mention of the wings indicates he is likely affiliated with Walhaksong, judging by his tremendous power, overflowing confidence, and narcissism. Karaka deduces that his name must be Yurek Mazino. Mazino comments that it feels as though he has encountered a very troublesome opponent and wonders if he should change his attack style. He thinks about the self-proclaimed champion of the tower, whose power rivals that of the 10 great families or Jahad. Karaka clenches his fist, thinking that although he is unsure of why someone like Mazino, the vice-captain of Walhaksong, is here, one thing is clear: he is facing a formidable adversary. He thinks there is no way he can defeat even a single one of that guy's fingers. Karaka realizes he must think carefully. He cannot have everything in this situation. After all, that guy came here to protect the girl. For now, Karaka decides he has no choice but to give up on finding out where Vile is and let go of that goal. Karaka considers that this means he has one last card to play. However, Mazino attacks again, and his body dissolves once more. Karaka thinks that he will leave just enough power to return to his original form and detonate all the remaining power in this body, which will allow him to escape. After that, he decides he will simply have to find White. Karaka then transforms into a ball-like creature, gripping his ring in his mouth. The others notice the ring, prompting Wangnan to remark that Karaka is gone. Miseng asks if Hoken and the others are going to be caught in the explosion. Mazino charges forward again, thinking he can't believe this guy. Karaka falls to the ground with full force, disappearing in the process. All the other regulars watch the scene unfold, and Mazino asks if they are all right. Yura responds affirmatively when Mazino expresses relief, commenting that she is gorgeous and blushing at the sight of her. Mazino remarks that it was a dangerous situation with those evil scoundrels, but he chased them away, assuring Yura not to worry. He then kicks Wangnan away, explaining that he needs to catch them and make them apologize, though he notes that they are already gone. Well, whatever, Mazino adds those guys looked like a nuisance anyway. Wangnan asks Mazino what he is doing here on Earth, prompting Mazino to inquire about his Slayer candidate and whether he came here to meet Vile. Mazino explains that meeting Vile is part of the reason, but there is something else he has to deal with here. Wanganen asks what that is, and Mazino responds that a few years ago, he discovered a ridiculous creature on the floor of death. He mentions giving it to a certain boy, and now the monster has grown so powerful that it is difficult to control. Mazino believes that one of the ladies who lives here hates him because of it. Wanganen asks what creature Mazino is referring to, and he answers, the Red Thrissa, Helljo. He was one of the few individuals whose abilities Mazino acknowledged, but now, apparently, he has become a tyrant here. Yura asks who the Helljo is, and Mazino reflects that he guesses he can never truly know what people will become. Mazino concludes by saying that, anyway, that's what happened, and that they will see each other next time. Wanganen asks where he is going, to which Mazino replies that he is going to get rid of this nuisance for the lady since he is a hero. Wanganen wonders what has gotten into him. Meanwhile, Dali, Bomb, and their team float in a bubble. Dali kicks Mata down, and Mata screams loudly. Kun hears the scream and wonders where the sound is coming from. Hockney quickly jumps behind Mata to save him. After a while, they reach their destination, where Mata looks around and asks where they are. Inside Helljo's castle, near the entrance, Dali explains that this is Helljo's castle. They all rush inside, and Bomb asks why the castle is so noisy. Dali replies that it seems like they are panicking because some intruders have appeared, but he adds that this is actually good for them. He suggests they divide into teams. Dali looks at him, who looks back at him. Dali accuses Fabregas of being a traitor. Fabregas rushes to attack Dali, claiming that Helljo will give him back his power if he catches him. Dali warns everyone to be careful, as anyone hit by the stinger on the end of Fabregas's tail will have contaminated blood fill their body. Fabregas's attack hits Mata, and Dali looks at him, asking if it's too late. Fabregas laughs and informs them that anyone contaminated by his blood, even immortals, will remain unconscious for days. Hockney calls out to Mata, who assures him that he is fine and can't die. He tells everyone that he's okay. Bomb uses a Shinsu black hole sphere to attack and cuts Fabregas's tail, which had been wrapped around Mata. Bomb wonders if that little punk just killed him, while Dali thinks that this must be the power of the savior, as Dija had told him. Bomb says, let's go. Rachel wonders what happened and how Bomb managed to kill an immortal creature without a soul. She speculates that it might be due to the power of the thorn. Mata asks if this is possible, and Hockney confirms it. Dili is astonished, stating that Bomb broke the immortality spell. This prompts Bomb to ask what he means by that. Dili explains that the person before was indeed immortal, but even their immortality was no match for Bomb's power. He feels that there is finally hope. Dili bows down in gratitude, thanking Bomb for coming here. Bomb quickly insists that Dali doesn't need to bow to him, but Rachel suggests they let him. Dali then says that they will go save Dasa now and urges them to defeat Helljo as they head out. Rachel agrees, and they move forward. Hockney points out that Bomb has enemies on his left, and leeches arrive in the area. Bomb attacks them swiftly, thinking that if he is dead, then he is dead. Dili calls for them to run, warning them that there is a killer in the castle, and that they need help. He laughs, adding that it serves them right, those traitors. He claims this is the power of the savior. Rachel thinks something is suspicious about Dili. She wonders why it seems like he is more focused on saving Dasa, who was defeated by Joe, than on eliminating Joe himself. Dili remarks that the place is completely empty now, meaning they essentially have a free pass. Meanwhile, near the prison where Dasa is locked up inside Helljo's castle, Kun moves forward with the other regulars, stating that they will soon reach the place where Dasa is being held. He senses something off about Hugh or Ryan. She seems far too uninterested in Helljo's maneuvers for someone who came here seeking revenge on him. Kun thinks that, if anything, Hugh Ryan appears more focused on rescuing Dasa. Could it be that she lied to them? He wonders if her real goal is not to eliminate Helljo, but to meet Dasa instead. On the other side, Mata asks Bomb where he is going when Bomb leaps onto a mountain. Bomb explains that it will take too long to go through the entrance, and there will be too many enemies. It would be better to jump through the window. Mata asks what he means by that. Bomb looks at Garam and asks if she is Garam and whether she is fighting with Yuri, wondering what has happened on Earth. He thinks he doesn't fully understand what is going on, but he knows he has to stop them immediately. Hockney warns that Joe controls the Shinsu in the southern city, making it too dangerous to fly using Shinsu. Bomb asks what they should do instead. Hockney spots a giant leech and wonders if it's a winged one. He considers that it may not have worked before, but it's worth trying. Mata then suggests using the leech, calling out to Hockney and Bomb. Meanwhile, Yuri is engaged in a fight with Goram as Helljo watches them. He asks who the person fighting is. Yuri, noticing Garam, remarks that she was wondering who she was. Realizing it's the younger sister from before, she identifies her as Garam Jahad, Yuram's younger twin sister. Sanchez, seeing an opportunity, prepares to attack Yuri from behind, but Helljo stops him, telling him not to attack yet. Evan intervenes, attacking Sanchez while Helljo observes and comments that it's nice. Evan uses his Shinsu control skill, the incandescent bomb, and remarks that it's a bit extreme before calling out to Princess Yuri. He thinks to himself that she's acting as if she can't hear him at all. Despite her apparent awareness, he wonders what on earth happened to her. Garam confirms that she is indeed Garam Jahad, the younger sister of Yuram Jahad, who went on a rampage after igniting 2 pieces of the 13-month series long ago. She explains that at the time, her sister was on a mission assigned by the Jahad family. During this mission, she encountered a formidable enemy and simultaneously ignited 2 of the 13 months. This caused her to lose control, resulting in a rampage where she murdered some nearby allies and even one princess. Garam adds that, due to her sister's rampage, their entire family faced the danger of being branded as public enemies. As a result, Garam had no choice but to kill her twin sister herself. Yuri acknowledges the story, remarking that it almost brought tears to her eyes to hear it. Garam, however, responds that she enjoyed it. She explains that she likes to make the princesses fight and hate one another, as that was the promise she made to Jahad. Yuri is impressed, commenting that Garam certainly knows a lot. Garam continues, saying that after her sister's death, she became suspicious of the identity of the 13 months. This suspicion led her to act differently than others when Anne Jahad went on a rampage as well. She reveals that she learned about the spirits of the 13 months and the promise she made to Jahad. Garam explains that she is the soul of someone who failed in Jahad's initial selection of princesses, which led her to harbor deep resentment toward the other princesses. She made a deal with the king of Jahad to seep into the spirits of the 13 months and torment the princesses. Garam reveals that she stole the bodies of those who ignited more than 2 of the 13 months, forcing them to do her bidding. When the princesses she possessed went on rampages, Jahad claimed that they had gone insane and executed them. This resulted in over 5 princesses being sacrificed, with Jahad using this despicable trick to prevent any princess from collecting all of the 13 months. Yuri, unimpressed, asks if that is the case. Could Garam just leave her alone and disappear once she has enjoyed her time in this body? She adds that she knows Garam can't stay in this body for more than a week anyway. Garam acknowledges this, but warns that there is no telling what kind of insane things she might do during that week. Garam reveals that she is going to force Yuri out of the body right now using the Bell of Dawn and shows it to her. Yuri asks what the bell is, to which Garam calls Kranka to come while he confirms it. At that moment, he deactivates its invisible mode and appears behind Yuri, launching a quick attack. Yuri effortlessly blocks the attack, dismissing it as a waste of time. She then turns to look behind her, noticing a long cloth floating in the air. She asks what it is as the cloth spreads across her body. Garam smirks and tells Yuri that it won't come off. The cloth completely envelops Yuri, and Garam explains that it is an ancient cloth used by sorcerers to trap evil beings. Frustrated, Yuri demands that it be taken off immediately. Garam, however, responds by revealing that after learning everything, she kept clinging to her research on spells. She started gathering enchanted items, and the cloth was one of those items. She had collected them to use for situations like this. Garam then rings the Bell of Dawn, explaining that Arlene once used it. The bell has the effect of driving away any evil spirits that hear its ringing. Garam warns that she cannot even stand being in that body after hearing the sound of the Bell of Dawn, and Evan rushes to help Yuri. Heljo, however, abuses Evan, and Garam creates aura circles around Yuri, telling Evan not to get in her way. Evan collapses under the immense pressure, realizing how tremendous it is. Garam states that now they can end this. Yuri curses Garam, vowing to kill her if she ever sees her again, admitting that she never knew the true depth of Garam's grudge. Just then, Heljo arrives, cutting the cloth and freeing Yuri. He angrily asks what she thinks she is doing, pointing out that he finally found a clue to leaving this place, and she dares to try to kill her in front of him. Garam calls his name, but Heljo, with a smirk, asks if she is now willing to help him and what he should call her partner. Yuri, seething with anger, attacks Heljo with Green April. Heljo steps back, acknowledging that he is holding back as much as he can, but warns that if she continues to defy him like this, he will have no choice but to act. He also notes there is a limit to how calm he can remain. At that moment, Balm arrives on Ibug and calls out to Yuri. Heljo looks at him, asking what he is and who he thinks he is. Garam, recognizing him, asks if he is Juvenile Grace. Heljo asks who Balm is, while Balm approaches Yuri and asks how she ended up here and what she is doing. Yuri responds by asking him how he managed to get here. Heljo, growing increasingly frustrated, demands to know who these little punks are. He adds that he really tried to control himself and have a calm conversation, but they are really getting on his nerves. Mata and Hockney call out to Balm, warning him to be careful, as it's Heljo, and he can't stand it anymore. Meanwhile, Mizuno, holding a bag, runs away, urging everyone to stop following him because it's dangerous. Wangman, scared, mentions that there are still monsters like slayers lurking around. Yura, looking at her phone, notes that Rachel is in Joe's castle, but it feels like they are heading toward an even more dangerous place. Another person questions whether Joe is really that powerful. Mizuno confirms it, saying that Joe may even be invincible within the limits of this place. Yuri asks what he means by that, wondering who Joe is for him to speak about him in such a way. Mizuno explains that Joe is the Red Thrissa, the monster that Joe merged with. Mata confirms that it's Joe, and Hockney thinks about how dangerous the situation is. He recalls that Joe was born from the body of the administrator who was killed by Enryu in the past. Heljo, now enraged, declares that he is going to make Balm regret coming to this place, revealing that he is the administrator's child. Heljo declares that he is going to make them all regret setting foot in this place. Balm looks at him and wonders if that is Heljo, thinking that if this is his true form, the power he is exuding is so intense that it makes him anxious. Yuri says that her head is hurting, prompting Balm to pay attention to her quickly. Garam calls out to Balm, explaining that Yuri seems to have awakened at the sound of her voice, but she might not be stable yet. She adds that Yuri will improve if she is covered with the cloth. Hockney calls out to Balm, warning him that Heljo's attack is coming and telling him to watch out. Balm grabs Yuri and says that this handover is unnecessary, questioning why she has a hangover when she hasn't even drunk. Heljo uses his Heljo weak beam to attack both Yuri and Balm, who quickly runs with Yuri to avoid the blast. Heljo then asks if Balm is the administrator's child. Balm responds, acknowledging that, to put it simply, that is almost correct, as it is not known that the administrator could have had children. Mizuno suggests that perhaps the deceased administrator is trying to be reborn, though he notes that this is still restricted within the scope of the South City. He explains that he came across that monster during his last visit to the floor of death, where he discovered that it possessed a type of power similar to that of the administrator, although weaker. Initially, he was unsure of what to do, but he eventually decided that it would be best to give that power to someone who could use it properly. As a result, he entrusted it to Joe, whom he met in the hole, asking him to make good use of the monster's power. Wangnan asks if Hell Joe isn't a bad guy, to which Mazino responds that, at least until that point, he had been a really good kid. He never imagined that Joe would become such a dictator and believed he had great potential. Mazino says that when he meets him, he plans to ask him what caused such a drastic change. Meanwhile, at the prison entrance, the Disa rescue team is preparing to move forward. Kun calls out to Hua Ryan, who asks what he wants. Kun says that before they meet Disa, there is something he is curious about. She asks what he means by curious, and Kun replies by asking what kind of power Disa possesses to have been able to defeat Joe, as he thought Disa had already lost to Joe before. He asks if she has some kind of plan and then presses her, saying she should tell the truth, whether she lied to them. She asks what he means by a lie, and Kun responds, questioning if she fabricated the entire story about her grudge toward Joe. Kun suggests that her real goal isn't to eliminate Hell Joe, but rather to meet Disa. She asks if he believes her goal is to meet Disa and questions what he means by that. Barreau then asks Kun what he is talking about, mentioning that he had seen the dead guide before. Kun counters, stating that he is certain. While she may have claimed to break into the castle for revenge on Joe, he believes she isn't actually interested in Joe's actions. He adds that it's suspicious that she is using Yuri Jahad as bait, given that Yuri is the only person capable of killing Hell Joe. Kun concludes that it seems she came here to meet Disa, not to seek revenge on Joe. Hua Ryan responds by saying that she doesn't think it's wise to suspect people without good reason. Kun, however, lists several other suspicious things. First, her behavior as a guide. She came here as Bomb's guide to find the Thorn Fragment, but now she is on an entirely different mission, one to avenge a fellow guide. Kun says that he doesn't think she would prioritize her personal grudge over Bomb's journey, explaining that someone wouldn't behave in such a way if they were truly angry about not following the standard path to avenge the death of a companion. He continues, saying that second, regarding the attitudes of her and Al, both of whom lost something precious, he doesn't sense much anger or sorrow over her death. He adds that Hell Joe doesn't have the Thorn Fragment. If he did, Fug would have already learned of it. Her concrete goal would have been breaking into the castle to find the Thorn Fragment. This is what he believes. Kun concludes that there is some sort of connection between Disa and the Thorn Fragment, and that's why she is using them to meet him. Hua Ryan responds, saying he is surprisingly close to the correct answer. Kun acknowledges it, saying he knew it. Barreau asks what she means by that, wondering if the corpse they saw before was fake. Hua Ryan clarifies, stating that while it is true she was killed by Hell Joe, and that she holds a personal grudge against him for that, her primary purpose as a guide is more important. Hua Ryan explains that Disa, who is currently imprisoned, is not in any condition to fight. Kun responds that, of course, Disa won't be of any use in the battle with Hell Joe either. What he seeks is not Disa's power, but rather a specific item that Disa possesses. Hua Ryan confirms this, stating that she came here to obtain the item, which is called the Soul-Stirring Ladle. Kun asks for clarification about the Soul-Stirring Ladle. Hua Ryan explains that it is the magical item that Disa and Dija used when creating the Spirit Room. She asks if Kun has heard the story of Disa and Dija's creation of the Spirit Room, mentioning that one of the items they used at that time was the Soul-Stirring Ladle. She continues, describing the ladle's mysterious power to scoop up souls, which plays a vital role in binding souls that have not yet united. She also notes that it is the only item capable of gathering the souls within the Spirit Room. Kun then inquires if this is the item that Hell Joe is after. Hugh Ryan confirms this, but adds that Heljo believes the ladle is already broken, as Disa had shattered it right in front of him. She states that it is not an item that can be broken so easily, and they have continued searching for the ladle that disappeared. The AI, who recently infiltrated Joe's castle, returned and reported seeing Disa with that ladle. Kun questions her statement, asking if the reason the guide was killed by Joe is related. Hugh Ryan confirms, explaining that she had also infiltrated the castle in search of the ladle when Joe killed her. They had attempted for a very long time to break into the castle, and for the AI, this was the second time breaking in. Kun inquires why they are so intent on obtaining the ladle. Hugh Ryan clarifies that they are not particularly interested in the ladle itself. Instead, the one truly interested in it is a man named Madarako. When Kun asks if Madarako is connected to the workshop battle, she affirms it, describing him as a merchant who sided with Fug during that event. She elaborates that Madarako's private army was responsible for smuggling the thorn fragment out of the floor of death. Although it has not been confirmed, there are rumors suggesting that he possesses another thorn fragment. She adds that, since the workshop battle, Madarako has been considered an enemy by several executives within Fug. She states that he has been searching for a client to whom he can sell the thorn fragment at an appropriate price. What Madarako has been desperately seeking for ages is the soul-stirring ladle. She asks if he is beginning to understand her point, explaining that their plan involves finding the ladle and trading it for the thorn fragment. She acknowledges that they may not know why Madarako desires the ladle, but their need for the thorn fragment makes it necessary. That is why she intended to use them to acquire the ladle, arriving here before them and preparing everything in advance. She explains that she never expected Balm to manage to come here and obtain the thorn fragment, as this place is not so simple that someone can just walk in and accomplish such a task. She adds that, although she didn't anticipate Balm's sudden disappearance, it wasn't entirely surprising. Kun interrupts, deducing that she used Yuri Jahad purely as bait to distract Heljo. She confirms this. Meanwhile, Dali comments that it would be ideal if she were able to defeat Joe, but even if she cannot, he only needs to retrieve the ladle and escape since he has never liked her being around Balm. Rachel ponders what the soul-stirring ladle is, while Dali remarks that even if she dies here, it does not concern him. Kun, communicating through his lighthouse, demands an explanation for what he is saying. He wonders how she knows about the ladle, while Hugh Ryan states that now that they know the truth, they must make a choice. If they decide to go with her to find the ladle, they can escape from this place and search for Balm. She adds that the alternative is to reveal the truth to Yuri Jahad, which would ruin the entire plan. She warns that, naturally, they would gain nothing by choosing the latter. At that moment, Dali appears, calling them intruders and demanding how they dare attempt to steal Desa's ladle. Declaring himself Grand Dali, he proclaims that he will never allow it. Rachel watches in confusion, wondering what he is doing, while Barreau unsheathes his sword, preparing for combat. Barreau questions what Dali even is, clearly ready to fight. Dali declares that the soul-stirring ladle is their treasure and cannot be handed over to anyone. He charges toward them, intent on attacking. Meanwhile, Heljo launches an attack on Yuri and Balm. The two narrowly evade the assault, with Heljo laughing and boasting about his overwhelming power. He claims he was holding back and taunts them, asking if they still intend to cooperate against him. As Heljo looks around, he demands to know where they have all gone. Elsewhere, Balm and Garam ride atop a flying leech. Garam recalls that Dija instructed Balm to defeat Heljo if he wanted to learn the location of the thorn fragment. Balm confirms this, prompting Garam to scold him. She remarks that Dija may be senile, but she questions how he could possibly be so greedy. Yuri looks at them both, and when Balm notices her, he calls out to her. Without hesitation, Yuri runs toward him and embraces him tightly, saying she feels as though she just had a terrifying dream. Balm quickly reminds her that this is no time for such sentiments. Garam, irritated, kicks Yuri away and scolds her, asking if she still does not grasp the situation. She calls Yuri a troublemaker, clearly exasperated. Bomb rushes to Yuri's side, asking if she is all right. Garam instructs them to head toward the North City, emphasizing the importance of avoiding any fits from Yuri. When Bomb hesitates and asks about her, Garam explains that Joe will arrive soon. She stresses that Joe is the most powerful warrior in the southern city. She admits that she might be able to handle the situation alone, but it is impossible for this many people to escape together. Resolutely, she states that she will stay behind to block him, giving them time to escape. Garam adds that, no matter how significant destiny might seem, she cannot afford to lose Bomb just to satisfy the stubbornness of the senile Grand Deja. Yuri stares at her, thinking to herself, wondering who this girl is. Bomb, however, firmly declares that he cannot do as Garam suggests. Garam turns to him, demanding to know what he means by that. He asserts that he came here to take a test, and no matter how dangerous it might be, he intends to pass it and obtain the thorn fragment. Yuri, puzzled but determined, says that while she does not fully understand what is happening, she is heading back as well since the kid's companions are still in the castle. Bomb exclaims that Kun and the others must be there. He resolves that if his companions are in the castle, he absolutely needs to return. At that moment, Evan teleports to their location, calling out to Garam and urging her to wait. He asks what she is doing here. Shortly after, Hockney and Mata also arrive through teleportation, calling out to Bomb, who notices them immediately. Mata informs Bomb that Hockney has seen something extraordinary in the future, something far beyond anything he has ever witnessed before. Confused, Bomb asks what he means by that. Hockney explains that if they continue as they are, they will all die. He insists that they must lead Joe to a specific place he saw in his vision. Bomb, startled, asks for clarification. Hockney elaborates, saying that not far from their current location, there is an entrance to a hole connected to the North City, and something will appear there to help them. Garam, skeptical, asks what exactly this is, something that they are talking about, and how it is supposed to help them. Mata admits he is not entirely sure, but he insists it is the only way for everyone to survive. He pleads with them to trust Hockney, emphasizing that Hockney can see the future. Bomb supports him, explaining that Hockney received eyes from Deja that granted him the ability to foresee events. He urges the others to trust in Hockney's vision. Hockney asks about Deja's eyes, prompting Garam to reflect silently. She considers the possibility, thinking that if Hockney truly has Deja's eyes, then perhaps there is some truth to his vision. Bomb then turns to Garam, asking if she can provide more details about the future she might have seen. Meanwhile, Fabregas questions Joe, asking how much longer he plans to pursue them and suggesting they should retreat. Joe silences him with a sharp rebuke, declaring that he will proceed without him. He launches a sudden attack on Fabregas, displaying his growing frustration and instability. Back with the group, Garam questions aloud how long they have been working with Joe and wonders what on earth could possibly emerge to help them. At that moment, Mazzino arrives at the scene, scanning the situation and hoping he is not too late to intervene. Garam questions when they have been on the same team and wonders if the man standing over there for a while now could be the so-called eye freak. Dismissing the thought for the moment, Garam states that giving Joe a proper fight is pointless. She emphasizes that their objective is to lure him away, pointing out that the enemy has complete control over the Shinsu in this area, making victory impossible. Yuri, however, seems undeterred. She declares that she has never encountered someone like Joe before and wants to have some fun. She takes the Black March, which may not be fully ignited, and attacks Joe. He evades her assault with ease. Undeterred, Yuri launches another attack, this time with full force. Joe dodges and questions her actions, noting that her power feels different from what he encountered before. Yuri smirked and replied that, in truth, the previous attack wasn't hers. She adds, with a mischievous grin, that he will have to settle for her for now. She boasts that she is quite entertaining once someone gets to know her. Garam watches the exchange with growing frustration, thinking to herself how reckless Yuri is and cursing her audacity. Heljo states that he doesn't need her and desires the power from before. He uses the claws of the red Thrissa skill to attack her, but she quickly escapes the strike. She believes he only wounded her with a scratch when Garam intervenes, saying they should stop messing around. Garam's subordinate then launches an attack with a snow blaster and an ice castle, but Heljo easily brushes it off. Mata excitedly comments that it was impressive, while Hockney notes that they don't stand a chance. Heljo asks if this is an attack meant to freeze the body of an immortal, and she realizes that no attack will work against him at the moment. He remarks with disappointment that it doesn't affect him since his entire body is boiling hot. He thinks to himself that if the power from before appears again, those three will definitely pose a danger to him, and he must eliminate them once and for all. He then uses his zero area skill to create a Shinsu circle and attempts to throw them all away. Yuri exclaims that she is falling, while Garam mentions that he altered Shinsu's concentration and calls Kranka to save her. Kranka arrives swiftly and catches her. Yuri also jumps onto another leech and comments that the man truly has complete control over the Shinsu here. She can understand having control over a place like the Hole, but she finds it unbelievable that he can manipulate Shinsu in such a way. He is just like the administrator. He looks at Bomb and his thorn, wondering who that scoundrel is and how he is able to use Shinsu. He then realizes that the red thing on Bomb's back is a thorn fragment. Garam thinks to herself that it is perfect. Heljo has taken the bait. She knows that when Heljo finds out Bomb possesses a thorn fragment, he will go after him and try to capture him at all costs. She recalls when Yuri asked what she wanted to use Bomb as bait for. Garam confirms that this is the best way to make Heljo stop chasing them and get them to the intended place. Yuri asks what Garam means by that. Garam then asks Bomb if he has said that he can kill the immortal inhabitants of this place, and Bomb confirms. She notes that there is a good chance that this ability comes from the power of the thorn and thinks that the thorn's power is likely responsible. She speculates that the power of the thorn within Bomb may have also been the reason Hockney's eyes are able to see further into the future than usual. Perhaps Ryu gave those eyes to Deja to guide them toward the future they needed to reach. She explains that with the thorn, Bomb will be able to control Shinsu within Heljo's area, and Joe will recognize the presence of the thorn fragment if he sees Bomb using Shinsu in his own territory. She plans to use this to their advantage to lure him. Garam recalls that Hockney had said that he, the guide, and Kranka would encounter something in the hole in the future, so they must go after it. She states that they will head toward the hole while Heljo chases them, now aware of Bomb's thorn fragment. It is a dangerous task, but Garam believes Bomb is the only one who can do it. Yuri hesitates, saying it is too dangerous, but Bomb reassures her, saying it's okay and that this is his test, so she should leave it to him. The scene then shifts back to the present, where Garam says it's time to go. Heljo demands to know where they think they are going and declares he won't let them escape as he flies toward them. Mata says they are being pursued, while Heljo orders Sanchez through the lighthouse to track their hiding spot above and instructs his men to get over there. Sanchez confirms and quickly runs off. Charlotte asserts that there is no need for such action and suggests they leave everything to Master Joe, warning that Bomb could really get killed if he makes a mistake around that man. She adds that this entire situation started because of Joe's announcement. Bomb replies that it's enough. He may have acted strangely for a moment, but since accepting power from Joe, he has continued to believe that he is truly qualified to be their leader. Heljo rushes to attack Bomb, shouting for them all to stop, demanding to know why Bomb possesses that thorn fragment. Mata notices that Heljo is catching up and begins running to escape, spotting Sanchez behind them. Hockney tells Mata that they must descend as far as possible and urges them to drop down quickly. As Bomb attacks Helljo and throws him away, Sanchez calls out, asking if he is alright. Helljo stands up again, fuming with frustration, and declares that these bloody idiots are really starting to get on his nerves as he activates his blood flood skill. Yuri notices that the hole is filling with blood and urges them to escape. Just then, Helljo remarks that they have reached the place Hockney saw in the future and declares that this time they won't escape. Bomb asks if Helljo has followed them, wondering what is happening now. Yuri responds that it is time for her to step in and handle the situation, then jumps down to confront him. Bomb calls out to her, saying she can't since she cannot even use Shinsu. Garam replies that it doesn't matter. Yuri can overcome that with her attitude. Yuri leaps to attack Helljo, and Hockney watches her, asking if she has been sent flying despite not having had a Shinsu upgrade. Helljo thinks to himself that her monstrous physical abilities are impressive. Just then, Sanchez intervenes, attacking Yuri and throwing her away. Sanchez laughs, saying he finally managed to hit her, while Bomb quickly runs to catch Yuri and save her. Helljo laughs, observing that it seems Bomb made one last desperate attempt to struggle, but it has failed. He adds that there is no chance of them defeating him here, anyway. Helljo admits that he doesn't know how Bomb came to possess the thorn, but he suspects it has something to do with the eye freak who is with him. He declares that he will take his time questioning Bomb about it once he forces him to surrender and asks if they are ready to end this boring game of hide and seek. Helljo declares that he is going to kill Bomb and steal the thorn fragment he possesses. Bomb, glancing at Helljo, urgently calls out to Garam, asking her to hurry. Meanwhile, inside the hole connected to the North City, where Evan, Garam, and Dili move inside, Garam remarks that there is no one around. She questions what was meant by someone coming to help them and suggests they should return to help Bomb. Dili proposes that they look around a bit longer. Nearby, Mazino hides behind a rock, and Yura, from inside her bag, asks why he suddenly stopped walking. She tells him to be quiet, not wanting Garam to catch her. Mazino thinks to himself that he is in trouble. He had tried so hard to defeat Joe without Garam knowing. He wonders what she is doing here, fearing that if she finds out he gave Helljo the red thrissa, he will be completely rejected. He recalls that he fell in love with Garam when he first arrived on the floor of death and remembers when he presented her with a bouquet of flowers, asking her to accept his love. She had rejected him with a harsh screw-off and had abused him for it. Despite his continued efforts to win her heart, she never accepted his love. He remembers begging her to accept him, only to be told to go away. Ultimately, she had banned him from entering the floor of death. After being rejected by her, he tried to meet many other girls, but it didn't change the fact that Garam was the only one for him. He receives a message and reflects that it seems like Garam is pursuing him in a one-sided manner. After hearing about Helljo, he thought that perhaps he could earn Garam's love by defeating Helljo without her knowledge. He wonders, however, what Garam is doing here when she should be in the North City. If she catches him here, it will all be over. He considers returning home when Garam approaches him and asks if he is crying. Garam's subordinate suggests that she should try doing what the man with the strange eyes recommended. She asks what he means by that, and Hockney adds that he heard her talking about it in the future. She inquires further about what he means by talking, and Hockney confirms, saying that she had said he would forgive. Garam then responds that she will forgive everything and reflects on what she is doing, thinking that she has waited a long time for him to return and that if he helps her this time, it will be worth it. Mazino grabs Yura's bag again and runs away, while Garam, looking back, says that they should forget everything and start over seriously. Mazino jumps down and responds that if she says so, he will, of course, help her. Garam is shocked to see his face and exclaims, asking what that man is doing here. Meanwhile, Helljo declares that he is going to kill him and steal the thorn fragment he possesses. He also intends to find out how to escape from this place through that girl. On the other hand, Mazino, referring to the eye freak, thinks that the same applies to him. He will also need to find out how to escape from this place. Elsewhere, Helljo tells Bomb and Yuri to surrender to him. Yuri, growing angry, exclaims that she will block him, but Bomb tries to stop her, warning that it is too dangerous. Just then, Mazino arrives and remarks that the reckless idiot is certainly making things difficult for them. Yuri tries to recognize the voice, and Mazino reassures her, saying not to worry anymore because the hero has arrived. He then leaps into action to attack Helljo. As he charges toward Helljo to deliver a punch, he boasts that he is currently so filled with the power of love that he is invincible. He also jumps onto Bomb's Shinsu shield to protect them. Mazino says, addressing Helljo, that it has been a long time since they last met, and he comments on how much Helljo has changed. Helljo, upon recognizing him, acknowledges that it is Yurek Mazino. Evan reflects that he is already astonished to meet Garam Jahad. However, he does not expect to discover that she and Yurek Mazino are acquainted. As Garam collapses, Dili approaches her and inquires whether she is all right. Mazino remarks that it has been a long time since their last encounter, adding that he has significantly changed since then. Bomb inquires about Mazino's presence, and Yuri echoes the same question. Helljo demands to know why Mazino is there. Mazino explains that it has been a while since his last visit, primarily because this place was declared off-limits. He mentions that he recently received troubling news about Helljo. He recounts that people say Helljo is playing king using the power of the Red Thrissa that Mazino once entrusted to him. Mazino reminds him that when he handed over the Red Thrissa, it was with the assurance that its power would be used for the benefit of everyone. He questions why Helljo has deviated so drastically from that promise. Helljo, visibly frustrated, retorts that if Mazino has come after all this time just to reprimand him, he is not interested. He declares that he is utterly fed up with this wretched place, and his sole objective now is to escape. He demands that they quickly hand over those behind them to him. Otherwise, he threatens to take them by force if necessary. Mazino responds, acknowledging the threat of force, while Helljo affirms it, stating that he will take them by force using the power of the Red Thrissa that was given to him. Mazino announces they need to move quickly, urging everyone to prepare, as he is the only one able to use Shinsu here. Bomb questions what he means by that. Yuri slaps Mazino and demands to know why he would come here if he cannot even use Shinsu. Mazino calmly instructs them to wait and assures them he will handle the situation. He adds that he doesn't even need Shinsu to deal with this. Helljo dismisses him, laments that he had hoped for someone capable of helping, but instead finds this useless fool, sounding pathetic as he declares that Mazino cannot even reach him. Hockney warns Bomb that something is approaching and tells him they need to turn right. Bomb, Yuri, and Mazino glide across a Shinsu shield. Mazino instructs them to move to meet Zigzag and demands that Bomb honestly explain why he is here and how he knows Helljo. Yuri shouts directions, telling them to move left and down, but interrupts herself, saying she needs to speak to him. Mazino turns to Helljo and asks what has happened to him. He reminds him that he had once expressed a desire to achieve something meaningful with that power. Bomb reflects that he feels as though he has gained yet another burden to bear. Meanwhile, Helljo retorts angrily, asserting that Bomb knows nothing. He insists that he has already tried his best. He explains that the people in this place are nothing but fools who fear change. He recounts how he attempted to use the whole to distribute power equally among everyone, suggesting that they should combine their strength to escape to the outside world. However, he laments that the people here doubted his intentions and feared his power. Sanchez calls out to him, but Helljo continues, declaring that, ultimately, right to the very end, they rejected the opportunity to change their circumstances. He bitterly remarks that things could have been different if only the ladle had not been broken. Mazino ponders the meaning of the ladle as Helljo elaborates, referring to it as the soul-stirring ladle. He explains that it held the potential to free everyone from this place. In exchange for sharing the power of the whole equally among them, He proposed using the ladle to escape. Yet, as soon as he suggested this, Disa opposed him, claiming that they were destined to remain here. Helljo recounts that when he persisted with his idea, Disa went as far as attempting to imprison him permanently, ensuring he could never escape. He explains that when Disa's minions came to capture him, they were overwhelmed by his power. Some of Disa's own servants betrayed him and chose to work for Helljo instead. Helljo recounts how he demanded that Disa step down and relinquish the position of leader of South City to him. Feeling cornered, Disa branded him a traitor and made the outrageous claim that the youngest member of the Grand family should inherit the ladle instead of him. He elaborates that the youngest member was merely a child who had ceased growing due to a spell cast on him at a young age. Despite this, they persuaded the boy to determine the next leader through a peaceful vote. Helljo admits that he was confident he would win, as he had promised equal power and freedom to everyone. However, he asks if they know the outcome. He reveals that the boy won solely because he belonged to the Grand family. Unable to endure such an injustice, Helljo staged a coup and successfully drove Disa out of the city. Yet, even in defeat, Disa refused to hand over the ladle and shattered it right before him. Helljo expresses disdain for how Disa is seen as a benevolent leader, while he is painted as a tyrant, calling it absurd. He asserts that the people may have used ideas like destiny as an excuse, but in reality, they simply preferred the stagnant life they had in this place. Yuri questions whether he has done something foolish again, demanding that he quickly explain himself while grabbing him. Bomb asks her to put him down first. Yuri remarks that, instead of attempting to reach the outside world, the people here seemed content with this hellish existence that aligned with their twisted preferences. She wonders aloud how she is supposed to change such individuals and admits that she has no desire to do so. Helljo declares that he will escape this wretched place, calling it a land of corpses, alive in body but dead in mind. He expresses his frustration with merely sitting around watching TV and dreaming of the outside world. Hockney warns him that he will die if he continues, but Helljo insists that he will leave on his own terms and change the world. He warns Bomb to prepare himself as he launches an attack, but Hockney intervenes, saving everyone in the process. Meanwhile, Dali approaches Barreau and Kun. Barreau, caught off guard, asks what is happening and who the stranger is. Hugh Orion identifies him as Dali, the current ruler of North City and a former ranker, adding that they now face a formidable opponent. Dali demands to know what Barreau means by his actions, accusing him of attempting to steal their treasure, the soul-stirring ladle, an offense he declares unforgivable. Dali attacks, vowing to punish him, but Barreau evades the assault with a swift jump. Rachel observes everything through her lighthouse, questioning how they are supposed to defeat a ranker. She suggests discussing the situation instead, while internally wondering what is truly happening here. She contemplates her suspicions, believing that everyone here is searching for the ladle. If she could gain control of the ladle first, she would consider making a deal with Madarako to obtain the thorn fragment. However, she reflects on what to do if the deal fails. Hugh Orion interjects, calling the claim that the soul-stirring ladle is Dali's treasure absurd. She asserts that the ladle originally belonged to all the inhabitants of this place. Dali demands an explanation, to which she replies that when the Grand family first cast a spell on this place, they promised its residents that the ladle would be used to free the souls of anyone wishing to leave after 500 years. She continues, stating that the Grand family broke that promise. She explains that the souls in the spirit room belong to different immortal bodies, but the ladle has the power to transfer those souls into new bodies. Initially, Disa and Dija promised to share the spirit room and the ladle, as well as refrain from abusing their power. However, as more people sought to escape, they changed their stance. She reveals that Disa and Dija began rounding up anyone who opposed them or attempted to leave. They used the ladle to transfer those individuals' souls into small dolls or enormous parasites, betraying the original promise they had made to the people of this place. She explains that the souls trapped in dolls and parasites were called leech guardians, forced to defend the floor of death and the castles of Disa and Dija. They were also tasked with capturing anyone who tried to leave. Over time, she says, the Grand family worked harder to hide and obscure the existence of the ladle. Ultimately, the ladle, once a beacon of hope for freeing people from this place, became a weapon to uphold the power of Disa and Dija. She adds that there is a reason why Disa and Dija managed to maintain control for so long without facing significant opposition. In her view, they never deserved the ladle. It is something her group now needs, and they will take it with them. Dili dismisses her words as absurd. He insists that what Disa and Dija did was the best choice for everyone. Since the time Ryu saved them, they have been guarding this place with the sole purpose of delivering the thorn to their savior. He counters by asking what would have happened if the Jahad family on the outside had discovered their existence. They would have learned about the thorn and sought to take it at all costs. Duli justifies their actions by claiming that staying here and waiting for the savior is their destiny. He questions why punishing those who defied that destiny and tried to leave is so wrong. He calls defying destiny a foolish act and asserts that the ladle must remain with them to uphold their purpose and punish dissenters. Meanwhile, Rachel senses something ominous and quickly runs away. He declares that today, they have finally met their savior. Despite encountering some minor issues, he believes this proves they made the right decision. Activating his sniper eyes skill, he states that regardless of how they know the ladle's secret, they are all thieves and will meet their end here. In response, Kun activates the Ine core for a counterattack, apologizing as he asserts that he cannot allow that to happen. He successfully traps Dili within the Ine core. Dili wonders if his attack was reflected while Kun instructs Endorsi to activate Bong Bong. They all teleport away using its power. As Dili assesses the situation, he notices something unusual about the lighthouse. Suspecting it holds something significant, he deploys his invisible observer, Little B, to escape the confines of the Ine core. Kun, addressing Hua Ryan, asks about her next move. She responds that their course of action is clear. They should infiltrate the castle, retrieve the ladle from Disa, and then escape. She adds that they will also find Bomb and leave this place together. Kun remarks on her singular focus on Bomb, but his own thoughts shift to strategy. Based on Dili's earlier words, he reasons that the ladle held by Disa is likely their only means of escaping this place. He contemplates whether they could use it to persuade Heljo to join their side, leveraging the ladle to align their goals. Sachai contacts Kun through the lighthouse, and he reassures her that everything is fine. They have obtained the device needed to open the door to where Disa is trapped. Sachai praises the timing and urges him to hurry, warning that they might not make it if he delays. Kun responds that it's a long story but assures her to hurry. He confirms their next move, and they all run. Burrow announces that the door is open, urging them to move quickly before Dili manages to escape. Dili attacks Kun's lighthouse, shattering it. Kun, stunned, asks how Dili managed to break it. Dili growls, telling Kun that he will die. Just as Dili is about to stab Kun, Rachel arrives on the scene and orders him to stop. Both Dili and Kun turn to look at her. Rachel declares that these are Bomb's companions, and Bomb won't forgive Dili if he harms them. Dili, confused, asks what she means by that. He demands to know if these thieves are truly the Savior's companions and questions what she's talking about. Kun, still processing, wonders what Rachel is doing here. She responds, reiterating that those people are Bomb's companions, and insists that Dili let them go. Dili argues that they are trying to steal from them, with the soul-stirring ladle being their treasure. Rachel, however, apologizes but firmly states that she must tell him to give up on the ladle. Rachel asserts that, honestly, she doesn't believe they have the right to keep the ladle. She suggests that it would be better for everyone if they gave the ladle to Heljo and told him to leave this place. She admits that the fatalism around her is starting to get on her nerves. When Dili asks what she means by that, She replies that he seems to think everyone must live according to a fixed destiny. She tells him not to be silly, pointing out that no one on the outside lives that way. She argues that destiny only holds value when it is self-created. She knows well that it is foolish to devote one's life to a predetermined fate. Tired of hearing about destiny, she states that the savior they were all waiting for has already appeared. Rachel suggests that it would be better to use the ladle to allow Heljo to leave, as that would lead them to the location of the thorn fragment, which is what they truly desire. Deli, unimpressed, declares that if that's the case, she will have to die as well. Meanwhile, Heljo, observing the heavy smoke after his attack, thinks that if they are dead, it will take more than that to defeat them. As the group narrowly escapes his strike, Baum collapses onto the floor, exhausted. Hockney asks Baum if he is okay. Baum replies that he barely survived and expresses his gratitude, acknowledging that Hockney saved him by warning him in advance. He adds that if Urek hadn't dug a cave at that crucial moment to provide them with a retreat, he would probably have died. Yuri looks at him and asks if he still plans to keep flying around when he cannot even use Shinsu. She questions what exactly he intends to do. Mazino states that he and Baum are going to face Heljo, explaining that he has to at least hit him once. Yuri questions his sanity and demands to know why he is taking Baum with him. Mazino reassures her, saying it will be fine and won't take long. He reasons that Heljo might be frustrated because the ladle broke, but one solid hit should be enough to knock some sense into him. As he speaks, he removes the anklet, preparing for what comes next. Yuri surprisingly asks if that could be an anklet and wonders what on earth that freak has been doing outside. Mazino remarks that it feels better, and he feels lighter, while she responds that they should get going. Hockney cautiously asks where they plan to go and advises them to be careful. Yuri asserts that Mazino is not going anywhere. He is a lunatic, and the only place he is heading to is prison. She kicks Mazino and demands to know what he has been up to outside, threatening to castrate him right there and then, asking him to hand over his things, and kicks him again. Mazino pleads for her to stop and insists that there has been a misunderstanding, explaining that she has the wrong idea. Hockney interjects, saying that Mazino claimed he wore the anklet to conceal his power so that no one would detect him. However, Mazino's intentions were misunderstood, which is what he apparently said in the future. Mazino quickly confirms this, adding that it is precisely what he wanted to explain, humorously asking if Hockney could act as his lawyer. Yuri skeptically asks if Mazino really means this while he pulls out a huge pencil and remarks, "Anyway, about this thing." Baum asks what it is, and Mazino reveals that it is a special drug he stole from the secret base of Fug and the workshop. This drug, he explains, has the capability to separate Heljo from the Red Thrissa. Baum repeats in astonishment that the drug can separate Heljo from the Red Thrissa, to which Mazino confirms. He further explains that the reason he only arrived now, despite being aware of Heljo's evil deeds, is because it took time to locate a method to separate him from the Red Thrissa. Mazino asks if she means to say she created Heljo and remarks that, in any case, they have finally found a way to separate those two. Although he admits he never imagined it would come from Fug. He explains that the drug was discovered by one of Fug's members during a raid on a laboratory while searching for a connection between Fug and the workshop. He adds that he is uncertain why Fug would possess something like this, but promises to provide more details later. For now, he urges them to proceed and teach that lunatic a lesson. Heljo observes the regulars attempting to emerge from a hole in the ground. Zigzag calls out to him, asking if the man they saw earlier was truly Urek Mazino. Heljo silences him, telling him to stop making so much noise, as there is no predicting when they might appear. He orders Zigzag to wait there and capture the eye freak and the girl alive, stating that he will personally handle Mazino. Zigzag acknowledges the command. Mazino notes that since it has been such a long time since they last met, Heljo seems to be stirring up quite a storm. He wonders aloud if Helljo truly believes he has grown stronger as he and Bomb observe him. Mazino reflects on how something feels different. Helljo, even in his own territory, emanates a presence more powerful than before. Mazino addresses Helljo and asks if he remembers the first time they met. Helljo confirms that he does. He recounts that as he wandered near the hole, burdened with the pain of a broken heart, he encountered him for the first time while repairing the hole. At that moment, he was overjoyed to finally meet someone from the outside. He recalls how he willingly became a companion for his conversations during that sorrowful time. He shared that his dream was to uncover the entire structure of the hole and lead everyone trapped inside to the outside world. He describes how his eyes gleamed brighter than any gem as he spoke of his dream, filled with a longing and an endless desire to reach the outside. In him, he saw a reflection of himself, an ordinary repairman. He admits that he truly believed this man could free everyone from this place, which is why he entrusted the Red Tharissa to him. However, he remarks that something seems strangely different now. Despite gaining immense power, this person appears smaller and more pitiful than before, as though he has diminished. Helljo vehemently denies this, asserting that he is the lord of this place. He declares himself stronger than anyone, insisting that not even Mazino can defeat him. As Zigzag launches an attack, someone urgently informs Bomb that if they proceed a bit further, they will find a lake where everyone will be safe, even if Helljo uses his power. He promises to go ahead and support Bomb, and he is advised to be cautious. Zigzag acknowledges the command and prepares to act. He instructs Zigzag to position himself directly in front of Helljo and the beast, ensuring that Helljo cannot shoot effectively. Zigzag affirms his understanding and moves to execute the plan. Zigzag attacks him again, prompting him to comment on his speed. Zigzag apologizes, admitting that he cannot control Shinsu effectively in this territory. He declares that he will pursue the others and capture the eye freak and the girl. Yuri retorts that Zigzag should stay and play with her for a moment, calling him a big guy, while Mazino remarks that he feels scared. Helljo laughs, mocking Mazino for charging at him with confidence only to now retreat. Mazino, unbothered, notes that Helljo is just rambling on and thinks to himself that no one seems to be in their way anymore. He addresses Helljo, asking if he truly believes he has become stronger, and then announces that he will go easy on him by using only 10% of his power. Without hesitation, Mazino rushes forward to attack, coordinating his movements with Bomb. Mazino unleashes his tsunami power against Helljo. Zigzag, caught in the chaos, scrambles to escape the massive attack and exclaims in confusion, questioning what is happening as the tsunami surges forward. Meanwhile, Yuge arrives at the scene, observing the overwhelming power, and resolves to prepare something more formidable next time. Helljo wonders what is going on. Bomb reflects on how this territory is supposed to be under Helljo's control, realizing that this must be the true power of an irregular. Mazino, meanwhile, wonders if he might have gone too easy on Helljo after all. Mazino remarks that he hasn't even begun yet and wonders why he is so surprised. He observes that, compared to before, Helljo has really become much smaller. He protests, asking why Mazino keeps saying that. He declares that he is the lord of the South City, far more powerful than he was when he was just an ordinary hole repairman. Helljo points to the pathetic fools below, stating that although they had supported the youngest member of the Grand Family instead of him, he made them all submit and rose to power as the lord of this place. He proudly asserts that he is stronger than anything in the South City, and that, here, he is the best. Laughing, Helljo boasts about his strength, calling it the power of God, a force more overwhelming than anything. He charges at Mazino, determined to display his power. However, Mazino flicks his hand casually, and a flash of energy emerges, effortlessly blocking Helljo's attack. Mazino scoffs, telling Helljo not to kid himself, pointing out that there are many people outside who can use Shinsu like this. Helljo, stunned by the ease of the block, wonders how Mazino could have done it with just a flick of his finger. Mazino adds that while Joe's command of Shinsu here might be impressive, it is far from perfect. He observes that it seems to fluctuate based on Joe's mood. If he were to go outside with this level of control, Mazino notes, he would be slaughtered. Joe asks what Mazino means by that, clearly confused. Mazino asks if Joe can direct those Shinsu bubbles in his direction, because he has something he wants to say up close. Bomb agrees and creates a blood bubble, to which Mazino continues, asking if Joe is ready to hear why he said he has gotten smaller as he steps forward. Joe asks what this is as Bomb uses his thorn power to assist Mazino. Mazino explains that while Joe may have once been just an ordinary hole repairman, he had a dream. He recalls how Joe wasn't afraid of him back then and confidently shared that dream. But now, Mazino observes, Joe seems completely terrified of him. He reflects on their last meeting, wondering what has caused this change. Joe, growing agitated, insists that Mazino is being ridiculous and attempts to block Bomb's attack. Mazino, however, continues his approach, asking what has caused this transformation in Joe. He questions if Joe really became so twisted because of that one ladle, or if it was because not everyone acknowledged him. Mazino presses further, wondering why Joe abandoned the dream of freeing everyone from the hole, traveling the tower, and becoming a ranker. He asks what happened to the goal, the light that once fueled him. Mazino asserts that Joe has gotten smaller, referencing his once massive dream, and firmly grabs Joe's hand. Joe, angered, retorts that Mazino is being ridiculous and realizes that the red Thrissa has emerged. Joe demands to know how Mazino, a mere human, dare try to teach the host of this body a lesson. He tells Mazino that he needs to learn his place. Bomb watches the transformation, noting that Joe has turned red. Joe then transforms into the red Thrissa and commands Mazino to get lost before he makes him taste the true power of God. He threatens that Mazino will regret shaking him any further, but Mazino finds the idea interesting. Meanwhile, Rachel confronts Dali, asking what he means by saying he will kill her. She declares that she is the savior they've been waiting for, and she is the reason he's been trapped here until now. Dali responds, saying that he cannot definitively claim she is their savior. Rachel presses him, asking what he means by that. Dali explains that, as she herself stated, they have sacrificed countless hours waiting for the savior. However, since she denies this role, he no longer believes she is the savior. Rachel asks if they are insane. She demands that they stop making sacrifices, halt everything, and leave this place immediately. She asserts that nobody wants this sacrifice anymore, and that if they just abandon it, Joe will no longer need to stay here. With Joe gone, she believes they will be able to retrieve the thorn fragment. He coldly responds that Rachel is nothing but a fake savior, and he will never give her the thorn fragment. He asserts that they will remain here and continue guarding the thorn. Rachel asks if this was his plan all along to build her up as the savior, only to lose control of this place to Joe, and then use their power for his own gain. Meanwhile, Dorsey questions what is happening, wondering why those two suddenly appeared and began fighting. Kun, equally uncertain, replies that he doesn't know. Rachel retorts that the thorn and the savior were merely an excuse to keep everyone trapped here. Dali snaps back, calling her a fake. Rachel, enraged, asks how he dare belittle their noble sacrifice. Dali dismisses her, telling her to stop arguing and instead watch out for the attack he sends her way, launching a bee to strike her. Rachel falls to the ground, confused, thinking to herself that she didn't even see what happened. Dali, standing over her, comments that a selected regular like her couldn't possibly have noticed the attack. He reveals that his invisible observer stung her neck. The stinger is poisonous, and anyone struck by it will die slowly. He speculates that, like Bomb, she may have the ability to kill him, but he doesn't want to rush into a direct confrontation with her. He calmly tells her to have a peaceful rest before preparing to strike. Kun, looking on with concern, thinks about Rachel's condition. Meanwhile, Beta comments that he had warned Kun to be cautious. And Dorsey observes that while everyone is distracted, it appears that Hua Ryan has disappeared. Kun asks what she means by that. Kun attempts to contact Hua Ryan through his pocket, and she answers, still running. She chides him for making so much noise, warning that Li might figure out she's gone. Kun retorts, telling her to shut up, especially since she is using them as bait to secure the ladle. Hua Ryan responds, amused by their shared thoughts, saying it saves her the trouble of explaining. She assures him that once she has the ladle, Li won't be able to touch them. She asks Kun to just distract him until then, requesting that they hold out for a little longer. Meanwhile, Mazino grabs Helljo's hand as he angrily demands that he get lost, threatening to make him taste the true power of God. Helljo vows to make Mazino regret shaking him any further, but Mazino finds the idea interesting. Mazino, with a curious smile, asks since when Helljo has been able to speak. He recalls that when he first found him, Helljo was like a helpless infant who couldn't even speak or walk. He continues, suggesting that perhaps he should thank Helljo for that transformation. When Mazino first encountered him, Helljo was nothing more than a small fragment broken off from the administrator's corpse. He explains that at that time, Helljo was an organism that simply fed on small insects trapped in a cycle of life and death. But with Mazino's help, he eventually acquired a body of his own after entering Joe's. Mazino goes on, revealing that he entered Joe's body, becoming a part of him. Desiring power, Joe accepted Mazino as part of himself, trying repeatedly to merge completely but always failing. However, Mazino notes that things began to change after Joe lost the vote. He became lonely, stressed, and retreated into his own mind. From within, he began whispering to Joe endlessly, urging him to become one with him. He demands that Mazino stop worrying about the useless fools and focus on plucking all the thorns stuck in this place so they can finally leave together. Once they do, they will truly become one. Helljo adds that right now, he could be called both Joe and the Red Thrissa. Despite being an extremely small fragment, he still remembers the day he lost to Enryu. With this power, he plans to leave in search of Enryu to repay him for the humiliation of that day. He tells Mazino to stop shaking them around and get lost, then launches an attack. Bomb rushes in to help Mazino and counterattacks Helljo, but Mazino pauses, asking if that's really all Helljo has to offer. He taunts Helljo, suggesting he made it sound like he was some tough guy. But the so-called power of God doesn't seem impressive after all. Mazino asserts that Helljo won't even make a scratch on him with that kind of attack and orders him to get out of the way. He tries to land a punch, but Helljo narrowly escapes the strike. The two exchange powerful blows, each trying to land an attack on the other. Helljo punches Mazino again, then uses his Red Thrissa Blood Messiah to launch a devastating attack at both Bomb and Mazino. Helljo declares that with the thorn, he wields the true power of the Administrator, an absolute force that humans will never be able to imitate. He says he is going to suck all the Shinsu from this area, suffocating Mazino and all of his companions to death. Yuri, noticing the drop in Shinsu levels, wonders what's happening. Kun, also feeling the depletion, asks what's going on and if the Shinsu is being sucked away somewhere. As the Shinsu continues to dwindle, Mazino floats above in a blood bubble, deep in thought. He considers Helljo nothing more than a small fragment, expressing his disappointment. Bomb, sensing the grave danger, realizes that if this continues, everyone will be at risk. He knows he must stop the Red Thrissa from fully dominating the Shinsu in the area. He needs more power, the power to control the Shinsu. He decides that, even if it means accepting help from the souls within him, he has no choice but to act. With determination, he uses his thorn power to block Helljo's attack. Helljo, laughing at Bomb's struggle, remarks that it's impressive for a human to put up such a fight to avoid death. He wonders if Bomb is generating that much power because of the thorn. However, as he considers this, He suddenly realizes something. Bomb has something else inside him. Helljo's thoughts race. Could it be a colossal soul? At that moment, a flash of light appears on Bomb's chest, and a surge of guardian power manifests within his body. Helljo demands to know how Bomb could possibly possess such a thing. Bomb asks what he means by that. Helljo insists that Bomb isn't fooling him and points to the power inside his body, declaring it to be the administrator's power. He demands an answer, questioning how Bomb came to have it. Mazino asks them both what kind of secrets they are hiding behind the curtain. Helljo, sensing something wrong, asks how Mazino managed to get close to him. Mazino casually responds that, since Helljo kindly gathered all the Shinsu bubbles around them, he used them to cross over to his position. He adds, in a mocking tone, asking how Helljo's injection spot is feeling. Helljo, now clearly agitated, asks what Mazino means by injection, confused by the sudden shift in the conversation. Mazino gestures toward Helljo's left arm, telling him to look carefully. It becomes clear to Helljo that Mazino secretly injected him with a drug. Mazino confirms it, revealing that the drug separates Helljo from the Red Thrissa. He explains that he had secretly injected it into Helljo's arm while they were fighting when Helljo had been distracted by their battle. Helljo asks in disbelief whether Mazino deliberately did this. Mazino smugly confirms, explaining that the syringe breaks easily, and he acted in such a way as to make it seem real so Helljo wouldn't notice. Mazino observes that he is much weaker than he had expected, expressing disappointment that he was eager to see what the administrator's power would be like, wondering if Helljo was the administrator's nail or something. Helljo snaps at him to shut up, but Mazino, undeterred, steps closer and lands a punch on him. As he strikes, Mazino comments that, with Helljo looking like this, it feels like he's punching Joe himself. He tells him to come out of there, landing a powerful punch that separates the Red Thrissa from Helljo's body. Bomb, watching this, calls out to Helljo in worry. Mazino, now free from the influence of the Red Thrissa, declares that he finally has someone he can truly hit without holding back. However, the Red Thrissa retaliates, attacking Mazino. Mazino attempts to counterattack, grabbing the creature's neck, and taunts it by calling it a little worm that can't speak unless it has a host. He mocks the Red Thrissa, claiming it is not a god but simply useless vomit, a product of revenge spewed from the administrator's mouth after death. Mazino explains that he had given this power to Joe, thinking that someone with lofty ideals like him needed such power. However, Mazino realizes he is mistaken. He tells Joe that he doesn't need this kind of power, one that consumes ideals and causes harm to others for the sake of personal goals. With that, he decisively cuts through the Red Thrissa. Helljo is also falling as Bomb calls out to him, but Hockney reassures Bomb through the call, stating it is fine. He explains that Joe will not die even if he falls, as he plans to help him, so Bomb should leave it to him. Additionally, Hockney mentions that he still has unfinished business to attend to there. Red Thrissa lets out a deafening roar as its body begins to transform into something resembling a portal. A dense black smoke emerges from its form. Mazino notices this transformation and questions aloud what is happening, speculating that it might be gathering all the Shinsu in the area to self-destruct. Bomb contemplates that while he and Yuri might survive such an explosion, the regulars certainly will not. Mazino interrupts Bomb's thoughts, calling out to him and prompting Bomb to respond immediately. Mazino points out that if they mismanage the situation, the entity will detonate, causing catastrophic damage. He emphasizes that Shinsu control is the key, and Bomb is the only one present who can manipulate Shinsu effectively. Mazino instructs Bomb to create a small crack in its structure, just enough for him to channel a single attack through. He explains that since the creature has lost its host, it cannot fully utilize its powers anymore. He then asks if Bomb is capable of doing it. Bomb confirms but hesitates, questioning how he should proceed. Doubt clouds Bomb's mind as he worries about whether he can handle the immense amount of Shinsu required to create even a small fissure. The explosion potential is far greater than anything he has controlled before. The Guardian questions if he intends to perish without even attempting, and commands him to go forward with resolve. Baum moves closer to Red Thrissa, observing its enormous size, while Mazino asks if he can handle it. Baum responds that he will try, knowing that everyone will be in danger if he does not. Reflecting on his past experience at the Name Hunt Station, Baum resolves to combine the power of the thorn and the Shinsu black hole sphere to create a crack in the massive structure and strike Red Thrissa. Mazino watches Baum intently and wonders about the nature of this power, questioning if it resembles what the leaders of the 10 great families once wielded. At that moment, he launches a counterattack. Meanwhile, on Kun and Endorsi's team, Endorsi comments on the sudden and unusual movement of the Shinsu, saying it seems to be moving on its own. Kun notes that it has become extremely difficult to move and calls out to Beta, asking if he is alright. Beta replies that he thinks so and inquires what Kun is trying to do. Kun considers Beta's condition, recognizing that as an ignition weapon himself, Beta might already be affected. He asks Beta if he can take them, along with Rachel, to where Hugh or Ryan is located. Beta questions the request, saying it feels strangely easy to accomplish at the moment, but also noting that Rachel is their enemy. Kun acknowledges this, but insists that they need to ask Hugh or Ryan something of critical importance. Beta remarks that the situation sounds complicated. Suddenly, Dili steps forward and pleads for Beta to grant them this favor. In response, Beta unfurls his wings and says he understands, agreeing to take action. Deep within Hell Joe's castle lies Desa's eternal prison, where Hugh or Ryan senses the Shinsu becoming increasingly agitated, a clear sign that something significant is occurring outside. She realizes she must act quickly, retrieve the ladle, and leave this place. Approaching the prison, she notices Grand Desa impaled by several spears within his confinement. She steps closer and addresses him, stating that she has come for the ladle and urging him to snap out of his dazed state. Desa, recognizing her, asks if she is the red-haired guide. She confirms, reminding him of a previous encounter when one of her companions visited this place and made a promise on her behalf. Desa interrupts, completing her thought, saying that she agreed to hand over the ladle if they freed both him and the child from this prison. Hugh or Ryan affirms this, demanding that he hand over the ladle quickly, after which she will fulfill her end of the agreement and free them. Desa sighs in resignation, admitting that he has no choice. He then retrieves the ladle and tosses it toward Hugh or Ryan, who catches it deftly. A red witch nearby turns to an AI device, asking if it is now possible to open the barred door. He responds affirmatively, though with some hesitation, and begins the process. With trembling hands, the witch inserts her fingers into the eye sockets of a skull-like mechanism to activate the release mechanism. Meanwhile, Beta lifts Kun, Endorsi, and Burrow in his hands as they prepare to move. At that moment, Kun catches sight of Hugh or Ryan and calls out to her, signaling their arrival. She asks if they fused their bodies together because of the emergency, to which they all respond by telling her to shut up, reminding her that she was the one who ran off on her own. Kun interrupts, asking where the ladle is and urging them to leave immediately. As Dili begins to pursue them and the fading Shinsu explosion, Hugh or Ryan confirms that they have the ladle. Desa calls out to Yuri, addressing her as the Red Guide, and inquires whether the savior, who was prophesied to arrive, has come. He asks where the savior is and expresses his desire to meet him, explaining that they have sacrificed so much time waiting for this moment. He insists that if the savior appears, he will surely acknowledge their efforts, forgive all of his sins, and restore his honor, as promised. Hugh or Ryan responds that the savior has not come, leaving Desa visibly shaken. He demands clarification, asking what she means. She calmly explains that if the savior he has been waiting for is someone who will overlook all of his sins, then that person is not here. She apologizes to him, while Desa sighs and states that if that is the case, he has no choice but to continue waiting. Hugh or Ryan acknowledges his decision, telling him that if he believes it to be his destiny. Dorsey activates her bong bong, teleporting her team to safety. Disa watches the sudden departure in confusion and asks what is happening. Meanwhile, Balm continues battling Red Thrissa when Kun and the other regulars teleport to the scene, asking what is happening. Red Thrissa's body begins to crack, and Mazino observes the fissures forming. He remarks that it is the end for Red Thrissa and summons a Shinsu circle, hurling it toward the creature. A blinding flash engulfs the area, obliterating Red Thrissa and slamming him into the ground. Evan, observing the battle from a distant mountaintop, witnesses the spectacle. Kun, seeing Balm, asks if that is really him. Balm, visibly fatigued, coughs as a red flash emerges from Red Thrissa's body and enters his own. Stunned, Balm struggles to process what has just occurred. Mazino approaches Balm, praising him for his exceptional skills. Balm modestly replies that it was only possible due to Mazino's assistance. However, Mazino's expression shifts as he senses something unusual, silently questioning why the power of Red Thrissa seems to be emanating from Balm. The thought unsettles him, but he brushes it aside for the moment. Mazino claps Balm on the shoulder and declares that now that everything is settled, they should find his companions. As they prepare to leave, Mazino casually asks if Balm has ever considered joining Walhaksong. Balm, caught off guard, asks what he means by the question. Inside Disa's castle, he watches the scene unfold through his portal. Overjoyed, he exclaims that the savior and his companions have triumphed. Though he does not fully understand what transpired, he laughs triumphantly, declaring that this victory is the power of the savior and mocking Joe's downfall. Elsewhere, Hoken enters a mysterious room filled with countless souls. Marveling at the vast power contained within, he questions why no one has attempted to harness it before. He expresses amazement at its potential and declares that with this power, his goals are within reach. Hoken ominously promises that Juvenile Grace will soon witness his true form. Hoken declares that it is time to enjoy the feast, while Karaka asks how he intends to absorb the souls, pointing out that they seem to be bound together by a powerful spell. Hoken acknowledges the difficulty of breaking such a spell through brute force, but explains that he does not need to. Instead, he plans to leave the existing spell intact and overlay it with his own. He confidently states that he can make the power of those souls his own since spells related to souls are his specialty. With determination, he draws his sword, prepares to act, and attacks the door of the spirit room. Meanwhile, Mazino asks Balm again if he has considered joining Walhaksong. Balm apologizes and declines. Mazino responds that he understands Balm's position as a slayer candidate for Fug, but he reminds him that Walhaksong allows people to choose their own paths. He explains that they accept anyone, whether they are from Jahad, Fug, or the 10 great families. He advises Balm to take his time and think it over before moving on. With a casual tone, he suggests they get going. As they prepare to leave, Balm reflects on Rachel and Dali, wondering what has happened to them and hoping they are safe. At that moment, Kun contacts Balm through his pocket. Hockney looks at Heljo in the distance as Balm runs toward Kun upon spotting him. Kun immediately confronts Balm, asking what happened and expressing his concern. He scolds Balm for disappearing without a word, demanding if he has any idea how worried they have been about him during his absence. Balm apologizes, explaining that his pocket malfunctioned after being caught in the undercurrent. Kun asks what happened to Joe. Balm reassures him that they defeated Joe and that Yuri is safe. Kun, not fully convinced, asks again, wanting confirmation. Mazino, observing the group, asks if they are Balm's companions, noting that they look a bit different from before. Balm asks who Mazino is referring to. Mazino responds by introducing himself and stating that his name is Mazino. Dorsey, Barreau, and Sachai react in surprise, asking what Mazino means by that name. Mazino, with a casual smile, explains that he ended up getting involved in the battle and introduces himself with a friendly, "Nice to meet them." They ask, incredulously, if he is really Mazino, the legendary figure. Mazino laughs, downplaying their surprise. He tells them there's no need to be so shocked, and if they want his autograph, there will be plenty of time for that. Then, turning to Bomb, Mazino asks if he's okay. He reveals that he has heard some rumors about Bomb, claiming that he's a pervert and that there are rumors of a beam coming from a certain part of his body. Mazino teasingly wonders if they should run away, suggesting that Bomb might have done something strange to them or tried to drag them away. Bomb, embarrassed, responds that Mazino had only asked him to join something. Mazino smiles, acknowledging that he knew it all along. He then assures everyone that there has been a huge misunderstanding, clearing the air with his usual playful demeanor. Yuri appears behind Mazino and asks what he is chatting about with those kids. Mazino turns around to look at her and asks what happened to the guy with the horns. Yuri replies that he said he was going to save Heljo and then disappeared. She then demands a straight answer from him, asking how he knows Garam Jahad. Mazino, clearly uncomfortable, tries to avoid the question and says he forgot about Joe. Yuri, not having any of it, insists that he tell her everything and not hide anything. She asks where he thinks he's running off to now. Kun, observing the scene, comments that seeing Yuri Jahad and Yurik Mazino appear in the same moment is a difficult image to process, even for someone from the 10 great families like him. He turns to Bomb and says it looks like he's once again involved in something huge. Bomb confirms this, reflecting that the situation seems to be growing larger as time passes. Kun suggests that Bomb will need to get used to it. Dorsey, feeling left out, asks why they're talking without her. Kun, slightly flustered, explains that they had gone into Heljo's castle, but then Rachel suddenly appeared. Dorsey, irritated, snaps that they are ignoring her. Kun, with a sigh, reluctantly adds that Rachel had been attacked by Dali and had collapsed. Bomb, confused, asks what Kun means by that as they walk toward Rachel, who has fallen to the ground. Bomb asks how this happened, and Kun explains that it seems Rachel was poisoned by Dali's observer. However, he's unsure why the two of them appeared together and fought. Kun continues, noting that, fortunately, Snorlax has managed to stop the poison from spreading for now. He explains that it's a skill passed down through her lineage, one that induces a deep sleep to halt metabolism. Despite this, Kun warns that there is a limit to how much skill can prevent the poison from spreading. Rachel's life could be in danger unless they act soon. Bomb, feeling conflicted, refuses to give up. Hua Ryan, appearing behind him, comments that she was worried about him, but he came here on his own. She adds that it's a relief, as he saved her the trouble of looking for him. Bomb turns to look at her, sensing the urgency in her tone. She tells him that they need to leave this place immediately. Bomb, confused, asks what she means by that, to which Hua Ryan replies that she has had a bad feeling for a while now. Meanwhile, Hockney reaches Heljo, who is slowly getting up. Heljo looks at Hockney and, confused, asks where he is. Upon recognizing him, he comments that he's the eye freak and says that Hockney is awake. Heljo asks why he's alone, mentioning that he was previously fighting Mazino. Heljo, still struggling to remember, replies that he doesn't recall losing and insists that, despite losing the power of Red Thrissa, he can still fight. He vows to grab hold of Hockney and force him to reveal how to escape from this place, launching an attack. Hockney, unfazed, responds by pointing out that Heljo no longer possesses the power of Red Thrissa and has lost that strength. He creates a circle of Shinsu around him to shield himself from the attack. Hockney continues, telling Heljo that, at this point, he is neither more powerful nor superior to anyone else. He's just like the people Heljo once tormented. He urges him to wake up and stop living in denial. When Hockney discovered that Heljo had taken his eyes, he admits that he had once wanted to kill him. However, seeing him now, the desire to do so fades. He advises Heljo to wake up and live a better life while he still can, then walks away. Heljo, too weak to continue fighting, sinks to his knees, muttering curses in frustration. Just then, Sanchez flies toward him, asking if he is alright. Helljo, confused, asks who Sanchez is. Sanchez introduces himself, but Helljo claims not to know anyone by that name. Sanchez, visibly concerned, wonders aloud if Helljo has lost his memory after being struck. Helljo, still confused and disoriented, insists that he's just an ordinary hole repairman. He asks if they're saying he doesn't know who they are. Sanchez asks what Helljo is talking about, firmly stating that he is definitely Master Joe. Helljo, trying to hide his vulnerability, thinks to himself that if anyone discovers he has lost his power, his servants will be relentless, urging them to leave him alone. At that moment, Mazino arrives, observing Helljo's downfall and mocking him for now being a complete loser without his once powerful abilities. Sanchez reacts by pointing his spear at Mazino, but Mazino calmly tells him to stop and get up. He remarks that it's been a long time since they last met, and despite all the fighting, they didn't even have a chance to greet each other properly. Helljo, struggling with the situation, asks why Mazino is here now, especially when he had never appeared during his moments of suffering. He questions why Mazino would show up now, stealing his power when he had been the one to give it to him. He demands to know why Mazino would take it back after giving it to him in the first place. Mazino responds with a mock apology, acknowledging that it was his mistake to give Helljo the power of Red Thrissa in the first place. He apologizes for that decision, but explains that Helljo did nothing worthwhile with it. Mazino continues, saying that all Helljo accomplished with that power was locking himself in his room, watching TV, and reading comic books. Mazino tells him it's time to snap out of it. He assures Joe that he hasn't lost his power. He's simply been given the chance to see the world properly. This, he believes, is Joe's return to his true self. Mazino reflects on all the experiences Helljo had flying around, shooting beams, battling a high ranker, and even fighting a Jahad princess. None of it, he says, brought Joe happiness. The things Joe once sought are now meaningless. Now, Mazino encourages Joe to look toward his true goal, urging him to start over and move forward. Helljo, however, scoffs at this idea. He asks how Mazino, who has always been powerful and superior, could understand what he's been through. He believes starting over is impossible for someone like him, someone who has already lived in a grand castle, once basking in power. He can't fathom how to move forward now, knowing he will die as a failure. Helljo pleads for Mazino to stop speaking, telling him his words are not comfortable. He asks Mazino to take his grandiose lines and great power elsewhere. The silver smoke emanating from Helljo's body intensifies as he cries in despair, feeling as if his own body is leaving him. He calls for help, but Kun, witnessing this strange transformation, demands to know what's happening. Meanwhile, Hoken, having absorbed the souls of the inhabitants of the floor of death, marvels at the surge of power flooding into him. He exclaims that it's been a long time since he felt such deep satisfaction. As he absorbs more souls, he relishes the feeling of power growing within him. Sanchez arrives at the scene, demanding to know what's going on, stating that this isn't what was promised. Karaka, observing the situation, notes that the power Hoken is using is whites. Though not as potent as it was in his prime, it's still as beautiful as the rumors say. Karaka reflects that the only real problem left now is Helljo. Meanwhile, Mazino watches silently as the broken Helljo remains unconscious, unaware of what will come next. Hoken, overwhelmed by the surge of power coursing through his body, remarks that it's been a long time since he last felt such an intense flow of strength. Karaka, noticing his power, warns him that despite his regained strength, there is bad news: he needs to run away. Hoken, confused, asks what Karaka means by run away. Karaka explains that while Hoken has regained some of his original power, Mazino might still be nearby. Mazino is one of the most powerful individuals in the tower, and although Hoken may have gotten closer to his former strength, it's risky to confront him. Instead of fighting Mazino, Karaka suggests they avoid him, return to the train, and absorb the power of Hoken's other clones. He urges Hoken to make the wise choice. Meanwhile, Yuri watches the chaotic scene unfold and asks what happened. The atmosphere was intense, and she felt something leaving, which may indicate a problem in the spirit room. Mazino, now aware of the situation, inquires about the location of the spirit room. As he thinks about it, he suddenly realizes that the trouble might have been caused by the scoundrels from Fug, and his anger flares up as he vows to make them regret it. Yuri asks what Mazino plans to do, and he responds with a determination that he's going to catch them immediately. He asks if he would calm down, warning that if he throws a fit, all the corpses in the area will be destroyed. For now, the situation is unclear, but since Bomb came from that direction, it would be best to ask him. Dorsey asks what's going on, while Bomb explains that he's not sure. There was a tremendous light everywhere, and the people down there weren't moving, if they were even alive. Mata calls out to Hockney, who is lying on a bulb, and asks what's going on. Hockney replies that he's not sure either. He went back, and everyone had stopped moving. Even his ability to see the future has ceased. Meanwhile, Kun asks Bomb if this could mean there's a problem in the spirit room. Bomb asks what he means by the spirit room, and Kun explains that they've heard of it, a place where they gather the souls of the residents. He wonders if this disturbance could be linked to a problem in that room. Bomb considers this and agrees that if something happened in the spirit room, it could explain everything. He also recalls that Karaka was heading in that direction. Yuri calls Bomb and asks if he really came from the spirit room and if he could show her the way there. Bomb confirms they are heading there too, and Yuri responds that if that's the case, they should meet at the castle entrance and hurry. Meanwhile, Hugh Ryan approaches Bomb and asks if he really plans to return to the spirit room. Bomb walks towards her as she continues, suggesting that if what he says is true, there's a high chance Karaka is there. She advises him that it might be best to let the rankers fight among themselves and stay behind. Bomb responds that he made a promise to Dija, and he can't simply stand by while everyone on the floor of death disappears. If there's even a small chance he can be of help, he has to go. Dorsey agrees, saying it sounds good to her, too, especially since they have 2 high rankings with them. Kun adds that with Mazino on their side, they should be fine. Bomb nods, mentioning that they still haven't heard from Dija about the Thorn fragment, and he has to go at least to get that information. Hugh Ryan agrees, but in return, she asks him to promise not to put himself in danger. Red Witch, overhearing, comments that Bomb really is enthusiastic. Bomb agrees, saying, "Okay, let's go." Kun then turns to Barreau, asking him and the others to stay behind and keep an eye on Rachel. Barreau responds confidently, assuring them not to worry and to stay safe. At the same time, at Dija's castle, the group arrives and is shocked to find Dija lying motionless on the ground. Bomb immediately runs toward him, calling his name. Hugh Ryan comments that the silence suggests they've already fled. She adds that she knows where they've gone. Yuri asks what she means by a guide from Fug, to which Hugh Ryan explains that on the floor of death, there is a secret path known only to Fug. If Yuri wants, she can guide him there. Mazino asks if she truly means this. Hugh Ryan, acknowledging their victory and the avenging of his companion, offers it as a gesture of gratitude. However, she warns that they have likely already gone far, and it may be difficult to catch up to them quickly, even with her guidance. She admits that she cannot guarantee they will catch up now, but she can lead the way. Mazino assures her not to worry, stating that he will find them no matter what. He urges her to simply show the path, confident in his ability to catch up. Meanwhile, Hoken, who has been observing the scene, expresses his disappointment. He had hoped to challenge Mazino in battle, but realized it could wait. He believes he will be even stronger once he returns to the train and regains his original body. He muses that fighting Walhagsong will still be possible later. Karaka acknowledges that it is true, noting that he feels he has better emotional control than before. He wonders if this improvement is due to absorbing more souls, as, in the past, he would have insisted on fighting Mizuno. He then asks why the path they are taking was chosen instead of the quicker route by which they had entered, especially since it was not mentioned that there is a path known only to Fug. Karaka explains that they also have a guide on their side who is familiar with the same path. She will likely assume they are heading down it, so although it is somewhat out of their way, they are using this path to escape. He acknowledges that Karaka is cautious and notes that he is a bit different from the other Slayers. He feels they will be able to maintain a good relationship with him. Karaka thanked him as they arrived in front of the final gatekeeper, asking if that was indeed the final gatekeeper. Karaka also inquires about how the gatekeeper is still alive after losing his soul, as he appears to be dead. Hoken questions whether Karaka truly believes that when the final gatekeeper sends his bamboo spears toward them in an attack. Karaka asks if that is indeed the bamboo spears, and Hoken explains that the final gatekeeper seems to be a puppet designed to destroy anyone who attempts to pass, even if his life has stopped. Karaka observes that with that level of technical expertise, whoever created the puppet must possess considerable skill. He responds that it seems so, but they do not have the time to figure out the creator's identity right now. He suggests they move on. Hoken flies toward the final gatekeeper, attacking and cutting through the bamboo spears, stating that the puppet has done well and should now rest. They both continue their assault on him together. Karaka then asks if they can escape to the outside by passing through the hole, to which Hoken confirms. Karaka calls out to him, mentioning that he is still thinking about the ones they left behind, especially the girl, but concludes that he does not need them now. Hoken agrees, and Karaka acknowledges this, although he begins to feel as if something is wrong. He wonders why he cannot move his body, sensing a massive pressure holding him down. Karaka remarks that he was wondering who destroyed his puppet when the family leader looked at them, and said that a very pretty bug had wandered into the area. Meanwhile, Garam approaches the frozen Evan, who had thought everything was progressing smoothly after they had dealt with Joe. He asks what is happening. Garam replies, asking if he is seriously asking that, explaining that he is a guide from the Jahad family and must keep his mouth shut. Evan asks if this is the reason she brought him here, as he had been wondering why she had brought him along. She replies that this is the future, and there is little that can be done about it. She warns him, however, that if Jahad finds out she is here, it will not be good. Evan assures her that he will not tell anyone, stating that even before becoming part of the Jahad family, he was a guide first and foremost. He adds that he would never compromise a path in the tower just for the sake of power. He says that Mizuno is like a savior to her, and that he has no intention of causing conflict with him. Garam acknowledges this, saying that if that is the case, he may go. However, Evan asks one question. He wonders why she has come all the way here and why information about the Floor of Death has not been properly reaching the Jahad family. He mentions the fact that the thorn is still being preserved and that no one has managed to trespass here, even though the Jahad family may dislike this place. He suggests that it seems almost impossible without someone powerful watching her back. He then asks if there is someone helping her, someone very powerful. Garam replies that a long time ago, this person helped her escape, assisted her in settling on the Floor of Death, and even helped cut off this place from the outside world. She admits that she is not exactly sure why he helped her, but urges Evan not to investigate further. She points out that there are only 10 people in the tower capable of such things. Meanwhile, the family leader arrives in front of Hoken and remarks that he has been wondering who destroyed his puppet. He states that it looks like a very pretty bug has wandered in. Hoken thinks to himself that the feeling is exactly the same. It is just like his father. The family leader responds that, regardless, a bug is still a bug. He reflects that he is one of the 10 great family leaders. Evan asks Garam what she means by mentioning only 10 people, inquiring if she is implying there is a traitor among the 10 great family leaders. He asks who it could be and why. She suggests that he should not look into it any further, as knowing about it would not change anything. She explains that what she knows is that this person helped Disa and Dija behind the scenes, completing their spell to preserve the thorn here. She adds that blocking outsiders from entering and stealing their souls was also part of the system created by this person. Perhaps, she suggests, he even wanted Fug to take the thorn. She further speculates that the arrival of their group in this place might have been part of his plan. She advises him not to think about it too much, warning that the more he thinks about it, the more helpless he will feel. Meanwhile, Hoken looks at the family leader, and Karaka also inquires about him. Hoken responds that this is one of the 10 family leaders. It is his first time seeing them in person since his father. Judging by his appearance, he must be the leader of the Po-Bido family. Hoken thinks to himself that this is one of the 10 family leaders and wonders why he is here. Gustang then asks Hoken if he stole the souls, remarking that he never knew they taught him how to be a thief in the Eri family. Hoken asks what that means, while the family leader replies that it seems he has already paid the price for theft. He then tells Hoken to go ahead and pass by the outside, stating that he will not stop him. Hoken wonders what the scoundrel is up to if he is not going to stop him. Suddenly, Mazino arrives with Hugh Orion, stating that he cannot find him anywhere and asking where he has gone. Hugh Orion comments that, for some reason, she feels like he predicted she would show him the way, so he must have taken a different path. She adds that it is fortunate they split into teams and let them go. She thinks they arrived here so quickly that her head hurts, and she hopes nothing dangerous happens to them. Mazino calls Yuri, who is on the other side, and asks where she is. Yuri replies that they are still looking and will be at the exit soon. She then asks how about him. He responds that he was not there, and she asks if he truly said this. She concludes that, in that case, there is a chance he will be here. He agrees, stating that he is going ahead, and she confirms it. He reiterates that he was not over there, so there must be a high chance he is here. She warns that it is dangerous, and when she gives the signal, they should follow her into the bong bong. He confirms and then hears a voice. He asks what it is and runs inside the room, thinking that the feeling he has could be. Gustang attacks Hoken, absorbing his energy, while Karaka asks if Hoken is alright. Karaka's thoughts spiral in confusion as he tries to make sense of the situation. He had been about to leave this place unimpeded, yet the moment he attempted to do so, he was repelled as if the path were blocked by an unseen force. He wonders if it could truly mean what he fears. Gustang observes the scene and comments that Hoken seems unaware of the situation. He explains that in exchange for obtaining immortality, the souls bound to the spirit room are subjected to a curse that prevents them from leaving this place. Hoken, startled and frustrated, demands clarification, asking what Gustang means by a curse. He insists that it cannot be true, pointing out that the curse remains unbroken even after he absorbed so much power. He calls it absurd and questions how he can be unable to leave when he has gained such overwhelming strength. Gustang explains that by acquiring even a fragment of power, Hoken has sealed his fate. He describes Hoken as a pitiful creature trapped by his own inferiority complex toward his father. Gustang adds that Hoken has now condemned himself to an inescapable torment, a futile pursuit where even the sword remains unreachable, standing in a place beyond anyone's grasp. Hoken silences Gustang with a furious outburst, ordering him to stop speaking about him in such a way. His voice, heavy with defiance, declares his intent to escape. Summoning his power, Hoken unleashes a ferocious attack on Gustang, driven by sheer determination despite the insurmountable odds. He claims he can break the curse right now and begins forming Shinsu circles around Gustang, stating that it feels so far away. He remarks that the pitiful one has only himself to blame for coveting what belongs to others and attempting to accumulate power. Now, it is time for him to return what does not belong to him. Gustang then extracts Hoken's soul from his body and remarks that he should not be too discouraged. His life will not be taken, even though he might have wished for that in certain moments. Meanwhile, Mazino arrives on the scene. Gustang notices his arrival and deduces that spatial distortion must have been used. When Mazino questions his presence there, Gustang inquires whether Mazino actually employed spatial distortion to reach the place. He adds that such a method suggests Mazino must have some urgent business, warning him that a mistake in its use could endanger every organism present. Mazino interrupts, commanding him to shut up, and repeats his question about what Gustang is doing there. Gustang responds that it is not any of Mazino's business, wherever he might be. Instead, he suggests that Mazino should be explaining why he himself is there. Mazino laughs, asking if Gustang seriously thinks he would share his reasons, especially when Gustang refuses to divulge his own. Mazino quickly shifts the focus, demanding that Gustang hand over the souls in his possession. Gustang questions if Mazino means the souls he has just taken and wonders aloud if Mazino, too, is drawn to their power. Mazino clarifies that it is not about power. His friend is among those souls, and he insists they be handed over. Gustang inquires who this friend might be, asking if he is truly among these little souls. Mazino retorts, telling him to stop belittling them, stating firmly that Joe is no small man. Gustang laughs when Mazino questions the reason for his laughter. Gustang replies that Mazino never ceases to amaze him. He adds that he can somewhat understand why Mazino is acting so strangely, comparing it to someone the size of a whale being suddenly confined in a small fishbowl. Gustang remarks that he feels as though he has been repeating the same statement for so long that his mouth might fall off, but he reiterates it once more. The only individuals equal to him here are the 10 family leaders and Jahad. He addresses Mazino, dismissing Walhiksong and the games he plays with his friends as mere deceptions. Gustang assures him that there is no need to worry, as he will ensure these souls are returned to their proper places. Mazino questions whether he truly intends to do so. Gustang confirms, stating that he has no desire to see Mazino lose his temper and annihilate their family. Mazino laughs, declaring that Gustang has made the right decision and warning him to comply unless he wishes to meet his end. At that moment, Yuri arrives, calling out to Mazino and asking him to wait while inquiring about his actions. Gustang intervenes, telling Mazino to hold on as he corrects his earlier statement, acknowledging that there may be one more person who could be considered equal to him. Bomb arrives and stands atop a high building, gazing downward as he asks what is happening. He notices Hoken, who has lost the will to live and is now floating aimlessly. Gustang, observing the scene, asks about the individuals who are deemed worthy of standing on the same level as them. Bomb shifts his focus to Gustang and questions who he is. Gustang greets him, addressing him as Arlene's son. He expresses his satisfaction at finally being able to see Bomb's face and introduces himself as Pobido Gustang, stating that he has been waiting for Bomb for a long time. He explains that he has come because he has a favor to ask. Meanwhile, a girl rushes toward another scene, calling out to the warrior and asking what he keeps watching as it is growing late. Rak replies that her question is unnecessary. He is watching his prey. Rak expresses his desire to kill the creature immediately, but another girl firmly objects, reminding him that he needs to join forces with others to defeat such a beast. She insists that no one else is needed, claiming she can handle it on her own. However, she retorts that he cannot, pointing out that he failed the last time he tried. She remarks that he is too inexperienced to fight a beast of that caliber, and adds that the truth can be harsh. Rak reflects on his predicament, wondering how he ended up in such a situation. After being caught in the attack, he awoke to find himself stranded in this place, completely alone. He realizes he cannot leave because the beast is blocking his way and wonders where he is and where the other turtles might be. Meanwhile, Hoken observes Haljo, and Mazino arrives on the scene as well. Gustang turns to Bomb, noting that everything seems to have returned to normal now and emphasizing that this place must remain as it is. He suggests they discuss something important, addressing Bomb as the son of Arlene. Bomb questions why someone as powerful as Gustang, a leader of one of the great families, would ask him for a favor. Gustang acknowledges Baum's point, clarifying that it is not so much a favor as it is a test. Baum asks what he means by testing him, while Yuri expresses her surprise, remarking that she never expected to encounter one of the 10 family leaders. Yuri recalls having heard that the leader of the Pobido family is very interested in their world, though she never imagined he would be monitoring Baum's activities. She asks why Gustang referred to Baum as the son of Arlene, questioning who Arlene really is. Gustang confirms her inquiry, explaining that he wishes to test whether Baum is the one destined to take the thorn, climb the tower, and change its structure. He wonders if Baum is truly worthy of waiting for, and if he is the savior Arlene spoke of. Baum acknowledges his knowledge of his mother, prompting Gustang to affirm that Baum is indeed the one. He mentions that he is one of the 10 leaders, and at one point, he even traveled with Arlene. He reflects that they had been well suited to each other, as he had been unfriendly while she had been able to get along with everyone. Baum inquires about his father, and Gustang responds that he will not discuss him, describing him as the absolute worst person he has ever encountered. Baum asks what Gustang means by the worst person, and Gustang replies that Baum will eventually find out. Before discussing the favor, Gustang tells Baum that if there is anything he wants from him, he should speak up. He explains that he is an expert in the science and medicine of the tower and promises to grant any favor Baum desires. Baum asks what Gustang means by whatever he wants. Meanwhile, Wangnin and Yura observe Barreau and Sachai through a lighthouse. Wangnin inquires about the situation, and Yura explains that it seems they have captured Rachel. She appears to be in pain, though she also seems to be asleep, making it clear that rescuing her immediately would be difficult. Barreau notices something flashing in Rachel's hair and asks if it is Yura's hidden camera. Yura speculates that the attackers must have done something to Rachel, as there is no way she could have been captured so easily otherwise. Wangnin jokingly asks if Yura is a member of Rachel's fan club. In response, Yura suggests that Wangnin try asking the captors for a favor, as they were once his companions. She believes that if he could get them to let their guard down, he might be able to help Rachel escape. Wang Min dismisses this idea, explaining that if Yura has forgotten, he is traveling with her to ultimately betray Rachel. He reflects on how he joined the team with the intent to stab Rachel in the back, but now she has been captured by those very people.